Hi guys, I hope you enjoyed the first part of the marathon series. The first part of the marathon series, we had gone ahead and covered till the chapter of input service distributor. I hope you have gone ahead and completed that. If you have not completed watching the first part of the marathon, please watch the first part till input service distributor and then continue the second part. In the second part, we'll be going ahead and discussing from payment of taxes till miscellaneous provision. Under GST till miscellaneous provision we'll be going ahead and completing. Now after the miscellaneous provisions gets over, that is in your chart book you will see till for GST basically till miscellaneous provision, that is the last chapter. So till miscellaneous provision, first we'll go ahead and revise the chart, and then the amendment from that chapter we'll go ahead and discuss, and we'll go ahead and complete till miscellaneous provision. And after that, what I'll go ahead and do is I'll attach the video on the new chapter of ethics and case study. Ethics and case study in detail you have to study. So in this marathon, after we complete till miscellaneous provision, I'll go ahead and attach the ethics and the case study video which I have already provided to you guys. That video I'll go ahead and attach in this marathon so that you are done with the complete GST ka revision, as well as you go ahead and cover that additional chapter also along with this revision. Done. So now in the second part, we'll be going ahead and completing the complete GST. And now once we are done with this, after that, the third part will be your customs. So let's go ahead and now start with the payment of taxes. Let's do it. All right, students, let's go ahead and now revise the next chapter. The next chapter is, everyone, payment of tax. Please come to your chart book. Payment of tax. We started learning GST with what, everyone? Goods or service. Goods or service has to be supplied. Supply can be either interstate supply, or supply can be either intrastate. Interstate supply, what will happen? IGST gets levied. Intrastate, what gets everyone? CGST gets levied. Once GST gets levied, GST has to be collected and paid by a taxable person. How will he collect? How will he pay? He'll calculate GST is equal to value of supply into rate of tax. Once you know the value, you'll prepare the tax invoice, credit note, debit note, and delivery challan. And now you'll go ahead and maintain your accounts and records, and you'll send the goods to the other person with the help of e-way bill. Now, sir, now my liability to pay GST will come, and liability to pay comes at the time of supply. I will go ahead and use my input tax credit. Remaining amount, I'll make the payment. Yes, everyone. And here comes the chapter of when your liability comes, you use your credit, remaining amount you make the payment. And payment of taxes chapter, we'll be learning section number 49 and section number 50. Right, everyone? Let's go ahead and start learning payment of tax. Sir, payment of tax, whenever a person becomes liable, taxable person, when he becomes liable, when do you become liable, everyone? You become liable under section number 22 or section number 24, or you voluntarily take registration under section number 25(3). Section number 25(3) talks about voluntary registration. You take registration on the gst.gov.in. Your three accounts get open automatically on the portal, which are known as a liability ledger. The format is PMT01. E-credit ledger, the format is GST PMT02, and e-cash ledger, GST PMT05. Remember one thing, e-liability records all your liabilities which are paid through your credit first and then paid through your cash. So, sir, can you tell us what are the debits which are done? What are the credits which are done in the liability ledger? Then we have credit, debit over here, and we have credit and debit. Because these are ledgers, ledgers always have one debit, one credit. Now, sir, what is the liability ledger? A liability ledger will record all your liabilities. For an example, amount of tax payable, tax, interest, late fee, or any other amount. Till means what, everyone? Tax, interest, late fee, or any other amount which is payable as per your return. Baba, return you furnished and you went ahead and told I am liable to pay 10 lakh rupees. That liability will come. So when you go ahead and file your GSTR 3B, in your GSTR 3B, whatever liability you pay, whatever liability you show will come and fall in your GSTR e-liability ledger. Then, sir, amount of tax, interest, TIPO, tax, interest, penalty, or any other amount payable or as determined by the proper officer, payable as determined in any proceeding. Proper officer gave you a demand order and he told this much is payable. Might be not return, but other than return also you are liable to pay something. Might be you missed something and you are liable to pay. Then they are telling, or as ascertained by the said person. Might be proper officer gave you a demand order and you are liable to pay 5 lakh. You have delayed all your taxes payment, etc., and there is any amount of interest that may accrue from time to time, 1 lakh rupees, that is also payable. Remember one thing, whatever is payable, first you will go ahead and use your payment of liability will be run through the credit ledger, and then the remaining amount will be paid through your cash ledger. Sir, there's some amount which you always have to pay through your e-cash ledger, TTRC. I call them TTRC IPLO. TTRC IPLO. TDS, TCS, RCM liability, TTRC. C for composition tax. IPLO means interest, penalty, late fee or any other amount. TTRC IPLO. TDS, TCS, RCM liability, composition tax, interest, penalty, late fee or any other amount. Remember one thing, whenever you have to go ahead and make the payment, sir, what should I make the payment first? Always you should make the payment of self-assessed tax and any other dues, interest, penalty, late fee, whatever is the dues relating to return of previous tax period. Then you should make the payment of self-assessed tax and dues relating to current tax period. Baba, liability payment, always previous month ka liability of the returns first, then current month liability of the returns next. Then lastly, you should go ahead and pay any other amount payable under this act, including demand order. Sir, if I see any discrepancy in my return, you can go ahead and call the officer. Baba, don't call him. Give file 1 communication in GST PMT 04. Sir, what is the e-credit ledger? Whatever in your GSTR 3B, you go ahead and show in your GSTR 3B, self-assessed tax is being credited. Whatever self-assessed credit you go ahead and tell in your GSTR 3B, that is being given in your e-credit ledger. ITC as self-assessed can be given over here. Whatever self-assessed in the return. Sir, amount can be used for making payment of tax. Remember one thing, ITC can be used only for paying output tax liability. Reverse charge ka liability also you can pay. You can only pay output tax liability with your input tax credit. Can we go ahead, everyone? The next one is, sir, in your e-credit ledger, whatever the amount is there, people listen to me very carefully. Whatever the amount is there in your e-credit ledger, refund of e-credit ledger is never allowed. But only in 2 scenarios refund is allowed. One is your zero rated supply. You give an LUT or bond, zero rated supply, and ITC refund will be given. LUT or bond given, ITC refund will be given. Second is inverted duty structure. When your input pay rate is more, output pay rate is less, then Baba, the difference which is there will be refunded to you as per a formula which we will be running in our refund chapter. Now everyone listen, if refund claim is done, if person claims a refund, then the amount will be debited. Refund of unutilized ITC as per section number 54, that amount also will be debited. Sir, e-credit ledger there was an amount. The amount got debited, saying that you have asked for refund. Then the amount will come in your bank account. If it comes in your bank account, story over. But sir, if it does not come in your bank account and refund is rejected, then the amount will be recredited to your e-credit ledger. Refund claim if found inadmissible. If found admissible, then the amount comes in your bank account. See, Baba, amount got debited. When you ask for refund, it will come in your bank account. Otherwise, it will get recredited. It shall be recredited to the e-credit ledger. If it is inadmissible, officer will pass an order in GST PMT 03. Sir, the amount came in my bank account. After that, the officer saw that the amount is erroneously refunded. Then, Baba, because the money was given to you in your bank account, you should put it back in your e-cash ledger and give it back to the government through your e-cash ledger. Sir, it says over here, where registered person, erroneous refund was given to you and it was given in your bank account, then remember one thing, where if registered person deposit the amount of erroneous refund, see, money was there, you asked for refund, they debited it, and the amount came in your bank account. If it came in your bank account, you should put it in your cash ledger and pay it back through cash. When you pay it back, they will recredit the amount in your e-credit ledger, and for that, officer will pass PMT 03A. It says over here, where refund registered person deposit the amount of erroneous refund sanctioned under 54.3 or under rule number 96.3 along with interest penalty using GST DRC 03. You have to go ahead and make the payment using GST DRC 03. By debiting the e-cash ledger on his own or being pointed out by an officer, you have done that. An amount equivalent to the erroneous refund deposited by the registered person shall be recredited to the e-credit ledger by the proper officer by an order in GST PMT 03A. Are we clear with this? The next is manner of utilization. Always remember one thing, rule number 88A goes ahead and talks about manner of utilization, which says IGST should always be used for IGST. Then, Baba, IGST should be used for CGST, or SGST, or if you have UTGST in any order, any proportion, you can go ahead and use it. IGST should be exhausted. Then secondly, you should pick up CGST. CGST should be used for CGST, and then IGST, SGST or UTGST should be used for SGST or UTGST, and then it should be used for IGST. C to SGST or UTGST, or UTGST or SGST to CGST is never possible. Remember one thing. The next one over here is, sir, first I'll pay my liability using my credit, then remaining amount I have to deposit in my cash ledger and use it for payment. Always remember how to deposit. You have to go online and generate a challan, GST PMT 06. The challan is valid for how many days? 15 days. When you generate the challan, CPIN gets generated, which is common portal identification number, 14 digit ka number. Sir, now I have to go ahead and make the payment. Remember one thing, when you are making the payment, commission is to be borne by the person who is making the payment. Various modes of payments are what, everyone? Internet banking, IMPS, UPI, debit card, credit card, NEFT, RTGS, over the counter maximum 10,000 in cash, check or DD per challan per tax period can be deposited. Are we clear? This 10,000 ka over the counter ka limit is not applicable. Restriction is not applicable for over the counter, is not applicable when on the deposit made by government department or other deposit by person notified by the commissioner, or person or proper officer or other officer authorized to recover outstanding due from any person, including recovery made through attachment, sale of movable and immovable property, proper officer or other officer authorized for amount collected during investigation, enforcement activity or ad hoc deposit. In this three scenario, 10,000 ka over the counter is not applicable. In this scenario, more than 10,000 can be deposited in cash. Other than this, always the maximum deposit by cash can be how much? Cash, check or DD? 10,000. Once you go ahead and make the payment and the amount goes to the government account, once you make the payment and the amount goes to the government account, sir, it will be a deemed deposit of tax and CPIN gets generated. Are we clear, everyone? Remember one thing, CPIN is always challan identification number, which is SIN. SIN gets generated, and SIN is nothing other than challan identification number, which is CPIN plus 4-digit bank code, and the amount will come in your e-cash ledger. Always remember, when the SIN gets generated by your bank account, when your bank generates a SIN, the bank will go ahead and communicate the SIN to your common portal, and on the basis of SIN being generated, common portal gives the credit in your bank account. But what if your bank fails to communicate the SIN to your common portal, gst.gov.in? Baba, your bank failed to communicate the SIN to your common portal. When your bank fails to communicate the SIN to your common portal, then remember one thing, how will your e-cash ledger be updated now? So there is an amendment which is there, which says that where the bank fails to communicate the SIN. So from my bank account, I have gone ahead and made the payment. Once the payment goes to the government account, SIN gets generated. Now SIN got generated, but your e-cash ledger is updated on the basis of what? Your bank communicating the SIN to the common portal. If your bank failed to communicate the SIN to the common portal, then also the GST and Goods and Service Tax Network can go ahead and update your e-cash ledger on the basis of the scroll list which is prepared by whom? RBI. Everyone, where the bank fails to communicate the SIN to the common portal, your bank failed to communicate the SIN and to the common portal, and your e-cash ledger did not get updated, you have to go and give representation to the bank. Earlier, you have to go and file what? Representation. Now they are going ahead and telling the e-cash ledger may be updated on the basis of e-scroll of the RBI. Baba, RBI also prepares a list saying bank government ke liye on through this challan we have this amount has been received for the government, this amount has been received. So RBI prepares a statement. On the basis of that statement also, GSTN can update your e-cash ledger. Are we clear, everyone? And it says the e-cash ledger may be updated on the basis of e-scroll of the RBI, basically the statement which is prepared by the RBI. In case the details of e-scroll, the details of in the statement are in conformity with the details of the challan GST PMT 06. Beta, GST PMT 06 ka you made the payment. Once you make the payment, SIN gets generated and the SIN is given to the common portal, and on the basis of that your e-cash ledger gets updated. Now if the bank fails to communicate the SIN to the common portal, then Baba, bank has failed to communicate the SIN to the common portal. How will the common portal update your e-cash ledger? Now the common portal also has the details of the scroll list which is prepared by whom? RBI, saying sir government ka account mein these are the amounts which are received. Then on the basis of that statement also your e-cash ledger can be updated by whom? GST. Are we clear till here, everyone? This was a small total bakwas amendment. Everyone listen to me very carefully. Always remember TDS and TCS, whenever somebody is deducting for you, TDS and TCS also comes in your e-cash ledger. E-cash ledger में every deposit made towards tax, interest, penalty, late fee or any other amount. Tiplo, tax, interest, penalty, late fee or any other amount. If you go ahead and deposit, that amount comes in your e-cash ledger. Sir, how will you use that amount? You can use that amount to make the payment of tax, interest, penalty or late fee or any other amount. Sir, in my e-cash ledger, there is some amount which is there. Always remember what payment you have to do, that only you should deposit. If you have deposited tax, you can use it for payment of tax only. If you have deposited SGST interest, you can use it for payment of SGST interest only. Are we clear, everyone? Remember, when you are making the payment, payments are always major head and minor head. Major head of taxes is IGST, CGST, SGST, UTGST and cess. Minor head is what, everyone? Every major has 5 minor: tax, interest, penalty, late fee or any other amount. Now, if you have deposited under tax, interest, penalty, late fee or any other amount, you can use it for payment of whatever you have deposited in. But sir, supposedly I want to transfer from one head to another head, one major to one minor to one major. Anywhere you can go ahead and transfer. In your own e-cash ledger, you can go ahead and transfer. You can use what? Registered person may transfer tax, interest, penalty, fees or any other amount from e-cash ledger of CGST to e-cash ledger of IGST, CGST, SGST, UTGST or cess using PMT 09. Remember one thing, whenever you transfer from one head to another, it will be deemed that such transfer from the e-cash head, it will be deemed that government has given you a refund, and such transfer to the e-cash shall be deemed to be a deposit. Are we clear till here? Then they are going ahead and telling over here, sir, can I go ahead and transfer to my distinct person? Government went ahead and allowed that. Government told from your e-cash ledger, remember e-cash ledger, you can go ahead and transfer it to your distinct person also by using GST PMT 09. So a government says over here, registered person may transfer tax, interest, penalty, late fee or any other amount available in the e-cash ledger of the to the CGST, to the e-cash ledger for CGST or IGST of a distinct person as specified in section number 25.4 and section number 25.5 using GST PMT 09. Remember one thing, proviso says that you can't transfer unless you go ahead, you have any liability lying in your e-liability ledger. Transfer not allowed if the registered person has any unpaid liability in the e-liability ledger. Are we clear till here, everyone? Yes, sir, we are all clear. People, if there is any unregistered person and he has to make the payment, he can make the payment on the basis of temporary identification number generated through the portal. There is a small circular which is down over here. If you guys can see the circular, it says any output tax self-assessed or as a result of proceeding can be paid through the e-credit ledger. Remember one thing, any self-assessed tax or as a result of proceeding, demand order has come. Can I go ahead and make the payment through my e-credit ledger? Yes. Sir, e-credit ledger cannot be used for payment of what? TTRC, IPLO. Always has to be paid in cash. That clarification only came that e-credit ledger cannot be used for making payment of what? RCM liability, interest, penalty, late fee or any other amount. Sir, e-credit ledger cannot be used for making payment of erroneous refund if the refund was given to you in cash. Baba, if the refund was sanctioned in cash, means the money came in your bank account. If it was an erroneous refund, you should always pay it back through what? You should deposit in your cash and make the payment through your e-cash ledger. Are we all 100% clear till here? Now, over here we have rule number 86A. What is rule number 86A? Rule number 86A goes ahead and says condition of use of amount available in the e-credit ledger. Means your e-credit ledger में the amount which is available, the officer can go ahead and restrict it. It goes ahead and says commissioner or officer authorized by him. If the commissioner or the person who is authorized by him has reason to believe that the ITC available in the e-credit ledger, in your e-credit ledger, whatever is the ITC available, has been availed fraudulently or you are ineligible but you have gone ahead and taken the ITC, then he may not allow, the commissioner or the person authorized by the commissioner may not allow debit of an amount equal to the credit in the e-credit ledger for discharge of liability under section number 49. You can't use it to pay your output tax liability also. You can't go ahead and claim a refund also. Sir, when will they go ahead and block the credit? Remember one thing, if the ITC is taken on the basis of document, the tax which is issued by a person who is not existing or not doing business from the declared place of business, supply is not existing only, or supply is not doing business from declared place of business, or ITC without receipt of goods, services or both. You have taken the credit without receiving the goods, services or both. ITC is on the basis of document. The tax with respect to which has not been paid by the supplier to the government. The registered person availing the credit has been found non-existent. You are not existent only, or you are not going ahead and conducting business from declared place of business. Sir, how can I not be existent? Baba, you're not doing business from the declared place of business. Online you are existing, but physically you're not there anywhere. Then registered person availing ITC is not in possession of tax invoice, debit note, other document. Baba, you should have those documents which are told under rule number 36. Rule number 36 told you should have both. Bill of entry, ISD invoice, R for RCMA, you should have the self invoice which is there. Revised tax invoice, D for debit note, S for supplier's invoice. Can I go ahead? Only then you can take the credit. You don't have the document, you can't take the credit. Then the commissioner or the officer. These are the reason for blocking. Now, once the credit has been blocked, go, Baba, go. Tell the commissioner, sorry, sir. Then he will go ahead and tell you that, okay. Then commissioner or officer authorized on being satisfied that the condition for allowing, disallowing no longer exists, he may allow the debit. Restriction shall always cease to have effect for after 1 year from the date of imposing. Means commissioner has to go ahead and do the adjudication, all the proceedings within 1 year. Are we all clear till here? Then we have rule number 86A, 86B, restriction on use of amount in the e-credit ledger. They have gone ahead and told if you are a registered person and your value of taxable supply excluding, remember, excluding exempt supply and zero rated supply in a month is more than 50 lakh rupees, he shall not use e-credit ledger to discharge his output tax liability in excess of 99%. It means 1% has to be always paid in cash. But then restriction will not be applicable if you were the registered person, proprietor, karta, managing director, any two of the partner or whole-time director or member of the managing committee of association or board of trustees, as the case may be, has gone ahead and paid how much income tax, everyone? More than 1 lakh in the last two preceding financial year, for which the time limit to file the return under section number 139(1) of the income tax has expired. So if you have gone ahead and paid more than 1 lakh rupees in the last two preceding financial year, for which the return due dates are over, then Baba, this restriction will not be applicable on you. You can pay the entire amount of your liability using your credit. Restriction will be not applicable if registered person has been given a refund of how much? More than 1 lakh rupees in the preceding financial year on account of unutilized ITC under section number 54(3)(1) and 2. Basically, your zero rated supply ka ITC refund you had gone ahead and taken, or Baba, inverted duty structure ka case mein you have taken ITC ka refund more than how much? 1 lakh rupees in the last preceding financial year, not last two, in the last preceding financial year, if you have been given 1 lakh rupees, more than 1 lakh rupees ka refund, then they will say, anyways, your Aadhaar authentication would have been done when you are given refund, etc. You would have been properly checked for the restriction is not applicable. Registered person has discharged his output tax liability more than how much? Through e-cash, more than 1 lakh rupees, 1% of the output tax liability cumulatively up to the said month in the current financial year, might be till the said month. Your turnover is 50 lakh rupees. 50 lakh rupees, 1% is how much? 50,000. Baba, your liability is how much? 50 lakh rupees. 50 lakh rupees ka 1% is 50,000 rupees. 50,000 rupees might be till last month already you had paid in cash till the last month. Then this month that restriction will not be applicable. Registered person is a government department, public sector undertaking, local authority or a statutory body, then also this restriction is not applicable. Remember one thing, if this restriction is applicable on you, they are telling commissioner or officer authorized may remove the restriction after verification and safeguard as he may deem fit. You can go to the commissioner and say, sir, I am not paid more than 1 lakh rupees in the last 2 years. So what? I'm not a fraud that you're going ahead and telling I can't use my credit. Please allow me. Then Baba, commissioner or officer authorized can go ahead and do some checks, etc. And they can go ahead and allow you. The next one over here is section number 50 read with rule number 88B. Very, very important from exam point of view. Remember, interest on delayed payment of tax. If you have gone ahead, if every person who has failed to pay the tax due shall pay along with interest, and interest shall be payable on that amount which you are paying through your e-cash ledger. The next one is interest shall be calculated from the day succeeding the due date till the date of payment. You have to go ahead and pay interest. And sir, if ITC has been wrongly availed and utilized, interest is how much? 18%, but only if it is ITC is wrongly availed and utilized. With effect from 1st of July, government have gone ahead and told no interest will be charged if ITC was wrongly availed, but it was never utilized. And for this, one rule number 88B is there. Let's read rule number 88B. Remember one thing. Rule number 88B says manner of calculating interest on delayed payment of tax. Just a second, everyone. Everyone over here, see. Where supplies, Baba, supplies made during a period are declared in the return for the said period. After the due date might be, Baba, supplies of the month of April declared in the return for the month of April only. Might be the return is filed late. Remember one thing, interest, except when after the commencement of proceeding in respect of the said period, the interest will be calculated on the amount which is paid through the e-cash ledger for the period of delay beyond the due date at the rate of 18%. Remember, this month ka sales shown in this month ka return only. Only the return is filed late, then you will pay tax on what? Net tax liability, which is paid through the e-cash. But if, sir, this month ka sale you showed in the next month ka return, then remember you have to pay the interest on the gross tax liability. Everyone over here, I'll go ahead and show it to you. Supplies made during a period, the return so declared in the return for the same period, only return is filed late, proceedings have not yet been initiated, then you will be liable to pay interest on the amount which is debited to what, everyone? E-cash ledger for the period of delay beyond the due date. After the due date, till the date of payment, you have to pay interest. But sir, supplies made during a period are shown in the next month return. Then remember one thing, you have to pay interest on the gross tax liability from the day the amount was due till the date of payment. Next, supplies made during a period not declared only, or you have declared but tax is paid short and proceedings have been initiated. But after proceedings get initiated and if you are making the payment, always remember you have to pay on the gross tax liability when the amount was due till the date of payment. Are we clear, everyone? Supplies made during a period are not declared, proceedings also not initiated, but you have made a voluntary payment. Voluntary payment also, you have to pay interest on the gross tax liability starting from the day it was due till the date of payment. Are we clear, everyone? Baba, these examples I'm just going ahead and using for the purpose of understanding purpose. Can we go ahead, everyone? Next, everyone over here now. In all other cases, interest shall be calculated on the amount unpaid, that is gross tax liability, from the due date till the date of payment. What do you mean by this, everyone? In all other cases, it will be payable on the gross tax liability. So, sir, net tax liability will be when this month ka sale shown in this month ka return is filed late, Baba, you will be liable to pay on the net tax liability. All other cases, you will be paying on the gross tax liability. Is the point clear to all? The next one is ITC wrongly availed and utilized. Interest shall be calculated from the date of utilization till the date of reversal or payment at the rate of 18%. Everyone over here. ITC wrongly availed, yes, utilized also, then interest shall be payable at the rate of 18% from the date of utilization till the date of payment. ITC wrongly availed but not utilized, then interest shall not be payable. Everyone over here. ITC wrongly availed shall be construed to have been utilized. ITC wrongly availed will be deemed to be utilized when the balance in the credit ledger falls below the amount of ITC wrongly availed and the extent of utilization will be the amount by which the balance in the credit ledger falls below the ITC wrongly availed. Baba, wrongly ka Y is missing over here, wrongly availed. So it says, for an example, your output tax liability is 10 lakh rupees, input tax credit availed is 4 lakh. ITC wrongly utilized is how much, everyone? Output tax liability is 10 lakh. ITC wrongly availed is 4 lakh. Utilized is 4 lakh. Net tax liability paid is how much? Tell me one thing. What is the ITC wrongly availed and utilized? 4 lakh. So you will be liable to pay 4 lakh rupees for interest from the date of utilization till the date you reverse it through your return or make the payment using GST DRC03. If you make the payment till that day, you will be liable to pay the interest. ITC wrongly availed 4 lakh, but that amount you paid through your e-cash ledger only. You never used it. Never used, never interest. Can I go ahead, everyone? Remember one thing. For an example, ITC wrongly availed was 2 lakh. Correctly availed was 10 lakh. Your liability was 8 lakh. So 8 lakh you paid out of this. So here 4 lakh rupees was remaining. But how much was wrongly availed? 2 lakh. Baba, have you utilized the 2 lakh? No, you already have more than 2 lakh lying in your e-credit ledger. It means ITC wrongly availed is never utilized. For an example, 6 lakh wrongly availed, 4 lakh is the correctly availed, output tax liability is 8 lakh, 4 lakh used from here, 4 lakh used from here. It means how much is the e-credit ledger ka wrongly availed ITC used? 6 lakh was the total wrongly availed. E-credit ledger is balance is 2 lakh. It means how much is the shortfall? 4 lakh. 4 lakh is the wrongly availed credit. The day you use it till the date of payment, you will have to go ahead and pay the interest. Sir, then the next point is the date of utilization. Sir, which is considered as the date of utilization? If E-credit ledger balance falls below the ITC wrongly availed was 6 lakh, E-credit ledger balance is 2 lakh rupees, means 4 lakh is utilized. What is the date of utilization? On payment through the return earlier of the due date or actual date of filing. For an example, you utilize when you are filing your return. Then, sir, this is the due date of return, this is the date of filing return. Date of utilization will be due date or the actual date of filing, whichever is earlier, and interest will start from the 20th May. Sir, but due date is 20th May, date of filing the return is 16th May, then date of utilization will be whichever is earlier, and your interest will start from 16th May. Sir, due date is 20th May, date of filing the return, you have filed your return late 26th May. Sir, date of utilization will be whichever is earlier, and interest will start from 20th of May. Are we clear, everyone? Sir, supposedly I have utilized my credit balance to pay demand order. I did not use my credit balance to pay my return liability. Then in that scenario, they are going ahead and telling in all other case the date of debit in the e-credit ledger. For an example, wrongly availed is 2 lakh, correctly availed is 10 lakh, e-credit ledger balance is 12 lakh rupees. You got a demand order of 5 lakh. You use 5 lakh from here. It means has the e-credit ledger balance fallen below the ITC wrongly availed? It means you have never utilized the credit. Do you guys agree with me? But sir, 2 lakh was wrongly availed, 11 lakh ka demand, 11 lakh, 10 lakh I used the correctly availed. Out of this, 1 lakh used and 1 lakh was remaining. It means e-credit ledger balance has fallen below the ITC wrongly availed. By how much? 1 lakh, and interest will be payable on 1 lakh the day you debit your e-credit ledger balance. Demand order can be paid through your e-credit also. The day your e-credit ledger got debited, from that day interest will start till the date of payment. Are we clear, everyone? Can I go ahead, everyone? Done, sir. Point is clear. Now students will tell me, sir, from where did you get this? Baba, this one which is there is a part of my textbook. But still, students watching the revisionary, if you by chance you want to go ahead and find this part which is there, you can go to the amendment notes which are there. Amendment notes for your May 23, because this was a part of the amendment for May 23. Although this revision is for November 23, which we are going ahead and doing. This amendment had come in May 23, and the May 23 ka rameshsoni.com free resources. In free resources, you go to CA final May 23 ka folder. In May 23, you will find the statutory update material. In that statutory update ka material, you will be able to see this. People who have gone ahead and taken our classes, you will have the textbook. In the textbook, this part is already there. Can I go ahead, everyone? Chalo, everyone over here now. Now, there is a small part, rule number 88C. Sir, rule number 88B ke baad, why did you enter rule number 88C over here? People listen. Rule number 88C which is there is actually a part of your demand and recovery chapter. Basically, you need it in demand and recovery chapter. So when we are reading demand and recovery chapter, I'll back connect this point. But this rule number 88C which is there is also required in the next chapter, which is your chapter of returns. And hence I have gone ahead and included over here so that when you read your chapter of returns, you don't get confused over there. What is rule number 88C says? Manner of dealing with difference in the liability reported in GSTR 1 and GSTR 3B. I'll go ahead and give you a small connect over here. When you are going ahead and reading your chapter of demand and recovery, in demand and recovery, self-assessed tax, demand and recovery, section number 7512 goes ahead and says self-assessed tax shall include the tax payable in respect of outward supply furnished in GSTR 1 but not included in GSTR 3B. If in your GSTR 1, supposedly you went ahead and told my liability is 18 lakh, but in GSTR 3B you told my liability is 1.8 lakh. 18 lakh GSTR 1, here you told 1.8 lakh. It means there is a difference which is there. Because of the difference, direct recovery can start. So what officers were going ahead and doing, by chance you filed your GSTR 1 and then you filed your GSTR 3B. GSTR 3B where you put 10 by mistake less, 18 lakh, and it became 1.8 lakh over here. Direct recovery can start. They can start recovery proceedings under section number 79. So because officers were starting direct recovery, now rule number 88C came wherein government went ahead and told officers don't do direct recovery, at least give them one intimation. Are we clear? And hence, rule number 88C is actually a part of your demand and recovery chapter, but we are revising over here because we'll need it on our next chapter also. So what does rule number 88C says? Where the tax payable by a registered person in GSTR 1 or IFF exceed the tax payable in GSTR 3B by such amount and percentage as may be recommended by the council. As of now, nothing has been recommended, but as recommended by the council, if the difference is that much, then The registered person shall be intimated of the difference in GST DRC 01 B ka part A may you will be informed on the portal and a copy will be sent to your mail also, highlighting the difference and directing you to pay the differential liability along with interest, using which form GST DRC 03 you can pay that amount, or explain the difference on the portal within 7 days. The registered person shall pay using DRC 03 and you have to inform the officer through part B of DRC 01 B, or furnish a reply in which form, everyone? Part B of GST DRC 01B on the common portal within how many days? 7 days. Where an amount remains unpaid and no explanation is furnished, or where the explanation is not acceptable, now the officer will go ahead and start the recovery proceedings under section number 79. This part is a part of your demand and recovery, but we are going ahead and revising over here because next chapters may will need it, right, everyone? This chapter which is there is an A graded chapter from exam point of view. Remember, what are the small points they can go ahead and ask you? Sir, how can you make the payment? What are the modes of payment which are there? This e-cash ledger say transfer to distinct person and within the same enterprise. They will not ask you theoretical question. Practical question may will need this. Then, sir, manner of utilization is very, very important. Manner of utilization. Then, sir, this one, manner of discharge of liability. Which liability will you discharge first? Sir, always remember TTRCIPLO will always have to be paid in cash. This is a small amendment, but not very important from exam point of view. 86A and 86B are C graded topics. B graded, I can say. A graded chapter ka B graded topic. They might go ahead and ask sometime, alternate attempt, sometime they can go ahead and ask. But very, very important is section number 50, read with rule number 88B. Section number 50, read with rule number 88B is very, very important from exam point of view. Okay, everyone. And sir, what about rule number 88C? Rule number 88C, anyways, it's a new addition. So there can be a small question on this. Remember one thing, if your GSTR 1 or IFF ka details has a difference with the GSTR 3B, you will be intimated of the difference. You have to go ahead and make the payment of the differential liability. If you make the payment of the differential liability, make it using GST DRC 03 and inform the officer in part B DRC 01B. If you inform, very good. If you don't go ahead and make the payment, give the explanation in GST DRC 01B part B may. If he likes your explanation, no problem. If you paid the differential, no problem. But if he does not like your explanation or you did not go ahead and make the payment, then Baba, remember one thing, they can go ahead and do direct recovery, which is under section number 79. The modes will be used, right, everyone? I'll go ahead and close my revision on the chapter of payment of tax. Done. Remember, Baba, the part which I had gone ahead and shown you, the students who want this part, you can go to rameshsoni.com. Free resources, in free resources tab, CA final, May 23 folder mein, you will find the statutory update material. In the statutory update material, this part is there. Okay, everyone, although the revision is for November 23, but this part is there in the statutory update. And students who have the textbook, this part is there in your textbook also, right, everyone? I'll close my revision on the chapter of payment of tax. Done. Now, the next amendment which has come is there in the chapter of payment of taxes. Everyone listen to me very carefully. Payment of taxes may, you guys remember there were various modes of payments which were there. Yes, sir, the various modes of payment here. You can make the payment using net banking, IMPS, UPI, debit card, credit card, NEFT over the counter. You can go ahead and make, and this way you can deposit money in the e-cash ledger. Now, OIDRs के लिए they are already told that OIDR can use international money transfer for making deposits in the e-cash ledger. Now this international money transfer, they have told, can be also used by a person who is supplying online money gaming from outside India, can also go ahead and use international money transfer, but this will be from a date to be notified. So OIDR as well as online money gaming, whoever is supplying from outside India into India, that person also can follow international money transfers from a date to be notified. Okay, this is one point which I have made over here. The next one over here. Okay. Please come to the next chart. I have written one small circular over here. For an example, what they are telling in this circular is, where ITC has been wrongly availed and subsequently reversed. I took IGST ka credit 1 lakh rupees by mistake and I used it also. But I used 1 lakh rupees ka wrongly availed credit. I utilized it. But you know what? In my e-credit ledger, CGST, SGST and IGST ka head mein put together, already 1 lakh rupees was there. Then, then remember one thing, you never have to pay any interest. You don't have to pay any interest even if CGST had, SGST had or IGST had put together. There was e-credit ledger mein balance of that 1 lakh rupees. That is what they are going ahead and telling, where IGST has been, you just have to reverse that 1 lakh rupees ka IGST which you have taken wrongly. You don't have to go ahead. You don't have to go ahead and pay any interest. If your e-cash ledger ka balance, e-credit ledger ka balance put together IGST, CGST and SGST was more than that 1 lakh rupees at any given point of time. So it says over here, where IGST credit has been wrongly availed and subsequently reversed it, interest shall not be payable if the balance of ITC in the e-credit ledger under the head IGST, CGST, SGST taken together never fell below the wrongly availed ITC. So I took IGST ka credit wrongly 1 lakh rupees. I used it. Now I have to reverse it. When I went to reverse, do I have to pay interest? You have to see if your e-credit ledger may always there was a 1 lakh rupees ka balance put together CGST, SGST or IGST, then Baba, you don't have to pay any interest. Now people asked one more question. Sir, I took IGST ka wrongly availed credit and I utilized it. So I have to pay interest from the date of utilization till the date of reversal. Sir, what if in my e-credit ledger GST compensation cess ka balance is there 1 lakh rupees? They are going ahead and telling GST compensation cess can never be utilized to pay IGST. GST compensation cess can be always used to pay output tax liability of GST compensation cess only. Cess ka balance can be used to pay cess only. And hence they went ahead and clarified over here, credit of compensation cess shall not be taken into account while considering e-credit ledger balance for the purpose of calculation of interest in respect of wrongly availed and utilized IGST, CGST or SGST credit. Remember this point. So sir, if I have taken IGST ka wrong credit, later reversed it, always in my e-credit ledger, I took 1 lakh rupees ka extra credit. Always in my e-credit ledger, IGST, CGST and SGST put together was more than 1 lakh. I just have to reverse the extra credit taken. I don't have to pay any interest. But sir, in my e-credit ledger, if GST compensation cess was there and IGST supposingly I took extra or CGST I took extra credit, wrongfully availed credit, later reversed it, remember one thing, you will be liable to pay interest because in your e-credit ledger there is GST compensation cess. GST compensation cess can never be used to pay your CGST, SGST or IGST, hence you will have to pay interest. Done, sir. This is the circular which has come. Here we are done with the amendments which have come with respect to the chapter of payment of taxes. Alright people, let's go ahead and now revise the chart of TDS. Everyone, TDS as a chapter is TDS and TCS are B graded chapter. 3 to 4 marks is maximum which you can go ahead and expect in the exam. Let's take a quick linking. We started learning GST with goods and service. Goods and service has to be supplied. Supply can be either interstate or intrastate. Inter or intra, GST will be levied. Once GST is levied, it has to be collected and paid by a taxable person. He will go ahead and calculate GST is equal to value of supply into rate of tax. Once you know the value, you will prepare the tax invoice, credit note and debit note. Now what will you do? You will go ahead and maintain your accounts and you will send the goods to the other person with the help of a e-way bill. Now sir, the liability to pay will come. It comes at the time of supply. You will go ahead and use your input tax credit. Remaining amount you will go ahead and make the payment. Everyone listen to me very carefully. When you learn the chapter of payment of taxes, in payment of taxes, you have e-cash ledger, e-credit ledger, e-liability ledger. In the payment of taxes, e-cash ledger may only TDS and TCS is being credited. So here comes the linking. We are going to learn about TDS and TCS. Remember one thing, TDS which is there is under section number 51 and TCS which is there is under section number 52. 51 may always it is 2% which is 1% CGST, 1% SGST. Here 2 may it is always 1%, that is 0.5% and 0.5%. Now everyone over here,
whenever there is a supplier who is going in and supplying to the government department, if number one, the value of supply is greater than 2.5 lakh, excluding the GST amount, and relating to taxable supply of goods and service, then you will have to go ahead and the recipient, that is the deductor, has to go ahead and deduct TDS. Everyone, for an example, 3 lakh rupees plus 18% GST. So you will go ahead and see the invoice as 3 lakh plus 27,000, 3 lakh 54,000. Always remember, the department, government department, being the recipient of goods and service, government has gone ahead and told government department, I want to go ahead and trace these people who are supplying to the government department. Hence, government department has to go ahead and deduct TDS and give it to the government. So what will the government department do? First of all, they will take compulsory registration, either TAN based or PAN based, and it's a separate registration which is to be taken. If they are normally registered, okay, but they will have to take separate registration as a TDS deductor. They will have to deduct only on the value. Always remember, they will deduct TDS only on the value, which is value, total invoice value minus GST. 1% CGST. If in the invoice CGST and HGST is charged, on the value also 1% CGST, 1% HGST will be charged. If on the invoice IGST is charged, then 3 lakh pay, 2% IGST will be deducted. Sir, that is 6,000 will be deducted, and remaining amount will be paid to the supplier. That is over here 2 lakh 94 per 54,000, 3 lakh 48,000. Now this supplier will go ahead and tell, where is my remaining 6,000? So government will do what? The government department will go ahead and pay this 6,000 to the government by challan. Government department when it makes the payment, it has to also go ahead and file a return, which is GSTR 7 by what date? By 10th of the next month. And one TDS certificate will be made available to the deductee. Now this 6,000 rupees will come to the deductee. Deductee will have to go ahead and validate, and the amount will be credited to his e-cash ledger, and he can also go ahead and claim a refund of the amount under section number 54. Are we clear, everyone? Now TDS certificate also will be made available to the deductee by the government on his common portal. Sir, always remember, in GSTR 7 the certificate will be made available, means the certificate is GSTR 7A. Sir, if I don't go ahead and deposit the TDS on time, always remember, late deposit means interest, and if you file the return late return means late fee of rupees 25 per day under CGST, 25 under SGST, up to a maximum of 1,000 under CGST, 1,000 under SGST. Now, sir, if I don't go ahead and deduct or pay, Baba, default in deduction or payment means you have gone ahead and defaulted, and they will go ahead, in case of default, they will give you a demand order under section number 73 or 74. Basically, they will demand the tax, interest, penalty. Penalty can be 10,000 or TDS amount, whichever is higher under CGST, TDS amount or 10,000, whichever is higher under SGST also. Deduction, sir, when do I have to deduct? A government department has to deduct on payment or credit, whichever is earlier. It means if they are paying an advance, they will have to go ahead and deduct TDS on advance also. Sir, who are these people who have to go ahead and deduct? Always remember, TDS deductors are of 4 categories. Number 1 is Department of Central Government, State Government, or local authority, or governmental agency, or person who is notified by the government on the recommendation of council. And this is the D category, which is the notified category. Notified category is notification has been issued, notification number 50/2018 and notification number 57/2017. If you are an authority, board or any other body which is set up under an act of the parliament or state legislature, or you are established by the government, and in any one of them equity or control greater than 51% is with the government, then Baba, you are also, being an authority, board or any other body, you will have to go ahead and deduct TDS. Or if you are a society established by the government, central government, state government, local authority under the Societies Registration Act, or you are a public sector undertaking, then also you are required to deduct TDS. Always remember, TDS has to be deducted by whom? Department of Central Government, State Government, Local Authority, Governmental Agency, or notified category. Notified category is authority, board or any other body established by the Act of Parliament or state legislature, or established by the government. With any one of them may equity or control greater than 51% is with the government. Or you are a society registered under the Society Registration Act, which is basically society formed by the government, Baba. Central government, state government, local authority, or it's a public sector undertaking, then also you are notified category liable to deduct TDS. Right, everyone? Always remember one thing. If A, B, C, D category are supplying among each other, then Baba TDS provisions are not applicable. Ministry of Defense is a government, central government department, but they will also not go ahead and deduct TDS. Local authority always means panchayat, municipality, Jila Parishad, all these people are known as local authorities. Sir, always remember one thing, no TDS. What is the scenario when TDS will not be there? Sir, if supplier and place of supply are in the same state and recipient is in other state, in that scenario TDS is not required. If supply is in one state, place of supply and recipient is in other state, then in that scenario TDS will be deducted, IGST will be charged and TDS will be deducted. Same state, CGST, SGST will be charged. Recipient also in same state, place of supply in same state, CGST, SGST, he will deduct 1% CGST, 1% SGST. Supplier and place of supply in one state, recipient is in other state, no TDS. Supplier in one state, place of supply and recipient both are in other state. In that scenario, IGST will charge 2%, IGST will be deducted. Always remember no TDS if supplier and place of supplier in one state. It is different. It is in different state from that of the recipient. Are we clear? Transaction is out of scope. Sale of land and building pay, there will be no TDS. Basically, any schedule 3 ka item, where basically any section number 7 to section number 7 to A or B ka item which is neither supply of goods nor supply of service, there will be no TDS. Sir, transaction nil rated, wholly exempt, non-taxable supply, no TDS. Transaction where total amount is payable under RCM, government is selling, in that scenario also no TDS. Transaction is made, payment is made to unregistered supplier. Government department is paying to an unregistered supplier. If they deduct TDS, I am unregistered, how will I get the credit? So hence, Baba, in that scenario, TDS is not required. TDS is not required when payment relates to a tax invoice which was issued before 1/10/2018, because the provisions of TDS only were effective from 1/10/2018. Then no TDS on advance before 1/10/2018, but invoice might be issued after. But to the extent the advance was given before 1/10/2018, because TDS had to be deducted on advance, but that time provisions were not effective, so on that advance also TDS is not required to be deducted. I hope everyone is clear. Always remember one thing, if in case of supply under a contract, if government department ke saath you have a contract where the contract value is greater than 2.5 lakh, in that scenario TDS will come on every invoice, even if the value per invoice might be, value of supply might be less than 2.5 lakh, then TDS now on every single invoice, then now TDS will be done. Now single invoice value shall not matter. So if government department ke saath you have a contract where the amount is greater than, contract value is greater than 2.5 lakh, then in that scenario government department now will go ahead and deduct TDS on every advance payment, on every payment or credit whichever is earlier, basically, right everyone? Is now always see contract value for determining TDS or no TDS, but you always have to go ahead and deduct on, Baba, you can go ahead and say simply payment or credit whichever is earlier. I hope everyone is clear. Can we go ahead everyone? Yes sir, we are all clear. Listen to me very carefully. For your exam, one question can be, they will go ahead and tell you contract values, they will tell you payment amounts. So you will always have to deduct on the payment or credit amounts which are there. Secondly, who are the people who are liable to deduct TDS? That is also very important. Thirdly, who are the people who are not liable to deduct? What are the cases when TDS is not to be deducted? That is also very important, right everyone? One thing which I want to go ahead and tell you, always remember one thing, if GTA is there, Goods Transport Agency, GTA is going ahead and giving services to a TDS deductor with Department of Central Government, State Government, Local Authority, right everyone? In that scenario, RCM is not applicable because they are registered as TDS deductor. RCM is not applicable. But if GTA is giving services to Department of Central Government, State Government, Local Authority, and they are registered normal registration, not TDS deductor, in that scenario RCM is there. You just have to remember this point. I thought I'll tell it to you. I hope you guys remember. If they are giving to these people and they are registered as TDS deductor, then RCM is not there. But if they are normally registered, then TDS, then sorry. Baba, if they are GTA is giving services to Department of Central Government, State Government, Local Authority who are registered as TDS deductor, then RCM is not there. It is exempted. But otherwise, RCM is there if they have taken normal registration. I will go ahead and close my revision on the chapter of TDS over here. Congratulations, people. Done, everyone. Alright students, let's go ahead and now revise the next chapter. The next chapter is TCS. Everyone over here. TCS ka chapter. TCS is under section number 52, always remember under section number 52, we always deduct 1%. Sir, section number 51 is TDS and we always deduct under section number 51 2%. Right, everyone? Chalo, 2% means 1% CGST, 1% SGST was there. In TCS, we deduct 0.5% CGST, 0.5% SGST, or 1% IGST. Right, everyone? Now, TCS ka provision is applicable basically on an e-commerce operator. When it is applicable, you always have to remember one thing. Whenever any supply is done through an e-commerce operator, where the supplier has gone ahead and invoiced it, means the invoice was in the name of the supplier. However, the payment was collected by the e-commerce operator, then in that scenario, TCS provision will be applicable and the e-commerce operator has to go ahead and deduct TCS. So over here, supposedly, there's one person who has gone ahead and placed an order on Flipkart. Flipkart went ahead and directed the order to the supplier. Supplier went ahead and packed the order. And so first he placed the order. Order got directed. Then he went ahead and packed the order and sent it to the buyer. Now, buyer would have gone ahead and made the payment to Flipkart. Government went ahead and told these suppliers who are sitting somewhere at home and doing business, we want to know who are the supplier, and hence government went ahead and told this e-commerce operators has to go ahead. This e-commerce operator should go ahead and deduct some TCS amount, give it to the government so that government can track this suppliers who are going in and supplying through e-commerce operator, and hence government went in and told Baba e-commerce operator, before you go ahead and make the payment, means when will you make the payment? You will make the payment after the return period is over. Whenever you make the payment, you should go ahead and deduct TCS. So after the 15 days, when the return period gets over, then he will deduct TCS on whatever invoice was given. So the invoice was given by the supplier, for an example, for 50,000 rupees plus GST. Then always remember, TCS will always be on the value of taxable supply. If on the invoice the supplier had gone in and charged CGST and SGST, then on the value the e-commerce will deduct what? CGST 0.5 and SGST 0.5 as TCS. If in the invoice the supplier had gone ahead and, because the supply was interstate supply, might be the supplier had gone ahead and charged IGST, then e-commerce operator will also go ahead and deduct on the value 1% IGST. Are we clear, everyone? Now, always remember one thing, e-commerce operator, when it goes ahead and collects TCS, remember one thing, e-commerce can be normally registered for its commission ka income or for its other sale ka income, but it has to go ahead and take registration for TCS collection as a separate registration, has to be separate registration as a TCS collector has to be taken, and Baba, for that PAN is mandatory, and no TCS if the amount is directly collected by the supplier. Means I went in and supplied, I collected the amount directly. In that scenario, when Flipkart or e-commerce operator does not collect an amount, then Baba, in that scenario, TCS provisions are not applicable. So people over here, he went ahead and placed an order. Order came to the supplier. Supplier packed and supplied. E-commerce operator received the payment. Supplier gave the invoice. Invoice is in the name of the supplier, but e-commerce went ahead and collected the payment. Then e-commerce has to take registration as TCS collector, pay the TCS to the government by filing. Baba, when it is filing GSTR 8, which is their monthly return, monthly statement, basically monthly statement, we go ahead and call it. They have to go ahead and file by 10th. So first they will make the payment and then they will go ahead and file their GSTR 8. Now what will happen? Government will make the GST, the TCS ka credit available to the supplier on their dashboard. They will have to go ahead and click TCS or TDS received. They will click over there and then they will go ahead and validate that, okay, these are the amount which are there. This TCS amount belongs to me. You have to validate and the amount will be credited to your e-cash ledger. Now, how will the amount be credited to your e-cash ledger? So, government had gone ahead and told, as a TCS collector, e-commerce will take registration compulsorily as a TCS collector whenever it has to collect TCS. And you being the supplier of goods or services through e-commerce, you also have to take compulsory registration under section number 24. However, supplier of services was told that you will be exempted from registration up to 20 lakh and 10 lakh, and hence, if you are a supplier of service through e-commerce up to 20 lakh or 10 lakh, you are not required registration, and neither will the e-commerce also go ahead and deduct TCS. So they will also not go ahead and deduct TCS if you are a supplier of service who is unregistered. Can we go ahead, everyone? Yes, sir. Point is clear. Always remember one thing, TCS is deducted on the net turnover. Supplier wise, you will have to go ahead and see. Every supplier wise, they will go ahead and see whatever is the aggregate turnover of taxable supplies in a month. Basically, deduct all the supplies which are returned and whatever is the net value of supplies, excluding Thar services, transportation of passenger through motor cab, maxi cab, housekeeping services, accommodation, and restaurant wala services, you leave them. Leaving them, whatever is the net value of taxable supplies, on that, the e-commerce will always go ahead and deduct TCS. Are we all clear till here, sir? Is the e-commerce required registration in all the state? Yes, Baba, because supplier and recipient will there be on in all the state. Because suppliers ke liye TCS has to be deducted, they have to go ahead and take registration in all the states. Yes, everyone. In each state or UT, as obligation for collecting would be there for every inter-state or interstate supply. Then, sir, if there is any error when they are going in and filing their GSTR 8, their and monthly statement, might be they have not gone ahead and put some amount, or might be there is some mistake. Can the rectification be done? Yes, Baba, e-commerce operator, when it files his GSTR 8, if there is any mistake, then the rectification of error or mistake can be done. Rectification has to be done in the statement to be furnished for the month in which the error or omission is noticed. However, remember one thing, everyone, whenever you are going ahead and correcting an error, interest at the rate 18% will have to be paid by you. Right, everyone? What is the maximum time limit to go ahead and rectify an error? 30th of November of next financial year, or actual date of furnishing annual return, whichever is earlier. Sir, tell me one thing. Supposingly, the Flipkart or the e-commerce operator did not go ahead and collect, the non-collection is always known as what, everyone? It is equal to omission and attracts penalty under section number 122(1) clause 6. Are we clear? Section number 122(1)(6), which is 10,000 rupees, or the TCS amount, whichever is higher. This is under CGST Act, similar amount payable under SGST. Sir, can the supplier go ahead and maintain the stock in the godown of the Flipkart, etc.? Yes, Baba, in the e-commerce ka godown, they can go ahead and maintain the stock. But in that scenario, you have to declare that godown as the additional place of business. Also remember one thing, Baba, supposingly I go ahead and supply to Flipkart, and Flipkart goes ahead and supplies to the customer in his own name. In that scenario, Flipkart becomes my agent. And Baba, in that scenario, TCS provision will not be applicable. Remember one thing, TCS provisions are not applicable when the e-commerce operator becomes your agent. It should be a supply. If I am selling through my own portal, is TCS provision applicable? No. TCS provisions will be applicable when I am selling through someone else's portal. I am selling, invoices in given in my name. Only the payment has been received by this e-commerce operator. Then e-commerce operator, because he is involved in the payment process, he will go ahead and deduct TCS. Sir, if my stock is maintained in the warehouse of Flipkart, etc., thus government have the power to go ahead and ask Flipkart or the e-commerce operator to give details about the stock maintained, about the supplies which are done through it. Yes. Sir, notice by the GST authority is greater than equal to Deputy Commissioner. They can give a notice to the e-commerce operator and tell them that we want you to furnish the details of supplies of goods, services, or both which are affected through you. Basically, supposingly, what is the supplies which are done through you by various people? That has to be told. So e-commerce has to inform what are the supplies done through me by various suppliers. Secondly, details of stock maintained by the e-commerce, that detail also has to be provided if the government has gone ahead and asked you. Sir, if you don't go ahead and provide, Deputy Commissioner greater than equal to Deputy Commissioner send you a notice and you did not provide within 15 working days, then Baba, penalty up to how much, everyone? 25,000. Are we all clear till here? Everyone over here. Remember, when is TCS provision not applicable? Whenever the transaction is out of scope. Whenever transaction is out of scope, anyways, there is no GST and hence TCS provisions are not applicable. Secondly, if the tax is always payable, if the tax is paid to be paid by the recipient under RCM, in that scenario, e-commerce will not go ahead and deduct any TCS. Thirdly, if transaction is nil rated, wholly exempt, non-taxable supply, then also TCS provisions are not applicable. Fourthly, if supply is unregistered, but the suppliers who are unregistered, who are the supplier unregistered in case of supplying through e-commerce? Supplier of service whose turnover is up to 20 lakh or 10 lakh are unregistered, and in that scenario, e-commerce will also not deduct TCS, because if e-commerce deducts TCS, how will they get the credit? The next one over here is no TCS on services covered under section number 95. 95 was what, everyone? THAR, transportation of passenger through motor cab, maxi cab, omnibus, etc. Sir, housekeeping services, accommodation and restaurant services. In this scenario, TCS provisions are not applicable. Remember one thing, annual statement to be filed by e-commerce operator is GSTR 9B. That is to be filed by 31st December of the next financial year. Sir, e-commerce operator filed his GSTR 8 in which he mentioned that Ramesh has sold rupees 1 lakh rupees ka goods worth through my portal, and Baba, my GSTR 1, I have to go ahead and show my sale. My GSTR 1 will be matched with the GSTR 8 which was furnished by whom? The e-commerce operator. So it goes ahead and says supplier GSTR 1 will be matched with the e-commerce ka GSTR 8. Any discrepancy will be communicated to both the parties, and it is to be rectified by the supplier or the e-commerce operator in the same month of communication. If you communicate If you rectify, then it is very good. If you don't rectify, then it will be added to the output tax liability of the supplier in the succeeding month. And now you will have to go ahead and pay that along with interest. Pay the tax along with interest at the rate 18% from the due date till the date of payment. Sir, I've gone ahead and told over here the difference between section number 51 and 52. Section number 51, everyone. TDS is 2%, TCS is 1%. TDS recipient will deduct. Baba, recipient, Department of Central Government, State Government, Local Authority, Governmental Agency or notified category, they will deduct and they will pay to the government. Here, e-commerce will deduct and pay to the government, not the recipient, e-commerce. Sir, TDS obligation is on notified recipient. Yes or no, everyone? Only on those notified 4 categories who are there. And Baba, TCS is on every e-commerce who collects the payment, who receives the payment. Sir, TDS is only when the contract value is more than 2.5 lakh. TCS is if e-commerce collects the consideration. TCS is always payable. Return is GSTR 7. Here, return is GSTR 8. One small point over here is which one, sir? Which one over here? One circular is there. Sir, what does the circular go ahead and tell? 1 minute, everyone. Where are we? Just a second, everyone. The circular goes ahead and says over here, everyone. What does the circular say? TCS shall be collected by T-board. Baba, what happens over here? Nowadays, the T-board is online. T-board is online, which is there, and online auctioning also happens. Okay, everyone. So this is supposing like the T-board over here, which is online nowadays. So you are the supplier who supplies the tea. He is the recipient who buys the tea over here. So what happens in this scenario? These people go and do the bidding online, and Baba, the order is directed to you. You go ahead, pack and supply, and you go ahead and give the invoice, right, everyone? And then the payment is done by these people to the T-board online. And T-board online, basically, they go ahead and make the payment to you. So in this scenario, people ask whether T-board will be required to collect TCS. Government told yes. When the supply is done through the e-commerce operator and the e-commerce has collected the payment, TCS provision will be applicable on the T-board also. Are we clear? And when the payment is done to the supplier before that time, TCS will be deducted. The second question which was asked was, sir, auctioneer who did the auctioneer also gave his services through the e-commerce portal by doing the auction. Yes or no, everyone? So auctioneer ka case mein, he will give the invoices and basically he has given the services. He has given the services and the brokerage will be commission. Auctioneer ka commission will be taken. Array, auctioneer ka services ke liye amount will be collected. He has gone ahead and given the invoices for his services and the payment will directly come to the T-board. T-board will go ahead and make the payment to him. Whenever the e-commerce operator is making the payment to the auctioneer also on the commission, for the commission, etc., that time also TCS provision will be applicable. It says over here, TCS shall be collected on by the T-board from seller, that is the tea producer, on net value of what? Supplies of goods, that is tea. On the tea from the supplier, TCS will be collected, and from the auctioneer on the net value of supply of service, that is brokerage pay also, T-board will go ahead and collect. T-board, coffee board, etc. ka case mein, Baba, whenever if T-board, coffee board, whoever is doing the auction online, payment is collected online, then Baba, when they are making the payment, TCS provision will be applicable. Are we clear, everyone? Remember one thing, everyone. Always remember this point in your exam. The TCS provisions are applicable only when I have supplied to someone else's portal, right, everyone? Invoice is given in my name, and the payment has been collected by the e-commerce operator. I'll go ahead and close my revision on the chapter of TCS. Congratulations, people.
Now, the next amendment which is there is in the chapter of TCS, TDS and TCS. TCS ka chart mein there is a small change, nothing. First of all, this GSTR 8 which is there, supposingly April month ka GSTR 8, by May ka 10th you have to go ahead and furnish. Now, supposing the statement of GSTR 8 you did not furnish by 10th of May, then what is the last date by when you can furnish? Now, they have gone ahead and told belated GSTR 8 cannot be filed after the expiry of 3 years from the due date of furnishing the said return. Said statement. Actually, GSTR 8 is a statement. So remember, May 10th, April ka statement by May 10th. May 10th, if you don't furnish, what is the maximum time limit till when you can furnish? 3 years is the maximum time limit. After 3 years, you will not be able to furnish that GSTR 8. For that period, basically. The next one over here is, sir, supposingly TCS is collected, government ko I will pay the TCS, I'll file GSTR 8. Now, when you are filing GSTR 8, government will go ahead and make the TCS credit available to you. But To whom? To only registered supplier, and hence they have gone ahead and told government will make available to the supplier on their dashboard the TCS ka credit. You have to go ahead and validate, and the amount will come to your e-cash ledger. Only registered person can take the TCS ka credit, and hence government told it will be made available to which supplier? Only registered supplier. This is one small change over here. One more circular has come over here, wherein they are going ahead and talking about multiple e-commerce operators being involved in a single transaction. Where multiple e-commerce are involved in a single transaction, let me go ahead and quickly tell you. Supposingly there is a buyer over here, there is an e-commerce operator which has all, where the buyer comes and makes his purchase. Then there is one more e-commerce operator which is the seller side e-commerce operator. These are the sellers. All the sellers are being listed in this e-commerce. So what happens? Buyer gives the order in one e-commerce. This e-commerce supposing collected 100 rupees. This e-commerce operator deducted his commission of 10 rupees, and remaining 90 rupees it passed on to this e-commerce operator where these suppliers are being listed. And ultimately this e-commerce operator makes the payment to the supplier, which is the e-commerce operator who will deduct TCS. He will to just deduct his commission and pay the remaining amount to this e-commerce. Now, who will deduct TCS over here? Clarification came very simple. The supplier side e-commerce. This is the buyer side ka e-commerce. This is the supplier side ka e-commerce. The supplier side ka e-commerce, who is ultimately releasing the payment to the supplier or the seller, he is the person going to deduct TCS and do all the compliances under section number 52. That's all they have gone ahead and told. TCS and other compliances under section number 52 is to be done by the supplier side e-commerce operator, who finally releases the payment to the supplier. Who is finally releasing the payment to the supplier? He will go ahead and deduct the TCS. Done, sir. This point is clear. Now, one more question which they went ahead and asked. Supposing there is a buyer who is there. Buyer went ahead and placed in order his order on the e-commerce operator. E-commerce operator directed it to another e-commerce operator, basically who is also the supplier. I am also an e-commerce operator and I am also the supplier. And I went ahead and supplied. Now, in this scenario, who will deduct the TCS? They went ahead and told, in this scenario, the person who is actually releasing the payment to the e-commerce operator who is the supplier. This e-commerce operator is only the supplier. For an example, Ramesh Soni classes. I am an e-commerce operator also and I am the supplier also. So, this e-commerce operator went ahead and directed. He went ahead and directed the supplier, please make the supply. So, when he directed the supplier to make the supply, this e-commerce operator who is actually taking the payment and then releasing the payment to this e-commerce operator. What is happening? This e-commerce operator, when he is going ahead and releasing the payment, notorious boy here. Okay. So when he is releasing the payment over here, this e-commerce will deduct the TCS. I hope you guys understood the difference between both of them. Here, two different e-commerce was there and supplier was different. This e-commerce was different, this e-commerce was different, and this supplier was different. In this scenario, when the e-commerce is releasing the payment to the supplier, this e-commerce will do the compliance. But here, the e-commerce operator, he is only the supplier. Then in this scenario, the e-commerce in between, who collects the payment from the customer and ultimately releases the payment to the supplier, who is also the e-commerce operator, this e-commerce will go ahead and do the TCS. And that is what is being told over here, where multiple e-commerce are involved in a single transaction and the supplier side e-commerce himself is the supplier. TCS is to be collected by the buyer side e-commerce operator while making the payment to the supplier. I hope this point is clear. This is a small circular on TCS deduction which has come. Very good one. Please take care of this. Done, sir. Point is clear. We are done with the amendments relating to the chapter of TCS. All right, students, let's go ahead and now revise the next chapter. The next chapter is returns. Let's take a quick linking. We started learning GST with goods or service. Goods or service has to be supplied. Supply can be either interstate or supply can be either intrastate. Interstate, GST will be levied. Intrastate, GST will be levied. Once GST is levied, GST has to be collected and paid by a taxable person. How will he collect? How will he pay? He'll calculate GST is equal to value of supply into rate of tax. Once you know the value, you'll prepare the tax invoice, credit note, debit note, and delivery challan. Once you prepare the tax invoice, credit note, debit note, you will go ahead and maintain your accounts and records, and you will send the goods to the other person with the help of e-way bill. Now, sir, what will happen? My liability to pay will come. Liability to pay comes at the time of supply. You will go ahead and use your input tax credit. Remaining amount you will make the payment, and then you will go ahead and file your return. And here we are in our chapter of returns. Everyone over here.
Whenever a person starts his business, now he will become liable. Whenever you become liable, you become a taxable person. You become liable under section number 22 or 24. Then, Baba, you will go ahead and take registration. You will apply for the registration within how many days, everyone? 30 days. Once you go ahead and apply and registration is granted, because you applied within 30 days, registration will be effective from the date of becoming liable. Now, from the date of becoming liable till the grant of RC, whatever supplies you have done, you will go ahead and issue a revised tax invoice, and all the revised tax invoice you will go ahead and show it in your first return, which is there. Section number 40 talks about the first return, which says, sir, whatever supplies you have done between the date of becoming liable till the date of grant of registration certificate, whatever supplies you have done, all that supplies you will go ahead and show it in your first return, which is filed under section number 40. The next one over here is, after that, sir, regular returns will start. Section number 70. Section number 37 goes ahead and talks about GSTR1, which is your outward supply ka details. Section number 38, GSTR2, which is no more there. GSTR1 ka details nowadays comes in GSTR2A and 2B. And the next one is section number 39, which talks about a monthly return like GSTR3B, GSTR4, GSTR5, etc. Remember, GSTR1 is not applicable. It is applicable to every registered person, including composition taxable. No, casual taxable person, including casual taxable person. But except what, everyone? NRTP, composition person, TDS deductor, TCS collector, and OIDR. So every month you will file your GSTR1, GSTR3B, GSTR1, GSTR3B, GSTR1, GSTR3B. Now, sir, at the year end, once the year gets over, by the year end, once the year gets over, the next year ka 31st December, you will have to file your annual return. So once the year gets over, by next year 31st December. So supposedly it is which year, everyone? 2021, then 21 ka by 31st December 2021 you should file your annual return. Remember one thing, annual return is GSTR 9 and 9A. 9A for whom, everyone? Composition person. Can I go ahead, everyone? Then it says, plus along with that, you have to give a self-certified reconciliation statement if aggregate turnover is more than 5 crore. Remember, self-certified reconciliation statement is required only when the turnover is more than 5 crore rupees. And annual return is required by every registered person, irrespective of the turnover. But now, what they have gone ahead and told, for the year 17, 18, 18, 19, 19, 20, annual return was made optional for taxpayers with aggregate turnover up to 2 crore rupees. And for the year 2021, 21, 22, registered person with aggregate turnover up to 2 crore were always already exempted from the annual return. So annual return, basically, if you see 17, 18, 18, 19, 19, 20, 20, 21, 21, 22, again they will continue and they will tell you, if your turnover is up to 2 crore rupees, you are not required to file annual return. So there are two things which are there. Number one is your annual return, and one is the self-certified reconciliation statement. Remember one thing, annual return for 17, 18, 18, 19, 19, 20, 21, 22, everyone 20, 21. They have gone ahead and told annual return is not required if your turnover is up to 2 crore. Only when your turnover is more than 2 crore, you need your annual return. Are we clear, everyone? Remember, if your turnover is more than 2 crore, you need annual return. More than 2 crore? Okay. If I go ahead and tell you your annual return, aggregate turnover is more than 2 crore, okay. If I tell you up to 2 crore, if your turnover is less than equal to 2 crore, not required, not required. More than 2 crore, yes, you are required. This one, not required. Sir, if your turnover is more than 2 crore, up to 5 crore, okay, everyone? If your turnover is up to more than 5 crore, more than 5 crore, yes, this is also required, and yes, self-certified reconciliation statement is also required. Are we all clear till here? The next one over here is, sir, also remember this annual return etc. concept is not applicable to the central government, state government, local authority whose books of accounts are being audited by C&AG or auditor appointed under their law. The next one over here is, sir, now I filed annual return, monthly return, I am tired, sir. I want to go ahead and cancel my registration. Business discontinued, cancellation applied. When the cancellation proceedings are going on, then during this period your registration will be suspended. And sir, once the registration cancellation order comes, or the date of cancellation order came over here and they cancel your registration retrospectively. Cancellation order came and they cancelled your registration from here, whichever is later, say, always remember, from the cancellation order ka date or the actual date of cancellation, whichever is later, from that day within 3 months you have to go ahead and file one bye-bye return, which is your GSTR 10. And when you are filing your GSTR 10, always remember, whatever the liability calculated as per section number 29.5, should always be paid. Everyone over here now, sir. Now you have to go ahead and file. You will go ahead and file your GSTR1 or IFF. Sir, what do you mean by IFF? Listen, let's go ahead and talk about the QRMP scheme also first, and then we'll come back. Sir, what is a QRMP scheme? Whenever you are going ahead and talking about returns, people went ahead and told, what, sir, everyone GSTR1, GSTR3B, GSTR1, GSTR3B. Please give us something simpler. Please go ahead and tell us to file your GSTR1 and GSTR3Bs quarterly. So government went ahead and told, okay, you can file your returns quarterly, but payment has to be made monthly, and hence the scheme was done quarterly return but monthly payment scheme. In this scheme, they went ahead and told, if your turnover in the preceding financial year, for an example, this scheme was launched in 2021. Actually, in January 2021, it was launched, but we will go ahead and take, as of now, for understanding purpose, that supposingly, if we are going ahead and checking whether 21-22 May, do we get QRMP scheme or not, then you have to see the preceding financial year, which is 2021. If 2021 May, you are a registered person other than OIDR, because OIDRs are not eligible for QRMP scheme. If you are a person who is not a OIDR, then if your turnover in the preceding financial year was up to 5 crore rupees, then you will be eligible for QRMP scheme. Are we clear, everyone? Now, when you go ahead and take QRMP scheme, remember, if you have 3 registrations which are there, 3 registration may, one you want QRMP scheme, others you don't want QRMP scheme, chalega baba, no problem at all. What they are telling over here, option available is GST and wise, and option exercise 1 shall continue unless you go ahead and revise. So if you go ahead and opt for the option, then unless you revise, this option will continue. And they are telling over here, supposingly, for April, May and June, this is the first quarter you are eligible, because your last year turnover was up to 5 crore. Here you did not cross, then also you are eligible. In this quarter also, eligible ka IGIE fell down. Please pick it up. Okay, everyone. Then, sir, the next one over here is October, November, and December. Remember, if supposingly here you cross the aggregate turnover 5 crore, then, sir, you will not be, you will be eligible in the current year, current quarter, but next quarter you will become ineligible. My question is 22-23, will you be eligible, everyone? No, because in the preceding financial year, you have already gone ahead and exceeded how much? 5 crore rupees. Remember one thing, QRMP scheme means filing your GSTR1 quarterly, payment also done quarterly. No. Payment is monthly. GSTR1, GSTR3B, you can file quarterly, but payment to be done monthly. And this scheme is available for those people whose last year turnover was up to 5 crore rupees. Are we clear? In the current year, you will get the option. Sir, how to go ahead and opt for the option? Remember one thing, rule number 61 says, manner of opting for QRMP scheme. For an example, I want the QRMP scheme from April, May, June, for April, May and June. Then, sir, preceding quarter May, 2 months prior, you have to go ahead and apply up to this date. This many days, any days you can go ahead and apply. And once the quarter starts, also within 1 month, you can go ahead and apply and take QRMP scheme. So, what is the time limit to apply for this quarter, everyone? 2 months prior tak you can apply, and 1 month after the quarter has started. Within that time, you can go ahead and apply for QRMP scheme. It says over here, registered person should have filed the last return due on the date of exercising the option to opt for the QRMP scheme. So any quarter, if you are going ahead and opting for QRMP scheme, remember the last quarter, which was the last return, whichever was due, you should go ahead and file. Only then you can go for QRMP scheme. Then they have gone ahead and told over here, what is the procedure post opting for quarterly return? Remember one thing, quarterly return may what happens? See, generally, if I go ahead and tell you April, if I tell you May, if I tell you June over here, you will file your GSTR1. It will go to the front party ka GSTR2B and he can take the credit. I am talking about monthly return. And then you will file your GSTR1. It will go to the other person ka GSTR2B. You will file your GSTR1. Then for the payment, you will file your GSTR3B. So you will pay and you will file your GSTR3B. Again, May month may you will file your GSTR1. Then you will pay your, it will go to the front party ka GSTR2B and he can take the credit. So you are a supplier over here. He is the recipient. You filed your GSTR1. It went to the GSTR2B. Then you paid your taxes, filed your GSTR3B. Sir, again you filed your GSTR1. It went to the front person ka GSTR2B. You paid your taxes and you filed your GSTR3B over here. Okay? Again you went ahead and filed your GSTR1. You paid your taxes. Again you filed your GSTR3B by after paying the tax. And GSTR1 went to the front person ka GSTR2B. Now listen to me very carefully. People went ahead and told, sir, what is this? Everyone filing GSTR1, pay the tax, file 3B. We don't want so much complicated thing. So government went ahead and told, I'll give you quarterly return. And in quarterly return, what government told, that every month you don't have to file your GSTR1, Quarterly you can file one GSTR 1, and every month you don't have to file GSTR 3B. Quarterly once you can file your GSTR 3B also. But payment every month has to be made monthly. Now people told because of these two problem will come, sir. When I'm not filing GSTR 1, how will you get the credit? So government told I will introduce one facility, invoice furnishing facility, where you can put the details of the invoice for which the front party wants the credit. So instead of GSTR 1, you will use invoice furnishing facility. You put the details and the front party will get the credit in the GSTR 2B. Second quarter, what will I do, everyone? Again, I will do invoice furnishing facility and the front person will get the credit. And lastly, I will go ahead and file my GSTR 1. Whatever is the remaining payment, I'll make the payment and I'll file my GSTR 3B. This is what, everyone, quarterly return, but payment should always be done every month. So, sir, tell me one thing. Okay, for giving the credit to you entered and told invoice furnishing facility can be used. Sir, how to make the payment? Because when I'm filing my GSTR 3B, only then I will come to know how much is my output tax liability, how much is the credit I'm claiming, and the balance I'll pay. So, sir, how to make the payment? For that, government went ahead and told procedure post opting quarterly return, but payment to be done monthly. So, the options available. For an example, I'm talking about April, May, June. Then, Baba, they are going ahead and telling over here that what are the option available with you. So, April, May, and June ke liye, April ke liye I'll make the payment by what date, everyone? 25th of May. And May month ke liye, when will I make the payment? By 25th of June. And for the whole quarter, whatever is the balance payment, I will go ahead and make the balance payment on 22nd or 24th and file my quarterly return, which is the GSTR 3B. Sir, whenever I am taking the payment, monthly payment has to be done. Always whenever you are making the payment, whatever is the credit available in your e-credit ledger or whatever is the cash available in your e-cash ledger, please deduct that amount and then only go ahead and make the payment. Sir, but tell me how to make the payment. So, sir, April, May and June ka liye, April, May and June ke liye, I am thinking April ke liye how much payment I should do, May ke liye how much payment I should do. Then they went ahead and told before April, May and June, were you under quarterly return? I told yes, I was under quarterly return. So they will tell previous quarter ke liye whatever was paid in cash, of that you can pay 35%. 35%, and then when you are filing GSTR 3B, pay the balance. Sir, previous quarter mein I was not under quarterly return. I am new to quarterly return. Then previous month ka whatever you paid in cash, of that you can pay 100%, 100%, and then you can pay the balance. So this is one deemed method which is there. So what they told everyone, fix some method. So you can pay of the previous quarter mein what you had paid in cash. Sir, 35% of the GST paid, 35% of the GST paid in the previous quarter, and then sir, differential payment has to be done. So Baba, people where GSTR 3B is filed quarterly, make the monthly payment of the previous quarter 35%, and then when you are actually filing your GSTR 3B on 22nd or 24th, 22nd is for the lower part of India, 24th is for the upper part of India. They are telling you can just go ahead and make the differential payment, no interest to be paid on any tax, unpaid, short paid, interest differential if the interest 18% if differential is not paid within the due date, that is 22nd or 24th. Sir, if I have gone ahead, if I am new to QRMP scheme, always remember one thing. In that scenario, previous month May, whatever you had paid, before April came March month May, whatever you had paid, of that you have to pay 100%, 100% and the balance. So it says 100% of the GST paid, 100% of the GST paid, where the return was filed monthly in the previous quarter, if you are new to QRMP scheme. And lastly, you will go ahead and pay the differential amount. If differential is not paid on the due date, then you will be liable to pay interest. Sir, over here I have given the example. So in the previous quarter, January to March, supposing you had paid 100, 100, 550 using your cash ledger. Then Baba, remember one thing. They are going ahead and telling tax to be paid in each month. For April and May will be 35% of this 100, 35%, 500 ka 35% and 50 ka 35%. But sir, in case last quarter, last return was filed, was monthly, then tax to be paid for the tax period March, and now April, May ke liye you want to make the payment, then whatever was paid, 100% you can pay now. April, May also you can pay 100%, and then when you are filing your GSTR 3B, make the actual calculation and pay the differential amount. Sir, I don't want to go ahead and go for this deemed method ki last quarter ka pay 35% in balance or 100%, 100% in balance. Then you can go for fixed sum method. If you don't want to go self-assessment method, it means you can go ahead and make the actual tax liability ka payment. Sir, how will I make actual tax liability? Calculate your actual tax liability, output minus input, and pay the differential. But remember, here also you'll pay the differential for the whole quarter. If anything was shortfall over here and here, then you will be liable to pay interest. Remember, interest is payable under section number 50 for any tax unpaid or short paid at the time of filing GSTR 3B. Now, everyone over here. So, sir, if I am under monthly return or I am under quarterly return, what will happen? Sir, if you are under monthly return, you are not a QRMP person, then GSTR 3B to be filed by what date, everyone? 20th. And GSTR 1 to be filed by what date? 11th of the next month. And sir, whenever you are filing your GSTR 1, you will show your invoice ka detail, you will show your debit note ka detail, you will show your credit note ka detail, and the details will go to the front person ka. GSTR 2A and GSTR 2A say 2B gets created on the 14th of the next month, and that person will be able to take the credit. But sir, if I am under QRMP scheme, remember April, May and June, first you will do IFF and then GSTR 1. IFF ke liye the due date is not 11th. It is what date, everyone? 13th. 13th. And for quarterly GSTR 1 also it is 13th. To give the front person the credit, you should only show those invoices which are B2B invoices in the month of April and May, because IFF is a facility for giving invoices only which are relating to what, everyone? B2B supplies, because the front party wants the credit. Sir, what about April and May ka B2C invoices that you can show in the month of June? Basically, for the quarter when you are going ahead and filing your GSTR 1, you can show June month ka B2B invoice, B2C invoice, April and May ka B2B, B2C, and B2B ka invoices which you are not shown in the IFF also can be shown, because the maximum amount of invoice value which you can show over here is only up to 50 lakh rupees. The front party will get the credit over here, and Baba, from that GSTR 2A, 2B will get created. Always remember, IFF is an optional facility to furnish B2B invoices only. And sir, QRMP scheme, may remember, you are allowed QRMP scheme only if your aggregate turnover in the preceding financial year is less than equal to 5 crore, and GSTR 3B quarterly ka date is what, everyone? 22nd or 24th of the quarter gets over the next month of the quarter. Are we clear, everyone? 22nd is for the lower part of India, upper part of India ke liye it is 24th. Sir, tell me one thing. If one person is showing GSTR 1 or he is showing IFF, it will go to the front person ka where? GSTR 2A. Sir, if person is NRTP is filing GSTR 5, that also comes in your GSTR 2A. ISD files GSTR 6, that also comes in your GSTR 2A. TDS, TCS ka amount which has to come, the front party TDS has been deducted, TCS has been collected by the e-commerce operator, that also they will file GSTR 7 and GSTR 8. That also comes in your GSTR 2A. Sir, importation of goods from outside India or SEZ when domestic tariff area goods supply is done, Baba, on the basis of bill of entry, again in that scenario GSTR 2A details will come. Are we clear? So if SEZ say supplies are done to the domestic tariff area, SEZ to domestic tariff area ka supply pay, whatever GST is there, again that will come in your GSTR 2A. On the basis of GSTR 2A, 2B gets created. And 2B is the IT. Baba, on the basis of 2B, whatever is the ITC appearing, that only credit can be taken. And 2B may also, which is not coming in restricted column. Can I go ahead, everyone? So 2B may, what is coming over here, 2B may the details which are furnished in GSTR 1, those which are appearing in your 2B, 2A, say 2B will get created. GSTR 5 ka detail, GSTR 6 ka detail, or people if they were under quarterly return, they would have done IFF, that will also come in your GSTR 2B. Invoice wise detail and details of IGST paid on importation of goods, or whenever SEZ to domestic tariff area the supply was done, whatever IGST was paid, that will also start appearing in your GSTR 2B. Whatever appears in your GSTR 2B, take the credit against your output test, set it off, and balance you have to go ahead and pay when you are filing your GSTR 3B. Are we all 100% clear till here? Now, on the right hand side, you will go ahead and see over here cases when registered person will be barred from furnishing details in GSTR 1 or IFF. Remember one thing, very, very important from exam point of view. They can ask you a 3-mark question. What are they telling over here? Cases when registered person is debarred from furnishing GSTR 1 or IFF. It says over here, a registered person will not be allowed to furnish GSTR 1 if GSTR 3B is not furnished for the preceding month. So if you have not gone in and filed GSTR 1 for the preceding month, then this month GSTR 1 will not be allowed. Are we clear, everyone? See, sorry. You will not be allowed to furnish details in GSTR 1 if GSTR 3B is not furnished for the preceding month. So if I go ahead and tell you this is April over here, this is May over here, GSTR 1 you filed, but GSTR 3B you did not pay your taxes, then next GSTR 1 also you can't go ahead and file. They are telling registered person whose turnover is up to 5 crore rupees and in the preceding financial year and he has opted for quarterly return. then he will not be allowed to furnish the detail in GSTR1, or he can't use IFF also if he has not furnished GSTR3B for the preceding tax period. Supposingly, I am under quarterly return monthly payment. What I did over here, I did supposingly IFF, again I did IFF, again I filed GSTR1, passed on the credit, but GSTR3B, when I had to go ahead and file over here, I did not file. Then they are telling next quarter ke liye your IFF also will get blocked. No IFF also, no GSTR1 also. The next one over here is, sir, this is the amendment which is there, which has come because of rule number 88C. They are telling a registered person whom an intimation has been given under rule number 88C in respect of tax period. So, Baba, what was 88C going ahead and telling? Rule number 88C told whenever GSTR1 and GSTR3B may any difference will be there, then officer will go ahead. So, it says where the tax payable by a registered person in GSTR1 or IFF exceeds the tax payable in GSTR3B by such amount and percentage as may be prescribed by the council, the registered person will be intimated of the difference in GSTR, GST DRC 01B, GST DRC 01B ka part A mein will be informed, and a copy will be sent on your mail also highlighting the difference. Either you pay the differential or explain the differences within how many days? 7 days. If you pay and furnish that part B may the details, or you reply in part B, then okay. Otherwise, people always remember where the amount remains unpaid or no explanation is given, then the amount becomes recoverable. Now, GSTR1 and GSTR3B may difference was there. You have been given part A of GST DRC 01B may details that, sir, there is a difference in your GSTR1, IFF, and GSTR3B, then sir, it means you have done something wrong. You are not going ahead and putting correct details in your GSTR3B. There is a difference. Then Baba, you will be informed. Now, if you are informed and they are telling over here, you have been given an intimation. Intimation is given in what, everyone? GST DRC 01P may, then sir, a person to whom intimation has been issued under rule number 88C in respect of tax period shall not be allowed to furnish GSTR1 or use IFF for a subsequent tax period unless he deposit the amount specified in the intimation, or you go ahead and give an explanation explaining the reason for any amount unpaid. Unless you give the explanation in part B, or you pay and give the details in your GST DRC 01B ka part B may you give the details of the payment, then they are going ahead and telling unless that is done, your next GSTR1 or IFF shall be always blocked. The next one over here is rule number 67A. Rule number 67A goes ahead and says nil GSTR3B, GSTR1, CMP08 can be furnished through SMS using the registered mobile number, and same shall be verified through OTP. Sir, section number 46 says non-submission of return. Always remember one thing, everyone. If you don't furnish your return, one notice will come in GSTR3A, and that will tell that please furnish your return within 15 days. I will go ahead and connect over here to your base judgment assessment under section number 62. That's here, if you don't furnish your return within 15 days, then officer will go ahead, and now the officer has the power. Then under section number 62, it can do base judgment of non-filers of return. Over here, now the next way can go ahead and see the other returns which are under section number 39. NRTP filed GSTR 4, GSTR 5 within 30 days, 13 days after the end of the month, or within 7 days after the last day of the validity, whichever is earlier, no annual return. Remember one thing, once the month gets over by 13th, or might be you are given, NRTP was given registration for 1 month, 15 days. Then for the remaining 15 days, they will not wait for the month to get over, and then by 13th, they will go ahead and file their return within the next 7 days. They are going ahead and telling within the next 7 days after the last day of the validity, whichever is earlier, and they don't have any annual return. OIDR ke liye it is GSTR 5, and GSTR 5 is to be filed by what date, everyone? 5A. GSTR 5A by 20th of the month succeeding the calendar month, and for them also annual return has been for them annual return was there, but it is now being exempted. ISD ke liye it is GSTR 6, and that is to be filed after 10th of the succeeding month, but before 13th, and no annual return. ISD ke liye what is the date, everyone? This month, whatever they have to transfer the credit by 10th up to 13th, they have to go ahead and file. The next is TDS deductor, TCS collector, TDS deductor, GSTR 6, TCS collector, GSTR 8, Monthly return is filed by TDS deductor, which is by 10th of the next month, and annual return is not there. TCS collector files monthly statement, and it is to be filed by 10th of the next month. And sir, annual statement is GSTR 9B. Now, sir, what are the various late fees which are there? Baba, late fees under the CGST Act, I am telling, similar amount is payable under the SGST Act also. Sir, normal registered person who is filing a nil return, nil GSTR 1 or GSTR 3B is 10 rupees per day, subject to a maximum of 250 rupees. Remember, same amount payable under SGST Act also. Normal registered person, normal registered person. Other than nil, other than nil, other than nil. If your turnover is up to 1.5 crore, then Baba GSTR 1, GSTR 3B, anyone. GSTR 1 or it is GSTR 3B. Sir, 25 rupees per day. Maximum is 1000 rupees. If your turnover is more than 1.5 crore, up to 5 crore rupees. More than 1.5, up to 1, up to more than 1.5 up to 5 crore, then GSTR 1 or GSTR 3B, 25 rupees per day up to a maximum of 2500. But if your turnover is more than 5 crore rupees, then GSTR 1 or GSTR 3B, it is 25 rupees per day up to a maximum of 5000 rupees. Composition dealer nil or any other return, whether it is nil, nil ka case mein it is 10 rupees, others ka case mein it is 25, and their return is GSTR 4. Sir, when it is nil return, then the maximum is 250. When it is any other return, the maximum is 1000 rupees. If you are NRTP, nil return or any other return, nil return ka case mein remember 10 rupees, any other return ka case mein everyone 25 rupees, means other than nil return. What is other than nil return? Nil return means all the column, input, output, all the columns are zero. But if it is not zero, then it is other than nil return. Can I go ahead, everyone? 10 rupees or 25, GSTR 5 they file, and Baba maximum is not reduced over here. Maximum is how much, everyone? 5000 rupees. ISD nil or other ka case mein GSTR 6 nil or other, anyone, it is 25 rupees per day. Maximum is 5000 rupees. TDS deductor GSTR 7 25 rupees per day. Maximum is 1000. TCS collector GSTR 8 100 rupees per day up to a maximum of 5000 rupees. Done, everyone? Remember, that was the late fee for monthly returns, etc. Monthly return, or if you are filing quarterly return. Now here is the late fee for annual return. Annual return under section number 44B. Sorry, annual return under section number 44, which is basically your GSTR 9. They are going ahead and telling over here. Remember, here rationalization has been done. They have told if you are a registered person having annual aggregate turnover, not annual, but aggregate turnover only, up to how much, everyone? 5 crore in the relevant financial year. If your current year may turnover is up to 5 crore, then they are telling 25 rupees per day. Annual return if you don't file. For an example, this is the year 22-23. For this year, when you have to file the annual return by 31st December 23. So, Baba, this year may, what was your turnover? If turnover is up to 5 crore, 25 rupees per day, up to a maximum of 0.02. Please rectify this. It is 0.02% of the turnover in state or union territory. If registered person having aggregate turnover more than 5 crore up to 20 crore. Remember, it is more than 5 crore up to 20 crore in the relevant financial year, rupees 50 per day. Maximum will be what, everyone? 0.02%. It's a misprint over here. 0.02%. It's not a misprint. It's a miswriting. When I was writing, I missed a zero over here. Of the turnover in the state or union territory. But if you are registered person, I'll make one more column over here. If registered person is having aggregate turnover more than 20 crore, then everyone, it will be 100 rupees per day. But maximum will be how much, everyone? 25%. This one, same. 0.25% of the turnover in the state or union territory. Please make this change, everyone. Please make this change. The registered person having aggregate turnover up to 5 crore in the financial year, relevant, not previous, relevant. Then 25 rupees per day. Maximum is 0.02% of the turnover in state. Sir, registered person having aggregate turnover more than 5 crore up to 20 crore in the relevant financial year, 50 rupees per day. Maximum is 0.02% of the turnover in the state or UT. If your aggregate turnover is more than 20 crore, 100 rupees per day up to a maximum 0.25% of the turnover in the state or union territory. Please come to the next chart, everyone. Everyone over here, important notes, some important notes which I feel you should remember it for an exam. Everyone over here, a registered person shall not A registered person shall not be allowed to furnish the details of outward supply in GSTR1 for a tax period. Means you will not be allowed to furnish GSTR1 ka detail. Suppose this is April over here, this is May over here. Sir, what they are telling over here, you will not be allowed to furnish GSTR1 for a tax period if details of outward supply for the previous tax period has not been furnished. People, if GSTR1 for previous tax period not filed, GSTR1 for the current period not allowed. Done everyone? Then they are going in and telling a registered person shall not be allowed furnish a return monthly or quarterly. Means you will not be allowed to furnish. Supposingly April over here I'll write, May over here I'll write. They are telling you will not be allowed to furnish a return. Means you will not be allowed to file your GSTR 3B. Array return. GSTR 1 is a statement. GSTR 3B, if the return for any previous tax period is not filed or the details of outward supply has not been furnished. Everyone, if return for any previous period is not filed, okay. So I will go ahead and say you will not be allowed to file GSTR 3B if GSTR 3B of the previous period is not filed. Then this period ka GSTR 3B also not allowed. And they are telling you will not be allowed to file GSTR 3B if the details of outward supply are not furnished, have not been furnished. Means if I have not gone ahead and filed my, I'll say April, May. If I have not filed my GSTR 1, I can't file my GSTR 3B. Can I conclude it like this? April and May over here. If I don't file my GSTR 1, I'll not be able to file my GSTR 3B over here. 3B not allowed. How come? Okay. Everyone over here now. Everyone over here. GSTR 1 not filed, you will not be able to file GSTR 3B. Then, sir, GSTR 1 not filed. Then GSTR 1 next period you will not be able to file. Correct, everyone? Sir, if GSTR 1 not filed, next GSTR 1 also not allowed. Now, GSTR 3B not filed, next GSTR 3B also not allowed. But this GSTR 3B also not filed, 1 not filed, this GSTR 3B also not allowed. It means all are interlinked. Always remember previous dues to be cleared first. Previous returns statements to be filed, only then you can go ahead. Because GSTR 1 not filed, GSTR 3B not allowed. GSTR 1 not filed, next GSTR 1 not allowed. Next GSTR 1 not filed, GSTR 3B not allowed. GSTR 3B not filed, this GSTR 3B not allowed. Can I go ahead, everyone? Everyone over here now. Sir, the details of outward supply in GSTR 1 shall include, Baba, always whenever you are filing your GSTR 1, you should always give invoice-wise details of all intrastate supply or interstate supply. People, tell me one thing. When you are filing your GSTR1, what are the details you will give with respect to registered person, with respect to unregistered person? Correct, everyone? With respect to registered person, which is your B2B supplies, always remember whether it is intra or whether it is inter. You have to give what, everyone? Invoice-wise detail. Invoice-wise detail. Do you guys agree with me? This is also invoice-wise detail. Sir, but then they are going in and telling interstate, where, okay, interstate may, if I go ahead and tell you, within the state, intrastate, array unregistered person ko if you are supplying within the state or you are supplying outside. Here, can you give consolidated detail? Consolidated detail, but it will be state-wise. Correct? Array spelling. It will be state-wise plus rate-wise. For every rate of tax. With respect to every state, array, what state-wise? It is for your current, the state in which you are operating. Only you just have to give what, everyone? Rate-wise, consolidated invoice, consolidated detail. Correct, everyone? Okay. Okay. Intrastate, what was there, everyone? Intrastate may consolidated rate-wise. Consolidated rate-wise details you will go ahead and give. Interstate may what will happen? Here also, you will give consolidated, everyone. State-wise, and Baba, rate-wise. But here you remember, if the value of supply is greater than 2.5 lakh, for that invoice-wise detail has to be given. Consolidated details can't be given. So here we have gone ahead and told that, sir, invoice-wise detail for intrastate or interstate supply is made to a registered person. Registered person always invoice-wise detail intra or inter. Sir, but in case of unregistered person, interstate, where the value, invoice value is more than 2.5 lakh. For that, you have to go ahead and give invoice-wise detail. All other details is consolidated detail. Intrastate ka case mein, whichever supplies you have made to a registered person, for each rate of tax, I've told you over here, consolidated rate-wise details has to be given. And then, sir, state-wise, interstate with invoice value up to 2.5 lakh made to unregistered person for each rate of tax. Nothing. Consolidated details, state-wise consolidated details, and that too rate-wise. Are we clear, everyone? So, sir, what will you give invoice-wise detail, everyone? Intra or inter made to registered person, and inter unregistered person ka case mein interstate, and when the value is more than 2.5 lakh. The next one over here is, sir, B2B supplies or B2C supplies, only invoice ka details are required to be uploaded. There is no requirement to upload what, everyone? Scanned copy of the invoices are not required to be uploaded at the time of filing your return. Sir, a taxpayer cannot go ahead and file the GSTR1 before the end of the current tax period. Once the current tax period, might be your current tax period is monthly or your tax period is quarterly, you can't go ahead and file your GSTR1 unless the tax period gets over. However, there are two exceptions to the rule. Number one is a casual taxable person, and number two is a person whose registration has been cancelled. So here it is a casual taxable person. So casual taxable person ka registration got over in 15 days. Then he can go ahead and file his GSTR1, or after the closure of business, means in case of cancellation of GST of a normal person, if his registration is cancelled within the 10 days only of a month, then Baba, after that he can go ahead and file the GSTR1. GSTR1 or GSTR3B needs to be filed even if there is no transaction, means even if no business activities or not made any taxable supply in a tax period, whether monthly or quarterly. If you have not done any taxable supply, still you will be required to file your nil GSTR1 and GSTR3B. Sir, if I have gone ahead and discovered any error in our GSTR1 and GSTR3B, after the filing, it cannot be rectified. There is no mechanism to go ahead and revise your return, etc. However, any rectification to be done in a return or statement of GSTR1 which is filed can be rectified in the next return or next GSTR1. But the maximum time limit to go ahead and rectify is what date, everyone? 30th November of the next financial year. Means by 30th November, whichever GSTR1 or GSTR3B are filing, you can go ahead and rectify, or the due date of annual return. Baba, not due date, actual date of filing annual return, whichever is earlier. Everyone, over here, we are done with our revision relating to a chapter of returns. In the chapter of returns, one small chart over here is relating to a GST practitioner. Not very important from exam point of view, but two things can be taken care. One is, who are the people who are eligible to be a GST practitioner? And the next thing over here, what are the functions of a GST practitioner? Sir, who are the people who are eligible for GST practitioner, everyone? Number one, who is an Indian citizen, who is sound mind, not adjudged as insolvent, and Baba, the last one, he is not convicted by a court. So all the four things have to be there. Okay, everyone. Plus, any one of the condition, he should be a retired tax officer of the commercial tax department of any state government or CBIC, where he has acted as what, everyone? Gazetted B officer for a term of minimum 2 years, or if you are a person who has enrolled as a sales tax practitioner or tax return preparer under the previous law for a period of greater than 5 years. This was because of your experience, and this because of your qualification. He says A, B, or C. C says if you have passed graduate or postgraduate degree equivalent to commerce, law, banking, business administration, or business management from any Indian university, or degree examination of a foreign university recognized by an Indian university as degree equivalent, or any other examination notified by the government on the recommendation of council, or you have passed final examination of the ICI, ICWI, or ICSI, not a semi-qualified, everyone. A qualified person who has gone ahead and passed the ICI ka exam, ICWI, or ICSI ka complete examination. Everyone over here, sir, I can also go ahead and file the GST ka returns. What is the need of going ahead and being a GST practitioner? Remember, if you are a GST practitioner, your name starts appearing on the GST portal, and people can choose that you be their GST practitioner. Everyone over here, sir, what are the various functions of a GST practitioner? Baba, always remember, I have gone ahead and told you how to remember the functions, everyone. A GST practitioner rejects. Can you tell me, everyone, rejects ka full form, everyone? What is R, everyone? Return. Baba, return related detail, he can go ahead and file. So furnishing monthly return, annual return, final return, all the returns related detail. Basically, furnishing or return ka work can be done by a GST practitioner. E for everyone, e-way bill. E-way bill details, e-way bill ka detail also he can go ahead and furnish. E-way bill ka detail also he can go ahead and furnish. Then everyone, J for job work. Job worker detail, which is basically your ITC 04, those details, he can also furnish the details in the ITC 04. Again, E for everyone. Enrollment, Baba, enrollment which is given basically to transporters, etc. They are going in and telling enrollment which was given under rule number 88, rule number 58, basically to warehouse keepers and to transporters who are unregistered. That Baba enrollment ka, if any amendment or cancellation is to be done, for that application can be filed by a GST practitioner. The next one, C for everyone. Composition, sir, I want to get into composition or I want to get out of composition. CMP02 and CMP04 can also be filed by a GST practitioner. T for everyone, tax deposit. Tax depositing in your e-cash ledger also can be made by a GST practitioner. R can also over here be refund, everyone. Yes, everyone, refund related. Refund related GST, refund ka GST RFD 01, etc. also can be filed by a GST practitioner. The last one over here is R will be everyone registration. Registration may, if you want to file an application for amendment or cancellation of registration, that can also be done by a GST practitioner. And S everyone, statement of outward supply, which is GSTR 1. Those details also can be furnished by a GST practitioner. The most two important thing that they can go ahead and ask you in the exam. This chapter is a C graded chapter from exam point of view, but still, these important points which I have gone ahead and told you, please take care of this important point. Over here, the late fee, which is an amendment, please take care of that. Sir, the late fee for going ahead and filing your monthly returns, etc., late also can be taken care. Other than this, when your GSTR1 or IFF can be blocked, these 3 points are also important. These 3 points over here, this is over here, this is over here. That's it, everyone. I'll go ahead and close my revision on the chapter of returns and GST practitioners. Done.
Now, in the chapter of returns, what are the various amendments? Let's go ahead and quickly cover. They have gone ahead and told over here that number 1, belated GSTR1, GSTR3B or annual return, you cannot go ahead and file after the expiry of 3 years from the due date of furnishing such statement or return. Always remember, whatever is the due date for a GSTR1 for an example, or GSTR3B, or for annual return, whatever is the due date, from the due date, if you don't furnish that return or that statement within 3 years, after 3 years, you will not be allowed to furnish such return or such statement. For all the three, they have gone ahead and told GSTR1, GSTR3B and annual return also. This is the first point to change over here. Second point over here is annual return was exempted for people whose aggregate turnover is up to 2 crore. This is now extended to 2023 also. So for the year 2023, if your turnover has not crossed 2 crore rupees, you are also exempted from filing of annual return and the reconciliation statement. Done, sir. This point is clear. One more point I have written over here, GSTR 5A, which was there. GSTR 5A has now been made applicable, which was applicable to a OIDR supplier who is supplying from outside India. This is now being made applicable to a person who is supplying online money gaming also from outside India. For those people also, the due date for filing GSTR 5A will be 20th day of the month succeeding the calendar month. Okay, sir. This point is clear. Now, here we had gone ahead and written the cases where a registered person will be debarred, means you will not be allowed to furnish GSTR1 or IFF. 3 cases were there already. Now 2 more cases has been added. Now to understand these 2 more cases, you will first have to go ahead and understand what is rule number 88D. One rule number 88D has come. Rule number 88D. This rule in the statutory update I have gone ahead and given in detail. I'll quickly go ahead and tell you what is rule number 88D. For an example, in your GSTR 3B, GSTR 1% has gone ahead and furnished. It will come in your GSTR 2B. Okay? In your GSTR 2B, it's showing 10 lakh rupees. When you were filing your GSTR 3B, output tax liability for an example was 20 lakh. Input tax credit you went ahead and took, instead of taking 10 lakh rupees, you should not be taking more than 10. You went ahead and showed 20 lakh and you paid nothing. You took extra, you availed extra input tax credit more than what was there in the GSTR 2B. Then, Baba, whatever is the difference, if this difference is too much, sir, how much too much? This will be notified by the council. The percentage and the amount will be notified by the council. So, where the ITC availed by a registered person in the GSTR 3B exceeds the ITC in GSTR 2B by such amount and percentage which the council will recommend, then you will be sent one love letter, and that love letter will come in part A of GST DRC 01C, and they will tell you, beta, within 7 days this difference either you paid Pay it using GST DRC 03 and inform us using which form? GST DRC 01C ka part B. Pay through DRC 03, this difference of 10 lakh rupees. Pay it, inform us using part B of GST DRC 01C, or give us a reply incorporating why did you take that extra credit, and that reply will go in part B of GST DRC 01C. Within 7 days you have to do it. If you don't do, where any amount remained unpaid within 7 days, or where the explanation is not given, or where the explanation is not found good, then they will go ahead and amount shall be demanded. Basically, they will start the demand and recovery while proceeding. 73 and 74 may demand order, and then recovery will start. Now, this is rule number 88D. Whenever your GSTR 2B may whatever credit is appearing, if you take more credit than whatever is appearing in your GSTR 2B, then they will give you a notice, then make the payment and furnish a reply. Make the payment and inform them, or furnish a reply in GST DRC 01C ka part B. If they like it, okay. Or if you don't give a reply and they get angry, then Baba, 73 and 74 demand and recovery will start. What they have gone ahead and done is, they have gone ahead and told over here that, sir, additional cases when a person will be debarred from furnishing the details of outward supply means your GSTR 1 or IFF facility will be blocked. If you are, this is the fourth point, when your GSTR 1 or IFF will be blocked, when you are given an intimation under rule number 88D, unless you either pay the excess ITC as specified in the intimation GST DRC 01C, or you have given a reply explaining the reason, unless you do that, your GSTR 1 or IFF shall be blocked. One more provision introduced, fifth point, why your GSTR 1 or IFF will be blocked. Do you remember provisions of rule number 10A? Furnishing of bank account detail after registration is granted. If you don't go ahead and furnish your bank account detail, beta, your GSTR 1 or IFF facility shall be blocked. These are the various amendments in the chapter of returns. Number 1, remember, belated GSTR 1, 3B and annual return, maximum time limit from due date is 3 years. After that, you will not be able to file. Annual return for 22-23, the limit now increased to 2 crores tak. You don't have to file annual return. IFF facility will be blocked, or GSTR 1 will be blocked. Three cases when your GSTR 1 or IFF facility was blocked was already there. Now 2 more cases introduced. Along with that, also rule number 88D has come, which I have gone ahead and explained it to you quickly. And also remember, GSTR 5A now made applicable to a person supplying online money gaming from outside India to a person in India. I hope this point are clear to all of you. Here we are done with the amendments for the chapter of returns.
All right, students, let's go ahead and now revise the next chapter. The next chapter is advance ruling. Everyone over here, we started learning GST with goods and service. Goods and service has to be supplied. Supply can be either interstate or intrastate. Interstate, what will happen? IGST. Intrastate, what will happen? CGST. Once GST is levied, it has to be collected and paid by a taxable person. How will he collect, everyone? He will have to go ahead and calculate GST. GST is equal to value of supply into rate of tax. Once you know the value, you will prepare the tax invoice, credit note, debit note, and delivery challan. Now, once you go ahead and prepare tax invoice, debit note, credit note, and delivery challan, you will have to maintain your accounts and records, and you will send the goods to the other person with the help of e-way bill. Now, what will happen? Your liability will come. Liability comes at the time of supply. You will use your input tax credit. Remaining amount, you will make the payment and you will file your return. Listen to me very carefully. At any stage, if you have any confusion, government went ahead and told, not any confusion, government went ahead and told some questions. Those questions you can go ahead and ask to an authority which is known as an advance ruling authority. Everyone over here now, what do you mean by an advance ruling? An advance ruling means a ruling taken in advance. Basically, for your query, you can go ahead and ask for a answer, and that is only known as an advance ruling. So a ruling taken in advance, which is basically a decision by the AAR, which is authority for advance ruling, or appellate authority for advance ruling. Whenever they give a decision, that is known as a advance ruling, right, everyone? So advance ruling starts with a applicant. Who is an applicant? An applicant can be a person who is registered or an unregistered person who is desirous of obtaining registration. So if you are registered or unregistered, you can go for advance ruling. Remember for your exam. Now, Sir, whenever you want to go for advance ruling, you can go only for certain questions, which is see the advance ruling ka list. C means if you have any classification related issue, you can go for advance ruling. Then applicability of a notification. R for sir, registration is required or not. L for liability determination. I for ITC. S for whether what you are doing is supply or not. And T for time of supply and value of supply. Always remember, a applicant can be a registered person or unregistered person, and if he has those questions which are basically, sir, CAR car list, C advance ruling list. C means classification, A means applicability of notification, R means registration requirement, L for liability determination, I for ITC, S for supply, T for time of supply and value of supply. Right, everyone? Then the next one, he will go for a application. Application goes in GST ARA 01 along with a fees of rupees 5,000 under CGST. Similar amount is there under SGST. He will file the application on the common portal. Now the advance ruling authority which is there, always remember it's a state-wise authority or union territory-wise. Means every state and union territory has one advance ruling authority. Advance ruling authority may those people who are there are two people. One person is a state CGST ka member, one is an SGST ka member, and these people are joint commissioner or above. Once they receive the application, they will forward it to the concerned officer. Concerned officer is a person who is concerned with respect to all the advance ruling ka application. He will gather all the application regarding you and basically all the records relating to you, basically all the relevant records relating to you will be gathered by him, and he will go ahead and send it to the advance ruling authority. So when they send the application, he will go ahead and forward all the relevant records. Now they will examine the application plus the record, and they will give an opportunity of being heard to me or my authorized representative or to the concerned officer and his authorized representative. Now after giving an opportunity of being heard, they will have two options. The advance ruling authority has two options. Either they will go ahead and reject the application or they will admit the application. If they reject the application, there will be no fees ka refund which will be given. Always remember that. And they will reject for a reason. For your exam, please remember the reason for rejection will be if the question asked in the application is already pending or decided in any proceeding in case of the applicant. In my case, if that question is if a question which I have gone ahead and raised is already pending or it is already decided in any proceeding against me, then that question will not be entertained. Basically, they will not go ahead and entertain my advance ruling. They will give me an opportunity of being heard and pass an order rejecting the application, specifying why they are going ahead and rejecting the application. Now a copy will be given to me and the concerned officer. However, if the question is not already pending or not decided in any other proceeding, then what will happen? Then in that scenario, application shall be admitted. They will go ahead and examine further material which is placed by me, or they have gone ahead and obtained it, and they will give an opportunity of being heard to me or my authorized representative or the concerned officer and his authorized representative. And if there is a difference in opinion between both the members, they will go ahead and refer the case. Stating the difference, they will refer the case to appellate authority for advance ruling. However, if they don't have any difference, then they will go ahead and pronounce the advance ruling within 90 days, and a copy will be given to the applicant and the concerned officer. If the applicant is aggrieved, he will go ahead and file one application for an appeal. And appeal goes to appellate authority for advance ruling. In that, it is ARA 02. Along with that, fees is how much? 10,000 rupees. Are we clear? Fees is how much? 10,000. And application will go in 30 days. Plus further extension can be given. Given how many days? 30 days. If officer is aggrieved, then he will go with an application in GST ARA 03 within 30 days plus 30 days. But there is no fees which is to be paid by the officer. Basically the concerned officer. Always remember one thing, whenever the application goes to the appellate authority for advance ruling, they will also give opportunity of being heard to both the parties. Might be they will go ahead and take additional document, and then they will go ahead and either confirm or modify the ruling which was given by the AAR. Either they will confirm it or they will go ahead and modify, and they will pass an order within how many days? 90 days of the reference when there was a difference in opinion between the members of the AAR, or once you have filed the application within 90 days, they will pronounce the advance ruling. Now, copy will be given to you, the concerned officer, your jurisdictional officer, and the AAR authority for advance ruling. Always remember one thing, if AAR, if AAR ka members, if AAR ka members have a difference in opinion, the appeal goes to the appellate authority for advance ruling. But appellate authority for advance ruling ka members, if they have a difference in opinion, then Baba always remember the advance ruling cannot be given in that case, and you can't go for a appeal also. Means supposingly AAR ka members went ahead and AAR went ahead and passed an order against that, there is no further appeal which you can do. AAR ka you can go for AAR ka advance ruling given, you can't go for any appeal further. Now, sir, this person will go ahead and do what? Once this person goes ahead and ask the question, what are the questions which can't be asked with the appeal, authority for advance ruling? Always remember, question relating to place of supply cannot be asked with the AAR. And also, can a person go ahead and directly apply to the AAR? No, Baba, you first have to go to AAR, only then you can go to AAR. Then there is one section number 102 which goes ahead and says, sir, if the order has been passed by the AAR or AAR and there is an apparent mistake which is there, then it can be rectified within a period of 6 months. However, if rectification results in increase of liability or decrease in ITC, then opportunity of being heard has to be given. Sir, section number 103, applicability of advance ruling. Advance ruling is binding on me and my jurisdictional officer in respect of me only. If my friend wants to go ahead and take the benefit of advance ruling, he can't go ahead and take, because advance ruling is not binding on him or his jurisdictional officer. An application for advance ruling, always remember, advance ruling is binding. Once the advance ruling is given, it is binding on applicant and his concerned or jurisdictional officer in respect of the applicant only, unless there is a change in law, fact and circumstances supporting the original advance ruling. Sir, if you have gone ahead and taken the advance ruling by fraud, willful misstatement or suppression of fact, then the advance ruling is void ab initio. Sir, what are the powers of AAR and AAR? Always remember, the power are discovery and inspection, enforcing attendance of any person and examining him on oath. Sir, issuing commission and compelling production of books and other records. They have all the powers of a civil court under the Code of Civil Procedure. Now, here we are done with your chapter, a C-graded chapter in the exam, but in my opinion, you should remember some things. Who are the people who can go for advance ruling? Right, everyone? Registered or unregistered person. What are the questions that can be asked? See advance ruling list. Sir, when is the advance ruling rejected? When the question is already pending or decided in any other proceedings in respect of the applicant. Right, everyone? Then they can also go ahead and ask you about this application where to the AAR, when you are going for an appeal, who can go for an appeal? Applicant can go, concerned officer can go, and also when there is a difference in opinion between the member of AAR, then the appeal can go to AAR. Sir, within how much time rectification of error can be done? 6 months. Also, they can go ahead and ask you a case study based on this, wherein they will go ahead and ask you about the applicability of advance ruling. Advance ruling is always applicable only to the applicant, or it's binding only on the applicant or his jurisdictional or concerned officer with respect to him only. His friend trying to take the benefit cannot go ahead and take it. Please be very careful about it. Right, everyone? An advance ruling given once, it need not be taken every year. It is valid for lifetime unless there is a change in law, fact and circumstances supporting the original advance ruling. Please remember this line. Advance ruling is valid. Advance ruling is valid unless there is a change in law, facts, circumstances supporting the original advance ruling. Right, everyone? These powers which are there are C-graded question. I will go ahead and conclude all my discussion on the chapter of advance ruling over here. Congratulations, people. Done, everyone?
Let's go ahead and now revise the next chapter. The next chapter is the chapter of assessments. Everyone over here, we started learning GST with what, everyone? We started learning GST with goods or service. Goods or service has to be supplied. Supply can be either interstate supply or supply can be either intrastate. Interstate supply, what will happen? GST will be levied. Intrastate, what will happen? GST will be levied. Once GST is levied, GST has to be collected and paid by a taxable person. How will he collect? How will he pay? He will calculate GST. How will he calculate, everyone? GST is equal to value of supply into rate of tax. Once you know the value, you will go ahead and prepare the tax invoice, credit note, debit note, and delivery challan.
Then you will go ahead and maintain your accounts and records, and you will send the goods to the other person with the help of e-way bill. Now, once you go ahead and send the goods to the other person with the help of e-way bill, your liability to pay GST will come, and liability comes at the time of supply. Now you will go ahead and use your input tax credit. Remaining amount you will make the payment, and you will file your returns. And at any stage, if you have a doubt, you can go to the advance ruling. From your point of view, the job is done. Now the job starts from the department point of view, and hence comes the chapter of assessments. Everyone, please come to a chart of assessment. Assessment means what? Assessment means determination of the tax liability. Determination of tax liability. How do you determine tax liability? GST is equal to liability you determine by value of supply into rate of tax. Value multiplied by the rate of tax will give you the liability. Liability ke liye you will use your credit, and remaining amount you will make the payment. In assessment ka chapter, we learn section number 59, we learn section number 60, we learn section number 61. We learn section number 62, 63, and section number 64. Section number 59, when we go ahead and talk about, section number 59 talks about self-assessment. Self-assessment may always remember every registered person only will do the self-assessment. Every registered person shall mandatorily do the self-assessment. They shall self-assess the tax which is payable, and they should pay the tax, file their return under section number 39. That is told in self-assessment. I will myself determine my tax, pay the tax, and I'll file my return. That is told by self-assessment. The next is provisional assessment. Remember one thing, for your exam purpose, provisional assessment, suo moto, proper officer can't do. You only have to apply for provisional assessment. Now, whenever a taxable person, provisional assessment can be applied by a taxable person. You are unable to determine the value, or you are unable to determine the rate of tax, then Baba, you can request the proper officer in ASMT 01. Sir, exam purpose, we have to remember the form number. If you don't remember, no problem. ASMT 01, you will have to request the officer for provisional payment of tax. Now, officer will go ahead and issue an order in ASMT 04 within how many days? Within 90 days, allowing for provisional payment on provisional basis at such rate and value as may be specified in the provisional assessment order. People, what happened? I was not able to determine the value, or I was not able to determine the rate of tax. It means I will not be able to determine the GST, and hence I will go ahead and apply to the officer in ASMT 01. He will go ahead and issue me an assessment order in ASMT 04. Within how many days? 90 days. And once he has gone ahead and issued me the assessment order, provisional assessment order, he will also go ahead and tell me, Ramesh, you please make a bond in ASMT 05 along with a security in the form of bank guarantee. If I am going ahead and giving him a bond of 1 lakh rupees, along with the bond, 25% should be the bank guarantee, which is a security. Security basically is a bank guarantee. Are we clear, everyone? Then they go ahead and say, once they have gone ahead and communicated you, the provisional assessment, then after the communication of the provisional assessment order, they are going ahead and telling final assessment order in ASMT 07 will be given within 6 months from the communication of the provisional assessment order. Remember, further extension, if they could not do from the date of provisional assessment within 6 months, if they could not do the final assessment, then again 6 month extension can be given by the AC or JC. And remember one thing, commissioner can further extend the period by how many years? 4 years. So sir, I applied. After that, 90 days my provisional assessment order communicated. From that, 6 months, further extendable by 6 months, and further extendable by 4 years. Sir, once the provisional assessment is finalized, final assessment means they told you have to pay 6 lakh rupees. I had already paid only 5 lakh rupees. Then remaining 1 lakh rupees I'll have to go ahead and pay now, along with interest at the rate of 18%. Remember one thing, if it was a supply of the month of January, for which the due date was 28th February, so you'll have to pay interest from the due date till the date of payment, means you'll have to go ahead and make the payment along with interest at the rate of 18% till the date of payment, from the day after the due date till the date of payment. And now once you have gone ahead and make the payment of the differential, you will go ahead and tell the officer for release of security, sir, please give my bank guarantee back. And for release of security, you will tell him in ASMT 08, he will go ahead and release the security after ensuring that all the payments have been done. He will release in ASMT 09 within how many days? 7 days of the receipt of the application. And sir, always remember, the benefit is what, everyone? The benefit of provisional assessment is penalties will not be imposed because you would have paid something less. The next one over here is, sir, supposingly provisional assessment I had paid 5 lakh rupees and final assessment it came only 4 lakh rupees. Remember one thing, you will have to go, you will get a refund. Correct, everyone? And refund will be given along with interest at the rate of 6% under section number 56. 56 says, when the final assessment order has come, you give an application. After the application is given within 60 days. If they don't give you the refund, then after 60 days, whatever the delay is there, they will give you interest for that particular. After 60 days wala period ke liye, they will go ahead and give you interest at the rate of 6%, telling a beggar take 6% interest and get lost. And for that, the refund application will go in GST RFT 01. Remember one thing, whenever they are going ahead and giving you the refund, or whenever they are taking the money from you, interest is calculated on day wise calculation. It is day wise calculation. Can we go ahead, everyone? The next one over here is scrutiny of return. What do you mean by scrutiny of return, everyone? You went ahead and filed your return. Officer is scrutinizing your return. Officer will go ahead. Registered person has filed his return. Proper officer may scrutinize. It is not mandatory. If he wants, he can go ahead and scrutinize your return and to verify what? Correctness. And discrepancy is found, then he will issue a notice in ASMT 10 telling that, sir, registered person, within 30 days you will have to go ahead and accept the discrepancy, pay your tax, interest, any other amount, and inform the PO. You will make the payment and inform the PO using which form, everyone? GST DRC 03. And sir, if you don't accept, then you can go ahead and give you an explanation in ASMT 11. He likes your explanation, then he will go ahead and inform you in ASMT 12, and he will not take any action. But if he does not like your action, does not like your explanation, he will become angry, bored, and now not satisfactory reply. If he is not satisfied, or after accepting the discrepancy you fail to take corrective action, means you have not made the payment, then officer will get angry and now he will take action against you, and that action includes audit, special audit, inspection, search, seizure, and he will go ahead and determine the tax. Basically, he will give you a demand order, make the payment of the demand order within 3 months, very good, or go for an appeal within 3 months, or after 3 months they will go ahead and start recovery. Remember one thing, what are the recourses available with the officer? If satisfactory reply is not given, proper officer can take action against you, which includes audit, special audit, inspection, search, seizure, and Baba, he can go ahead and determine the tax under section number 73 and 74. Basically, whatever audit, special audit, inspection he will do, he will go ahead and use all those evidences, and he will go ahead and raise a demand order. Baba, demand ka payment should be always made within 3 months. If you don't make the payment within 3 months, go for an appeal within 3 months. If you don't go for an appeal also, after 3 months, recovery will start. Can we go ahead, everyone? So we went ahead and learned section number 59. I will self-assess my tax, make the payment of the tax, and file a return. 60, everyone. Provisional assessment. I'm not able to determine the value or the rate. Then I can go ahead and apply to the officer for provisional assessment. Provisionally, I'll pay an amount, and on finalization, I'll pay the differential, or I'll take a refund. Section number 61, scrutiny will happen. Officer will scrutinize. He'll tell me the discrepancy. I'll make the payment of the discrepancy. Very good. If I don't make the payment, I can give an explanation. He likes the explanation, drop the proceeding. Did not like the explanation, he'll get angry and take further action against me. The next one over here is section number 62, which talks about best judgment assessment of non-filer. If you are a registered person who has failed to file his return under section number 39 or 45 is what? Bye return, your final return, then Baba, they will go ahead and give you a notice. And even after notice, in the notice, they will tell you to file the return within 15 days. If you don't file the return, even after the notice, within 15 days, then Baba, proper officer will get angry. So you did not file your return. He will go ahead and give you a notice. Once he gives you the notice, he will tell you, please go ahead and file the return within 15 days. If you file, very good. If you don't file, then proper officer will do the best judgment and issue an assessment order. Assessment order ka time limit is 5 years from the due date of annual return in ASMT 13. Basically, he'll give the best judgment assessment order in ASMT 13 within how many years? So if this year related annual return ka due date is this, from here 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, 4 year, 5 year. Are we clear, everyone? So it is from the due date of annual return. If extended due date, then from the extended due date 5 years. And sir, if I did not file the return, he gave me an assessment order. Run, Baba, run. Within 30 days, if you go online and file your return, etc., then assessment order will be deemed to be withdrawn. Deemed withdrawal if registered person furnishes a valid return within 30 days of service of the assessment order. But remember one thing, valid return means you will pay your taxes and you'll file your return. But the liability for the other, interest and late fees shall still continue. Are we clear, everyone? Remember one thing, sir, government have gone ahead and notified standard operating procedure. If you are a non-filer of return, they have notified what? Standard operating procedure. They are going ahead and telling over here, one, SOP in case of non-filers of return, officers were going ahead and doing different procedures officers were following. So CBSE has gone ahead and told that this is the standard operating procedure which you have to follow. They are telling officers one system generated SMS 3 days prior to the due date should be sent to all the people. That Baba, wake up, return ka due date have come. Now, post due date, system generated SMS or email will be sent to only the non-filer. And then post 5 days. After 5 days, what will happen? One notice will be sent in GSTR 3A to file the return within 15 days. If they don't file, then PO will proceed. If the return is not proceed for what? Best judgment assessment. If return is not filed within 15 days and issue the assessment order. While he is doing the best judgment assessment, because you have not filed your return, he will go ahead and use the other details available with him, like GSTR1, GSTR2A, 2B, e-way bill ka detail or any other information. Best judgment assessment will be withdrawn if you go ahead and file within 30 days. You go ahead and file your return. Yes, everyone, which return? Valid return, means you have paid your tax and filed your return. And it says commissioner can also resort to, because you have not filed your returns, etc., he can resort to provisional attachment of the property so that you don't run away. And also he can proceed for cancellation of registration under section number 29.2. Section number 29.2 gives you the cases when proper officer can go ahead and cancel your registration. In that, one case is also there where you don't file your returns, they can go ahead and cancel your registration. Everyone over here now. Section number 63 goes ahead and talks about best judgment assessment of unregistered person. So if you are a taxable person and you have failed to obtain registration, you did not take your registration or your registration was cancelled. Your registration was cancelled because you had not, Baba, because you had not, your registration was cancelled by the proper officer under section number 29.2 because of the cases which are told under section number 29.2. Proper officer had cancelled your registration, but you are still liable to pay tax. Number one, taxable person failed to obtain registration, or you are taken registration but proper officer cancelled your registration, but you are still liable to pay tax. Then they are going ahead and telling, first we'll give you a notice to the taxable person in ASMT 14 and we'll state the ground for assessment and allow him 15 days to reply. Now they will first send you a notice and allow you 15 days to reply. Once you go ahead and reply, very good. If they like your explanation, chapter close. But if they don't like your explanation or you don't reply, they are going ahead and over here that, sir, PO will go ahead and issue a notice stating the ground for assessment, allowing 15 days to reply. And then after that, PO will proceed to assess the tax liability of such taxable person to the best of his judgment. And here also assessment order in ASMT 15 is issued within 5 years from the due date of annual return for the year the tax relates to. Are we clear, everyone? And no withdrawal in this scenario. Remember one thing, best judgment assessment of non-filer, because already you were given a notice. You are given a notice to reply within 15 days. Once the assessment order is passed, there is no withdrawal. There is no withdrawal. Okay, everyone? And here, so basically, first of all, they give you a notice, opportunity of being heard, and see over here, after opportunity of being heard, only assessment order is passed. So show cause notice, then opportunity of being heard, and then the assessment order is being passed. And because the assessment order is passed, after notice, after opportunity of being heard, they are telling we will not go ahead and give you further any withdrawal. Are we all clear till here? The next one over here is summary assessment. Summary assessment means quick assessment which is there. Summary, in shortcut, they do the assessment. If proper officer has evidence that there is a tax liability, plus proper officer has taken the prior permission of the additional commissioner or joint commissioner, then he can assess the tax liability of such person. Means might be there is a transporter who is taking the goods and going, and transporter told, I don't know who is the owner. Warehouse keeper, he is telling, I don't know who is the owner of these goods. In that scenario, such person means the transporter or the warehouse keeper ka good assessment will be done, saying that these goods are yours and I will do the assessment. That is what they are telling over here. If proper officer has an evidence of the tax liability, he will take the permission of the additional commissioner, joint commissioner, and he will assess the tax liability of such person, means the transporter, owner, operator of warehouse, etc., to protect the interest of the revenue, and he'll issue an assessment order in ASMT 16 if he has sufficient ground to believe that if he does any delay, then that will adversely affect the interest of the revenue. So quickly he will go ahead and do the assessment. Are we clear? I have given some example. Transporter, owner, operator of warehouse ka assessment can be done if person in charge or person in charge ka assessment can be done in case the taxable person cannot be traced. It says the assessment order will be withdrawn, means summary assessment order can be withdrawn on an application by the taxable person within 30 days of the receipt of the order, or on the PO on his own. But in this scenario, the assessment order ka withdrawal will be done only if AC or JC, additional commissioner or joint commissioner, is satisfied that the order was erroneous. He can withdraw it and direct the proper officer to follow the proceedings under section number 73 and 74. That is by giving proper show cause notice, opportunity of being heard, and then passing a demand order. Everyone over here. The next one over here is, sir, what are the orders that can be withdrawn? Always remember, best judgment under section number 62 can be withdrawn. Section number 64 ka summary assessment order can also be withdrawn if the taxable person gives an application, or on his own if the AC or JC recognizes on an application from the taxable person, or on his own motion they can go ahead and withdraw if AC or GC in both the cases identifies that, sir, the order which was passed, the summary assessment order, was erroneous. Sir, remember 62, 63, 64 में whatever assessment orders are being passed, their copy will be uploaded electronically in GST DRC 07. Done, everyone? Sir, this chapter is very, very important. From exam point of view, if I go ahead and tell you, you can still call it a big graded chapter, but they go ahead and ask question on provisional assessment में these calculations which are there, no? Please do questions and go for from this calculation. They can go ahead and ask you, what about the scrutiny? Scrutiny, what are the resources available with the officer? Those things they can go ahead and ask you. They can ask you, sir, bank guarantee ka one calculation. They can ask you that assessment order officer went ahead and told to give their bond amount of this much. Then what will be the security amount? Security amount is 25% of the bond amount. Sir, final assessment order ke liye what is the time limit to pass final assessment order? Sir, best judgment assessment order ke liye what is the time limit? They can ask you to write a note on summary best judgment assessment of unregistered person, sorry, non-filers of return, or best judgment assessment of unregistered person and non-filer of return. Anyone ke liye one note they can ask you. They can ask you a summary assessment ke liye one note which is there. Write a note on summary assessment order. They can ask you, write a note on summary assessment. They can ask you, sir, what are the orders that can be withdrawn? That's it, everyone. SOPs, till now they have not asked a question, but one day my heart says they can go ahead and ask you a question. This is a big rated chapter. 4 to 5 mark is the maximum they can go ahead and ask out of this chapter. I'll close my revision on the chapter of assessment, and assessment means what, everyone? Determination of tax liability. Okay, now the various amendments in the chapter of assessment. Listen to me very carefully. Only one amendment has come. You remember non-filers of return? They will be given one notice telling to furnish the return within 15 days. If they furnish the return within 15 days, very good. If they don't furnish, then best judgment assessment will be done and assessment order will be passed. But if you go ahead and furnish your returns, basically whatever returns ke liye they had gone ahead and given you the assessment order ASMT 13, if you go ahead and furnish your return within 30 days, the assessment order shall be deemed to be withdrawn. Now this 30 days has been made 60 days. Please remember, 30 days has now been made 60 days. So you can go ahead and furnish your return within 60 days and assessment order shall be deemed to be withdrawn. Sir, I did not furnish within 60 days. Then additionally, you can furnish within another 60 days, but that will be on payment of additional late fee of ₹100 for every day of delay beyond that 60 days. So 60 days may, if you go ahead and furnish, that normal late fee which is there is already there. After 60 days also, now you can go ahead and furnish your return whichever you are not furnished, because of which the assessment order has come. So total time limit 60 plus 60, 120 days. But after 60 days, if you furnish, you'll have to pay additional late fee. Normal late fee, okay. Additional late fee also has to be paid, which will be ₹100 for each day of delay beyond 60 days. Remember this point. I hope this point is clear. Done, sir. Point is clear. Here we are done with the amendment for the chapter of assessment. Alright, students, let's go ahead and now revise the next chapter. The next chapter is audit and special audit. When you are going ahead and discussing about audit and special audit, sir, where does the linking for the audit and special audit ka chapter comes? Everyone over here. Linking comes from here, wherein basically, supposingly an officer is doing scrutiny, and when he has gone ahead and done the scrutiny, he will go ahead and tell you the difference. Whatever is the discrepancy has found. If you go ahead and correct the discrepancy, very good, or you can give an explanation. He likes your explanation, very good. He does not like your explanation, then the officer will get angry, and the recourses which are available with the officer is audit, special audit, inspection, search, seizure. So he will do audit, he will do special audit, he will gather evidences against you, and using those evidences he will pass a demand order. So now we are going to understand the next chapter, which is audit and special audit. When we go ahead and discuss about audit and special audit, the two sections come is section number 65 and section number 66. Section number 65 talks about audit by tax authorities, and section number 66 talks about audit, which is special audit. Section number 65 goes ahead and says, sir, they will go ahead and start the audit, but first of all, commissioner or the person authorized by the commissioner. So either the commissioner will go ahead and do the audit. Basically, commissioner will authorize a person, commissioner or person authorized by the commissioner by general or specific order will undertake the audit of the registered person. And sir, that audit will be for a period of 1 year, or it can be part of the year, or it can be in multiple of years also. Remember, audit can be for a year, part of the year, or multiple of years also. And prior to the audit, they will go ahead and give you a prior notice in ADT 01, and it will be a prior notice of 15 working days at least. Now, audit can happen at the place of business of the registered person, or audit can happen at their office, means the officer ka office may also. Sir, what is the date of commencement of the audit? Because from the date of commencement of audit should get over within 3 months. Sir, commencement of the audit is later when the books are made available by you. You made the books available, or the actual institution of the audit at the place of business. So you made the books available on 1st, audit started on 15th, so the date of commencement will be 15th. And it says over here, once the audit has started, they will complete the audit within 3 months. If they can't complete the audit within 3 months, commissioner can go ahead and further extend the time limit by 6 months, which for extension, he will record the reason in writing. 3 months means it could not complete, extended by further 6 months. Audit completed, then within the next 30 days, they will inform the registered person. They will inform you basically about the findings of the audit, what are your rights and obligations, the reasons for the finding. Basically, audit report along with the audit observations will be provided to you. Audit report with audit observations shall be provided, directing the registered person to discharge the liability. Hey, you go ahead and pay off your liability. If you go ahead and pay off your liability, then very good, chapter is closed. But if you don't pay your liability, if tax is still not paid, short paid, erroneous refund has been taken, ITC is wrongly availed or utilized. If you pay back the amount, very good. If you don't pay back the amount, then because of the audit, they have gathered evidences. Now they will go ahead and raise one show cause notice and then a demand order. So basically, if amount is not discharged, proper officer may initiate action under section number 73 and 74. The next one over here is section number 66, special audit. Sir, what is a special audit? Special audit ka case mein, so for an example, officer is doing the scrutiny, inquiry, investigation, or any proceedings against you, and the officer greater than assistant commissioner feels, is of the opinion, not feeling, baba, opinion, that the value which you have declared is not correct, or the credit which you have taken is not within the normal limit, then baba, he will go ahead and take the commissioner ka permission, and after he takes the commissioner ka permission, he will go ahead and direct the registered person, hey, assistant commissioner has taken commissioner ka permission, and he'll direct you, hey, you get your audit done from this chartered accountant or this cost accountant which has been nominated by the commissioner. Get his accounts audited, get his records including books examined by a CA square chartered accountant or cost accountant nominated by the commissioner. So Baba, special audit will start. The chartered accountant or the cost accountant should complete the audit within 90 days. If the special audit is not completed within how many days? 90 days. Then sir, Assistant Commissioner may on a written application from the registered person or the chartered accountant, CA square, chartered accountant or the cost accountant for material or sufficient reason extend the time limit by further 90 days. 90 plus 90 may, once the audit is completed, audit concluded, then Baba, the chartered accountant or the cost accountant will give his audit report. Basically, he'll submit the report duly signed and certified to the assistant commissioner. Now, assistant commissioner will go ahead and send you. Now, audit findings will be communicated to the registered person in GST ADT 04. He will tell you the audit findings, give you an opportunity of being heard, and if you go ahead and pay the tax, etc., very good. If you don't pay the tax, then they are going ahead and telling they will initiate proceedings under 73 and 74. Basically, show cause notice and then demand order will be given. Always remember one thing, basically, they will go ahead and inform you in ADT 04 all the findings and discrepancies which are there, and they will give you an opportunity of being heard. Along with that, you should go ahead and make the payment of the taxes, etc. If you go ahead and make the payment of the tax which is not paid, short paid, erroneous refund was taken, ITC wrongly utilized and availed, if you go ahead and make the payment, very good. If you don't go ahead and make the payment, they will go ahead and initiate the proceedings under section number 73 and 74. Remember, CA square is chartered accountant or cost accountant. The chartered accountant or the cost accountant is nominated by the commissioner, paid by the department. The next one over here is, what are the different types of audit? Who can conduct the audit of the taxpayer. It says what are the different types of audit and who can conduct the audit of the taxpayer. Remember, the different types of audit are audit by department under section number 65 and special audit under section number 66. Here, the tax authorities does the audit by tax authorities, and 66 is special audit where the chartered accountant or cost accountant nominated by the commissioner does your audit. Here we are done with a short and sweet chapter of audit. Now let's go ahead and revise the next chapter. The next chapter is inspection, search, seizure, and arrest. Everyone, before we go ahead and revise the chapter of inspection, search, seizure, and arrest, let's take a linking. Baba, linking of the chapter comes again from the scrutiny of return. Officer went ahead and scrutinized your return. Officer went ahead and told you about the discrepancy which are there. You went ahead and corrected the discrepancy. Very good. You don't go ahead and correct the discrepancy. Then, Baba, you can give an explanation. If you give an explanation, he likes your explanation, very good. He doesn't like your explanation, then, Baba, or he does not like your explanation, or after going ahead and accepting the discrepancy, you did not take corrective action, officer will get angry. Officer can do audit, special audit, or officer can go ahead and do inspection, search, seizure, and arrest. And using the evidences, he will go ahead and use the special audit, inspection, search, seizure, may whatever evidences he has got, he will use it and he will go ahead and raise demand order against you under section number 73 and 74. So today we are going to revise inspection, search, seizure, and during inspection, search, seizure, then Baba, officer can also go ahead and arrest you. Now, inspection, section number 67 goes ahead and talks about that a proper officer greater than equal to joint commissioner has reason to believe that taxable person has gone ahead and suppressed the transaction relating to supply or stock. You have gone ahead and suppressed transaction relating to supply, or you have gone ahead and suppressed transaction relating to stock, or Baba claimed ITC in excess of your entitlement, or you have indulged in contravention of the act or rules, and all these things you are going ahead and doing to evade tax. So, Baba, what they are telling, or if there is a transporter, owner, operator of warehouse, or a godown, or any other place is keeping tax unpaid goods, you are going ahead and keeping what, everyone? Goods on which tax is not paid, or you have kept wrong accounts. Baba, you should keep. Owner, operator of warehouse should keep item-wise, owner-wise detail. You have not kept the details properly. You have kept wrong accounts in order to evade tax. Then, proper officer greater than equal to joint commissioner will tell his subordinate, hey, subordinate, take this INS 01, go and do the inspection and come. He may authorize in INS 01 any officer to inspect any place of business of the taxable person, transporter, owner, operator of warehouse or godown, or any other place where the goods are being kept. The first question first over here, who can go ahead and allow direct inspection? Proper officer greater than equal to joint commissioner. Secondly, what are the situation when he has reason to believe that taxable person has suppressed transaction relating to supply, stock, or Baba, he claims ITC in excess of his entitlement, or he has indulged in the contravention of act or rules to evade tax, or transporter, owner, operator of warehouse, or a godown, or any other place is keeping what, everyone? Tax and paid goods, or kept wrong accounts to evade tax. Then proper officer greater than equal to joint commissioner will authorize, or he may authorize in GST INS 01 any subordinate to go and Baba do the inspection. Now, after the inspection is done, if pursuant to inspection, or otherwise, if the otherwise means he has got some intelligence information, or might be after inspection, if proper officer greater than equal to joint commissioner still has reason to believe that goods, or he has reason to believe that goods are liable to be confiscated, or documents, books, and things are secreted at any place which will be relevant for proceeding against you to raise a demand order, then in that scenario, proper officer greater than equal to joint commissioner will authorize a search and seizure. Are we clear, everyone? He will prepare one search team, and the search team will come to a place and they will search the place of business. And in that scenario, whatever documents, books, things they find, DBT, documents, books, things they find, or goods which are liable for confiscation, they will take along with them and they will give you a GST INS 01. Proper officer or authorized officer shall make an order of seizure in GST INS 02, that is the order of seizure. And always remember, if it is not practicable to seize the goods, for an example, they had come to a place and big marble ka blocks are there, which is practically not possible to take along with them, then they will put one seal around it and say, order not to remove or deal with the goods except with the permission, and they'll give a GST INS 03, which is an order of prohibition. Are we clear, everyone? First of all, they will do inspection. After inspection, they will do search and seizure. They will search and seize what goods which are liable for confiscation, document, books, and things which are important for a proceeding, they will go ahead and seize and take along with them. Now, if they have gone ahead and seized the goods, documents, books, and things along with them, they will go ahead and use it for proceedings against you to raise a show cause notice. But documents, books, or things they will return after the examination or inquiry. If document, books, or things are relied upon, they will use to issue a show cause notice against you. If they are not relied upon, then they will go ahead and return within how many days, everyone? 30 days. Now, what are the powers of the officer during a search activity? They have come for a search in your premises and you are telling this Almira, I don't have the keys. Then the power of the officer is, first of all, they can seal your premises. They can break open the doors. They can break open Almira, electronic devices, boxes, receptacle in which goods, accounts, documents are suspected to be concealed and access has been denied. Officer will tell you, open this door. You told I don't have keys. He will break it off. The next one over here is, sir, I want photocopies of my document. Can he allow photocopies? Yes, Baba, photocopies or extract of seized document shall be allowed to you. But if he feels that giving you the document ka photocopies can be prejudicial for the revenue, it can have a loss effect on the revenue, then they will not go ahead if it is prejudicially going to affect the investigation. Then section number 67.7 goes 67.6 goes ahead and says, if you want your goods which are being seized to be released provisionally, then provisional release of the goods will be done upon execution of bond, which will be in GST INA 04. Along with that, you have to give a security, which is a BG, bank guarantee, which you have to give. And bank guarantee should be enough to cover the tax, interest, and penalty. Sir, I don't want to go ahead and give a bond or a bank guarantee. Then Baba, please make the payment of the tax, interest, and penalty, and you can go ahead and provisionally release your goods. The next one over here is section number 67.7, which goes ahead and talks about once they go ahead and seize your goods, it means the possession has been taken. Now they will start the confiscation, and for confiscation, the proceedings will be started within 6 months. And if they don't go ahead and start the confiscation proceeding within 6 months, further extension can be given of 6 months. And sir, if they don't do the confiscation proceeding, that is show cause notice to confiscate your goods, if it does not come to you within 6 months plus extended time of 6 months, then Baba, they will have to return you the goods. The next one is, if they go ahead and seize your goods and take, and if those are perishable goods, hazardous goods, depreciating goods, or they don't have space to store the goods, then they will go ahead and tell that if you want the goods to be released, pay the lower of market price of the goods or things, or the tax, interest, and penalty which you are required to pay. If you pay, very good. If you don't pay, then if taxable person fails to pay, the PO will dispose of those goods and they will go ahead and release the amount, and whatever is their expenses, they will go ahead and recover it from there. Whatever is the tax, interest, and penalty will be recovered from the amount. So it says, if taxable person fails, PO will dispose of. PO may dispose of the goods and things, and the amount realized shall be adjusted towards tax, interest, penalty, or any other amount, means whatever was their expenses. Might be they did an auction, to do the auction, whatever their expenses were there. Might be they stored the goods, whatever the expenses were there to store. The next one over here is, whoever is the officer seizing the goods and taking and going, he will issue an INA 02. Along with that, he should also prepare an inventory of the seized goods, documents, books, and things, and he will get it signed from the person from whose premises he is taking and going. He will get it signed. Are we clear, everyone? One thing over here is, what are the principles? What are the principles or requirement during a search operation? Remember, whenever they are coming for a search, they will get a valid search warrant. Search warrant will be always executed before starting of the search. Search will always be accompanied by a lady officer. Search always will be in the presence of at least independent 2 witnesses. And before starting the search, they will disclose their identity. And after they have done the search, always remember, a panchnama or mahazar of the proceeding shall be signed by the witness. Ditto means the above wala witness or person in charge or the owner of the premises. This is about section number 67. Section number 67 talks about inspection. After inspection, search and seizure. After that, we went ahead and learned about document, books, and things which are not relied upon will be returned. Section number 67.4, which went ahead and told about power to break open, etc. Section number 67.5, photocopies will be allowed. Section number 67.6, provisional release. Section number 67.7, sir, confiscation notice will be given to you within 6 months plus 6 months. Section number 67.8, perishable hazardous goods will be disposed of. Basically, they will allow you to pay the market price, or tax, interest, penalty, whichever is payable, whichever is lower, and they will release the goods. Section number 67(9) goes ahead and says, sir, proper officer who is seizing the goods will prepare an inventory. Section number 68 goes ahead and talks about inspection of goods in transit. Inspection of conveyance carrying value of goods more than 50,000. Person in charge has to produce document and devices. If all the documents are matching, any mismatch is there, then Baba detention and seizure will happen. And section number 129 may, whatever penalties, etc. is there, penalty order will be passed. But sir, if all the documents are found to be in order, then no issues at all. This we had gone ahead and learned. Basically, section number 68, we learned with E-Way Bill ka chapter. Learned with rule number 138, 138A to E in the E-Way Bill ka chapter. The next one comes is section number 69, power to arrest. Commissioner has reason to believe that person has committed offense under section number 132(1) A, B, C, D. Remember this, very important. Section number 132(1) A, B, C, D. A means if you have gone ahead and supplied without invoice, or invoice without supply. Invoice without supply is also called bogus invoice. In the exam, right? Invoice without any supply in the contravention of the act or rules. So supply without invoice, invoice without supply, ITC taken on the basis of such invoice. ITC have taken on the basis of bogus invoice, or fraudulently have taken ITC without any invoice or bill. Or the last one over here is amount collected as tax and I am not deposited greater than 3 months from due date, and the amount is exceeding 2 crore, then I can be arrested. And always remember, arrest means you are taken in custody, so that when the trial is going on, you don't run away. Your free movement is being stopped. You are taken in custody. Yet not, you are not being imprisoned. Jail wala clothes are not given. You are just taken in custody so that you don't run away. So arrest is done when, everyone? Supply without invoice, invoice without supply, ITC taken on the basis of bogus invoice, or ITC without invoice, or fraudulent, or no, amount collected as tax greater than 3 months from due date, you have not paid it to the government, and amount is more than 2 crore, then you can be arrested. But if you do these 4 offenses subsequently, then also you can be arrested. Subsequently, any amount, you will be arrested. Remember one thing, whenever you are arrested, arrest happens whenever the amount is more than 2 crore. But if the amount is more than 5 crore, then it is a cognizable and non-bailable offense. Severe offenses are non-bailable. The arresting AC or DC will not release you on bail. Within 24 hours of your arrest, you will be presented before the magistrate. Magistrate will go ahead and decide whether to send you to jail or release you on bail. Are we clear, everyone? And Baba, if the amount is any other offense which is amount is not more than 2 crore, amount is not more than 5 crore, 5 crore say more than amount, then it is cognizable and non-bailable. In that scenario, within 24 hours, it is cognizable and non-bailable. You will be presented before the magistrate within 24 hours. Baba, in any other scenario, might be repeatedly you are caught and the amount is less than 5 crore rupees, or might be 2 crore to 5 crore. Are you guys able to understand, everyone? Whenever the amount is more than 5 crore and you are arrested, then it is cognizable. Other than that wala scenario mein, it is non-cognizable. Non-severe offenses are bailable. The AC or DC who is arresting you will go ahead and decide the bail amount. You pay the bail amount, then you will be released. If you don't pay the bail amount, then you will be forwarded to the custody of the magistrate. Remember, commissioner will authorize any person of the central tax to arrest the person. Whenever you have gone ahead and done these offenses, commissioner will authorize your arrest. And if the amount is more than 5 crore, 4 offenses, amount is more than 2 crore, you can be arrested. Or repeat it, then also you can be arrested. But remember one thing, if the amount is more than 5 crore, cognizable and non-bailable, all other offenses, non-cognizable, non-severe offenses are bailable. AC or DC will tell you the bail amount. You pay the bail amount, very good. They will release you. But if you don't pay the bail amount, you will be forwarded to the custody of the magistrate. Remember one thing, assistant commissioner or deputy commissioner shall have the same power as that of a police in charge of a police station, and all the arrests will be made as per the procedure which are laid down, basically as per the provision of the Code of Criminal Procedure. Section number 70 goes ahead and says power to summon. Proper officer has the power to summon any person to give evidences, documents, things in an inquiry. And remember, if you are being summoned and you don't go, section number 122(3) says penalty up to 25,000 can be imposed on you. Penalty under section number 122(3) is there if you are being summoned and you don't appear for a summon. Section number 72 says all the officer, everyone, section number 71 first we'll read. Section number 70 is talking about power to summon. Section number 71 that, sir, access to business premises. Officer authorized by the proper officer greater than equal to Joint Commissioner. Supposingly, Joint Commissioner has authorized one person to come for inspection to my premises. I am telling him I will not allow you. He can show me GST INA 01 and he has the access to my business premises. He can come inside my business premises. Officer authorized by the proper officer greater than equal to Joint Commissioner shall have access to inspect books of accounts, document, computer program, computer software, and such other thing as he may require and available at such place of business, such place for the purpose of audit, scrutiny, verification, and checks. Sir, also, person in charge. I am the person in charge of the place. If on demand by the proper officer who has come for an inspection might be, or audit party or Baba, tax authorities have come for an audit to my premises, or chartered accountant or cost accountant has come for a special audit, and if they are demanding, I have to make records available, which are records as prepared, maintained, trial balances, audited financial statement, audited annual financials, cost audit report, in income tax audit report, if any, and any other relevant record within 15 working days of the demand. The next one over here is section number 72. First, we learned section number 67, inspection, search, seizure. 68, inspection of goods in transit. 69, power to arrest. 70, summon. 71, everyone, access to business premises. And section number 72, that other officers like police officer, railway officer, custom officer, land revenue collection officer, village officer, CGST, Baba, SGST Act it will be written CGST officer. Same way in CGST Act it is written SGST or duty GST officer or notified class of officers will always assist the proper officer in implementation of this act. For an example, one officer is coming for an inspection, search and seizure. If he goes to the police, police has to assist him in going out and carrying out the search because officer is going ahead and doing those activities basically in the implementation of the act. For the proper implementation of act, all other officers should assist the proper officer. Here we are done with a quick revision of your chapter of inspection, search, seizure and arrest. Everyone over here, listen. In this chapter, what is important? They can go ahead and ask you what are the situations when inspection can be done. They can ask you who can authorize inspection. They can ask you what are the powers of the officer during a valid search. They can ask you, sir, what are the principles or requirements of a search. They can ask you about arrest. When can a person be arrested? Done, everyone. And when is the offense cognizable offense? You have to be very careful about it. They can ask you a small short note on access to business premises. Done, everyone. What about perishable and hazardous goods which are being seized? Done, everyone. That is the maximum question. C graded chapter, but a small question can come. Other than this inspects audit wala chapter which is there, that is also a C graded chapter. They can ask you a short note. C graded chapter again, everyone. They can ask you a short note on audit by tax authorities, audit, special audit ke liye they can ask you a short note. And I've gone ahead and given the question also over here. And audit may they can also ask you, sir, can the audit be done for multiples of year? What is the date of commencement of audit? They can go ahead and ask about, sir, assistant commissioner, when he can go ahead and propose an audit, when Baba he is of the opinion that value declared is not correct, or ITC taken, credit taken is not within normal limit. These are the small questions which are there. I've anyways put the question marks for the various types of question marks I put for the questions. Done, everyone. I'll go ahead and close my revision on the chapter of inspection, search, seizure, and arrest. Done. All right, students, let's go ahead and now revise the next chapter. The next chapter is demand and recovery. Let's take a quick linking and then we'll go ahead. Sir, we started learning GST with goods or service. Baba, now we'll not go ahead and start our linking with goods or service. We'll be starting the linking from assessment ka chapter. So, sir, assessments. Department started the assessment. Sir, in assessment, we went ahead and learned over here that what was happening, scrutiny of return was happening. When they went ahead and scrutinized your return, they found some discrepancy. They let you know that there is a discrepancy. If you go ahead and make the payment of the tax, very good. If you don't go ahead and make the payment of the tax interest penalty, you give an explanation. Officer likes your explanation, very good. He doesn't like your explanation, then scrutiny of return, it is told, he can go ahead and take action against you, and that action or recourses which are available with the officer is he can get audit done, he can get special audit done, he can do inspection, search, seizure, or Baba, after going ahead and doing this audit, special audit, inspection, search, seizure, whatever the details he has gone ahead and collected against you, he can use those details and now he will give you a show cause notice and then raise a demand order. So after scrutiny of return, sir, there comes the next step that, sir, if the officer wants, he can use evidences against you and do what, everyone? Demand. So he can go ahead and raise a demand order. Now, once he goes ahead and raises a demand order, either you go ahead and make the payment within 3 months or you go for an appeal within 3 months. So the next chapter will come is appeals and revision. So either you go within 3 months for an appeal. If you don't go for an appeal also, you don't make a payment also, then after 3 months, they start recovery, and hence comes the chapter linking as demand and recovery. First they will demand, and if you don't make the payment, they will go ahead and hang you upside down and recover the money. That is recovery. So let's go ahead and start understanding demand and recovery. Demand and recovery chapter starts from section number 73 till section number 84. Let's go ahead and start with demand and recovery. Over here now, we have section number 73 which is there and section number 74 which is there. The first two section which comes is section number 73 and section number 74. So sir, whenever it appears to the proper officer that any tax is not paid, either you have not paid some tax or you have short paid some tax or erroneous refund you have gone ahead and taken, or ITC has been wrongly availed by you, either you have availed it wrongly or you have utilized it wrongly over here, then they are going ahead and telling that officer has two recourses which are available now. When one is under section number 73, one is under section number 74. Section number 73 is, sir, whenever it's a bona fide situation, basically it's not a situation of where officer has reason to believe that it is fraud, willful misstatement or suppression of fact. Remember, whenever it is fraud, willful misstatement or suppression of fact, then section number 74 gets initiated. But otherwise, for any other reason other than fraud, willful misstatement or suppression of fact, section number 73 ka proceedings will be done. So, sir, both the side I've gone ahead and written over here. If you divide it half, left side is the 73 proceeding, right side is the section number 74 ka proceedings which are there. First, let's understand 73, then we'll go ahead and replicate which is there in 73 is replicated exactly with minor differences in section number 74. So, section number 73 goes ahead and says that, sir, for an example, audit happened, special audit happened, inspection, search, seizure happened. Officer went ahead and told you that, Ramesh, this is the amount of tax which you have to go ahead and pay. If you go ahead and make the payment before issuance of the show cause notice, one is you can go ahead and make the payment of the tax before issuance of show cause notice. Baba, show cause notice ka summary is given to you in GST DRC 01. Before the issuance of show cause notice, you thought, let me go ahead and make the payment of the tax. Tax is paid before show cause notice, or might be officers also, before going ahead and starting proceeding, nobody wants to go ahead and take a headache. The officer can also go ahead and give you a GST DRC 01 A ka part A mein what is his estimation that he wants to go ahead and propose the liability against you. So sir, either on the receipt of GST DRC 01 A or on your own before issuance of show cause notice, if you go ahead and pay the tax, if you go ahead and pay the interest, full payment has been done, then show cause notice will not come, chapter gets closed. Just go ahead and intimate the PO when you are going ahead and making the payment. You will use GST DRC 03 and you will intimate the proper officer, and Baba, proper officer will give an acknowledgement saying, okay, I have not initiated any proceeding, I will close the chapter over here. Now in this scenario, no show cause notice, no demand order. But sir, supposingly I went ahead and made a part payment, then in that scenario remaining part ke liye what will happen? Some show cause notice will come. ठीक है sir. Or if the officer has gone ahead and proposed me a liability in GST DRC 01 A ka part A mein, then sir, if I make a full payment after he has proposed, then full payment, then chapter is closed. But if I make a part payment or I desire to make a submission, then I can use part B of GST DRC 01 A, and Baba, after that what will happen? If I don't make a part payment, if I don't make any payment, or I make a part payment and remaining amount ke liye I go ahead and give a submission, then for the remaining amount, what will happen? Show cause notice will come. Show cause notice ka detailed show cause notice will be sent to you, and summary of the show cause notice will be uploaded in GST DRC 01. Okay, everyone. Sir, what is the show cause notice? Show cause notice will basically tell you, show me the cause why the specified amount should not be demanded. Basically, the tax, interest at the rate of 18%, and also he'll go ahead and state the ground why he wants to go ahead and raise a demand order against you. He will go ahead and state the grounds also. Now, once you have gone ahead and received the show cause notice, remember, within the next 30 days, this I am cutting as of now, you don't cut. Okay? Now, within the next 30 days, if you go ahead and make the payment of the tax and interest, then Baba, Using GST DRC03, you can make the payment and intimate the proper officer. No penalty will be required, no demand order will come. But because show cause notice had come, proceedings had started, they will have to conclude the proceeding by going ahead and issuing intimation of conclusion in GST DRC05. They will go ahead and issue GST DRC05 and conclude the proceeding. But sir, if I don't make the payment, voluntary payment of show cause notice ke liye time limit is only 30 days. Post 30 days, you can't go ahead and make voluntary payment of the show cause notice. ठीक है sir, done है. If I don't go ahead and make the payment, then I can go ahead and start furnishing my representation or reply to the proper officer using GST DRC06. Now I will go ahead and make the payment. I will go ahead and make the representation. If he likes the representation, might be chapter gets closed. But if he does not like the representations, might be there is some issue. Then after that, he will go ahead and issue the demand order. Detailed demand order will be sent to me over a mail or post, etc. And the summary will be uploaded in GST DRC07. Remember one thing, once the demand order has come, you get how much time, sir? 3 months. Baba, you have 3 months ka time limit which is there. Within 3 months, if you make the payment, very good. Or within 3 months, you can go for a appeal. Or after 3 months, recovery starts. If you don't make the payment within 3 months, the department after 3 months from the demand order will start the recovery. So sir, once the demand order has come, if I go ahead and make the payment, then remember one thing, you will have to pay the tax, you will have to pay the interest, and penalty also has to be paid under section number 73. Sir, penalty is 10% of the tax or 10,000, whichever is higher. Sir, you will have to make the payment, you will have to inform the proper officer, GST DRC03 can be used, and he will conclude the proceeding by issuing GST DRC05. Now, same thing is over here. On the left hand side, I went ahead and told you that, sir, you can go ahead. Before the show cause notice, you can make the payment. Sir, after the show cause notice, within 30 days, you can make the payment. Then demand order ke baad, you can make the payment. Remember one thing, before show cause notice, if you go ahead and make the payment, tax has to be paid, interest has to be paid, penalty is not required over here. Sir, after the show cause notice, within 30 days, you can pay the tax, you can pay the interest, penalty is also not required over here. Sir, but after demand order, if you are making the payment, tax has to be paid, interest has to be paid, and penalty 10% or 10,000, whichever is higher, has to be paid. Mandatorily has to be paid. Done, everyone? Now, over here, this was 73 ka proceedings mein, but if the same thing, if officer goes ahead and says that you are a fraud, might be you have done some fraud, willful misstatement or suppression of fact. In that scenario, section number 74 may your proceedings will come. So in that scenario, before show cause notice only, if you go ahead and make the payment, that sir, before issuance of show cause notice only, I'm making the payment, then you just have to pay the tax, you have to pay interest, and here you have to pay penalty, which is 15%. Because it's a case of fraud, you have to pay penalty of 15% of the tax amount over here. Done? Sir, done. If I go ahead and make the payment of the tax, interest and penalty in full, chapter gets closed. But if I make a part payment or I give my representation, in that scenario, show cause notice will come, and within 30 days of the show cause notice, within 30 days, if you go ahead and make the payment, tax, interest and penalty. Now, if you have not made the payment over here, if you are making the payment over here, because you made them issue the show cause notice, now they will go ahead and charge you 10% extra penalty, which will be basically 25% of the tax amount has to be paid as penalty. Now, if I don't make the payment within 30 days and after the show cause notice, I did not go ahead and make the payment. Then, sir, in that scenario, they will go ahead and raise a demand order after taking representation. After the demand order also, 30 days ka time limit is given to frauds. They are telling, sir, if you are a fraud, you can still make the payment within 30 days. You just have to make the payment of tax, interest and penalty will be only 50% of the tax amount has to be paid as penalty. But if you don't make the payment within 30 days, from the demand order, then Baba, remember one thing, after 30 days, so whenever you are making the payment, tax, interest and penalty will be how much, everyone? 100% of the tax amount has to be paid as penalty. Remember, this is very, very important from exam point of view. Section number 73 and section number 74. Before show cause notice, tax, interest, penalty not required. Tax, interest, penalty 15%. Sir, show cause notice came after that. Within 30 days, if you make the payment, tax, interest, penalty not required. Tax, interest, penalty 25%. Then the demand order came, tax, interest, penalty 10% or 10,000, whichever is higher, has to be paid. Here, frauds are still given 30 days ka time limit. Another chance, tax, interest, penalty can be 50%. If you don't make the payment within 30 days, tax, interest and penalty will be 100% of the tax amount. Done, sir? Point is clear. Now, over here, same thing over here, pay tax, interest, penalty 15%. Full payment done, chapter is closed, just inform the officer and he'll give an acknowledgement. Part payment or submission, then Baba, remaining part ke liye show cause notice will come. After the show cause notice, pay tax, interest and penalty 25%. Intimate the officer using GST DRC03 and Baba, intimation of conclusion of proceedings will be given. Sir, if I don't make the payment, then you can give an explanation, and then what will happen? Demand order will come. After the demand order, still you get 30 days. Pay tax, interest, and penalty will be only 50%. Pay if after 30 days, then pay tax, interest, and penalty will be 100%. Done, sir. Point is clear over here. Now listen to me very carefully. In this scenario, always remember show cause notice and demand order ka issuance ka time limit is very important. Remember one thing, sir, under section number 73, under section number 74, time limit for issuance of demand order under section number 73 and 74 is something which they go ahead and focus in the exam. So you have to remember, sir, if it is a section number 73 ka case, for an example, I am talking about 2017 and 18, you have to go ahead and see for this year, the time limit to go ahead and raise the demand order will be always 3 years from the due date of annual return. Sir, due date, if it is extended, then extended due date. So for an example, here, the due date will be 31st December 2018. So from here, you will be how much? 1 year, 19, 20 and 21. So 31st December 2021 tak last date to go ahead and issue the demand order. Okay, sir. The last date to go ahead and conclude the proceeding with respect to 2017-18, the demand order should come within by 31st December 2021, which is actually 3 years over here. And demand order to show cause notice, the minimum gap should be 3 months. Hence, the time limit to issue your show cause notice in case of non-fraud case is 1 year, 2 year and 2 years. Baba, 1 year done, 2 year done and 9 months over here. So it is 30th of September 2021. Done. So it is. So over here, if you go ahead and see that, sir, time limit to pass an order, demand order is 3 years, show cause notice is 2 years and 9 months from the due date of annual return for the relevant financial year. And always remember, the gap is how much? 3 months. So I have always gone ahead and told over here that the show cause notice should be issued 3 months prior. The next one over here is, sir, if it is a fraud ka case, remember, in the same scenario, because fraud detection always takes time, hence they have gone ahead and given extra time in case of fraud. So if your case comes under fraud, then, sir, 31st December 2018 is the annual return card due date. Whenever it's a due, from the due date, you have to see 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, 4 year and 5 year. 19, 20, 21, 22 and 23. 5 years. So 31st December 2023 tak your demand order should come. Okay? But, sir, in case of fraud, the show cause notice to demand order ka time limit, minimum gap should be how much? 6 months. And hence, the show cause notice should come by 30th of June 2023. So here it is told over here, see, 4 years and 6 months and time limit for show cause notice, demand order is 5 years. Sir, remember always, if show cause notice and time limit doesn't, and demand order, basically if the demand order is not raised within 3 years or 5 years with appropriate show cause notice, wherein the gap is given of 3 months and 6 months, sir, or else all the proceedings shall be deemed to be concluded. So if 3 years my demand order is not raised, demand order is not passed, it will be deemed that conclude proceedings for that year has already concluded. Now officer can't pass the demand order. Sir, if 5 years have already gone in section number 74, after that demand order can't be passed. Remember one thing, this 3 years and 5 years, I have already told 3 months prior in case of section number 73. In case of section number 74, the show cause notice should be 6 months prior. Sir, what if it's a case of erroneous refund? Remember one thing always, sir, if 17-18 related, supposingly you went ahead and took one erroneous refund over here, then Baba, erroneous refund ka case mein, section number 73 or section number 74. Section number 73 mein, the time limit is 3 years. Baba, 3 years, not from the due date of annual return in this scenario. Erroneous refund ka case mein, the date of erroneous refund say, the 3 years ka time limit and 2 years 9 months ka time limit in case of show cause notice will be seen. And sir, if it's a fraud wala case, then 2017-18, supposing this is the 31st December, Baba, December 2018, don't see this. Always see erroneous refund ka case mein, section number 74 mein, from the date of erroneous refund, they will go ahead and give you a show cause notice within 4 years, 6 months and demand order within 5 years. So remember, in case of erroneous refund, it is always from the date of erroneous refund. Done, sir. Point is clear. Now listen to me very carefully. I have gone ahead and told over here what is GST DRC 01A. But GST DRC 01A is not mandatory. If the officer wants, officer can go ahead and give you what is the liability he is proposing in GST DRC 01 ka part A, and whatever partial payment or submission you do, that information you have to give in part B. Okay, sir. Point is clear. On the right hand side, I have gone ahead and told what is the time limit. Show cause notice ka time limit is 2 years 9 months. 4 years 6 months, and sir maximum time limit, and demand order का time limit is 3 years and 5 years. ठीक है sir. Penalty computation under 73 and 74. 73 में only at the last date after demand order penalty is 10% or 10,000 whichever is higher, but 74 में 15%, 25%, 50% and 100% is the penalty. Please remember these 2 points, very important. After that, sir, what do you mean by suppression? When they say suppression, suppression means non-declaration of a fact or information asked required to declare, or failure to furnish information asked by the proper officer. Whatever information you are asked for or whatever information you are required to declare but you have not declared, that means suppression, and Baba he can go ahead and initiate section number 74. ठीक है sir, done, point is clear. One more point is over here. Supposingly officer already gave you a show cause notice for a period and for additional period. So always remember, once he has gone ahead and given you a show cause notice, for an example, for year 17-18, he went ahead and told you that, sir, this is your show cause notice. In this, he went ahead and told, for this year, actually tax was 28% on an item and you are paying 18%. So he has given you a show cause notice on the ground that, sir, tax is short paid. Tax is short paid. Now, when he was going ahead and doing the proceeding, he went ahead and realized that for 18-19 and 19-20 also you have gone ahead and tax is short paid. Then for the additional period, if the grounds are same, then he did not go ahead and give you additional show cause notice. Instead, he can just go ahead and give you a statement saying, sir, for 18-19, 19-20 also, you have to pay this much amount. It is being short paid. Now, what will he do? He will give you this statement, and this statement will be deemed as the show cause notice. So first he has given you for 1 year show cause notice, other years ke liye he has given you a statement. Now combining both of them, he will go ahead and raise the demand order. So for all the 3 years, if he wants to raise a demand order, first he has to give you a show cause notice. One show cause notice was already given. Now for the additional period, he did not go ahead and give you a show cause notice. Instead, he will go ahead and give you a statement, and that statement is even in GST DRC 02 for additional period not covered in the show cause notice, and service of the statement will be deemed service of the show cause notice. However, ground should be same. Sir, over here now, there is an explanation which goes ahead and says all proceeding. So when section number 73 and 74 mein, they have raised a demand order, and might be you went ahead and made the payment of the demand order. They are telling all the proceedings will be deemed to be concluded except section number 132. Means once they go ahead and raise the demand order, supposingly you went ahead and made the payment of the demand order, does not mean that they will not send you to jail. Section number 132 ka proceedings are not deemed to be concluded. All other section mein proceedings deemed to be concluded, but section number 132 ka proceedings are not deemed to be concluded. They can still send you to jail. Now the next one over here is, if you are falling under 132 wala offenses, then baba jail to also you will go. Can I go ahead, everyone? Then notice issued to the main person liable to pay tax and some other person. So supposingly I am the main culprit, and along with me there are some co-culprits who are there. ठीक है, so they have gone ahead and issued me a notice, and they have issued the notice to the other people also. I am the main culprit. Then they are going ahead and telling against me if the proceedings are concluded. Then they are telling notice issued to the main person, notice issued to the main person, main person liable to pay tax and some other person, and such proceedings against the main person has concluded under 73 and 74, means against you demand order is already raised. Then they are telling proceedings against all other persons liable to pay penalty under 122 and 125 are deemed to be concluded. But remember, section number 122 and 125 ka proceedings are deemed to be concluded. Might be if you are coming under 132, might be proceedings under 139 has to be done against the people who are along with me. Then baba, against them proceedings only under 122 ka penalty wal proceedings and 125 ka proceedings are concluded, not under any other sections. The next one over here, which is a favorite thing, which always you will see that, sir, if self-assessed tax or amount collected as tax, if you have not paid greater than 30 days from the due date, penalty 10% or 10,000, whichever is higher. For these people went ahead and told, sir, what do you mean? If self-assessed tax is not paid within 30 days, what do you mean? So they went ahead and issued a circular, and they told whether penalty under 7311 can be levied where GSTR 3B has been filed after the due date. So here they went in and clarified provisions of section number 7311 can be invoked only when the provision of 73 are invoked, and provisions of section number 73 are generally not invoked in case of delay in filing GSTR 3B because tax along with applicable interest has already been paid, but only after the due date. So sir, it is accordingly clarified penalty under 7311 is not payable in such case. However, general penalty may be imposed. So sir, what are they trying to tell in section number 7311? For an example, You went ahead for the period January. You went ahead and filed your return on 20th February. You went ahead and self-assessed your tax, saying, sir, I am liable to pay 1 lakh rupees. Okay, but you did not make the payment you did not do, but you filed your return. Practically it is not possible to self-assess the tax and not pay the tax and file your return, but theoretically it is possible. This return will be called as an invalid return, where you did not pay the tax and you filed your return. So supposingly 1 lakh you entered and self-assessed your liability, you did not make the payment but you filed your return, then Baba, they are going ahead and telling, now within the next 30 days, please go ahead and make the payment of the tax. If you make the payment of the tax, then there is no penalty. But if self-assessed tax is not paid within 30 days, then Baba, in that scenario, you will be liable to pay a penalty of 10% or 10,000, whichever is higher. But remember one thing, for this penalty to be charged on you, also the officer should go ahead and raise a show cause notice, and then Baba, he will accordingly go ahead and raise a demand order, because section number 73 ka proceedings have to be done. Only then this penalty can be demanded from you. Done, sir. Point is clear. Remember this, very, very important. They go ahead and ask questions on this. So supposingly return this month ka return is here. You went ahead and filed your return, self-assessed, but did not make the payment. 30 days ka time limit is there. If 30 days may you make the payment, then there is no penalty. But if 30 days may you don't make the payment, then there will be a penalty, which will be 10% or 10,000, whichever is higher. But for this also, officer has to go ahead and issue a show cause notice and then accordingly demand order. Done, sir. Point is clear. Now, please come to the next section over here. The next section is section number 75 over here. Section number 75 is general provision relating to determination of tax. Number 1, period of stay to be excluded while calculating the time limit for show cause notice or demand order. Baba, the demand order ka time limit is what? 3 years. Show cause notice 2 years, 9 months, 4 years, 6 months, and 5 years ka time limit is there in section number 74. Supposingly, taxpayer went to the court and court has put a stay on raising the show cause notice or might be the demand order, then remember, whatever the time period for which the court has put a stay, that time period will be excluded in computation of that 2 years, 9 months, 3 years, 4 years, 6 months, and 5 years. The next one over here is, sir, if show cause notice under section number 74 is not sustainable. For an example, officer went ahead and raised a show cause notice on you, and then he went ahead and passed a demand order also, saying that you are a fraud, and he levied a penalty of fraud. Now what happened? You got angry over here and you went to the court and you told, sir, you went to the supposingly appellate authority and you told, sir, I am not a fraud. And appellate authority also went ahead and saw that you are not a fraud, and they went ahead and issued their direction to the proper officer, saying, hey, proper officer, this guy is not a fraud. Please go ahead and determine the tax, deeming that this person is, no, now this guy is not a fraud. Under 73, please go ahead and pass the demand order. Now, when the officer is passing the demand order, should he go ahead and issue a fresh show cause notice, or the earlier show cause notice only he can go ahead? The 74 wala show cause notice only he can go ahead and deem as a show cause notice issued under section number 73. So they went ahead and told, if show cause notice under section number 74 1 is not sustainable, proper officer shall determine the tax deeming show cause notice was already issued under section number 73 1, and he need not go ahead and issue a fresh show cause notice, but he now has to go ahead and pass the demand order, deeming the earlier show cause notice as the show cause notice which was issued under section number 74 to be a show cause notice under section number 73, and now he can go ahead and raise the demand order. Remember one thing, the time limit to go ahead and pass the demand order as per the direction of appellate authority, appellate tribunal, or court will be always 2 years from the date of such direction. Once the court has gone ahead and given the direction, from that time within 2 years, the officer has to go ahead and raise a demand order. Demand order should be passed. Now, relating to this, some officers were going ahead and doing little here and there things which CBIC went ahead and clarified to the officer. For an example, officer has to go ahead and raise a demand order against a person, but time limit under section number 73 is gone. So what officers were going ahead and doing? They were going ahead and doing 74 ka proceeding. When this person used to go to the court used to say, okay officer, no problem, now please go ahead and do the proceedings under section number 73, deeming the old notice only issued under section number 73, and do the proceeding. Now here there was one clarification which was required, and hence CBIC has come up with a clarification with regards to the applicability of section number 75(2) and its effect on limitation. So number 1 issue is, in case appellate authority, appellate tribunal, or court concludes that show cause notice served by the proper officer is not sustainable under section number 74(1), and directs the proper officer to redetermine the tax, deeming the notice is issued under section number 73(1) in accordance with the provision of section number 75(2). Means if the appellate authority, appellate tribunal or court concluded that officer, the show cause notice and then the demand order which you have gone ahead and passed, sir, the show cause notice which you have served, supposingly officer went ahead and raised the show cause notice under section number 74 and then passed the demand order, and I went to the appellate authorities and I told, sir, I am not a fraud. Now, appellate authorities went ahead and told the officer, this guy is not a fraud. So, in that scenario, appellate authorities will go ahead and issue the direction to the officer saying, sir, please go ahead and pass a demand order as if this person is not a fraud. In that scenario, once the directions are being issued by the appellate authority, appellate tribunal or court, then in that scenario, what would be the time period for redetermination in such case? So, clarification which was given was within 2 years from the date of communication of the said direction by the appellate authority, appellate tribunal or court. Once the appellate authority, appellate tribunal or court issues the direction to the officers, then from that day, the officer should go ahead and pass the demand order within 2 years. Now, in this scenario, they are telling, sir, how the amount payable by the noticee deeming the notice to have been issued under section number 73(1) shall be recomputed or redetermined by the proper officer as per section number 75(2). So they are going ahead and telling, sir, the demand would have to be redetermined keeping in consideration section number 73(2) read with section number 73(10). It means they have to go ahead and see that the show cause notice which was issued under section number 74 was also issued within 2 years and 9 months. Only then that show cause notice can be deemed as a show cause notice under section number 73. Are you guys able to recall this point? So for an example, I'll tell you over here. Now, if the officer, for an example 2017-18 ke liye, the due date was 31st December 2018. From here, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. Till here, the demand order should have been passed. But sir, officer did not pass the demand order. So, for an example, he went ahead and passed a show cause notice over here saying that, sir, this person is a fraud. This person is a fraud. So, fraud ka case mein, what is the time limit, everyone? 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. So, here 4 years, 6 months. But you know what? Officer went ahead and passed a show cause notice. For an example, he passed a show cause notice over here only, which was under section number 74. And later he went ahead and passed a demand order. Now this person went to the appellate authority, appellate tribunal or court, and court went ahead and told this guy is not a fraud. Officer, please go ahead and deem that show cause notice which was issued under section number 74 to be a section number 73 ka show cause notice. Can the officer go ahead and deem this show cause notice under section number 74 to be section number 73 ka show cause notice? Yes, provided it was issued within 1 year, 2 years and 9 months. So, in this scenario, was the show cause notice issued within the time limit as per section number 73? Yes. Now, in this scenario, section number 73 ka show cause notice this will be deemed, and now officer will go ahead and pass a fresh demand order. Now, the time limit to pass the fresh demand order will be 2 years from the time that directions has been issued by the appellate authority, appellate tribunal or court. But show cause notice had to be issued within 2 years and 9 months. So it says where the proper officer has to redetermine the tax, interest and penalty, means the demand order has to be passed. The same can be redetermined for so much of the tax not paid, short paid, ITC wrongly availed or utilized or erroneous refund, in respect of which show cause notice was issued within the time limit as per section number 73(2), read with section number 73(10), that is 2 years and 9 months. My question to you guys, supposingly officer had gone ahead for the year 17-18. This is 31st December 2018. Now 1 year, 2 year, 3 years. Sometime what happened? The time limit is gone. Now what officer does is, he says, okay, I will do proceedings under 74. Later you go to the court. Court will issue direction. I will deem the notice was issued under section number 73. So he issued one show cause notice over here. 3 years went off. 2 years, 9 months gone. He issued a show cause notice under section number 74. Accordingly passed a demand order. You went to the appellate authority, appellate tribunal or court. Court went ahead and told, hey officer, do the proceeding under section number 73. But now, can the officer do the proceeding under 73? No, because the proceedings to be done under section number 73, 2 years and 9 months are already gone, and hence these proceedings cannot be done now because it is time barred. And hence they are telling, in case the show cause notice was issued beyond a period of 2 years, 9 months, which is in this scenario, and the appellate authority concludes that the notice is not sustainable under section number 74. Hey officer, what? 74 ka show cause notice you gave and you determined the demand order. This guy is not a fraud. Then in this scenario, the entire proceeding shall be dropped, hit by the limitation period of limitation of time under section number 73. The next one over here is where the show cause notice under section number 74 was issued for multiple years. For some years, the time limit is gone, but for some year the time limit was not gone. Then they are going ahead and telling where the notice had to be issued before the expiry of time period under section number 73(2), where the notice had been issued before the time period under section number 73 for 73(2) for one financial year, but after the expiry of the time period for other financial year, then the amount payable under 73 can be redetermined. Means the demand order can be raised only for that much of the show cause notice which has been issued within time as per section number 73(2), read with section number 73(10), that is 2 years and 9 months. That is what is being told only with respect to 1 year. Everyone over here, very, very important from this time exam. This point is very, very important. Sir, they will go ahead and tell you. Officer went ahead and raised a show cause notice under section number 74, and then the taxpayer went to the court, and court went ahead and concluded, or appellate authority, appellate tribunal, or court went ahead and concluded that section number 74 ka show cause notice is not sustainable. Then Baba, what will happen? In that scenario, the show cause notice will be deemed as a show cause notice under section number 73, and accordingly the proceedings will be done. But you have to be very careful. Was that show cause notice issued within 2 years and 9 months? Only then it can be deemed as a show cause notice under section number 73 and the proceedings can be done. Otherwise, the proceedings are deemed to be concluded, or Baba, it will be hit. But basically, we can call it, this line is very good, that sir, the proceedings have to be dropped, hit by the limitation time of section number 73. And always remember, once the direction has been issued, if the show cause notice is within time limit, then from the date of direction, 2 years may the demand order will be passed, and that is being told in section number 75(3). The next one over here is section number 75(4). Opportunity of being heard always has to be given on request or wherever adverse decision is contemplated against a person. Then Baba, always opportunity of being heard has to be given, which if I am requesting, or if any adverse decision will be taken against me. The next one is adjournment. Always remember, maximum 3 times is the adjournment. If sufficient cause is shown, always the officer will pass a speaking order. Means the order should be always as if the order is speaking to you. Means it should set out all the facts and basis of the decision. Tax, interest and penalty in the demand order can never exceed the show cause notice. Tax, interest and penalty in the demand order cannot exceed the show cause notice. Whatever is told in the show cause notice and whatever ground is told in the show cause notice is just confirmed by the demand order. Demand order can never exceed the show cause notice. Demand order should always be in conformity with the show cause notice. Where appellate authority, appellate tribunal, court modifies the tax, interest and penalty also shall get modified. So for an example, you went to the appellate authority, appellate tribunal or court, and they went ahead and increased the tax amount, then interest and penalty also will increase. They reduce the tax amount, then interest and penalty also gets reduced accordingly. Always remember, if in the demand order they forget to state the interest amount, always interest has to be as told in the show cause notice, but interest cannot exceed what is told in the show cause notice. But even if they forget to tell in the demand order that interest has to be paid, Baba, interest is always payable by default at the rate of 18%, even if they forget. But penalty they can't forget. Penalty must be stated in the demand order. So interest always payable even if not specified in the demand order. Sir, if no demand order within 3 years or 5 years, proceedings deemed to be concluded. Sir, wait time spent between decision of appellate authority, appellate tribunal, high court or supreme court not to be considered. So for an example, I am an officer. In one case, I have gone ahead and told that the rate of GST should be 28%. The case is now going on in the appellate authority, appellate tribunal, etc. And I'm waiting for the decision to come so that I can apply the same decision in any other case. In that scenario, officer will go ahead and raise a show cause notice, and now to raise the demand order, he will wait. Whatever time he is waiting for the decision of the appellate authority, appellate tribunal or court will be excluded for him to go ahead and pass in any other situation the demand order. The time limit will be excluded. The next over here is, always remember, direct recovery in case of self-assessed tax liability in accordance with section number 39. Remember, what do you mean by self-assessed tax liability? Self-assessed tax liability shall include the tax payable in respect of which the details of outward supply which you have furnished in your GSTR1 or IFF, but sir, you have not included in the return which is furnished under section number 39. What do you recall by this? The difference between the previous. Sir, if there is any difference between GSTR1, supposingly you told over here 1 crore and 18 lakh liability, but GSTR 3B when you filed, you showed 1 lakh liability and 18,000 ka tax, then because there is a difference
They are telling this is self-assessed liability. You had self-assessed your liability as 18 lakh rupees. In this scenario, we will go for direct recovery. Demand order, etc. is not required. I hope this point is clear. And Baba, with respect to this, I would also link payment of taxes chapter May 1 rule number 88C also has come. Yes, sir, we had gone ahead and discussed about rule number 88C in our payment of taxes chapter that, sir, whenever there is a difference in the liability which is reported in GSTR 1 and GSTR 3B, then in that scenario, sir, where the tax payable by the person in GSTR 1 and invoice furnishing facility, now direct recovery can happen. So what was happening was, supposingly in my GSTR 1, I by mistake added one extra zero. In 10 lakh rupees, I added one extra zero. It became 10 crore, and the liability and amount I showed as 18 lakh rupees. Front person took the credit. It went to GSTR 2A to B. But my intention was not fraud over here. So they are going ahead and telling before doing the direct recovery, now they will give you an intimation, and that is what that rule number 88C is trying to say, that sir, where the tax payable in GSTR 1 or IFF exceeds the tax payable in GSTR 3B by such amount and percentage as will be recommended by the council, the registered person shall be intimated of the difference. At least one intimation should be given, no, before you start direct recovery. You are hanging upside down and recovering the money. No. So at least they are telling first we will give an intimation, and a copy will also be sent on the mail highlighting the difference. Either you can pay the differential along with interest using GST DRC 03, or you can give an explanation within 7 days. Sir, if the person pays and furnishes in part B the details of the payment, or furnishes a reply in part B of GST DRC 01B within 7 days, the person shall either you, so first they will intimate you the difference, either you make the payment and furnish the details in this GST DRC 01B ka part B mein, or you can give your reply in part B of GST DRC 01B within 7 days. Sir, where the amount remains unpaid and no explanation is furnished, or where the explanation is not found to be acceptable, the amount shall be recoverable under section number 79. Now the recovery will start. They will not give you demand order, they will start recovery. So this 88C has to be linked with demand and recovery ka chapter also. Now the next one over here is, sir, no penalty for the same act or omission under any other section. If you are already penalized under section number 73 or 74, might be 122 ka penalty, etc. will not be levied. The next one is section number 76 over here. Section number 76, tax collected but not paid to the government. The most important part to remember in this section is, if you have collected an amount as tax but you have not gone ahead and paid it to the government, you should immediately pay. There is no due date for amount collected as tax. If you have gone ahead and collected amount collected representing as tax, it was not tax but you told that it's tax and you collected from a customer, then you have to pay it immediately. It shall be paid immediately to the government. If not paid, then so cause notice will be served. Summary will be uploaded in GST DRC 01 and specifying the amount and the penalty equal to the amount. Demand order shall be passed after considering the representation. Interest at the rate of 18% from the date of collection till the date of payment to the government. Opportunity of being heard will be given. Show cause notice to demand order ka time limit is 1 year, but to give the show cause notice there is no time limit. Done, sir. Point is clear over here. Period of stay will always be excluded. Whenever they pass an order, it will always be a speaking order. Adjustment of tax. If any amount of tax was payable by such person, that amount will be adjusted. Any surplus will be refunded in the consumer welfare, refunded to you, or it will be put in the consumer welfare fund. Person who has the bond the incidents may also apply for a refund under section number 54. The most important point to remember over here is show cause notice. If amount has been collected representing as tax, which was not tax but you collected showing as tax, immediately paid to the government. If you don't pay, show cause notice, there is no time limit. Demand order, the time limit is 1 year. Section number 77 over here is, sir, tax wrongfully collected and paid to the central government or state government. For an example, I paid CGST and SGST instead of paying IGST. Then Baba, you have to pay IGST. Refund of the CGST and SGST should be taken and pay the correct IGST. Remember, when you are paying the correct IGST, no interest is payable. Section number 77 has to be read with section number 19. So it also goes ahead and says that, sir, supposing you have paid IGST by mistake, please take a refund of the please pay correct CGST and SGST. Take a refund of the IGST. When you are paying the correct CGST and SGST, you don't have to pay any interest. We have gone ahead and learned section number 73, sir. Other than fraud, willful misstatement and suppression, the demand order. Section number 74, fraud, willful misstatement and suppression ka case mein demand order. Section number 75, general provision. Section number 76, amount collected representing as tax, immediately go ahead and pay it to the government. If you don't pay, show cause notice, no time limit. Demand order ka time limit, show cause notice say 1 year. Section number 77, wrong tax paid, take the refund of the wrong tax. Correct tax should be paid.
Once you pay the correct tax, then you can apply for refund within 2 years. But when you are paying the correct tax, you don't have to go ahead and pay any interest. Now over here comes the next one, which is recovery ka proceeding. Section number 78 goes in and says initiation of recovery proceeding. Sir, amount payable in the demand order, please make the payment within 3 months. If you don't make the payment within 3 months, Baba, they will start the recovery. Remember, if proper officer considers it expedient, then proper officer can go ahead and do the recovery even below 15 days, below 3 months also. Proper officer considers it expedient, he may require the taxable person to make the payment less than 3 months. Period will be specified by the proper officer. Sir, how will you do the recovery? Modes of recovery are M square, R square, TDS. Sir, modes of recovery. M means magistrate ke through recovery can be done. M for magistrate. So, Baba, recovery through an application to the magistrate. What will the proper officer do? He'll give an application to the magistrate. Now, magistrate will go ahead and collect the amount from you as if it was court fine. Court ka fine not paid, Baba gone. They will send you to jail. Then, sir, R for M square. M again is movable and immovable property. They can go ahead and sell your movable, immovable property and recover the amount. R means refund or any other amount which you have to receive from the proper officer, or they can ask other specified officer, other government officers, basically from where you have to receive refund. The refund say amount will be deducted. M done. Movable property, immovable property. M for magistrate. R for refund ka adjustment can be done. R for realization of bond. Baba, bond ke saath you would have given any bank guarantee and all. They are telling from the bank guarantee and all, we'll go ahead and recover the amount. The next one over here is T for third party get through. They can go ahead and recover the amount from whom the amount is due or may become due. Then D for district collector. Officer can go ahead and tell the district collector. He will make a certificate and give it to the district collector. But district collectors have immense power. Now they will go ahead and do the recovery from you. The next one over here is S. S for selling of goods. They can detain and sell your goods and recover the amount. Either himself, proper officer can do, or he can ask specified officer to go ahead and do. Sir, always remember, if recovery has to be done, both the officers will not come and catch your neck. Sir, SGST officer will collect the dues, and later whatever the amount belongs to the central government, they will pass it on to the central government. So if my jurisdictional officer is a state government officer, he will come collect the GST from me, and sir, whatever amount he collects relating to the central government, he will pass it on to the central government. Sir, what if partial recovery has done? Then Baba, pro rata they will allocate between center and state. If partial recovery, pro rata distribution between the central government and the state government. Remember, whenever recovery is done from your distinct person also, they can go ahead and do the recovery. The next one over here is payment of tax and other amounts in installment. Sir, against me demand order has come. I don't have money to pay. Please give me some more time. Then taxable person can file an application in GST DRC 20 and commissioner can go ahead and either extend the time, he can give you more time, or he can allow you monthly installment, which will be how many installment? Maximum 24 installment. Remember, self-assessed tax. There is no installment facility, it has to be paid. Sir, installment facility is always subject to interest under section number 50, and if you default in any installment also, beta gone, withdrawal of the installment facility and total amount recovery will start immediately, and installment is not allowed if Baba amount is less than 25,000. It'll tell a beggar get lost, less than 25,000. The next one, section number 81, transfer of property shall be void in certain cases when the amount becomes due from him. When the person say amount becomes due, then if he is thinking, I will go ahead and give my property on mortgage, I'll transfer the property in order to defraud the revenue. Sir, you create a charge or you part with the property with an intention of defrauding the government revenue, then such transfer shall be void, but it will not be void if your bona fide intentions were there. You thought I will transfer the property, recover the amount and give it to the department only. If your intentions were bona fide and you have done it for adequate consideration, in good faith, plus without notice of pendency of such proceeding, you did not know only. Might be, sir, your bona fide intention plus adequate consideration ke liye you have done, you did not know only such proceedings are going on against you, or without notice of such tax on any other payable, some payable by the said person, I didn't know only that, sir, I have to pay such amount, or I have done it with the transfer with the proper officer ka permission, then in that scenario it will not be void. Otherwise, transfer of property shall be void. Section number 82 goes ahead and says tax to be first charged on the property. They are going ahead and telling tax will always be charged first on the property. It means subject to
Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code, but it is. If IBC is applicable on a company, then section number 82 will not be applicable. But if IBC is not applicable on a company, section number 82 says GST department will stand first and recover its due. It says taxable person or representative, amount payable, then GST dues. Then government shall have first charge on the property. Government will recover its GST amount first, but that is always subject to IBC. If insolvency and bankruptcy code is selling something else, then that will prevail, and this will section number 82 will not prevail. The next one over here is section number 83 goes ahead and talks about provisional attachment of property. Sir, provisional attachment ka case mein section number, okay, what did we learn till now? We went ahead and learned section number 73, other than fraud, willful misstatement and suppression of fact, demand order. Section number 74, fraud, willful misstatement and suppression ka case mein demand order. Section number 75, general provision. 76, everyone, amount collected representing as tax should be immediately paid to the government. Section number 77, wrong tax paid should be taken a refund and correct tax should be paid. Interest is not required. 78, greater than 3 months recovery proceedings will start. 79, M square R square TDS, modes of recovery. 80, everyone, installment facility. 81, transfer of property shall be void. 82, subject to insolvency and bankruptcy code, GST department, basically GST or the government dues, will have first charge on the property. Section number 83 talks about provisional attachment. Sir, provisional attachment. Supposingly, proceedings have been initiated under chapter number 12, under chapter number 14, and under chapter number 15, which is basically assessments are happening against you, demand and recovery ka proceedings have started, or inspection, search, seizure, and arrest ka proceedings have started. And commissioner is of the opinion that to protect the government revenue or government ka revenue ka interest, attachment is necessary. Then he will go ahead and record the basis of his opinion, and he will pass an order GST DRC 22, and the details of the property he'll record in that, and he will attach the property. They are going in and telling a copy of this GST DRC 22 will be sent to the concerned revenue authority, transport authority, bank, or and also to the person whose property has been attached. So what they will do is they will go ahead and tell my bank, hey, don't allow Ramesh ka bank account say any withdrawal. Deposits are okay, withdrawal should be blocked. So they can attach my bank account. They can tell the transport authority, don't transfer any movable, immovable properties. Revenue authorities, they will send this GRC 22 and they will attach my property, including my bank accounts. Okay, sir. Then, once the property is attached, they will inform the concerned authority also that please attach his property, and they will inform me also. Now, what I can do is I can go ahead and file an objection in GST DRC. Sir, please don't attach my property. If property is not liable to be attached, then you can go ahead and file a objection against it. If objection is filed, commissioner will go ahead and provide you an opportunity of being heard. If commissioner is satisfied that he will release the property by issuing a DRC 23. If he is not satisfied, then attachment will continue. But remember one thing, he should complete the investigation and adjudication basically within 1 year, because attachment always ceases to be effective after 1 year. The maximum time period for which he can do the attachment is 1 year. And here I have gone ahead and written about perishable or hazardous natures ka good. They will be released if the person goes ahead and pays lower of the market price of such goods or amount that is or that may become due by such person. If you go ahead and pay lower of the market price or the amount that will become due from you, whichever is lower, then the property shall be released immediately by an order in GST DRC 23 on proof of payment. If you fail to make the payment and the property is perishable or hazardous goods, then in that scenario, the property will be disposed of and amount will be recovered. Amount recovered may be adjusted towards the tax, interest, penalty, late fee, or any other amount which might be or may be which is due or might become due from you. The next one over here is section number 84, continuation and validation of recovery proceedings. Section number 84, demand order served on you, taxable person. They started the recovery within 3 months, but you went to the appellate authority. Appellate authority went ahead and condoned the delay, and sir, appeal and revision ka application is filed. They went ahead and condoned the delay, and you filed your appeal ka application. Now, in this scenario, officer will go ahead and stay the recovery proceeding, which had already initiated after 3 months. They will stay. So they are going ahead and telling now, once the appeal has been disposed of, if supposingly appeal mein the demand order is cancelled, then recovery will not happen. If they confirm, then the recovery proceedings will continue. If they enhance the amount, then commissioner will serve another notice of demand for the enhanced amount, because for the remaining amount already demand order is given. For the enhanced amount, they will go ahead and give you a
another notice of demand that this amount will be going ahead and demanding from you, and then means this amount also will recover from you. Notice of demand has to be given. Now recovery proceedings shall now continue with respect to old and new or notice of demand. Sir, if there is a reduction in the demand, then fresh demand notice is not required. Demand notice is not required because already the demand order which was given, Baba, demand order is only your notice of demand. They don't go ahead and another notice of demand, etc. is not sent. Demand order is already there. Okay? So fresh demand notice is not necessary. The commissioner will shall give, earlier it was told order. The commissioner will just give an intimation of the reduction, and recovery proceedings shall continue with the reduced amount now. Sir, always remember rule number 161 when one small amendment came over here. The order, earlier it was called the order. Now the order of reduction or enhancement of any demand shall be issued in GST DRC 25. Now this order ka name has been changed to an intimation. So whenever there is a reduction or enhancement, the officer will go ahead and inform you by an intimation or notice in GST DRC 25. So we'll go ahead and close our revision over here. This chapter is which kind of chapter, everyone? This chapter is an, I can go ahead and say A graded. Why, sir, A graded? Because one small mark, A or B, you can go ahead and say, but a small question can definitely come out of this chapter. Sir, this chart is A graded. This chart, the first chart is A graded, wherein the time limit and penalty, etc., can be asked to you. Very important. For section number 7311, there are small questions which are given. Please be very careful. This circular which is there, in my opinion, this time in the exam for a November 23 or might be May 24, they will go ahead and on this circular, they will go ahead and ask a question. Please be very careful. Section number 75 ka there here 12 May that 88C has come. Please be very careful about it. Other than that, this is B graded. This is also B graded point from the chapter point of view. All these other points which are there are C graded. So the first chart is A graded. This small circular which has come is again A graded. These two sections can be B graded, and all the other sections which are there are C graded from exam point of view. Still, modes of recovery can be important over here. Done, everyone. I'll go ahead and close my revision on the chapter of demand and recovery.
Now, the amendments in the chapter of demand and recovery. Baba, demand ka first two charts mein there are no amendments. Recovery mein they have gone ahead and made small change. I'll tell you what is the change. Section number 142B has been introduced, wherein they are going ahead and telling if any amount becomes recoverable under section number 79, or might be you have not gone ahead. Basically, rule number 88C is there, which is there in your payment of taxes. I'll show you the rule number 88C. Okay, I'll tell you. Rule number 88C, which is there in your payment of taxes. Rule number 88C basically goes ahead and says that, sir, if GSTR 1 may you told something, GSTR 1 may supposingly I went ahead and told in my GSTR 1 that I have a sale of 1 crore and 18 lakh is the liability. But then when I was furnishing my GSTR 3B, here I went ahead and showed my sale as only 1 lakh and 18,000 rupees GST I am going ahead and paying. In this difference, if there is a difference between your GSTR 1 and GSTR 3B, remember one thing, direct recovery could have been initiated. This is section number 75 mein, it is already told direct recovery can be done. If you have the chart book, in the previous chart, section number 75, you can see over there that direct recovery can be done in these cases. Now, before doing a direct recovery, what they are going ahead and telling over here, where any amount becomes recoverable, the proper officer. So basically, whenever any amount becomes recoverable under section number 79, or when any direct recovery has to be done, the proper officer will still intimate you of the amount which he is going to recover in GST DRC 01D. Who wants to fight? So first they will go ahead and tell you. You will be asked to pay within 7 days. And also the amount will be posted in your e-liability ledger ka part 2 mein, saying, sir, this is your liability. If, and this intimation shall be treated as your notice of recovery. Notice has come that we are starting recovery. So section number 75 read with rule number 88C I told you, plus any amount recoverable. First they will go ahead and give you GST DRC 01D telling, sir, please pay this amount within 7 days. And this is your notice of recovery. If upon the expiry of 7 days, if the amount of tax and interest remains unpaid, then the PO will proceed to recover. They will hang you upside down and recover, and these modes of recovery will be used. And that is section number 142B, which has now been introduced. I hope this point is clear. Yes, sir. Now, provisional attachment के लिए I always used to tell you the provisional attachment will be for a maximum period of 1 year. Now, supposingly commissioner went ahead and issued a notice to your bank saying DRC 22 saying please don't go ahead and allow him to take out any money from the bank account. Don't allow any debits. Now, your banker will not go ahead and allow you to take out any money, but if the commissioner goes ahead and gives a written order saying, okay, I am removing the provisional attachment, then he will go ahead and allow you to use your bank account. But what if the commissioner ka order does not come within 1 year? So they have gone ahead and told that provisional attachment on any property shall be removed. Whatever property has been attached, remember, upon the expiry of 1 year of order, means that provisional attachment ka order was given by the commissioner that we are provisionally attaching. Bank will see 1 year has gone. If the order for releasing has not come, after 1 year, automatically the provisionally attached property will be released. Basically, provisional attachment on a property shall be removed upon expiry of 1 year in case written instruction is not received from the commissioner. If commissioner gives instruction between that 1 year, then Baba, after that the attachment will be removed. But if he does not give a written order within 1 year, after 1 year, the provisional attachment shall cease to be effective. That's all is the two changes which has come, and I've included it over here. Here we are done with the amendments in your demand and recovery. All right, students, let's go ahead and now revise the next chapter. The next chapter is appeals and revision. So once an order has been passed against you, against an order, you can go for an appeal, and that is what we are going to talk. Supposingly a demand order has been passed against you. Now either make the payment of the demand order within 3 months, or you can go for an appeal. And here comes the linking of appeals and revision, that sir, once an order has been passed against you, you can go for an appeal. The first appeal goes to the appellate authority. Okay, sir. Okay. Whenever an order is passed, an order is passed by the adjudicating authority. Adjudicating authority against the adjudicating authority ka order, which is also known as order in original, you have to go for an appeal. Where will you go for an appeal, everyone? You will go to the appellate authority. You will go for an appeal to the appellate authority. After the appellate authority, you go to appellate tribunal, and after appellate tribunal you go to the high court, and then you go to the supreme court. That is what we are going to understand over here, that once an order or decision has been given against you and you are being aggrieved, then you can go for an appeal, and that is what we are going to study in the chapter appeals and revision. So, sir, first of all, an adjudicating authority ka order which has been passed, against that you go for an appeal. Against an adjudicating authority ka order, you go for an appeal. And sir, adjudicating authority passes an adjudication order, and against that you go for an appeal. Always remember, adjudicating authority ka definition has been given as an authority appointed or authorized to pass an order or decision under this act. Any authority who's been appointed under this act to go ahead and pass an order is known as an adjudicating authority, like our assistant commissioner, sir, then deputy commissioner. All these people who are appointed under the act to go ahead and pass an order are known as what, everyone? Adjudicating authority. And sir, but it does not include, it means these people are not adjudicating authority, but this has to be done as CAARC. Sir, what is CAARC? These people are not adjudicating authority. C means, because earlier it was N, now it is C. Why it is C? Because now National Anti-Profiting Authority ka work has been taken over by Competition Commission of India. Their orders are not adjudication order. A for authority for advance ruling or appellate authority for advance ruling. Their orders are not adjudication order. Then Baba, appellate authority or appellate tribunal, their orders are not adjudication orders. Sir, R for revisionary authority ka orders are not adjudication order, and C for CBIC ka orders are not adjudication orders. So sir, whenever these people will pass an order, their orders are not adjudication order. Other than this, all the orders which are passed are known as what, everyone? Adjudication orders, because they are being passed by the adjudicating authority. So whenever an adjudicating authority passes an adjudication order, it is known as order in original. Against an order in original, whoever is aggrieved by the order in original, whether it is the person who is aggrieved,
might be the taxpayer or the taxable person or the assessee is aggrieved, or it can be the department itself who is aggrieved by his officer saying, sir, this officer is passing an order which is causing a loss to the department. Then department also can be aggrieved, or other than department, anyone who is aggrieved is coming over here. That appeal can be by any person or appeal can be by department itself. So sir, if you are going for an appeal, remember one thing, you have to go for an appeal within 3 months plus 1 month ka delay can be condoned by the appellate authority. You are going for the first appeal goes to the appellate authority. 3 months may you should go, but if you can't go in 3 months, 1 month ka delay can be condoned by the appellate authority. Sir, always remember 3 months plus 1 month will be seen from the date of communication of the decision or the order. The day you received the adjudication order, the day the order was being communicated to you, from that time 3 months plus 1 month ka delay also can be condoned. Otherwise, it is 3 months. You should go for an appeal in GST APL 01 and you should always go with the specified amount which is there. Specified amount means whatever amount you admit, 100% of the tax, interest, fine, penalty. So if I go ahead and admit that supposingly one demand order was passed against me, in that they demanded CGST 1000 crore, SGST 1000 crore, and I go ahead and agree that sir 500 crore I am agreeing that I am liable to pay, then this 500 crore is the admitted amount of tax, and along with the tax, whatever interest penalty is applicable, I have to go ahead and pay. Then whatever the remaining amount is there is known as tax in dispute. Tax in dispute is 500 crore and 500 crore. Supposingly, always remember, out of the tax in dispute, you have to go ahead and pay 10% of the CGST amount. So 10% means what? 50 crore rupees, and 50 crore under GST. But the maximum over here is, sir, pre-deposit maximum can be 25 crore, and hence it will be 25 crore under CGST, 25 crore under SGST. Remember, tax in dispute ka 10% has to be paid as pre-deposit. Done, sir. Sir, the next one over here, balance amount will be deemed to be stayed once you go ahead and pay the pre-deposit. But if you are going ahead and appealing against an order which is passed under section number 129, 129 means the penalty orders which are passed for detention and seizure of the goods and conveyance, against that whenever you are going ahead. So, sir, this is over here, section number 129, detention and seizure and release of goods and conveyance. So, you have to pay penalty, right? The penalty order which is passed, against that if you want to go for an appeal, always the appeal against an order under section number 129(3), pre-deposit will be 25% of the appeal. Only then your appeal will be admitted with the appellate authorities. Done, sir. Sir, if I am not going for an appeal, might be department itself is agreed by its officer, then department can go for a review application or a departmental appeal. Baba, departmental appeal is also known as a review application. They want to review the order of their officer only, and the review will be done by the appellate authority. So, sir, either the commissioner on his own motion, or if he has received a request from a SGST or UTGST commissioner, then the commissioner can examine the records of any proceeding in which the adjudicating authority, basically the proper officer, has passed the order. The adjudication order was passed by whom? The adjudicating authority. So, in the adjudicate to, and commissioner will satisfy himself about the legality, propriety of the decision or the order which was taken by the adjudicating authority. Now he will go ahead and direct his subordinate, hey, there was some mistake, there was something fishy when the order was passed by the adjudicating authority. He will demand his subordinate to apply to the appellate authority. Within 6 months plus 1 month ka delay can be condoned by the appellate authority, and they will go ahead and file an appeal in APL 03, and there is no pre-deposit which is required by the department, and the appeal goes to the appellate authority. Remember one thing, who is the appellate authority? If the adjudication order, the original order was passed by the superintendent, assistant commissioner or deputy commissioner, above them are the joint commissioner appeal, and they will hear the appeal. Sir, if joint commissioner or additional commissioner had passed the order, original order, then Baba, appeal will lie with the commissioner appeals. Sir, appellate authority will always go ahead and pass an order. Whenever they pass an order, that order is known as order in appeal, OIA. See, always remember, adjudicating authority, when they pass the order, that is the original order. When the order goes for an appeal mein the decision comes, that is known as order in appeal, and the summary of the order will also be uploaded in GST APL 04. So now, when they are passing the order, either they will confirm what was told by the adjudicating authority, or they will modify, or they might go ahead and cancel the decision or the order. And always they will pass their order. Appellate authority will pass the order within 1 year from the date of filing the appeal. Sir, no order requiring the applicant to pay shall be passed without giving a show cause notice. Means first, if they want you to pay, then always they will give you a show cause notice. Okay, sir. Now, so whenever they are passing an order and in that order it is told that you have to pay this much amount, then always they will give you a first show cause notice. Show me the cause why I should not pass such and such order against you. Now, sir, always remember whenever they are passing an order, they will give opportunity of being heard. Adjournment is maximum 3 times. They can permit additional grounds also, and the fees to file an appeal to the appellate authorities is nil. Sir, supposingly department could not go to sir. Now, if department did not go and file the appeal within 6 months, then what will happen? Baba, in that scenario, if department did not file the within six months, the appeal, then the revisionary authority can go ahead and revise the order. For an example, adjudication order was passed, and against the adjudication order, the department did not go for an appeal. But sir, 6 months are gone. Now department can't go for an appeal. What to do? But in that scenario, junior ka order can be revised by the senior. Appeal ka route is gone. But what will happen over here? The junior ka order can be revised by the senior. So, sir, if departmental appeal does not go within 6 months, then department, taxpayer doesn't have any other option. You have to go within 3 months plus 1 month. If you did not go, forget it. No time, no more filing of appeal. But if department did not go for an appeal within 6 months, then revisionary authority, basically junior ka order, can be revised by the senior. If order passed by the subordinate officer below revisionary authority, sir, who is the revisionary authority? Always remember, superintendent, assistant commissioner, deputy commissioner. Above him, the senior additional or joint commissioner. So they are going to revise. Sir, joint commissioner or additional commissioner. Then revision. Who will do? Senior is who? Commissioner or the principal commissioner. Senior will go ahead and revise the order. Sir, revisionary authority, basically the senior on his own motion can go ahead and revise, or upon this information received by him, might be he has received some intelligence information, or might be on request from the SGST or UTGST commissioner, then the senior will go ahead and call and examine the record. And on examination, if the revisionary authority, basically the senior, finds that order was erroneous, the order which was passed by the adjudicating authority, the junior, was erroneous, it was prejudicial to revenue interest, it was affecting the revenue, there was a loss to the revenue. If it is illegal, improper, material facts were unconsidered, material facts were ignored, sir, or in consequence of observation of the C&AG, that is the audit opinion, then what will happen over here? The senior will go ahead and say, hey, all the operations to be stayed by the revisionary authority, and after giving opportunity of being heard and inquiry, they will pass a revisional order. Who will pass a revisional order? The revisionary authority will pass a revisional order as he thinks just and proper. Either he will enhance the order, enhance the amount, or he will modify, or might be he'll annul. Supposing a demand order was given, a refund order was given, and that refund order he wants to cancel, then he can cancel also the order. Sir, what did you go ahead and tell till now? I went ahead and told, first of all, there will be an adjudicating authority. Adjudicating authority will go ahead and pass order in original. Against the adjudicating authority order, whenever you want to go for an appeal, you have taxpayer can go. Basically, any person can go or the department can go, correct? When you are going, you have to go ahead and file in APL 01. Department files APL 03. You have to go ahead and file within 3 months plus 1 month. Department will file within 6 months plus 1 month. Sir, if you are going, you have to give a pre-deposit which is 10% of the tax in dispute. That is maximum what? 25 crore under CGST, 25 crore under SGST. Sir, plus if pre-deposit, if you are going ahead and fighting against an order under 129, it is how much? 25% of the tax in. Basically, the order ka 25%. Penalty order it is, so 25% of that amount. Here, there is no pre-deposit. Pre-deposit is not there, and appeal goes to the appellate authority. Appellate authority will go ahead and pass an order which will be known as order in appeal. Sir, if department did not go for an appeal, then in this scenario, the original order ke against department ka junior ka order can be revised. Means against the adjudicating authority, whoever officer was there, his senior can go ahead and be the revisionary authority, and they can go ahead and revise the order, and they will go ahead and pass a revisional order. Are we clear? Now, against this order, whoever is aggrieved, now they will go to the appellate tribunal. Everyone over here now, listen to me very carefully. Now here there is an amendment which has come. One section number 109C has been inserted, where they are going in and telling the appellant may withdraw an appeal at any time before issuance of the show cause notice, because when they will go ahead and pass an order against you, making you pay, they will first issue you a show cause notice. Baba, appellate authority, whenever they are going ahead and passing an order saying that this much is the amount to be paid, first they will go ahead and give you a show cause notice. Though they are going ahead and telling any time before issuance of the show cause notice or the order, the appellate authority ka order, before it is passed, whichever is earlier, you can go ahead and file an application for withdrawal of the application, and application withdrawal is APL01W, or if department wants to withdraw, then it is APL03W. So Baba, withdrawal ka provisions have now been inserted. If before passing of the order or before issuance of the show cause notice, before passing the order, they will issue a show cause notice if they are asking you to pay. Before issuance of show cause notice or before issuing an order, if you want, you can go ahead and file a withdrawal application, APL01W or APL03W in case of department. Remember one thing, whenever you are filing an appeal in APL01 or you are going ahead and filing an appeal in APL03, sir, when appeal is filed, a provisional acknowledgement is issued immediately to the appellant. Whenever you are filing an appeal online, whenever you go ahead and file an appeal, and provisional acknowledgement is always generated. Sir, why not final acknowledgement? Because they always want a copy of the order. So they are going ahead and telling, once the order appeal against, so sir, first, okay, supposingly adjudicating authority passed an order. Immediately you went and filed an appeal. You don't have the order ka copy with you. Now, in that scenario, they are going ahead and telling, provisionally you can go ahead and file your appeal. But then, once the order which is appealed against is uploaded, might be the adjudicating authority goes online, and then because order ka copies are generally uploaded online. Now, if that once you go ahead and file an appeal, provisionally they will go ahead and issue you a acknowledgement. Provisional acknowledgement will be given. Later, what will happen? Sir, I filed, okay, adjudicating authority passed an order. After that, I filed an appeal. When I file an appeal, provisional acknowledgement will be given. After that, what will happen? After that, the department officer might be he himself went ahead and online uploaded the copy of the order. Then, sir, where the order appeal against is uploaded on the portal, but our department is required to upload copies of the order. So they went ahead and uploaded one copy of the order. Or in that scenario, a final acknowledgement, once the order is uploaded by the adjudicating authority online, then a final acknowledgement indicating appeal number shall be issued in APL 02, and date of issue of provisional acknowledgement will be the date of filing of the appeal. So, sir, if it is uploaded by the department, once they upload, you will be given one final acknowledgement, but the date of filing the provisional acknowledgement will be the date of filing of appeal. But sir, if order is not uploaded on the portal, might be the department is telling we don't upload this order on the portal, then in that scenario, you have to go ahead and submit a copy. Appellants should submit a self-certified copy within 7 days from the date of filing APL 01 or 03. When you file your 01 or 03, you are given provisional acknowledgement. If you submit a copy of the order, self-certified copy of the order within 7 days from the date of filing your APL 01 or 03, then a final acknowledgement shall be issued, and the date of issue of provisional acknowledgement will be the date of filing. So, sir, first of all, you will file APL 01 and APL 03, provisional acknowledgement will be given. Now, department uploaded the order online. Once department uploads the order online, then in that scenario, final acknowledgement will be given, and the date of filing the provisional acknowledgement will be the date of filing of appeal by you. Sir, but if supposingly I filed an appeal over here, department is not going to upload a copy of the order, then in that scenario, within 7 days of the provisional acknowledgement, within 7 days of 01 or 03, department ke liye it is 03, date of filing of 01 or 03, you have to go ahead and submit a self-certified copy of the order. If you submit within 7 days, the date of filing, that is the date of provisional acknowledgement, will be the date of filing the appeal. It says the date of issue of provisional acknowledgement is the date of filing of appeal. But sir, if I don't submit a self-certified copy within 7 days of filing an appeal in APL 01 or 0W, then they are going ahead and telling the date you submit a copy of the decision or order, that will become the date of filing. Might be a small question can be asked. Please be very careful. So, sir, can you tell me, everyone, when I go ahead and upload 01 or 03, APL 01 or 03, I go ahead and file online. APL 01 by me, department APL 03. Then provisional acknowledgement is given. Now, once the order is uploaded by the officer, then final acknowledgement will be given, and date of provisional acknowledgement, that is the date when you had gone ahead and filed your APL 01 or 03, that day provisional acknowledgement was given, that day will become the date of filing the appeal. But sir, if department is not uploading, then in that scenario, you upload within 7 days of the, when you file your APL 01 or 03, within 7 days, you go ahead and upload self-certified copy, and the day you upload the self-certified copy, a final acknowledgement will be generated, and the date of issue of provisional acknowledgement only will become date of filing. But sir, if I don't submit within 7 days of filing APL 01 or 03, then Baba, the date of submission of the copy or the copy of the decision or order will be the date of filing the appeal. So if I don't submit within 7 days, I submitted after 10 days, that day will become date of filing of appeal. Done, sir. Point is clear over here. The next one. Now, sir, one order was passed by the appellate authority or order was passed by the revisionary authority, which is the revisional order. Against this order, order passed by the appellate authority or appellate order passed by the revisionary authority, whoever is aggrieved, either any person or department, other aggrieved is any person or department, you have to go for an appeal, and now appeal will go against the order of the appellate authority or revisionary authority. The appeal will go to the appellate tribunal. Done, sir. Point is clear. Now, remember one thing. Whenever appeal is going to the appellate tribunal, any person other than the department is going for an appeal, he has to go in APL 05. If department is going for an appeal, department will go in APL 07. Sir, any person has to go within 3 months plus 3 month ka delay can be condoned by the appellate tribunal. Department has to go within 6 months and condonation of delay is not there. The fees for going ahead and filing an appeal with the appellate authority, appellate tribunal is 1000 rupees for every 1 lakh rupees of amount involved, but the maximum is 25,000 additional pre-deposit. So sir, when I had gone ahead and filed a appeal over here, tax in dispute ka I had paid 10%, but subject to a maximum of 25 crore. Now tax in dispute ka additionally I have to pay 20%. How much is 20% of 500 crore? 100 crore. 100 crore, but here also there is a maximum which is there, 50 crore under CGST and 50 crore under SGST, and hence I'll end up paying 100 crore rupees, which is 50 crore CGST and 50 crore SGST. Always remember 20% of the tax in dispute and maximum is 50 crore under CGST and 50 crore under SGST. Total pre-deposit 10% was given earlier, now it is 20%. I'll talk about the interest later. Appellate tribunal at its discretion can also refuse to admit an appeal where the amount is less than equal to 50,000. Done, sir. Point is clear. Whenever you go for an appeal, if you are going for an appeal, department will be given an option to go ahead and file memorandum of cross objection to be filed by the party against whom the appeal has been preferred, that is the respondent. It has to be filed within 45 days plus 45 days. This goes in APL 06 and there is no fees which is required to be paid for going ahead and filing a memorandum of cross objection. Now, whenever you go for an appeal to the appellate tribunal is two-tier appellate tribunal. One is central level appellate tribunal and one is state level appellate tribunal, which is there. Sir, central level appellate tribunal ke paas cases will always go. Sir, whenever the case involves one of the issues where relating to place of supply, then Baba, remember one thing, your case will always go to the central level appellate tribunal, and if your any other case where place of supply issue is not there, then your case will always go to the state level appellate tribunal. Central level appellate tribunal is divided into national bench. The national bench is in New Delhi. The president of the bench is a judicial member. Basically, the judicial member is the president of the bench, and one technical member from the center, one technical member from the state. National benches are further divided into region-wise regional benches. Regional benches also has one judicial member. Judicial member is the president of the bench, and then technical member from the center, technical member from the state. Sir, again, state level benches are further divided into state benches. State benches में one judicial member, technical member center, technical member state. And sir, again, area bench, state benches are again divided into area wise benches, which will have one judicial member, one technical member from the center and one technical member from the state. Always remember, every bench has how many members? 3 members. So whenever a decision has to be taken, all the 3 members will jointly take a decision. Now sir, supposingly one member has not come, in the absence of any member, sir, in any bench, any appeal with the president approval can be heard by a bench of 2 members also. Generally, it is 1 judicial member, 2 technical member, 1 from center and 1 from state. But 1 member has not come, then 2 members also can listen the case, but with president approval. Sir, proviso, any appeal where the amount is up to 5 lakh rupees and not involving question of law with president approval can be heard by a bench of single member also. But sir, number 1, amount should be up to 5 lakh rupees. It should not involve question of law, and third, president approval should be taken. And then one member also can hear the case. Okay, sir, point is clear. After that, now all these people, whenever they pass an order, they will go ahead and pass an order within 1 year from the date of filing as far as possible. It is not mandatory, but it is always they try to pass an order within 1 year. When they are passing an order, either they will confirm or they will go ahead and modify or they will go ahead and annul the original order which was there. Basically, the order of the appellate authority or appellate tribunal, appellate authority or appellate appellate authority or might be the revisionary authority order which is there, the appellate tribunal can go ahead and confirm, modify or annul. Sir, they will send a copy to the appellate authority, revisionary authority, original adjudicating authority, appellant, jurisdictional commissioner and commissioner of state tax or union territory tax ko one order ka copy will also be sent. Now, once the order has been passed, remember one thing, if it's an order which is passed by the state bench or area bench, then you have to go to the High Court, and after the High Court, you have to go to the Supreme Court. But if the order which is passed by the national bench or the regional bench, then in that scenario, no High Court appeal. Directly, you have to go to the Supreme Court. So, what did we learn over here? We went ahead and learned that, sir, whenever one adjudicating authority passes an order which is known as order in original, either you go to the either any person can go or department can go. Correct? The first they will go to the appellate authority, and sir, if department does not go ahead and file an appeal, then revisionary authority can go ahead and pass an order. Here also they will go ahead and pass an order. Sir, either this order will come or the revisionary authority will pass an order. Any of the order, you have to go to appellate tribunal. Correct? Appellate tribunal, we have national bench, regional bench, state bench, area bench. Against this order, whenever they pass an order, you directly have to go to Supreme Court. But whenever they pass an order, first you go to High Court and then you go to the Supreme Court. Done, sir. Now, when the order has been passed by the state bench or area bench and you want to go ahead and appeal further, then you go for an appeal with the High Court. Now, they are telling High Court will admit a case only if substantial question of law is there. Baba, High Court will always go ahead and admit your case only if there is a substantial question of law. Appeal within 180 days plus extension time limit can be given. Condonation of delay can be done by the High Court. Appeal will go in APL 08. Sir, it is to be heard by at least how many judges? 2 judges which are there, and they will admit only after full payment. Done, sir. Point is clear. Now, once appeal has gone to the High Court, if you want to go ahead and further appeal, then you can go to the Supreme Court. Now, sir, when I am going, or might be if your order was passed by the national bench or the regional bench, then the order ke against directly you have to go to the Supreme Court. Remember one thing, Supreme Court ke liye there is time limit as per the Code of Civil Procedure, which is CPC. And sir, they will also admit, High Court admits, Supreme Court admits a case only if the High Court certifies that this case is fit enough to go to the Supreme Court. Sir, admit only after full payment. Might be if you have gone to the High Court and then you are coming to Supreme Court, then here only you would have made the full payment. But if you are directly coming to the Supreme Court, then first you have to go ahead and make the payment and then only they will go ahead and admit the appeal. Remember one thing, jurisdictional commissioner shall issue a statement in APL 04 indicating the final amount of demand which is confirmed by the High Court or Supreme Court. Whenever High Court or Supreme Court order will come, statement will be issued in GST APL 04 by your jurisdictional commissioner and he'll tell you how much is the final amount to be paid. Done, sir. Point is clear. Other than this, now we have small points which we'll go ahead and cover. Sir, whenever adjudicating authority ka order ke against you, adjudication order ke against you are going ahead and filing an appeal, remember there are some orders which are passed by the adjudicating authority also, but those are non-appealable orders. Section number 121 goes ahead and says what are the non-appealable orders. Means no appeal also can be filed with the appellate authority, appellate tribunal, etc. No revision also is possible. Number 1, case transfer order from one officer to another. Sir, order of seizure or detention of books, document register, order sanctioning prosecution, order passed under section number 80, that is rejection of installment facility. These are some of the orders against which you just have to sit. As for seizure or detention order, as for sanctioning of prosecution ka order, I for installment facility ka rejection order, and T for transfer orders. Case transfer orders ke liye you can't do anything. Remember, against SSIT orders, even though they are passed by the adjudicating authority, you just have to sit. The next one over here is, sir, whenever you are going for an appeal, Baba, you might need an authorized representative. Who are the people who can be your authorized representative? They are going ahead and telling authorized representative. Who are the people who are eligible? Your relative can be your authorized representative. Your regular employee can be your authorized representative. Sir, you are practicing advocate, practicing CS, CS, CMA, practicing GST practitioner, retired tax officer of the commercial tax department. He can also be your authorized representative. Who are the people who are ineligible? Anyone who is dismissed from government service, convicted of an offense, sir, under the GST law or any existing law, anyone who is guilty of misconduct, anyone who has been adjudged as insolvent. These are the people who are not fit to be or who are not eligible to be authorized representative. There can be a small question which they can ask, so I have told over here. Now, whenever you go ahead and pay, remember one thing: if you are going, if your case from the adjudicating authority, if you are going ahead and filing your case with the appellate authority, then you are filing to the appellate tribunal, then you are filing to the high court, and then you are filing to the Supreme Court. Might be from the appellate tribunal, national bench ka case mein you directly go to the Supreme Court. Always remember, when your case is going to the appellate authority, you pay 10% of the tax in dispute as what? Pre-deposit. When your case goes to the appellate tribunal, you pay 20% of the tax in dispute as what? Pre-deposit. But this is subject to maximum 25 crore under CGST, 25 crore under SGST. This is maximum 50 crore under CGST, 50 crore under GST. Here, full amount has to be paid, and here also, if you are going like this, then also you have to pay full amount, and only then the case will be admitted. Remember one thing: whenever, if supposingly appellate authority ka order came and your pre-deposit was refunded, then section number appellate authority or appellate tribunal ka order came and your pre-deposit is refunded, always remember pre-deposit ka refund ka case mein section number 115 is applicable, which goes ahead and says whenever that 10% or 20% will be refunded, you will be given interest under section number 115, which says at the rate of 6% from the date of payment till the date of refund, you will be given interest. So, sir, agar here also if pre-deposit is refunded, its refund will be given with interest under section number 115, which says from the date of payment till the date of refund, you will be given interest. But, sir, whenever High Court or Supreme Court ka order came and you are given a refund, remember in these two scenario, to section number 115 is applicable, where interest given at the rate of 6% from the date of payment till the date of refund. But, sir, in these two scenarios, section number 56 is applicable for payment of interest. Government says, beta, once the High Court or Supreme Court ka order comes, after that you file an application. Within 60 days of application, if you give you the refund, then no interest. But if you don't give you within 60 days, after 60 days, whatever the period of delay is there, day-wise calculation will give you 6% per annum. Go beggar, go. Okay, everyone. If refund interest at the rate of 6% per annum under section number 56 over here, and here also section number 56 is applicable. Done, sir. Left hand side I have written, supposingly, if appellate tribunal went ahead and passed an order. Appellate tribunal went ahead and passed an order, and order may there was a mistake. Then rectification of mistake, which is apparent on the face, can be done. Appellate tribunal may amend an order to rectify any mistake which is apparent within a period of 3 months from the date of the order. Other than this, sir, appellate tribunal is not constituted only. You are telling after the adjudicating authority, after the appellate authority has passed, adjudicating authority passed an order, you went to the appellate authority. Appellate authority went ahead and passed the order, you have to go to the appellate tribunal. But, sir, appellate tribunal is not constituted only, but you have to go within 3 months. So they went ahead and told you can go within 3 months from the date of order of the appellate authority, or once the appellate tribunal has been constituted, from that day you can go within 3 months. Removal of difficulties orders was being passed. Time limit to file an appeal before the appellate tribunal will always be later of date of communication of the order or the date of constitution of the appellate tribunal, that is when the president enters the office, whichever is later. Done, sir. Over here now. Sir, revisionary authority will not go ahead and revise an order. When will revisionary authority not go ahead and revise an order? Remember one thing: if appeal already filed before appellate authority, appellate tribunal, high court or Supreme Court, if you have gone the appeal route, then revisionary authority will not touch your order which is there. Sir, you are going ahead and fighting with the appellate authority, appellate tribunal, high court, Supreme Court, and here revisionary authority is going ahead and revising. No, they will not touch the order. But any point which is not raised or decided in an appeal, that point can be revised by the appellate authorities. Sorry. Any point which has not been decided or which has not been raised in an appeal, that might be your case was going on with the appellate authority. In that scenario, appellate authority did not touch one point. That point ke liye revisionary authority can do the revision, but that will be within how much time? 1 year from the date of order in appeal, or 3 years from the date of order in original, whichever is later, before the expiry of 1 year from the order in appeal, or before the expiry of 3 years from the order in original, whichever is later. So for an example, one order in original was passed over here. ठीक है, from here 1 year, 2 year, 3 year का time limit is there. Might be against this order appeal was going on, and appeal का order has come over here. So from the date order in appeal has come, from that day within 1 year, or from this day within 3 year, whichever is later, till that time they are going ahead and telling, see, whichever is later, that till that time, that point 1 point के लिए revisionary authority can do revision basically for 1 point which has not been raised or decided in any appeal. Within how much time? 3 years from the order in original, from the date of order in appeal within 1 year. Sir, remember one thing, revisionary authority shall not revise an order if 6 months have not expired, because within 6 months so you have to go for a departmental appeal with the appellate authority. Sir, if 6 months have expired, then they can touch, yes. Or if 3 years have expired, then also they can't touch, because revisionary authority ka maximum time limit to go ahead and revise is 3 years. Then they are telling, sir, if it was already taken up for revision, that is, it means it was picked up but was never revised, you can't pick it up again. If a revisionary order means revisionary authority picked up an order, revised it, now can you do revision again? No. A revisional order, no revision again. Remember this point, very important. A, B, C, D. 4 points when revisionary authority shall not revise an order. Remember one thing, whenever they are going ahead and this 3 years ka time limit is the maximum time limit they can go ahead and revise. They are telling over here, time spent between the decision of the appellate authority, appellate tribunal to the High Court to the Supreme Court, if same issue already pending before the appellate tribunal or High Court, in that scenario, if the revisionary authority in some other case is waiting for a decision of the appellate tribunal or High Court and not revising an order, then Baba, in that scenario, whatever the wait time spent always has to be excluded. Stay period, if it was given by the court or the appellate tribunal, stay period also will be excluded in calculation of that 3 years ka time limit which is there, because the maximum time limit they can go ahead and revise, it's told over here, is 3 years. If 3 years have expired, revisionary authority cannot go ahead and revise an order. Sir, what are the cases, circumstances when additional evidence will be allowed by the appellate authority or appellate tribunal? Baba, can see, generally appellate authority, appellate tribunal cannot go ahead and admit any additional evidences other than the evidences which you had given to the adjudicating authority. Sir, adjudicating authority means the officer ko you had not given some evidences, then later you can't give those evidences. But some cases may they will go ahead and admit some additional evidences. They are telling where adjudicating authority might be the original adjudicating authority or the appellate authority refused to admit an evidence or to have been admitted, then appellate tribunal will say, okay, get me the additional evidence. Or where an appellant was prevented by sufficient cause from producing the evidence called upon by the adjudicating authority or the appellate authority. He was prevented because of some reason, he could not produce. Or, sir, see, you have to read it like this. Where appellant was prevented by sufficient cause from producing evidence called upon by the adjudicating authority or appellate authority, or he was prevented by sufficient cause from producing evidence which is relevant to any ground of appeal. In that scenario, appellate tribunal can go ahead and admit additional evidences. Or where adjudicating authority or appellate authority had made the order without giving sufficient opportunity to the appellant to adduce evidence relevant to the ground of appeal, they did not give you chance only to go ahead and provide additional evidences which were they had made the order where the appellate authority or adjudicating authority had made the order without giving sufficient opportunity to the appellant to adduce evidence which are relevant to the ground of appeal. In that scenario, appellate tribunal can go ahead and admit additional evidences. Remember, there are 4 points over here. Number 1, sir, they should have taken this evidences. They did not take, sir. Then appellate tribunal will say, okay, give the evidences. Number 2, where he was prevented by sufficient cause, sir, to produce the evidence which were called upon or which is relevant to the ground of appeal, he was prevented. Might be he got COVID, so that is why he could not go ahead and submit. Or where the appellate authority or the adjudicating authority had made the order without giving me any sufficient opportunity only to produce evidences, then appellate tribunal can say, okay, get the additional evidence.
Done, sir. Sir, what are the powers of the appellate tribunal? The powers of the appellate tribunal are same as the civil court. They can go ahead and summon anyone. Hey, come over here, enforcing the attendance of any person and examining him on oath. Might be they can require the discovery and production of document. They can receive evidences on affidavits. They can issue orders. Basically, commissions means orders for the examination of witness or documents. They can dismiss a representation for default, or they can decide it ex parte also. Might be you have not come, they can decide it ex parte. The next one is section number 120 over here, the last section in this chapter. Sir, what does section number 120 says? Appeal not to be filed in certain cases. So it says board on the recommendation of council can issue order or direction or instruction fixing monetary limit for regulation of appeal or application by the CGST officer. So sir, board can go ahead and say, hey officer, 10,000 rupees tak. If the amount is involved, then don't file departmental appeal. Don't waste your time. Don't waste the time of the adjudicating authority, appellate authority or appellate tribunal ka time you don't waste. So board has gone ahead and board can go ahead and fix a limit. Now supposingly I am the officer over here who wants to file a departmental appeal against an order which was passed by the adjudicating authority. I know the adjudicating authority had passed the order which is wrong, but I can't file the appeal because the monetary limit is less. So in this scenario, I will not file the appeal. But supposingly the taxpayer does the similar thing again, but here the monetary limit is more. Can the taxpayer go ahead and say that last time you had not gone ahead and filed an appeal, so you had agreed to what I was doing was correct? No, in this scenario, you can't go ahead and say that last time not filing of departmental appeal was because, sir, you can't go ahead and say that last time you did not file an appeal. Now, how come you can go ahead and file an appeal? Any taxpayer cannot go ahead and say that. Last time the departmental appeal was not filed because the monetary limit was less. Now they are filing an appeal because might be the monetary limit is more. So it says non-filing an appeal due to such limit shall not preclude an officer from filing an appeal involving similar same issue or question of law. Might be last time we had not filed an appeal, department did not file an appeal because the amount was less. Now they are filing an appeal because the amount is more. And hence, no person shall contend that officer had consented to the disputed issue by not filing an appeal or application. Last time he did not file an appeal, it means the officer had gone ahead and consented that what I had done was correct and that is why I am doing it again. No, you can't go ahead and say that. That is what section number 120 is going ahead and telling. This chapter, in my opinion, is a big graded chapter. Sir, in the exam, pre-deposits go ahead and play an important role. Pre-deposits where they can go ahead and ask you a question, 10%, 20%, then full amount, full amount. Interest ka calculation, remember the interest ka calculation is over here. Sir, 6%, always 6%, but from the date of payment till the date of refund, from the date of payment till the date of refund. Other cases mein, pre-deposit का case में it is always from date of payment till the date of refund. Other cases में it is once the order has come, you go ahead and apply within 60 days. If they give you the refund, then okay from the date of application. If they don't give you within 60 days, then they will pay you interest at the rate of 6%. This thing is important. Amendment always are important. Small amendment, not very important, but okay. They can go ahead and ask you a small question on the revisionary authority. Write a short note on revisionary authority. They can go ahead and ask also small question saying revisionary authority shall not revise an order when. That's all everyone. Not very important. This chapter is B graded chapter. I will say 4 marks to 5 marks is something which they can go ahead and ask. Pre-deposits etc. being the most important part of this chapter. I'll go ahead and close my revision on the chapter of appeals and revision. Now, what are the amendments in the chapter of appeals and revision? Listen carefully. Appeals and revision may they have gone ahead and brought one small amendment. Basically, one small change has come. Nothing. Manual filing of APL 01 and APL 03 will be allowed if the commissioner has notified or the order against which you want to go ahead and appeal, that order is not available on the common portal. Sir, can I file manual APL 01 and APL 03? APL 01 you go ahead and file, department files APL 03 with the appellate authority. They are going ahead and telling appeal to appellate authority may be filed manually, otherwise it was electronically. Manually you can file APL 01 and department can file APL 03 only if commissioner has so notified or the same cannot be filed electronically because your order or decision, the order or decision against which you want to appeal is not available on the common portal. Then Baba, remember, manual filing of appeal will be allowed. Done, sir. Point is clear. This was a change in your appeals and revision. The next point, which has come as a change, but I see a statutory update, although doesn't incorporate it. I think it's a good change. You must take care of it. Listen. Now, appellate tribunal, which is the GST 80, GST appellate tribunal. Remember, this center level, state level, all this point has now been deleted. Now there is no center level bench, state level, etc. They have kept two benches only. One is the principal bench, regional bench, no more regional bench. Actually, appellate tribunal was never formed because the case was lying with the Madras High Court, wherein they had told two judicial member and two technical members should be there. Earlier, they had told in the bench one judicial member, judiciary ka member, and two technical members from GST will be there. People told no. Two judicial, two technical members should be there, and hence they had stopped the formation of appellate tribunal. Now they have got this change, and they are telling, sir, no more state level, area bench, etc. Simple, they are telling one will be a principal bench and one will be a state bench. ठीक है. Principal bench, all the cases where place of supply ka matter is involved, principal bench will hear. All other cases, state bench will hear. Here, president is a judicial member. One more judicial member will be appointed, and hence two judicial member, two technical member, one from center, one technical member from center, one technical member from state, and state bench may also two judicial member and one technical member from center, one technical member from state will be there. That's all is the change which has been done for appellate tribunal. Also, this note which was there relating to, sir, when one member is not there, etc. Simple. Now remember, in any bench, any appeal shall be heard by a bench of two members. Always principal bench or state bench. How many people will hear? Two people will hear your appeal. Always. One judicial member, one technical member will hear your appeal. Always. ठीक है. Now this proviso please delete. If any appeal involves an amount of 50 lakh, not 5 lakh, 50 lakh, not involving question of law, with the president approval can be heard by a single member also. So any appeal which is before the appellate tribunal, if the amount involved is 50 lakh, not involving any question of law, factual issues where people are fighting, president approval given, one person also can hear the appeal. Otherwise, how many people will hear? Two people will hear. Always two people will hear. ठीक है sir. Sir, but the bench has 4 people. Bench will have 4 people, but how many people will hear? 2 people will hear. One person also can hear. This point I have gone ahead and done the change over here. That's all is the change which is there in your appeals and revision ka chapter. Done, Baba, done. Clear. Alright, students, let's go ahead and now revise the chapter of liability to pay in certain cases. Now, this chapter, although not very important from exam point of view, but you will see in alternate attempt, they go ahead and ask a small 3-mark question. So, let's go ahead and quickly cover the liability to pay in certain cases. Here we have section number 85 to section number 94, which is there. Section number 85 goes ahead and tells whenever you go ahead and transfer your business, in case of transfer of business, the business which is being transferred to someone else. Now, the transferee, when he's gone ahead and taken over the business, after that liability to he will take care. But before the transfer of business, whatever the business called liability was there, who will go ahead and take care of those liabilities? So they have gone ahead and told the transferor and transferee shall jointly, means together, and severally means individually. So it's a legal term which means jointly and severally. Jointly means together, severally means individually be liable to pay the dues. When I say dues, dues can be tax, interest, penalty, correct everyone? Whatever dues were there up to the date of transfer. So up to the date of transfer, who will be liable everyone? Transferor and transferee. Now the transfer can be by sale, gift, lease, leave, license, hire or any other manner. Always remember, in case of transfer of business, the transferee and transferor and the transferee both shall be jointly and severally be liable. The next one is agent and principal. So if agent is going and further supplying on behalf of the principal, or agent is buying goods and giving it to the principal, always remember, in this scenario also, whatever supplies are being done by the agent, if the tax is not paid on those supplies,
the principal and agent shall jointly and severally be liable. So where agent supplies or receives taxable goods on behalf of the principal, such agent and principal will jointly and severally be liable to pay the tax payable on such goods. Who will be liable? Principal and the agent, both will be liable. The next one is amalgamation or merger. Remember one thing, if it is a case of amalgamation or merger and it is in pursuance of an order of the court or tribunal or otherwise, an order is to take effect from the date earlier than the order. For an example, sir, the board of directors decided over here that will amalgamate. Then they went to the NCLT. NCLT went ahead and passed an order and told you are one from this date. So NCLT went ahead and gave a retrospective date and told you are amalgamated from this date. Now, Baba, after you have got your ROC order, you will go ahead and apply to the registrar of company. They will give you a certificate of incorporation. Then you will apply for a GST registration, right, everyone? During this scenario, whatever supplies you have gone ahead and done, might be the GST registration was given and the GST registration they went ahead and told you are registered under GST might be from this date. But till this date, whatever supplies were done by A and B Limited, because now they are AB Limited, although in the eye of although might be NCLT went ahead and gave them a retrospective effect, but in the eye of GST, when you get the GST registration, only then you become one. So till that time, if A Limited was supplying to B or B Limited was supplying to A, that will be included in their individual supplies and they individually will be liable. They have gone ahead and told over here, in pursuance of an order of the court or tribunal or otherwise, an order is to take effect from the date earlier to the date of order, and any two or more of such company have supplied or received good services to or from each other, then such transaction shall be included in the turnover of the supplier received of the respective company and they shall be liable to pay tax accordingly. So from when you got the GST registration and you became one, from that date also, if A is supplying to B, B is supplying to A, they both are together only. So it will be included in AB Limited ka liability only. But sir, before that day, A was separate, B was separate in the eye of GST, and whatever they had supplied to each other will be included in their respective turnovers. The said two or more companies shall be treated as distinct person for the period to the date of the said order, and registration certificates of the said company shall be cancelled with effect from the date of such order. When your registration will be cancelled and you will be given a new registration as AB Limited, till that date, whatever supplies were done by each other to one another, those will be included in your respective companies ka turnover and they shall be liable to pay the tax accordingly. So A will pay for his supplies, he will be liable. B, whatever supplies he has done, for that B will be liable. Good one. The next one over here is, if the company goes into liquidation, Baba, when a company goes into liquidation, in that scenario, if the company has any liabilities, who will pay? In that scenario, any person who is appointed as a receiver of the assets of the company, the liquidator will be liable. Now, whenever a liquidator is liable, once he is appointed, he will go ahead and inform within 30 days of the appointment, he will give an intimation of the appointment to the commissioner, and now commissioner will go ahead and make an inquiry and notify in GST DRC 23 within 3 months. GST DRC 24, commissioner will go ahead and inform you within 3 months of the receipt of intimation the amount of dues, the tax, interest, penalty, if any, payable by the company, and the liquidator is liable over here. So liquidator, whenever he is appointed, liquidator will inform the commissioner, sir, I am appointed, please let me know what is the dues of the company, and hence the liquidator is always liable. But sir, then in case of a private company going into liquidation, who will be liable? In that scenario, they have gone ahead and told private company mein to Baba, directors are always jointly and severally liable. If the dues cannot be recovered from the company, then the directors are always liable. The next one over here is liability of the directors of a private company. Yes, Baba, in case of private company, always it is the directors who are liable. So if dues cannot be recovered from the company, then they are telling if dues of the private company cannot be recovered, then every person who was a director during such period shall jointly and severally be liable unless he proves that, this is a very important sentence, unless he proves that non-recovery cannot be attributed to his gross neglect, misfeasance or breach of duty on his part in relation to the affairs of the company. Sir, if he proves that, sir, it was not because of my negligence, then he will not be liable. Otherwise, the directors who are there are liable. And they have told in case private company is converted into public company and now public company ka dues which are there, public company ka dues ke liye the directors are not liable. Then directors shall not be liable provided that nothing in this subsection shall apply to any personal penalty imposed on such director. Personal penalty of the director, in which director will be liable. But other than that, whatever the company ka liabilities are there, that also directors are liable. The next is liability of partners of a firm. Baba, liability of partners of a firm. For an example, there are some dues, tax, interest, penalties payable by a partnership firm. Who will be liable? Partnership firm. If the firm can't pay, all the partners will be liable. So they are telling firm and each of the partner jointly and severally will be liable. Sir, retiring partner ka case mein remember one thing, retiring partner will be liable for the dues up to the date of retirement provided he gives an intimation to the commissioner within 1 month. If he gives an intimation within 1 month up to the date of retirement, whatever the dues were there, he will be liable. But if the intimation is not given within 1 month, then the liability shall continue till the date of providing the intimation. Remember, always if retiring partner, see, firm and the partners are always liable. Retiring partner always within his retirement ka 1 month should inform the commissioner. Sir, shall intimate the date of retirement to the commissioner and he shall be liable only up to the date of retirement if he gives the intimation within 1 month. But if he does not give the intimation within 1 month, then up to the date of giving the intimation, he shall be liable to pay the dues of the firm. Sir, liability of a guardian or a trustee. Supposing one minor is there, minor ke liye one guardian is being appointed, or might be one incapacitated person is there. For them, there is a trustee which is there. Now they are going ahead and telling, sir, liability with respect to tax, interest, and penalty of business which is being carried out by whom? Guardian, trustee, or agent for the benefit or benefit on behalf of or for the benefit of minor or incapacitated person. Now there is a minor ke liye one guardian is there. One person is there who can't operate in his full capacity. Might be there's some issue. So incapacitated person ke liye there will be a trustee. Now, if there is any business which is in the name of the minor or incapacitated person and that business ka any dues are there, do you think that minor or incapacitated person will be liable to pay or the guardian or the trustee will be liable? So they are going ahead and telling over here, dues shall be recovered from the guardian, trustee or the agent as it would have been determined and recovered from such minor or other incapacitated person. Then it is telling as if he was a major and a capacitated person, means minor is not minor, he is a major. Think that he is a major and incapacitated person is a capacitated person, then what would have been amount recovered from them? That will be recovered from the guardian or the trustee. They are telling as if he was conducting the business himself. So dues shall be recovered from the guardian or the trustee as it would have been recoverable from such minor or incapacitated person as he were a major and a capacitated person and he was conducting the business himself. Court of ward or trustee is appointed by the court. So for an example, they are going in and telling where the estate of a taxable person, that estate ke under one business is there and that business, now that estate is under the court of ward. Court of ward is a legal body which is created by the court to take care the estate of a minor. Supposingly one minor is there, his minor ka estates are under the court of ward, a legal body which has been created by the court. Now that minor ka estate ke under there is a business and the business ka dues are there. So who will be liable? The court of what or the official trustee who has been appointed by the court, those people will be liable to pay the dues. So they are telling where estate of a taxable person owning a business in respect of dues is payable under the control of a court of ward or trustee appointed by the court order, then dues shall be recovered from court of ward or the administrative general or the official trustee in the like manner and to the extent it would have been determined and be recovered from the taxable person as if he were conducting the business. So taxable person ka property is under the court of ward and under the property one business is there. Business ka dues will be recovered from the court of ward or the trustee who is basically being appointed by the court. The next one over here is special provision on case of death of a person. Sir, supposing the death of a person has happened and business is continued after the death, then the person who is continuing the business, the legal representative or any other person carrying on the business shall be liable. But sir, supposing the business is discontinued, then the legal representative shall be liable to the extent the dues can be paid out of the estate of the deceased person. How much can be paid out of the estate of the deceased person, only that much will be liability. Sir, if there is a partition of HUF or AOP, association of person or HUF का partnership association of person or HUF का partition has happened, whatever is the due of the association or HUF, every member who was there will be jointly and severally be liable. Each member of group of members shall be jointly and severally be liable to pay the dues up to the partition. Sir, dissolution of a firm has happened, firm dissolved, the dues of the firms are there, then the partners shall jointly and severally, because firm is no more. So who will pay? The partners shall jointly and severally be liable to pay the dues up to the date of dissolution. Sir, on termination of guardianship, guardianship is terminated, trusteeship is gone now. In that scenario, what will happen? Ward or the beneficiary, the minor who was there, because once he becomes major, the guardianship will be terminated. Then, sir, in that scenario, the ward or the beneficiary shall be liable to pay the dues from the taxable person up to the date of termination. Whatever is the due, the ward or the beneficiary will be liable to pay. The next one, any other case, supposingly HUF is there. See, here to HUF ka partition happened. Here they are telling HUF is not gone. Discontinuation of business by a firm. Firm is there, but business is discontinued. Business discontinued by AOP or HUF. See, association is there, HUF is there, partition of HUF has not happened, but business is discontinued. So business discontinued, who will be liable? They are telling a partner or member of the association family shall, notwithstanding such discontinuation, jointly and severally be liable. It means they are telling as if this discontinuation never happened, whoever is the partners and the member of the firm or the HUF, they shall be jointly and severally be liable to pay the dues of the business which was carried out by the AOP, the firm or the HUF. AOP, firm or the HUF. The next is change in constitution of the firm or AOP. Sir, constitution, some partners went and new partners have come. In that scenario, they are telling partners as it existed before and as it existed after the reconstitution. Sir, firm is there. Some partners went and some partners came now. And that firm ka some dues are there. They are telling firm ka, the partners or members as it existed before and as it is existing now. B went, D has come in a firm. Then Baba, they are telling all of them shall without prejudice to section number 90 jointly and severally be liable to pay the dues, which is tax, interest and penalty, from the firm or the association for any period before its reconstitution. Because after reconstitution, the new members will be liable. But before reconstitution, they are telling the new as well as the old people who are there, all will be jointly and severally be liable. The next one over here, one circular is there which says transferee or successor shall be liable to pay the tax, interest, penalty, dues from the transferor in case of transfer of business due to death also. They are telling over here, when they say transfer ka case mein, the transferor and transferee both are jointly liable. Now, transfer includes transfer because of sale or it can be because of death also. There can be transfer. Remember one thing, but in case of death, if legal representative is carrying forward, then he shall be liable. But if he is not carrying forward the business, then whatever the estates can pay, that much he will be liable to pay. Right, everyone, we are done with our C graded chapter. In the exam, generally amalgamation point, liquidation point, liability of director, liability of partner, these 4 points are somewhere they concentrate on. But Baba, anything and everything can come. So I've quickly gone ahead and drawn a chart. Right, everyone? I'll close my revision on the chapter of liability to pay in certain cases. Done. All right, students, let's go ahead and now revise the next chapter. The next chapter is offenses and penalties. Baba, for every offense, there has to be a penalty, because if there is no penalty, person will not get scared. And you will see in the law, any law for that matter, you will see for an offense there will be a penalty. And same way in GST also they have gone ahead and recognized areas where people will go ahead and do an offense, and for those areas they have gone ahead and told the various penalties. In our offenses or penalties ka chapter, we will be going ahead and learning section number 122 till section number 138. Let's go ahead and start learning, not learning, revising offenses and penalties, the various offenses and the various penalties which will be charged. Now, section number 122 comes, which says about penalties for certain offenses. Section number 121 goes ahead and says certain circumstances for levy of penalty on a taxable person. Section number 121 is there. 121A is there, which talks about any person on whom the penalty can be levied, and 122 is there, which talks about a registered person. 123 is there, which talks about any person. Section number 121 goes ahead and recognizes 21 offenses which are there, and for 21 offenses, they have gone ahead and told the penalty will be levied 10,000 rupees or the tax amount which is there. Now, tax amount can be tax evaded, the ITC passed on, whatever is the tax amount, 10,000 or the tax amount which is there, whichever is higher. Mind it, this is the penalty under CGST Act, similar amount chargeable under SGST Act. If in the exam they go ahead and tell you IGST, it is CGST and SGST ka penalty put together is the penalty under IGST Act. Now over here, when we go ahead and talk about 21 offenses, I've gone ahead and made a mnemonic saying that officer told O gastric. Okay, everyone, O means what? Officer related offenses. If you have gone ahead and done, you have obstructed an officer, prevented him from discharging his duties, or goods services on both. G means goods services or both. Supplying without invoice, incorrect invoice, or false invoice. Invoice given without any supply, bogus invoice you have gone ahead and issued, which is in violation of the act or rules. Supplies, transport, stores goods which are liable to be confiscated. If you are storing those goods, transporting those goods, supplying the goods, those which are liable to be confiscated, then Baba, then also you have done an offense. Accounts related fraud. Basically, you fail to keep any accounts, maintain or retain the books of account. Books of account should be retained for 72 months. You have not retained it, retain the books of accounts and document, or you have produced fake accounts, then also you will be penalized. As for turnover, if you have gone ahead and suppressed it, sir, TDS and TCS related, you failed TDS, failed to deduct, deducted less, or deducted but not paid. TCS did not collect, collected less, or after collecting you did not pay. Tempers or destroy, Baba, you tempered or destroy evidences or other document, or detained or seized or attached goods, you destroyed them, tempered them. Transport without any specified document, without tax invoice, without bill of supply, without delivery challan if you are transporting, without e-way bill if you are transporting. Registration, you failed to obtain registration, or while taking registration you have given false information, or you have used other person ka registration, you are using other person ka registration. Refund, fraudulently you have taken refund by going ahead and giving wrong document. ITC without actual receipt, either fully or partially, because credit should be taken only when you receive the goods in full. You have not gone ahead and received, but you have taken the credit. Or ISD has taken or distributed ITC in contravention. Might be it has distributed excess credit. Or information and document called by the officer, you furnished false information, or you failed to furnish only. Amount collected as tax or any amount collected in contravention, if you don't pay to the government greater than 3 months from the due date, then they are going ahead and telling you section number 121 may these 21 offenses which are there, we will go ahead and penalize you. Sir, O gastric, O means officer related, G means goods services or both related offenses, A for accounts related, S for suppression, TDS, T means TDS, TCS, tempers or destroys, and T for transportation, R means registration and refund, I means ITC and ISD and information or document, C means collects amount as tax but not paid to the government greater than 3 months from due date. Whatever is the tax amount involved, remember 10,000 or the tax amount whichever is there, whichever is higher. Then it says section number 122(1)(a). Section number 122(1)(a) was introduced with a thought to go ahead and catch the mastermind behind a fraud. So for an example, one person has gone ahead and taken registration in my name and he is doing business. And Baba, when the department came to catch, they will come and catch me. But the main mastermind behind me who is going ahead and doing this fraud is the person accountant, or might be a chartered accountant who is there, who is the fraud person. Now they can go ahead and catch this fraud person also by putting this section 122(1)(a), which says any person who retains the benefit of a transaction covered under clause 1, 2, 7 and 9 under subsection 1, which is 1, 2, 7 and 9, everyone, here, whichever is underlined. 1 is supply without invoice, incorrect invoice or false invoice. 2 is what, everyone? Invoice without supply. And the third one over here is ITC, wherever it is underlined in blue. ITC without actual receipt, either fully or partially. The next one is takes or distributes ITC in contravention. ISD is distributing what? ITC in contravention, then Baba, this 4 offense ke liye they have gone ahead and told if anyone is going ahead and deriving the benefit out of this transaction and at whose instance this transaction is conducted, that person, the mastermind, also will be penalized with the amount of tax evaded, ITC availed, or ITC passed on. Are we clear, everyone? Section number 122, circumstances for levy of penalty on registered person. Registered person has supplied goods, services, or both on which tax is not paid, short paid, erroneously refunded, ITC wrongly availed or utilized. It can be a case which is fraud, willful misstatement, or suppression of fact. Then it is 10,000, or the tax due, whichever is higher. If it is not a case of fraud, willful misstatement, or suppression, then Baba, it is 10,000 rupees or 10% of the tax due, whichever is higher. Remember, section number 120 goes ahead and talks about circumstances for levy of penalty on any person. Penalty can be up to 25,000. What are the 5 offenses told over here? If you aid or abet the offenses under 121, section number 121 may we learned about 21 offenses. If anyone is helping in those offenses to someone to do those offenses, then whoever is helping, that helper also will be penalized with 25,000 rupees. Up to 25,000, this is amount under CGST, similar amount under SGST. For an example, I went in and told you I'll supply goods without invoice. I will be penalized. I'm a registered person. I'll be penalized under 121. You have gone ahead and bought the goods without invoice. You will be penalized under section number 122.3. Are we clear, everyone? Next, you deal in any goods which you know or has reason to believe are liable to be confiscated, then also penalty can be imposed. Receives or is concerned with the supply or deals with supply of service which he knows or has reason to believe are in contravention of the provision of act or rules, fails to appear when you are called for a summon, you did not go, or fail to issue invoice or account for the invoice in the books of account. You are not a registered person, but whatever sales you are doing, you have to account for the invoices. You are not doing the accounting of the invoices, then Baba, you will be penalized, and the penalty can be up to 25,000 under CGST, up to 25,000 under SGST. Then when we go ahead and read section number 150, section number 150 goes ahead and talks about information returned to be furnished by various people. Now, if you are a person who has been notified as a person who has to go ahead and submit information return, Baba, information return, if you don't go ahead and furnish, failure to furnish information return, rupees 100 per day, up to a maximum of 5,000 under the CGST Act, similar amount under SGST Act also. Sir, statistics. If commissioner wants, commissioner or officer authorized can issue an order and tell a person that you have to go ahead and provide statistics with respect to any matter which you are dealing with respect to the GST Act. Now, if you are required to furnish statistics, you did not furnish, then you will be penalized with 10,000 rupees. And still, after penalizing also, if you don't go ahead and pay, if you don't go ahead and furnish your statistics, then for continuing offense, you will be charged with how much, everyone? 100 per day, up to a maximum of 25,000. Remember, any person, section number 125, any person who contravenes any of the provision of the Act for which no penalty is separately provided, then he will be penalized with rupees 25,000. Are we clear till here? Can I go ahead, everyone? Section number 122 we learned. Section number 123, information return related. 124, statistics related. 125, any penalty is not mentioned anywhere with respect to an offense, then that person will be penalized with up to 25,000. Then we have section number 126, that whenever one penalty is to be charged on a person, what are the general provision which officer should go ahead and follow? General provision, general discipline relating to penalty. No penalty should be charged for minimum minor breach. Remember in your exam, minor breach is when the tax amount involved is less than 5,000 rupees. Are we clear, everyone? Minor breach when the amount is less than 5,000 rupees of tax regulation, or so no penalty for minor breach of tax regulation or procedural requirement, and in particular any omission or mistake which can be easily rectifiable. What is a omission which is easily rectifiable? Which is apparent on the face of the record, and Baba, it is made without any fraudulent intention or gross negligence. So what they are going in and telling is no penalty will be charged for minor breach. What is a minor breach, everyone? Where the amount involved is less than, tax amount involved is less than 5,000 rupees of tax regulation. So minor breach of tax regulation, there will be no penalty which will be charged, or procedural requirement, and in particular any omission which is easily rectifiable. What is easily rectifiable? Which is apparent on the face. So if anything is easily rectifiable and made without any fraudulent intention or gross negligence, then they are going ahead and telling we will not go ahead and charge any penalty. The next is penalties will always depend upon the fact of the fact and circumstance of each case, and it will be commensurate with the degree and severity of the breach. The more severe the breach, the more severe the penalty.
No penalty without giving opportunity of being heard. Speaking order will be passed. Officer will always specify the nature of the breach and the applicable law, regulation, or procedure which you have gone ahead and done. What mistake you have gone ahead and done, and he will always specify in the order. Sir, if supposingly the order is passed without specifying the nature, the order can be challenged. Voluntary disclosure may be considered as a mitigating factor when quantifying a penalty. Baba, if you voluntarily disclose about any mistake which you have gone ahead and done, then officer may consider that fact and charge you less amount of penalty. Remember one thing, this section number 126 is not applicable where penalty is told as a fixed percentage or a fixed sum. Baba, fixed sum 10,000 is told. You are telling take 9,500, take 9,200. All those place may section number 126 will not work. The next one over here is section number 129. Very, very important from exam point of view. Detention, seizure and release of goods and conveyance in transit. Goods and conveyance. Baba, you are going on the way. Officer caught you. Might be invoice, e-way bill mismatch is there. Invoice is not there. E-way bill is not there. Then they are going ahead and telling, in this case, Baba, in transit, the goods and the conveyance will be seized. And if you want to release them, then Baba, goods and conveyance after detention or seizure will be released only if you go ahead and pay a penalty. And how much is the penalty? If the owner comes forward, owner does not come forward. If the owner comes forward, the penalty will be 200% of the tax payable. Or exempted goods ka case mein 2% of the value of goods or 25,000 whichever is lower. Mind it, this is the penalty under CGST Act, similar amount payable under SGST. Sir, if the owner does not come forward, then the penalty will be higher of 50% of the value of the goods or 200% of the tax payable. Exempted goods ka case mein, remember it is 5% of the value of the goods or 25,000 whichever is lower. Remember this penalty is under what everyone? CGST Act, similar amount under SGST. In the exam if they ask you IGST, it is CGST plus SGST put together. Remember whenever your goods are being detained and seized and the conveyance is being detained and seized, they will first issue a show cause notice specifying the penalty amount and within how many days? Within the detention ka 7 days. Once the show cause notice is issued, within the next 7 days, they will go ahead and issue an order within the next 7 days. Are we clear everyone? Now, if penalty is paid, proceedings will be concluded. Once they have gone ahead and passed a penalty order, Baba, penalty order ke against, you can go for an appeal also. Remember 129 ka penalty order ke against, if you go for an appeal, you have to pay 25% of the amount as pre-deposit. Penalty ka 25% as pre-deposit, only then the appeal will be admitted. I hope you guys are able to recall. Then, penalty paid, proceeding concluded. If not paid within 15 days, goods and conveyance will be sold by auction and the penalty will be recovered. Basically, the officer will go ahead and in an auction, your goods and conveyance will be sold and the penalty will be recovered. Then it says over here, proviso. Baba, whenever your goods and conveyance are being caught, goods ke liye to you will go ahead and pay a penalty which is 200% of the tax amount. And Baba, if the owner does not come forward, 50% of the value of the goods or 200% of the tax, whichever is higher. Remember one thing, Baba, exempted goods may it is 2% or 25,000, whichever is lower. 5% or 25,000, whichever is lower. Now, if conveyance also you want to release, then conveyance ke liye separate penalty is there. 1 lakh rupees or the penalty amount. If the owner comes forward, penalty is different. If the owner does not come forward, the penalty is different. So, penalty amount or 1 lakh rupees, whichever is less. Remember, this is the amount under CGST, similar amount payable under SGST. If they ask you in the exam IGST, it should be double of CGST and SGST. Sir, this they are going ahead and telling if you don't pay the amount of the demand order, then within 15 days, then they will go ahead and sell your goods through auction. Sir, perishable and hazardous goods ka case mein, this period of 15 days can be even less. Period of will be less than 15 days if the goods are perishable, hazardous or likely to depreciate with time. Very, very important from exam point of view, section number 129. Now, section number 130 comes confiscation of goods. Confiscation of goods and conveyance and levy of penalty. What do you mean by confiscation? Seizure means just the possession is taken over by the government. Confiscation means ownership also will be taken over by the government. Where any person supplies or receives goods in contravention of the act or rules with an intention to evade tax. Secondly, does not account for the goods which is liable to pay. Again, the intention is to evade tax. Supplies any goods which are liable to tax without taking registration. Again, you are evading the tax. Contravenes any of the provision of the act or rules, again to evade tax. Fifth, you are using any conveyance to transport goods in contravention. Then, Baba, remember that goods and conveyance will be confiscated. Remember one thing, section number 129
talks about seizure of goods and conveyance in transit. And section number 130 does not go ahead and talk about in transit wala. Baba, in transit also officer can go ahead and apply this section number 130, but number 130 is basically confiscation, and confiscation is a harsh kind of thing which is generally done when the see, if invoice and e-way bill ka mismatch is there, where there was no intention to evade tax, then Baba, officer will not invoke section number 130. Section number 130 confiscation is generally invoked when the officer sees that the intention was to evade the tax. Are we clear, everyone? The next one over here is, sir, if confiscation is done, then if you want to release your goods, you will be liable to pay a fine in lieu of confiscation, which is all such goods or conveyance which are liable for confiscation. Conveyance and goods will be liable for confiscation, so they will be confiscated and person will be liable for a penalty under 122. Now, if you want to go ahead and release the goods, you have to pay the fine as the officer thinks fit. The fine can be market value less GST. Sir, for the conveyance to release, you have to pay the GST payable on the goods. Remember, the minimum fine which they can go ahead and charge for release of the goods, and also the penalty on the person. The total fine and penalty shall be greater than equal to the penalty, which is 100% of the tax payable on the goods being transported. At least the fine and penalty should be how much, everyone? 100% of the tax payable on such goods. Remember, confiscation order of the goods or conveyance or penalty shall be issued after giving you an opportunity of being heard. Confiscated goods or conveyance will be disposed of after giving how many time, everyone? 3 months. The next one is section number 132. Section number 132 talks about punishment. Baba, punishment for certain offences means you will be sent to jail. Section number 132 goes ahead and says, whoever commits, if you have committed or cause it to commit, you try to commit, or might be you retain the benefit arising out of a transaction. Which transaction, everyone? Number 1. Section number 132 says supply without invoice with intent to evade tax. Number 2, invoice without supply in violation of the act. Number 3, avails ITC on the basis of bogus invoice or fraudulently avails ITC without any invoice or bill. Fourth one, amount collected as tax should be immediately paid to the government. You did not pay it beyond 3 months from the due date. Number E, you evade tax or fraudulently you have taken a refund and your case is not covered in A to D. Then next, you falsify, substitute financial record or produce fake accounts or document or furnish false information to evade tax, or you obstruct or prevent the officer. The officer was trying to come to your premises. You are telling, "I go." You will not allow you to come inside. You are obstructing officer from discharging his duty. Acquires possession of concerned himself in transporting, receiving, then concealing, keeping, purchasing, depositing, supplying, Baba, with goods which are liable for confiscation. Baba, if you are anyways engaged in transporting, purchasing, selling, depositing, concealing those goods which are liable for confiscation, or receives or concerned with supplying of or dealing with goods he knows or has reason to believe are in contravention, tampers with or destroys material evidence or documents, fails to keep, supply any information under the act or rules, or supplies false information, attempts to commit or abates the commissioning of offense in A to K. Either you have done the offenses, or you try to do the offenses, or you are helping someone in doing those offenses, then you are also an offender. And they are going ahead and telling over here that if the amount involved is more than 1 crore, up to 2 crore, Baba, jail up to 1 year plus fine, and minimum jail will be 6 months. Unless there is adequate reasons to be recorded, minimum jail is 6 months. Correct or not, everyone? Unless there is adequate reason to be recorded in the judgment, minimum jail will be 6 months. Greater than what? 2 crore up to 5 crore, 3 years plus fine, minimum jail will be 6 months. Greater than 5 crore, 5 years plus fine, and minimum jail will be 6 months. Remember one thing, commits or abates the commissioning of an offense in FGJ. What is FGJ, everyone? Officer came to your premises, you obstructed the officer. Then, Baba, you destroyed the evidences. You falsified your accounts and record. Remember this way, officer came to your premises, you obstructed the officer, then you ran inside, destroyed evidences, then you went inside and falsified your accounts. In these 3 offenses, they are telling up to 6 months or fine or both. FGJ means, F means, G means, see over here, obstruct officer. First you obstructed the officer, then you you tempered or destroyed evidences, and then, sir, you falsified your financial record or fake accounts or document you produced, falsified or substituted financial record, or produced fake accounts or document, or furnished false information, then they are going ahead and telling FGJ ka case mein you will be penalized with how much, everyone? Up to 6 months or fine or both. Everyone remember one thing, if you go ahead and do these offenses, amount is told how much? More than 1 crore, up to 2 crore, 2 crore, up to 5 crore, or more than 5 crore. FGJ ka case mein there is no amount which is told. Are we clear, everyone? Even if the amount is less than 1 crore also, still you will go to jail up to 6 months or fine or both. Now, are we clear, everyone? Up to 6 months or fine or both. Now, listen to me very carefully. If these offenses you have done once, then they have gone ahead and told what will happen to you. But if you go ahead and do these offenses subsequently, remember, subsequent offense under section number 132, any amount, jail will be up to 5 years plus fine, and minimum jail will be how much, everyone? 6 months. Now, 132 May, I want to tell you one thing. Section number 132 1 May, the 4 offenses: supply without invoice, invoice without supply, ITC taken on the basis of bogus invoice, or ITC without invoice or bill. And the last one over here is amount collected as tax not paid to the government greater than 3 months from due date. If 4 offenses are there, plus the amount is more than 5 crore, then remember it's a cognizable and non-bailable offense. Cognizable means severe, and it's a non-bailable offense. You will be sent before the magistrate, and magistrate will go ahead and decide whether to release you on bail or to send you to jail. Other than these 4 offenses and the amount more than 1 crore, any offenses which are done under section number 132 will be what? Non-cognizable and bailable, non-severe offense and bailable offense. Are we clear, everyone? So tell me once more, everyone, section number 132 1A, supply without invoice, invoice without supply, ITC taken on the basis of bogus invoice or without invoice, amount collected as tax not paid to the government greater than 3 months from due date, 4 offenses plus amount is more than 5 crore. Then, Baba, it is cognizable and non-bailable, severe offense and non-bailable offense. And, Baba, in this scenario, will be presented before the magistrate within 24 hours, and magistrate will decide whether to give you jail or to release you on bail. And, Baba, other than this, all the offenses are what? Non-cognizable, non-severe and bailable offense. In this scenario, the arresting officer who is there, the ACDC, will go ahead and tell you the bail amount. You pay the bail amount, he'll leave you. If you don't pay the bail amount, then, Baba, you will be forwarded to the custody of the magistrate. Are we clear with this point? One point which I want to link over here is section number 69, arrest ka provision. Baba, when can a person be arrested? When he has done 132 1 ka 4 offense: supply without invoice, invoice without supply, ITC taken on the basis of bogus invoice, or fraudulently without invoice only you have taken ITC, or 4th one, everyone, amount collected as tax not paid to the government more than 3 months from due date. These 4 offenses plus the amount is more than 2 crore, you can be arrested. Subsequently, if you do these offenses, any amount you can be arrested. But arrest ka provision may also remember one point. If the amount is more than 5 crore, then it is cognizable offense. If the amount is less than or up to 5 crore, then it is non-cognizable. But arrest will happen when the amount is more than 2 crore. Is the point 100% clear to all? Let's go ahead. The next one is section number 133, liability of officer or certain other officer. If they willfully disclose, Baba, the department, government officers, if they disclose the information, content of any return, basically those people who are engaged in collection of statistics, compilation, computerization, having access to information written, engaged or agent of common portal, if they go ahead and leak your information, they will be liable for jail up to 6 months or fine up to 25,000 or both. The next one over here is compounding offense. Remember one thing, compounding can be done before or after institution of the proceedings. Even if prosecution sanction order is passed, still compounding can be allowed. Sir, not to go to jail, you are paying the money, and for that, how much is the amount you have to pay, everyone? If you don't want to be imprisoned, you can pay higher of 10,000 or 50% of the tax involved, multiplied by 3. Maximum will be 30,000 or 150% of the tax involved. This minimum limit is 10,000 or 50% of the tax amount. Maximum is 30,000 or 150% of the tax amount. Remember one thing, no compounding will be allowed if already compounded for an offense under section number 132 1A to F, and or aids or aids or abates means if you have helped someone in doing the offenses under A to F, and Baba, if you have already taken compounding once, second time compounding will not be allowed. Sir, if other than A to K, if the offense are there, if other than A to F, any other offenses other than A above means other than A to F, in respect of supplies of value more than 1 crore, and if already compounded earlier, you will not be allowed compounding again. Sir, if you are accused of committing an offense under this act, under the GST Act, which might be an offense under any other law also, then they are going ahead and telling compounding will not be allowed. If court has already convicted you, then compounding will not be allowed. And person who is accused of GJK, what is GJK, everyone? Obstructing the officer, tempering or destroying material evidences, and K means if you fail to supply any information which is required under the act in this scenario, or you furnish false information, then they are going ahead and telling in this scenario, in this three scenario, compounding will not be allowed. Now in this chapter we have some circulars also. Number one, who will be the owner of the goods if the goods are caught on the way? Might be on the transit, officer has gone in and stopped you. If the invoice is available, then either the supplier or the recipient, the consignor or the consignee will be the owner. Officer will go ahead and decide. Sir, if the invoice is not there, then Baba, the officer will go ahead and decide whether the consignor or the transporter or the consignee who shall be the owner. It says, it is clarified that if invoice or other document is accompanying the consignment of goods, then either the consignor or the consignee shall be deemed to be the owner. If invoice or other document means might be bill of supply, etc., is not accompanying, then the consignment, then in such case, the proper officer should determine who should be declared as the owner. The next is clarification on various issues relating to applicability of demand and penalty provision in respect of transaction involving fake invoice. Everyone over here, listen to me very carefully. I'll go ahead and explain all the three cases over here down only. Supposing there is Mr. A over here. A went ahead and this is B over here. A went ahead and issued to whom? B. He did not make any supply. A did not make a supply, but he gave a fake invoice. He gave a fake invoice, might be 10 lakh rupees, and he charged GST 1.8 lakh rupees over here and gave the invoice to B. In this scenario, the first clarification is with respect to A. Will A pay proceedings under section number 74 be done, or section number 122 mein penalty will be charged? Baba, in this scenario, remember, because there is no supply, section number 74 will not get attracted. Section number 74 will get attracted whenever you have done a supply. Then section number 74 and penalty under section number 74 will be imposed. Baba, 74, 15%, 25%, 50 and 100%. Demand and recovery chapter. But sir, if there is no supply, 74 ka proceeding cannot be done. Here section number 122, 1 ke under penalty will be imposed, which is 10,000 rupees. 10,000 or the ITC passed on. For an example, the GST over here is 90,000 CGST, 90,000 SGST. So 10,000 or 90,000, 10,000 under SGST or 90,000, whichever is higher. Is the point clear to all? They have gone ahead and told over here, issuing a fake invoice without supply does not amount to supply. No demand and recovery is required under section number 73 or 74. But A will be liable to penalty under 122 for issuing fake invoice, which is 10,000 or the ITC passed on under the CGST Act, whichever is higher. Similar amount under SGST, IGST means total. Are we clear? That now next scenario over here, supposingly B is over here. B also went ahead and issued one. B also did not do any supply. Issued a fake invoice. In this scenario, B also did not do a supply and issued a fake invoice. For an example, B issued a fake invoice of 10 lakh rupees. First of all, it took the ITC 90,000, 90,000. Did it avail the ITC wrongly? Secondly, it went ahead and utilized the ITC and passed it on. Correct or not? And it went ahead and charged GST, SGST 90,000 rupees and 90,000 rupees, and over here we have C. In this scenario, tell me, B ke liye if they ask you, B will be liable for 73 or 74 ka proceeding or 122 ka penalty will be charged. Because there is no supply, 73 and 74 ka proceeding cannot be done, but B will be liable to a penalty under 122, which will be ITC availed ke liye one penalty. Secondly, ITC passed on ke liye another penalty. For ITC availed, he will be liable for 10,000 or the ITC availed, 10,000 or the ITC availed, whichever is higher. Because he has passed on the credit also, again one more penalty under section number 122, which is 10,000 or the ITC passed on under CGST, 10,000 or the ITC passed under SGST, whichever is higher. Everyone over here. Third one I have explained you first, correct? In this scenario, A issues a fake invoice to B and B further issues a fake invoice to C. Remember, 73 and 74 ka proceedings will not come, but penalty will come over here, which is taking ITC without any invoice. Array, without any supply, you have ITC availed. So 10,000 or the ITC passed on and the ITC availed. Can you see over here? Number one, invoice, issues an invoice without any supply. For that, 10,000 or the ITC passed on under CGST, 10,000 or ITC passed on under SGST. And sir, because he takes the ITC without actual receipt, 10,000 or the ITC availed, 10,000 or the ITC availed under CGST, 10,000 or the ITC availed under SGST. IGST, the amount will be total. Is my point clear to all? Now tell me one thing. For an example, the GST supply was done to C. C went ahead and further issued. Or if I go ahead and take the same example over here. 1 minute. I am leaving it here only. If I go ahead and tell you over here, supposingly, in the same example, A went ahead and issued one bogus invoice to B. Okay, everyone? Supply is not done. And fake invoice was given. Can you tell me in this scenario, A pay what will happen? 122. Now B what it did, it ITC availed on the basis of bogus invoice. Now what it went ahead and did, it actually went ahead and C ko it went ahead and did actual supply. And supply ke liye output tax liability was there. For that it went ahead and used the ITC. It went ahead and did the supply. Now when B has gone ahead and done a supply, now they are going ahead and telling B pay proceedings will come under section number 73 or 74 or it will come under section number 122. Baba, because it has done a fraud, penalty provisions will come under section 74 ka proceedings will be done and 74 only penalty will be imposed. 122 ka penalty proceedings will not come. Because supply was done already, 73 and 74 ka proceedings will be done. Basically, fraud ka case, 74 ka proceedings will be done, but 122 ka proceedings will not be done. See everyone over here. Situation A issues fake invoice, B avails the ITC and uses it for output tax liability on a real supply which was done. B has contravened the provision of section number 16 to B. He shall be liable for demand and recovery of the ITC and penal provision under section number 74. No penalty under any other section, including section number 122. Because once penalty is charged under one section, another section under penalty cannot be charged. Are we all 100% clear? A supplied to B. Everyone, if I ask you, A supplied to B, bogus invoice. A ke upar 122. B went in and took the credit of the bogus invoice. No supply, fake invoice given by B also. B ke upar also penalty under section number 122 for ITC which was wrongly availed and also for ITC which was wrongly passed on. C went ahead, took the credit and C did actual supply. Then Baba, C ka case mein, because C has gone ahead and done actual supply, on C the proceedings will come under 74 and not section number 122. Is my point clear to all? I went ahead and changed the example little and told you A, B and C. Done everyone. Baba, this is an A graded chapter. In my opinion, this circular is very, very important from exam point of view. Section number 138 is important. Section number 132 is important. Section number 30, 130, 129, 126. Section number 122. You must do these sections and practice question answers from this chapter. I'll go ahead and close my revision on the chapter of offenses and penalties. Done everyone.
Now, what are the changes in the chapter of offenses and penalties? Listen carefully. Section number 122, which was there. In section number 122, 1B has been inserted with respect to e-commerce operator. Now, e-commerce case mein, what has happened is, if you are a supplier who is unregistered supplier of goods now allowed to supply through e-commerce. I hope you guys remember. Sir, if you are a supplier of service also, you are allowed to supply through e-commerce up to 20 lakh or 10 lakh. So those people who are exempted from supplying, other than that, if anyone goes ahead, unregistered person goes ahead and supplies through e-commerce operator, the e-commerce operator will be penalized. So they are going ahead and telling any e-commerce operator who allows a supply by an unregistered person other than the person exempted from registration. Supplier of service are exempted up to 20 lakh, 10 lakh. Supplier of goods are exempted up to 40 lakh, 20 lakh or 10 lakh. Subject to they are going ahead and taking enrollment. Now, if any person who has not been exempted, but you are going ahead and allowing them to supply through your e-commerce ka platform, or you allow any interstate supply by a person who is not eligible to make such supply. Now supplier of goods can make supply through e-commerce but only intrastate. What if they make interstate? E-commerce will be penalized. Fails to furnish the correct details in GSTR 8 of the outward supply of goods effected through it by a person exempted from registration. A person who has been exempted from registration, supplier of goods exempted up to 40 lakh, 20 lakh, 10 lakh, they can still supply through e-commerce without taking mandatory registration. The details of the supplies which has been done by them should be furnished in GSTR 8. If the e-commerce does not do it, remember, penalty of 10,000 or the amount of tax involved in such supply has been had such supply been made by a registered person except composition. So what they are telling, penalty will be 10,000 rupees, or if that supply was done by a registered person, what would have been the tax? That much amount you have to, whichever is higher, has to be paid by the e-commerce operator. In the detailed statutory update ka video, I have given with reasoning, with basically example I have explained. If you want, you can refer that. If the next one over here is section number 132. Section number 132 में GJK 3 points have been deleted. It means for GJK wala offenses, you will not be sent to jail. Number 1, obstructing or preventing officer from discharging his duty, deleted from 132. It means for this you will only be penalized, you will not be sent to jail. If you do this, officer came, obstructed the officer. Secondly, if you tamper or destroy material evidences or document, you will not be sent to jail. You will only be penalized under section number 122. There is no sending to jail. Okay. Then, 1 minute. The last one. If you fail to supply any information which is required under the act, or you submit false information, then also used to be sent to jail. Now they have gone ahead and told GJK deleted, and hence they are no more such offenses for which you will be sent to jail. Okay, sir, done. Now, they have gone ahead and told in section number 132(1) B point mein, this issuing a bogus invoice which was there, issuing invoice without supplying, for only this offense, this point number 3 will be applicable. Means if the amount is more than 1 crore, up to 2 crore, you will be going to jail. Up to 1 year plus fine, minimum jail is 6 months. This point will means more than 1 crore rupees, up to 2 crore rupees. Jail is there. Sir, this offense, if you do here, then also jail has been prescribed. But for all the other offenses which are there, okay, except F, commits or abates the commissioning of F. Sir, what is F? Falsify or substituting financial record, fake records you are giving, furnishing false information to evade tax. Then also, Baba, it is up to 6 months or fine or both. Now, barring these offenses, all the other offenses which are there, A, here, C, D, even B, E, F, okay, all the offenses which are there, okay, F ke liye anyways I have told you over here, all the offenses which are there, you will be sent to jail only if the amount exceeds 2 crore rupees, then 3 years, up to 3 years, and more than 5 crore rupees, up to 5 years. I hope this point is clear. I'll tell you once again, remember. First of all, they have gone ahead and told that sir, G, J, K wala are no more punishable under section number 132, G, J and K. Okay, sir. Secondly, they have gone ahead and told for F point, anyways, they have specifically provided up to 6 months or fine or both. More than 1 crore, if you have evaded tax, etc., or amount involved, basically whatever fraud you have done, that amount involved is more than 1 crore. Then earlier you used to be sent to jail even if you have done 132(1)(a), B, C, D, etc. Even if the amount was more than 1 crore. But now this 1 crore wala limit is only for issuing bogus invoice. Otherwise, for all other offenses, remember, you will be sent to jail only when the amount exceeds 2 crore rupees. But for issuing bogus invoice, you will be sent to jail even if the amount exceeds 1 crore, even if the amount exceeds 2 crore, even if the amount exceeds 5 crore. All the 3 clauses will be applicable. But this clause now has been kept specifically only for B point. For all other offenses where you will be sent to jail, they will see if the amount is more than 2 crore, if the amount is more than 5 crore, only then they will be sending you to jail. I hope this point is clear to all of you. Yes, sir, 132 is done over here. Now, the next one is 138. 138, no, it had lot of confusions earlier. Sir, this you do, more than this, that. So, what they have done, they have simplified it and they have written 138, which I have gone ahead and written down over here. In the students' notes section, I have gone ahead and provided this 138. Section number 138 should be read with rule number 162. What is section number 138? Any offense before or after institution of prosecution be compounded. It means even before or after the starting of prosecution, means commissioner has sanctioned prosecution, take him to jail. Even before that sanctioning or after that sanctioning, you can go and get your compounding done. Okay. No compounding. When will compounding not be done? Number one, person has already compounded, person already allowed compounding once for an offense under 132(1)(a) to F. HIL. Remember one thing, if you are already allowed compounding, then Baba, second time compounding will not be allowed. Second time compounding will not be allowed means all these offenses which are there till L, if you have got your compounding done once, then Baba, second time compounding will not be allowed. But one more thing which they have told, person accused under section number 132(1)(b), one time also not allowed. First point, 132(1) ka first one time allowed, second time will not be allowed. 132(1)(b) के लिए तो no compounding only, gone beta gone. 132(1)(b) में issuing bogus invoice, no compounding. Then person convicted by the court, no compounding. Court already told he is guilty, send him to jail 3 years. And you are telling I will pay money, honey and get out. No. In that case, if you are already convicted by the court, then you can't go for compounding. Any other class of person or offense as prescribed, if it is been prescribed, then also for that also there will be no compounding. This point is very important. When will there be no compounding? Sir, can compounding be done before or after institution of prosecution? Prosecution proceeding started. Can I get my compounding done? Yes. Before prosecution proceeding? Yes. That time also you can get your compounding done. Sir, when will no compounding be done? One case. Second case is person accused under 132(1)(b) means issuing bogus invoice. One time also compounding not allowed. Person convicted by the court, compounding not allowed. Any other class of person who has been prescribed, for them also compounding will not be allowed. These are the 4 cases. Now, sir, what will be the compounding amount? How much do I have to pay? That is told by rule number 162. Rule number 162 mein, you basically have to take one form CPD01, go to the commissioner, and then commissioner will go ahead and tell you how much is the compounding amount to be paid. Now, if you had done an offense which is under 132(1)(a), C, D, E, why they have not written B? Because for B, 132(1)(b), there is no compounding only. Or the compounding amount where the amount exceeds 5 crore, compounding amount where the amount exceeds 2 crore but up to 5 crore, means where the offense ka amount is up to 5 crore, greater than 2 crore, up to 5 crore, only then you will be taken to jail. So they are going ahead and telling. Or where the amount is more than 5 crore, they are going ahead and telling over here. Up to 75% of the amount involved, whatever ghapla you have done, whatever tax evasion or tax evaded, ITC wrongly availed, whatever you have done, 75% of the amount involved, minimum will be 50%. Here it will be 60% of the amount involved, minimum will be 40%. Here F, H and I ke liye they have gone ahead and told, sir, amount equivalent to 25% of the tax evaded, amount equivalent to 25% of the evasion which you have done. If you attempt or abate all this, means you have done this, then here, if you try to do or you are encouraging someone to do, then also Baba, amount equivalent to 25% of the tax evaded. Here also amount equal to 25% of the tax evaded. Might be you are falling under 2 cases over here, 2 provision. Then remember one thing, if the offense falls under more than one category, compounding amount shall be higher of the two. Compounding shall be higher of the two amount. If you are falling in two criteria, then they are going ahead and telling in both the criteria amount to be calculated, and whatever is the higher compounding fees, that amount has to be paid. This also I've gone ahead and in detail spoken when I've gone ahead and explained you the statutory update. If you want to understand in detail, you can refer to the statutory update with example I've told over there. Here we are done with all the amendments in the chapter of offenses and penalties. Done. Alright, students, the next chapter which we are going to revise is the chapter of place of supply. We went ahead and understood GST with goods or service. Goods or service has to be supplied. Supply can be either interstate supply or intrastate. Now, when we decide interstate or intrastate, we go ahead and read interstate के लिए section number 7 and intrastate के लिए section number 8. Then we read section number 9. Territorial water में place of supply nearest coastal state. Sir, supply in the territorial water, supply in the nearest coastal state. Now, always remember interstate, intrastate, etc. You always need to know the place of supply. And to know the place of supply, you need section number 10, 11, 12, and 13. When we go ahead and talk about place of supply, remember section number 10, 11, 12, 13 of the IGST Act. We are going to talk about whole sections over here which are of IGST. And now we are going to discuss in place of supply section number 10, 11, 12, and 13. Place of supply with respect to goods is dealt by section number 10 and section number 11. Place of supply with respect to service is dealt by section number 12 and section number 13. Let's go ahead and start talking about the place of supply, everyone. Place of supply. Remember, you always see to determine intra or inter. You see location of supplier and location of recipient. No. You always see location of supplier and the place of supply. The place of supply to be determined by applying section number 10, 11, 12, 13. Are we clear, everyone? Now, place of supply to go ahead and determine, first of all, we'll go ahead and determine by applying section number 11 if it's a case of goods imported or goods exported. Import का case में always remember location of the importer. Location of the importer. Wherever the importer is that is the place of supply. If I have gone ahead and imported the goods. If it's the goods which are exported by me, then location outside India becomes the place of supply. Other than import and export ka case, always in respect of goods, when you are finding out the place of supply, apply section number 10. Section number 10 has 10.1 and 10.2. Section number 10.1 goes ahead and says, whenever 10.1 may we have A, B, C, D, and E. Section number 10.1A goes ahead and says, whenever supply involves movement, always remember movement can be caused by supplier, recipient, or any person. If movement is there where the movement terminates for delivery to the recipient, that becomes the place of supply. Sir, if it's a build to ship to model, principal place of business of the third party becomes the place of supply. So I went ahead and told someone to build the goods to me, ship it directly to the other person. When he built the goods to me, here he will go ahead and apply section number 10.1. B, wherein he will go ahead and take my principal place of business as the place of supply. Now, from me to the other person when goods have gone, Baba, for that we'll apply 10.1A. Can I go ahead, everyone? Sir, supply does not involve movement, then location of the goods at the time of delivery, where the goods where at the time of giving the delivery means at the time of giving the risk and reward, when you transfer the risk and reward, where the goods were, that is become the place of supply. If goods are assembled or installed at site, place of supply is where the place of installation or assembly is there. If goods are supplied on board a plane, train, bus, etc., always remember one thing, place where they are taken on board becomes the place of supply. And then section number 10.1, 10.2 goes ahead and says where place of supply cannot be determined but it will be determined in the manner prescribed. As of now, nothing has been prescribed. So I went ahead and told you about section number 10, place of supply in respect of goods. I told you section number 10 and I told you section number 11. Section number 11 went ahead and told goods imported and goods exported. Imported का केस में importer, export का केस में place outside India. Section number 10 में section number 10.1 A, B, C, D, and E I went ahead and told you. A went ahead and told when supply involves movement, where the movement terminates. Sir, build to ship to का model में principal place of business of the third party. C में where the movement is not there at the time, goods at the time of delivery. And sir, installation or assembly का case में where the goods are installed or assembled at site, that place becomes the place of supply. And supplied on board is where they are
taken on board. 10.2 is nothing. Can we go ahead, everyone? The next one over here is section number 12. Section number 12 goes ahead and talks about services ka case mein, how to determine the place of supply. In case of section number 12, we have section number 12.1, 12.2, 12.3 to 12.14. Section number 12.1 goes ahead and says location of supplier and location of recipient both are in India. Then Baba, place of supply to be determined as per section number 12. Section number 12.2 goes ahead and talks about residuary case. Residuary case means 12.3 to 12.14 may if you are not following, then please come to section number 12. 2. Section number 12.2 goes ahead and says residual rule. Always remember, if you are going ahead and providing the services to a registered person, location of the registered person. If location of registered, if it is provided to an unregistered person, remember it is always address on record. If unregistered person ka you don't have the address on record also, please remember location of the supplier. I am over here. Place of supply also over here. Location of the supplier. Now we go ahead and talk about section number 12.3, which goes ahead and talks about immovable property related service. Always remember, whenever a service is provided in relation to immovable property, directly in relation to immovable property, or lodging accommodation service, or function at immovable property, or might be any ancillary services in relation to A, B, and C, always remember the place of supply will be the location of the immovable property or the intended location of the immovable property, boat or the vessel. Location or intended location of the property, boat or the vessel. If immovable property is outside India, supplier and recipient both are in India, then remember one thing, location of the recipient becomes the place of supply. Sir, if immovable property is located in multiple states or union territory, then remember the place of supply will be in multiple states or union territory. Here, the value, how will you go ahead and apportion? If the value is collected separately, then separate value ke liye separate place of supply. If value is not collected separately, then Baba, please remember in terms of the contract, if Baba contract says nothing, then please apply rule number 4. Rule number 4 says value to be apportioned in the ratio of the number of nights, area, or on the basis of declaration which was provided by the service provider. The next one over here is section number 12.4, which goes ahead and talks about performance-based service. Remember one thing, only 6 performance-based services are covered in section number 12.4. Any other performance-based service, where will it come? General rule may. Remember residual rule may. So, sir, what are the performance-based services which we are going to talk about? RCB failed pathetically. Only for classroom purpose, Baba. RCB failed pathetically. I love RCB. Okay, everyone. R means restaurant services. C means cost restaurant and catering services. C means cosmetic and plastic surgery. B means beauty treatment. F means fitness services. P for personal grooming. Health. H for health service. Again, everyone. R for restaurant and catering. C for cosmetic and plastic surgery. B for beauty treatment. B for beauty treatment. F for fitness service. P for personal grooming, and H for health services. Remember, always remember one thing, RCB failed pathetically. Always, wherever it is, POP, place of performance. Poop. Can we go ahead, everyone? The next one over here is section number 12.5, which goes ahead and talks about training and performance appraisal services. Training and performance appraisal services, if you could give training services for an example to a registered person, always location of registered person, unregistered person, wherever it is, poop. Baba, place of performance. That is why I've given a link over here. It is place of performance. Then the next one is admission. Section number 12.6 goes ahead and talks about admission to an event or park and services which are ancillary to the services. Always remember, place of the event or the park becomes the place of supply. Section number 12.7 goes ahead and says, Ramesh, if you are providing organizing of event ka service, I am organizing an event for you. Then organizing of event, any ancillary services. Remember, ancillary services के लिए principal service का only place of supply applies. So they are telling everywhere you will see most of the places में and ancillary services. So organizing of event का services and ancillary service. If you are giving organizing का services, organizing admission related services means selling of entry tickets. Organizing of event and ancillary services provided to a registered person. I went in and organized an event for a person who is a registered person. Then location of registered person becomes the place of supply. If you are an unregistered person, then the place of the event becomes the place of supply. Event is held outside India. Then remember, supply is in India, recipient is in India. Event is outside India. Location of recipient becomes the place of supply. If event is held in multiple states or union territory, then remember, place of supply. If it is held in multiple states and it is given to a registered person का case में location of registered person. We are talking about unregistered person. Sir, registered person को if service is given in India, multiple state, outside India, doesn't matter. It is always the location of the registered person. Unregistered person, place of the event. Unregistered person का event organizing का services you give to an unregistered person. An event is outside India. Then Baba, location of recipient. If event is held in multiple states, then place of supply in each state and value to be apportioned in the value collected separately. If you have not collected separately, then value apportionment as per the contract. If apportionment can't be done as per the contract, then please go ahead and do as per rule number 5. Then rule number 5 basically applies to unregistered person only, because registered person ka case mein it is always location of registered person. Unregistered person ko when you are giving services in multiple states and the value has to be apportioned, then please apportion by applying generally accepted accounting principles. Clear? The next one over here is section number 12A, transportation of goods ka services including mail or courier. If you are going ahead and giving transportation ka services including mail or courier, always registered person, it is the location of the registered person. Unregistered person, wherever it is handed over, the pickup location. So if I go ahead and give transportation ka service, I am a goods transport agency giving transportation services to a registered person, location of registered person giving to an unregistered person, wherever it is picked up. Now remember one thing over here, there is a proviso which is there. For an example, I am an Indian shipping company over here and there is one person who is the exporter. He went ahead and told one person that I will go ahead and send the goods to you in the US, don't worry about it. Transportation I will take care. So this is the exporter over here. This is the Indian shipping company over here. Location of suppliers in India, location of recipient is outside India, but goods are going outside India. In this scenario, remember one thing, the proviso is there and this proviso talks little different. Otherwise, supplier and recipient in India, but if service is outside India, then always we catch the neck of recipient. But here, the proviso says transportation is outside India, the place of supply will be the destination, and here, the place of supply is what, everyone? If this person is US, you are sending the goods, place of supply will be US. So supplier is supposedly in India, he is in Maharashtra, I am the recipient. I told him that I told the Indian shipping company that I want to transport the goods and I am also in India. So my location is supposedly Maharashtra. Always remember one thing, location of supply is Maharashtra, place of supply is US. This guy, when he gives me the bill, it will be an interstate supply. Supplier is in Maharashtra, place of supply is US. Although we might be in the same state, but he will go ahead and talk about what? He'll say it's an interstate supply because location of supplier and place of supplier in different state. No, location of supply is in India, place of supply is outside India as per section number 7.5. When you read section number 7.5, you will see section number 7.5a point which is there where they have gone ahead and told location of supply in India, place of supply is outside India. It is always interstate, and what will come, everyone? IGST will come. So here they have gone ahead and given a small clarification saying, sir, it will be always interstate supply, IGST will come. Can he go ahead and take the credit? Yes, he can take the credit, input tax credit of this bill which is received by him, provided he fulfills the condition under section number 16 and 17. Babam, it means the credit should not be a block credit which is there. Section number 17 ka condition is satisfied. Section number 16 ka condition that he should have gone ahead and have the invoices, etc. All those conditions are satisfied. He can take the credit also. Number one, it should be an interstate supply. IGST will be charged. Secondly, he will get ITC also. And thirdly, this guy, supplier, will report this in GSTR 1. And here, which state he will select? He will select 96, which is foreign country. And this will come in your GSTR 2A, 2B. And you can go ahead and take the credit on the basis of the credit which is coming in 2B. Can I go ahead, everyone? Everyone over here, see, circular came, circular with respect to entitlement of ITC, where place of supply is determined in as per the proviso to section number 12.8. They went ahead and told the same thing. Location of supply is in India, place of supply is outside India. It is interstate, IDST will be charged. Recipient will be able to take the credit also. Which recipient, everyone? You are the recipient of the transportation service because you transported the goods outside India. You can take the credit also. Supplier, while reporting in GSTR 1, supplier will select state code as 96, which is the foreign country, and it will come to you and you will be able to take the credit. Can I go ahead, everyone? Remember, it's very important from exam point of view because it's a part of amendment now. Everyone over here, passenger transportation service, whenever I'm going ahead and giving, till now what did I tell you? I told general rule which is there. I told location of supplier and location of recipient both are in India. Section number 12 will apply. Section number 12.2, residual rule. Section number 12.3, immovable property. Section number 12.4, performance based. Section number 12.5, training and performance appraisal. Section number 12.6, admission to an event. 7, I told you about organizing of an event. 8, I told you about goods transportation. Goods transportation can happen by road, rail, anything, everyone. Remember, road, air, vessel, rail, everything. Can I go ahead, everyone? Any mode can be used. Now, passenger transportation also can happen by any mode, road, rail, water, air, etc. They are telling whenever passenger transportation service is provided, registered person code and location of the registered person, unregistered person is his place of embarkation for a continuous journey. Continuous journey means where there is no stopover, means you don't get down from the flight and get into another flight, etc. All those situations are not there. Then it's a continuous journey. And always remember, if I'm giving to a registered person, I'm giving transportation services to a registered person, location of registered person. If I'm giving to an unregistered person, where he jumps in, embarkation ka place becomes the place of supply. Remember one thing, right to passage ka case mein always general rule will apply. Metro card is a right to passage mein always general rule will apply. Explanation, return journey is always treated as separate journey. I went from here to here, when I'm coming back, these are two separate journeys and two separate place of supply. So then section number 12.10 comes services on board. Wherever goods are supplied on board, it is where they are taken on board. Services supplied on board is first scheduled departure point. Baba, what is the first scheduled departure point? Next. Section number 12.11 comes telecommunication service. If telecommunication services are provided through fixed line, circuit, dish, location of the fixed line, circuit, dish, etc. If it is provided through postpaid mobile, billing address, prepaid mobile or internet. Remember one thing, prepaid mobile or internet, then if it is provided through selling agent, reseller, distributor, then agent of the reseller, distributor, etc. If it is sold by the company or the reseller agent to the final consumer, then it is always where the prepayment or voucher prepayment is received or voucher is sold. If prepaid services are provided through internet, then Baba always address on record. Remember one thing, any other case telecommunication services are provided, you don't have address on record also, location of supplier becomes the place of supply. If you have address on record, take address on record. Any other case, then location of supplier. Remember one thing, if lease circuit is installed in more than one state or union territory, in proportion to the value which is collected separately, you have to go ahead and divide the value. If value is collected separately, separate value ke liye separate place of supply. If value is not given separately, then as per contract. If sir, as per contract also you are not able to determine, then apply rule number 6. Rule number 6 says if leased line circuit, if circuit ke through connection, if circuit ke through telecommunication service is provided, you have to go ahead and divide the value in the ratio of number of circuits in a state. Are we clear everyone? In the proportion to the number of points lying in the state or UT. So one circuit is installed, circuit ka points are lying in Karnataka 2 points, 1 in Tamil Nadu. Then 2:1 ka ratio mein value will be apportioned. The next one is financial and stock broking service. Address on record. If address on record is not there, it is always location of supplier. Insurance service, always take location of recipient. If it is provided to registered person, if it is provided to unregistered person, address on record. The next one is advertisement services provided to central government, state government, local authority, statutory body, which is meant for what? State or states or union territory or union territories. Then remember one thing, place of supply will be in every state or UT, and value apportionment to the amount attributable to the service provided in the respective state in terms of contract or as per rule number 3, you have to go ahead and divide the value. Advertisement services, when they are provided to central government, state government, local authority or union territory, or not unit, basically central government, state government, government when it is provided, union territory is also government only, or statutory body. Remember one thing, in that scenario, it is section number 12.14 which is there. But otherwise, then normal advertisement services, general rule will come. So when you provide advertisement services to the government, then value, Baba, advertisement service provided to the government in 5 states, then value, place of supply in 5 states. Value apportionment to be done as per the contract or rule number 3. Rule number 3 goes ahead and says, if you have gone ahead and done advertisement, then what will be the basis of apportionment, or basically how will you go ahead and divide, what will be the value of supply, or how will you go ahead and divide the value of supply. If advertisement is done in newspaper and publication, remember amount payable for each publication or each for amount payable for publishing the advertisement will be the value of supply. Then if I am going in and providing services in printed material, pamphlet, t-shirt, etc., whatever is the amount payable for the distribution will be the value of supply of my advertisement service with respect to each state, whatever is the amount has been paid to me. Hoardings other than trade, amount payable. Train ka case mein ratio of the railway track multiplied by the amount payable. Whatever is the amount payable by you for advertisement on a railway, basically in a train, then in that scenario, I'll have to go ahead and do the apportionment of the value. Train passed through 5 stations, 5 states, then 5 states ka ratio of the track has to be taken, and I have to go ahead and divide the value. The next one over here is utility bill if I am doing, then the amount which is payable. Railway ticket if I am doing the advertisement, then ratio of number of railway station into the amount payable by you, by the government basically. Over the radio station, amount payable to such radio station. television channel viewership figure, and this channel viewership figure is given by Broadcast Audience Research Council. For the last week of the last quarter का figure has to be taken. If figure relating to two or more states, then apply proportionate, apply ratio of the population of the states or union territory. Cinema hall में, then the amount payable will be the value apportionment ka ratio. Then over the internet, basically amount payable means whatever amount I have gone and received, that is the value of my supply. The next one is over the internet, then services are deemed to be provided across India, and the basis of apportionment will be the internet subscriber, which are basically given by the Telecom Regulatory Authority of India. Last quarter ka figure you can go ahead and take. Sir, if advertisement services are provided over the SMS, then telecom subscribers can be the ratio of the telecom subscribers can be taken and the value can be apportioned, which are published by TRAI for the last quarter. Last quarter figure can be that telecom subscriber ka figure which you are taking, that can be taken last quarter ka figures. Are we clear, everyone? Is section number, Baba, section number 10 we learned, section number 11 we learned goods imported or exported. Section number 10 we learned other than import and export of goods ka case mein section number 10 will apply. Section number 12 we learned where location of supplier and location of recipient are both in India, then section number 12 is applicable. 12.2 is general rule. 12.3 to section number 12.14 is the specific rule with specific services. Are we clear till here? Now, the next section is section number 13. Everyone over here. Section number 13 is applicable when, everyone? When the location of supplier or location of recipient is outside India. Remember one thing, whenever you are going ahead and applying section number 13, you have to see either supplier or recipient is outside India, and then section number 13 will be applicable. Remember one more thing. If supply is outside India, if recipient is in India, supply is outside India, recipient is in India, and place of supply is in India, by applying section number 13, place of supply came in India, supplier outside India, recipient is in India, place of supply is in India, then it becomes importation of service and you will be liable to pay GST under RCM. Sir, supply is in India, recipient is outside India, place of supply came outside India and you receive foreign convertible currency, then it will become export of service. So when you are going in and applying section number 13, there will be cases when it can be importation of service, and there it can be cases where it will become export of services also. Please be very careful. Now, section number 13, one went ahead and told whenever location of supplier or location of recipient, anyone is outside India, then section number 13 is applicable. Section number 13, 2 went ahead and told about residual rule. Generally, location of place of supply is location of recipient of service. But if location of recipient of service is not there, then it is always location of supplier of service. Section number 13.3 went ahead and told about performance-based service. Always remember one thing, performance-based service, all the performance-based services under section number 13.3, it will come. Section number 13.3 will include all the performance-based service, whether it is with respect to what? Goods, or it is supplied in respect to individual, where it requires the physical presence of the individual. Remember one thing, whenever performance-based services are done, Baba, whether it is with respect to goods or it is with respect to individual, then always remember performance-based services may place where it is made physically available. Baba, if goods are made physically available, then place of actual performance becomes the place of supply. So supposingly one machine is there, it has been sent for testing in India. I've done the testing in India. The place of actual performance is India because the goods were made physically available in India. So, however, supposingly, if I've gone ahead and done performance on goods electronically by means of remotely, by electronic means, then the location of goods at the time of supply of service becomes the place of supply. So, for an example, one machine is there in US. I've done the testing, etc., from India by using remote means. Then, Baba, it is what, everyone? Location of the goods at the time when the performance was done, that is outside India, it will become the place of supply. Basically, the goods were outside India, so it will become place of supply will be outside India. The next one is if goods are made temporarily available in India, if goods are temporarily imported in India for repair, treatment or process and re-exported. Remember one thing, repair, treatment or process, if goods have come into India, you have gone ahead and done the repair, treatment or process, and after doing the repair, treatment or process, you have re-exported it without putting it into use into India. Might be that use was required, then okay. For such repair, treatment or process, if any use was done in India that was required for that process, then it's okay. But otherwise, if any repair, treatment or process के लिए goods have come into India, you have done the performance on the goods in India, but still, because it had come for repair, treatment or process, RTP, place of supply will be always location of recipient of service, which will be outside India. If it has come temporarily into India without any use into India, you have gone ahead and done the repair, treatment, or process and re-exported, then it is location of recipient of service. In this scenario, remember one circular is there which goes ahead and talks about unpolished diamond. Unpolished diamond have come from outside India. In India, cutting, polishing, etc. is done, process is done, and then it is re-exported. Remember one thing, when it is re-exported, location of recipient of service becomes the place of supply. Supply is in India, recipient is outside India. Place of supply is location of recipient of service, which is outside India. If you receive foreign convertible currency and you both are not near establishment of distinct person, it will become export of service. I'll tell you one thing. For an example, from outside India, some diamonds have come into India. You have done the cutting, polishing, etc. It should not be put into use into India, but you went ahead and used it into India. Then always remember one thing: because you used it in India, here this proviso will not be applicable. And now, because the goods were made physically available in India, this section will be applicable. And place of actual performance, place of supply will become India. Supplies in India, place of supplies in India. It will be interstate transaction, never intra. As per section number 75C, as per section number 75C, it will be always what, everyone? Interstate, and IGST will come. Remember this point ever. Can I go ahead, everyone? Baba, by applying section number 13, if you have find out the place of supply, it can never be intra. Are we clear, everyone? And what is not intra and not covered anywhere else always becomes interstate. And section number 75C you will apply, and it will become interstate, and IGST will come on that transaction. So for Baba, joinders deal, one question is there: when supposing even tools have come into India for some process, you did the processing of the tools, you re-exported without put to use into India, then it will be place of supply will be location of recipient of service. But if you put to use in India and then you re-export, then Baba, because you have put to use into India, place of supply becomes place of actual performance, which will be India. Supplies in India, place of supplies in India, it is interstate, and IGST will come. Can I go ahead, everyone? If performance-based services are provided on individual, done on individual, then always remember place of actual performance becomes the place of supply. The next one is section number 13.4, which goes ahead and talks about services in relation to immovable property. Directly in relation to immovable property might be services by expert or estate agent, accommodation in hotel, in guest house, etc. Grant of right to use immovable property, or architect, interior decorator ka services, etc. Always remember place of supply will be location or intended location of the property. Sir, if it is admission to, section number 13.5 goes ahead and talks about admission to or organizing of event, including ancillary services, it will always be what? Place of the event becomes the place of supply. Sir, if the supposingly performance based services, immovable property related services, or organizing of event or admission to an event related services, if you have gone ahead and provided at multiple location, including one location in the taxable territory India, the place of supply for the entire contract becomes taxable territory, which is India over here. I hope you guys are clear. Remember one thing: if you have gone ahead and done performance based service, immovable property related service, or organizing of event or admission to event related service, and all these services are provided under a single contract wherein one place of supply comes in India, the entire contract ke liye the place of supply will come in India. The next one is section number 13.7, services in 3 means performance based service or immovable property related service, or Baba, organizing of event related admission or organizing of event related service supplied in multiple states. Baba, over here, if it is provided in multiple states, then the place of supply will be in each state or UT, and value of supply shall be in the proportion to the value collected separately or in terms of contract or as per rule. Rule number 7 is applicable in case of performance-based service. Supposingly, one machine has come into India, and the performance testing is done in 2 states, then always remember the value will be apportioned. Place of supply in 2 states, and the value will be apportioned in between both the states equally. If services are supplied in respect of same good, divide between the states where the services were performed, the value will be divided. Sir, if supposedly 2 machines have come into India and we have done the testing in 2 different states, in this scenario, the value which you have collected is a single amount, then value will be apportioned on the basis of the Invoice value, services supplied on different goods, then ratio of invoice value of the goods. Accordingly, the place of supply will be decided. Place of supply is in both the state. Value will be apportioned between both the state on the ratio of the invoice value. The next is services supplied in respect of individual. If individual pay, supposingly from outside India, some celebrity has come and you have done the denting painting services. Denting painting means beautician ka services provided on one person in supposedly two state, then they are going in and telling, please apply gap. Gap means generally accepted accounting principle. Might be you went ahead and did the denting painting services in one state for 2 days, one state for 1 day, 2:1 ka ratio mein the value will be apportioned. Then they are going ahead and telling if it is immovable property related service, please apply rule number 8, and rule number 8 says please apply rule number 4, mutatis mutandis, and which we had gone ahead and learned. The value will be divided as per rule number 4 on the basis of nights, area, or as per the declaration provided by the service provider. Same rule is applicable over here also. Sir, if it is admission to or organizing of event ka case mein it is told over there please apply rule number 5. Baba, here they are telling please apply rule number 9, and rule number 9 is same to same as rule number 5, and rule number 5 goes ahead and says please apply generally accepted accounting principle. The next one over here is section number 13.8, which talks about services by banking company, financial institution, and NBFC when it is given to whom? Account holder. Account holder. Secondly, any intermediary services or Baba hiring of means of transportation including yachts, excluding aircraft, excluding aircraft and vessel. When Baba hiring of means of transportation is done by a person including yacht for up to 1 month, place of supply is always the location of supplier of service. Remember this point very carefully. Services by banking company, financial institution, NBFC to account holder, intermediary service, and the last one, hiring of means of transportation including yacht but excluding aircraft or vessel. Whenever the means of transportation is being hired out up to 1 month, location of supply of service becomes the place of supply. Sir, tell me one thing. Services of banking company, etc., given to account holder, then Baba, general rule will apply. Are we clear? Sir, also, what do you mean by intermediate services, everyone? There's a circular which government has gone ahead and given, and circular may it is told. Intermediary means a person who is basically going ahead and facilitating a transaction. There is a main transaction happening between two persons. There is a seller, there is a buyer. This buyer is there, this is a seller who is there. I am an intermediary who is located supposedly in India, and I went ahead and find out the buyer. Now, the seller went ahead and sold the goods over here, and the buyer will go ahead and make the payment. So, this is the main supply. As an ancillary, what is my supply? I have gone ahead and given as an ancillary supply. I have given intermediate services. I have helped him in the facilitation of the transaction, basically finding out the buyer, selling the transaction, selling the goods, etc. So, I am acting as an intermediary, and this is my ancillary service which is provided to the person outside India over here. Suppliers in India, recipient is outside India, section number 13 is applicable. If he pays you foreign convertible currency and the place of supply is outside India, your service becomes export of service. Are you clear with intermediary? Intermediary means a person who is facilitating the principal supply. There is a main supply and there is an ancillary supply, which is the intermediate services which he has gone ahead and help the person in facilitating the main transaction. Can we go ahead, everyone? The next one over here is section number 13.9, which goes ahead and talks about transportation of goods. If transportation of goods is happening, excluding mail and courier, because mail and courier ka case mein general rule will apply. Otherwise, transportation of goods ka case mein always destination of the goods becomes the place of supply. The next one is passenger transportation service. Place of embarkation means where you jump inside the flight, that becomes the place of supply in for a continuous journey. Continuous journey means where there is no stopover. Where there is no stopover. Stopover means basically where you discontinue your, might be supposedly you went from here to here, you got down from the flight and then you got inside another flight. Then Baba, it is a stopover. There should be no stopover, because if there are stopover, then it is two separate supplies which are there. Can I go ahead, everyone? The next one is services on board. Always remember one thing. It is the first scheduled departure point. This becomes the place of supply. OIDR services, Baba. OIDR services, online information database access and retrieval services. Always remember, place of supply is location of recipient. Section number 13.13 goes ahead and talks about to prevent double taxation and non-taxation. Government is empowered that government can go ahead and say the place of supply as that place where the effective use and enjoyment of the service is done. And using section number 13.13, government has gone ahead and notified two services. This is not circular, Baba. These are actually
Notification, and this is also a notification, and government has notified two services, and government by using which power, section number 1313 has gone ahead and says if there are services of R&D in relation to pharmaceutical sector, always remember pharmaceutical sectors ka case mein whenever R&D services are provided, always the place of supply is what, everyone? Location of recipient of service. For an example, US से some medicines came into India. In India, we did the testing of the medicine and we provided the test ka report to the person outside India. Remember, the test ka actual use means the testing services are done in India, but the benefit of that testing services, effective utilization is happening outside India. The report is going outside India where the effective utilization will be done, and hence the place of supply is outside India. So remember, the location of the recipient becomes the place of supply. The next is notification again. Supply of maintenance, repair, overall services in respect of aircraft, ship, other vessel, their engines, component, part supplied to a person for use in the course of furtherance of business. Remember one thing: maintenance, repair, overall services provided in respect of aircraft, vessels, or their part. Always the place of supply is what, everyone? Location of recipient of service. So, for an example, Emirates Airlines ka flights have come into India. We have done the MRO services and they have gone back. The place of supply is the location of recipient of service. Supply is in India, recipient is outside India. Place of supply outside India. If we receive foreign convertible currency, it will become what, everyone? Export of service, but we should be not mere establishment of distinct person. Everyone over here. Transportation of goods ka case mein always remember, Baba, circular goes ahead and says supplying of satellite launch services by Antrix Corporation or NSIL, New Space India Limited, to international customer. Always remember, supply is in India, recipient is outside India. Place of supply is always the destination of the goods. The rocket is taking the satellite outside India to the space. So place of supply is also the outside India. If we receive foreign convertible currency, Antrix Corporation has given some services to NASA. It will become export of service provided it meets the requirement of export of service ka definition. Are we clear? Although that service is exempted in India, but still it will qualify for export of service. Place of supply is outside India. If supply meets the requirement of 26 means the definition of export of service, it will constitute export of service and it will be what, everyone? Zero rated supply. Domestic customer ko, if you are giving satellite launch services, those were taxable, but now it is exempted under entry number 19C. Can we go ahead, everyone? So if supposedly I am giving satellite launch service, Antrix Corporation, New Space India Limited, we are giving satellite launch services to any person who is in India only. Baba, in that scenario, remember, supply is in India, recipient is India. Place of supply by applying section number 12 will also come location of the registered person or where the goods are being handed over, but GST is being exempted in this case of transaction, in this type of transaction. Can I go ahead, everyone? Diamond wala circular I have gone ahead and explained you. Diamonds have come from outside India, did the polishing etc. and send it outside India. So Baba, it is treatment of process, and hence always what will apply, everyone? General rule, location of recipient of service becomes the place of supply. Now sir, the next circular over here is supply of software designing services by a supplier in the taxable territory to a recipient in non-taxable territory by using sample hardware kit by the recipient. Everyone listen to me very carefully. Apple has told me that, Ramesh, you have to develop one software and give it to us. To develop the software, they told me to develop the software and give it to them. My work is primarily what? Developing the software and giving it to them. But to develop the software, I have to keep testing the software on a mobile phone. Supposing the sample hardware kit is given by whom? Apple to me. Now I am making the software and testing also. So I am giving software development service for which general rule is applicable, testing services for which performance based services, place of actual performance becomes the place of supply. But then officer went ahead and told over here that I will go ahead and say the place of actual performance is India and place of supply will become in India. But then the clarification told that, sir, sample hardware pe testing is just an ancillary supply. The principal supply is software development and designing. Principal supply pe general rule is applicable, which is the location of recipient of service. And hence testing services ke liye also the place of supply will become location of recipient of service, because the principal supply pe what place of supply is applicable, that is applicable to the ancillary service, which is the testing ka services. Are we clear, everyone? Yes sir. So it says over here, software development and designing for integrated circuits electronically along with testing on sample prototype hardware is a composite supply where software development and designing is principal. Provision of 13(3)(a) is not applicable, and hence
Place of supply will be location of service recipient as per section number 13(2). Now, in this scenario, if you go ahead and see supplies in India, if recipient is outside India, if place of supply is also outside India, and you are receiving foreign convertible currency, you both are not mere establishment of distinct person, then it will become export of service. Wherever I say export of service, it can be the other way around also. If it supplies outside India, recipient is in India, place of supply is in India, it will become import of service, and you being a business entity, you have to pay GST under RCM. The next one over here, one more circular which is there. Services provided by port with respect to cargo handling service. Always remember, cargo handling services by general rule is applicable. It is never services in relation to immovable property. It is always general rule will be applicable. If supplier, the port which is providing the cargo handling services, supplier and recipient both are in India, then section number 13(2) general rule will 12(2) general rule will be applicable. But if recipient is outside India and supplier who is providing the cargo handling services is in India, then section number 13(2) is applicable. Are we all 100% clear till here, everyone? We are done with section number 12 and we are done, done with section number 13. The most important part, because this time there is an amendment. Remember one thing, Baba, this is the amendment part, and one circular has come which says what, everyone? Transportation of goods ka services provided supplier and recipient both are in India. Transportation is outside India. Place of supply is outside India. Supplier will go ahead and charge you IGST. You being the recipient, you can take the IGST ka credit. Are we clear, everyone? Baba, other than this chapter is also an A graded chapter. Anywhere, say any small point can come. You have to be very careful. Which points I feel are important is, Baba, this amendment wala point is very, very important. And here also, Baba, actually in this chapter, anything and everything can come. You can't leave anything and go, because they go ahead and give you 5 to 10 points and tell you, please find out the place of supply. So you can't leave anything in this chapter, right, everyone? I'll close my revision on the chapter of place of supply, section number 10, 11, 12, and 13. Remember, it is 10, 11, 12, 13 of the IGST Act. Close is the revision for the chapter of place of supply.
Now, the various amendments in the chapter of place of supply. Listen carefully. Section number 10(1), A, B, C was already there. Here, one CA has been introduced, wherein if there is any sale which has been made to an unregistered person over the counter. So, for an example, I went from Bangalore, I went to Delhi. In Delhi, I am an unregistered person. So, I am an unregistered person, I went to Delhi. In Delhi, I went to one shop, told the shopkeeper, please sell me a mobile phone. He sold me the mobile phone. In that scenario, if you see, he will say location of the goods at the time of delivery. When he is giving me the risk and reward, he will say the place of supply is Delhi, and he will go ahead and say the place of supply is Delhi, and he will charge me CGST and SGST. But here government, in order to transfer the tax to the actual state where the goods have been used, government went ahead and told whenever the supply is made to an unregistered person over the counter sales, basically which is an over the counter sale, the place of supply, if the address of the person is recorded in the invoice, I tell him, the shopkeeper, I am from Bangalore, Karnataka, then Baba, the place of supply will be location as per the address, and he will charge me IGST, so that the appropriate SGST amount from the IGST, the state government ka amount can be transferred to Karnataka. But if address is not recorded in the invoice, then sir, then Baba, the location of the supplier will become the place of supply. And over here, one more point has been told, recording the name of the state of the person. Just if he records that Ramesh from Karnataka, Ramesh, Karnataka, then Baba, it will be deemed that my address has been recorded. He does not need my full address. Oh, you stay here, here, here. Everything is not required. Just if he mentioned that this mobile phone is sold to Ramesh of Karnataka, enough. Place of supply will become Karnataka, and if it does not mention the address, then it's in that scenario location of supplier will become the place of supply. This is 110 CA which has been introduced with respect to over the counter sale whenever it is made to an unregistered person. Okay, sir. Secondly, this section number 12(8) ka proviso which was there, no, this was useless kind of a proviso. So government went ahead and told we will delete it, and this proviso has been deleted, subsequent to which this circular which is there, please delete this circular also, because anyways now the provisions of section number 12(8) will be applicable whenever transportation of goods is happening. So if supply is in India, recipient is in India, Remember one thing, if recipient is a registered person, location of registered person is the place of supply. If recipient is not a registered person, then in that scenario, wherever the goods are given, handed over, that will become the place of supply, and accordingly GST will be charged. That's all. So this proviso has been deleted. One more point over here, section number 13.9. This section number 13.9 altogether has been deleted. And because section number 13.9 has been deleted, what will happen over here is residual rule will be applicable whenever any transportation of goods is happening. Supply is in India, recipient is outside India, or supply is outside India, recipient is in India, please apply residuary rule. This will be applicable. So here this circular which was there on Antrix Corporation, basically going ahead and giving satellite launch service to international customer, instead of section number 13.9, now section number 13.2 general clause will be applicable. That's all is the change which you have to do in this circular also. I hope this point is clear to all of you. Yes sir. Besides this, one more circular has come with respect to advertisement. Let me tell you what is it. For an example, I have a hoarding over here. This hoarding का board belongs to me. ठीक है? Now there is an advertisement company. This advertisement company went ahead and told me, and this advertisement company does advertisement for many people. So these people go to the advertisement company and say, I want to do advertisement. Can you place my advertisement on the hoarding? They will get all the billboard etc. printed, and they came and told me, Ramesh sir, can you please give me your hoarding on rent, or can you give me the right to use your hoarding? These hoardings which are there, can you allow me to use? Tell me one thing, hoarding is attached to the earth. When I give any advertisement company this hoarding saying you do use it, don't use it, do whatever with the hoarding. For 1 year, I will charge 1 lakh rupees. I gave it to them. Can you tell me location of supplier, whatever is there, what will be the place of supply in this scenario? Which rule will be applicable? Whenever this hoarding, billboards, etc. are given, remember these are immovable property because these are attached to the earth. And whenever immovable property related any service is given by any person, section number 12.3 will be applicable. Location of the immovable property will become the place of supply. That's all. Sir, one more thing, tell me. Advertisement company also gave this service to the customer, no? By putting their billboard, etc. over here in the hoarding. First service was when me, the owner of this hoarding, gave the right to use services in relation to immovable property. When this advertisement company went ahead and gave advertisement service, remember it's not an advertisement service given to government, it's just a general advertisement service. General rule section number 12.2 will be applicable. I hope this point is clear. Secondly, supposingly there is an advertisement company. Advertisement company. Advertisement. Advertisement. Advertisement company. They take advertisement work from people. These are the customers who are there. When they give service to the customer, section number 12.2 general rule. But supposingly advertisement company went ahead and told me, Ramesh, we want on behalf of this customer, we have charged 10 lakh rupees. They will not tell. We will give you 8 lakh rupees. Do one thing. Find out one billboard or whatever hoarding, you have it, you don't have it, find out in the market. On 5 hoardings, you have to do this advertisement, get all the printing done, whatever has to be advertised, and you give us the advertisement service, and we are giving the advertisement service to the client. Here, they will charge 10 lakh rupees, give them 8 lakh rupees and get the hoarding. Might be hoarding belongs to him, might be hoarding doesn't belong to him. Advertisement ka work is only given to him. In this scenario, remember one thing, he is not renting immovable property, he is providing advertisement services. For this, section number 12.2 general rule will be applicable. I hope this point is clear. That's all they have told. Supply of space on hoarding by a vendor. When I have a space which I have gone ahead and supplied, then Baba, remember one thing. If space is given to the advertisement company, you are giving the right to use immovable property, and section number 12.3 shall apply. Place of supply is location of such hoarding. Done, sir. But where the vendor is responsible for displaying of advertisement, here I told, hey, you only have to make sure you get the advertisements printed, pasted, everything done over here. When the vendor is responsible for all the advertisement, etc., then they have gone ahead and told an advertisement company does not occupy the structure. Advertisement company did not take any hoarding structure from him. Here, vendor is providing advertisement services to the advertisement company, and section number 12.2 will apply. I hope this point is clear to all of you. Done, sir. Point is clear. Here we are done with the various amendments which came in the chapter of place of supply. Done.
We go ahead, everyone. Now, imports under GST. People over here, imports under GST. You already know imports. Goods, you know. Imports under imports. So, sir, imports can be of goods. Imports can be of service. What are the two types of import which can be there in India? Imports can be of goods. Imports can be of service. Let's go ahead and understand now imports under GST, everyone. Please come to your chart. Everyone over here now. Imports under GST. Import can be of goods. Import can be of service. Can you tell me importation of goods means what, everyone? Bringing from outside India into India is importation of goods. Can you connect to this now? In India, in customs, we have learned that when you come within India means when you come within the territorial waters of India. Because importation of goods, GST custom duty will come and GST will come under the Customs Act. Are you able to connect to this chapter now? Next, everyone, importation of service means supply of service. People, supplier is outside India, location of recipient is in India, and place of supply is also in India. Then it is importation of service. Now, what I'm giving you is a complete linking. Slowly, your GST is getting linked everywhere. Can I go ahead, everyone? Now, sir, importation can be of goods, importation can be of service. Importation of goods, as per article number 270, 269, in your first chapter, when you read, article number 269 says, from outside India, when you get the goods into India, it is interstate supply. When you read your section number 7.2 of the IGST Act, nature of supply ka chapter, there you will see section number 7.2 mein it is written, importation of goods till the goods cross the custom frontier is what? Interstate. So Baba, it is always interstate supply and IGST should come. But import pay, the IGST which is there is collected under the Custom Act on the value which is determined under the Custom Act. What is the value under Custom Act on which IGST is collected? The 8 ka value. Do you remember, everyone? That's it. So, sir, section number 5 of the IGST Act, there is a proviso. Section number 5 mein, there is a proviso. Have you seen that proviso, everyone? It's a, hey, go to your section number 5 of your charge of GST ka chapter. You will see over there, corner mein, there is a proviso which says IGST will be levied, collected under section number 3 of the Custom Act. Baba, do you remember section number 3(7) of the Custom Act talks about IGST ka levy? Yes, everyone. And on the value which is determined under 3(8), or what is 3(8)(a), everyone? Bond to bond transfer. In case of bond to bond transfer, 3(8) ka value or transaction value, whichever is higher, that is told by whom? 3(8)(a). People, are you able to connect to this now? Everyone over here now. Next, when is it paid? And it is paid when all the custom duties are levied under section number. People, importation of goods means bringing from outside India into India. Importation of goods is interstate supply as per Customs Act also. And as per GST Act, it is interstate supply. When you read section number 7.2, when you read article number 269, it says importation of goods is interstate supply. Interstate supply, IGST will come, but this IGST will be levied and collected under the Customs Act. Can I go ahead, everyone? When other customs duties you pay IGST also. Do you guys recall, everyone? Next, and sir, post payment of IGST along with the custom duties based on the bill of entry, you can take the input tax credit. Which bill of entry? Which you file for home consumption under section number 46. In that bill of entry, you pay the IGST. If you have the bill of entry, you can take the ITC. Importer can avail the ITC on the basis of bill of entry. Is my point clear to all? But this thing you already know.
Can I go ahead, everyone? Now, people, tell me, importation of service means what? Supply is outside India, recipient is in India, place of supply is in India, it is importation of service. Importation of service. Section number 7, 1B. Section number 7, 1C. Schedule 1, fourth paragraph. It is what? It's a supply. It's a interstate supply. You guys recall, everyone? Yes, sir. Section number 71B and section number 71C. Section number 71B says business purpose, non-business purpose, both purpose. It is supply. And section number 74 of your IGST Act, correct, everyone, says what? Importation of service is always interstate. And Baba, what will come? IGST is levied. But people, when you read section number 5.3, reverse charge mechanism is applicable and RCM may you are liable to pay. People, I imported some service. I went ahead and paid GST under RCM. I have to issue a self invoice and pay the GST under RCM. After I pay, can I take ITC? Recipient will be liable to pay. Once he pays, he can take the ITC. Can we go ahead, everyone? Next. Do you remember interstate supply, IGST, but non-business purpose is exempted? But this exemption is not applicable for OIDR service. OIDR service taken by a business entity, registered business entity pays under RCM. If you are an NTOR, non-taxable online recipient, they will collect and they will pay to the government. And hence, that time exemption is not there. OIDR services, I'll talk about OIDR services over here. When we spoke about OIDR service in GST supply chapter, we spoke very little. Today we'll talk little more detail. Can I go ahead, everyone? Now, sir, importation of service from related person or own establishment outside India in the course of business without consideration is also a. Do you guys agree with me? Section number 71C. I'm linking everything now. It will be a interstate and IGST will come. You are required to pay GST under. After you go ahead and pay, you will be recipient will be liable to pay. When he pays, how will he pay? He will first raise a self invoice because the person who is supplier is unregistered person. You are liable to pay GST under RCM. You will raise a self invoice. Then you will pay, and after paying, you will get on the basis of self invoice. You can take the ITC. Can I go ahead, everyone? Now, everyone over here, I have some important points with respect to bond to bond transfer. People, tell me one thing. Do you remember what is a bond to bond transfer? What's a bond to bond transfer? Your goods came in India. You transferred the goods to the warehouse. Correct, everyone? You filed a bill of entry and you transferred the goods to the warehouse and you gave a bond. Clear? You went ahead and sold your goods to your friend. When friend is going to clear the goods, he has to pay IGST. See, he will pay custom duty. He will pay custom duty on what value? On the transaction value only. Which transaction value, everyone? Section number 14, Customs Act wala. People, I'm talking about custom duty, social welfare surcharge. Hey, people, 1 minute. 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute. Everyone here, he will pay normally everything. Correct? When the change will come, when the total will come over here, he has to pay. This is 38 ka value. Might be this value is supposingly 5 lakh rupees, and you had sold the goods to him. Okay, 1 minute, everyone. Just a minute, people. People, over here now. What is the bond to bond transfer? Goods came within India. You transferred the goods to the warehouse. Correct? People, yes or no? You transferred the goods to the warehouse. Now what will happen?
You had gone ahead and filed a bond and the goods transferred to the warehouse. Now you sold the goods to your friend. For an example, you sold the goods for 10 lakh. When he goes to clear the goods, all the things he will pay normally only. Baba, section number 14(1), whatever the transaction value between the outside ka guy, price paid or payable, everything will be normal only. But IGST he has to pay on what? 5 lakh or transaction value. What is the transaction value between you two? Which is higher? 10 lakh, and on 10 lakh the IGST will be collected. On 10 lakh the GST compensation cess will be collected, and this will be collected under the Customs Act. Always remember, sir, IGST will be always on value under 3(8) of the Custom Tariff Act, or the transaction value, whichever is higher. Is my point clear to all? Can I go ahead, everyone? Yes, sir. We are all clear. Let's go ahead. Next. Now, there's something called a high seas sale. You know what's a high seas sale, everyone? Listen. Your goods, people listen. Your goods were there in the sea. It means they were dispatched from the US port. Okay? They were coming in the sea, or they had reached the custom port, but yet to be no bill of entry is filed. You have not filed the bill of entry for home consumption. You have not filed the bill of entry for warehousing also. And you went ahead and sold the goods to your friend. People, listen, listen, listen. You sold the goods to your friend. Might be you sold it for 10 lakh rupees. This is known as high sea sale. And in GST Act, high sea sale are neither supply of goods nor supply of service. Even bond to bond transfer is neither supply of goods nor supply of service. Then where is IGST collected? Custom. Can you tell me in this case, when this guy will go and file the bill of entry for home consumption, on what amount he will have to pay custom duty, on what amount he will have to pay IGST? In this scenario, when it is high seas sale, remember IGST and custom duty always on the transaction value, that is the price paid by the buyer who filed the bill of entry for home consumption. It means what, everyone? It means on 10 lakh he will pay custom duty also, and then on that amount he will pay what? IGST also. But can you tell me in the earlier example what happened? Custom duty he paid on this guy's transaction value with the other guy. Custom duty he paid on the old transaction value only. Only IGST he paid on 3(8) ka value or transaction value, whichever is higher. But sir, whenever this is known as what, everyone? Bond to bond transfer. Remember one thing, in bond to bond transfer, when he is going ahead and clearing the goods, he will pay IGST, only IGST. Custom duty, normal calculation. Did you guys get it? IGST on 3(8) ka value or transaction value, whichever is higher. But everyone here, this is what? High seas sale. In high seas sale, because the first bill of entry is only filed by whom? Buyer. Baba, people, the buyer, he bought the goods for how much? 10 lakh. So Baba, he has to pay custom duty also on 10 lakh and IGST also on 10 lakh. Basically, custom duty will be calculated. On custom duty, again, whatever social welfare surcharge, total will be taken, and on that you will have to pay IGST. Got it? Did you understand the thought? Very, very important from exam point of view. High seas sale. People, 100% you got it. Difference, there is a difference between bond to bond transfer and IC sale. Can I go ahead? Everyone over here now. Next. Sir, can you tell me, everyone, goods went from China to USA. I went ahead and told him, bill it to me, but ship directly from here to here. The goods did not enter India. What is, when I am going ahead and supplying, what is the supply known as? It is merchant trading. It is also known as what? Merchant trading, or it is also known as one non-taxable territory to another non-taxable territory without the goods entering Array, in GST it is neither supply of goods nor supply of service. In customs also, did the goods come India? How will the custom department catch? And hence, in GST also or Customs Act also, there is no GST which comes on this. There is no custom duty on this. Can I go ahead, everyone? That's all I wanted to tell you. Did you guys understand the third transaction? Third country. This is also known as what, everyone? In your exam, please remember third country shipment. Is my point clear to all? Can I go ahead, everyone? Next. Means supply of goods from non-taxable territory to non-taxable territory without entering India is neither supply of goods nor supply of service, no GST, no custom duty, nothing. Everyone, these are all important points which I feel that you should remember. Everyone over here now. Then, sir, if importation of goods is done by an SEZ, you remember nature of supply chapter, the third chapter I went ahead and told you this point. That sir, whenever importation of service is done by an SEZ, it is exempted from IGST leviable under section number 37. Whenever SEZ imports, SEZ does not have to go ahead and pay any IGST. Whether it is importation of goods or importation of service, both pay. IGST is always exempted. Sir, where is service exempted? You told only goods here. Exemption chapter. Go to exemption chapter, everyone. In exemption chapter, the last chart which is there. Array, I'm now just connecting everything for you guys. That's all. In your exemption chapter, when you go to your exemption chapter, the last chart which is there, you will see over here. Services imported by an SEZ for authorized. Services imported are also exempted. These are your exemption. And goods imported, everyone, it is also exempted. Am I 100% clear to all? The next one over here is, sir, 100% export oriented unit, if they are going ahead and importing goods, always remember custom duty, GST, everything has been exempted. Can we go ahead, everyone? Chalo. Now, everyone, come to OIDAR service. I will teach you little about OIDAR service. You guys already know this. But I'm teaching people, what I am teaching you now is little more refinement of what you already know. Can I go ahead, everyone? Now, they are talking about OIDAR service. What do you mean by OIDAR service? You think OIDAR service is online information database access and retrieval service provider. Online, there's an information, there's some data which you can retrieve and access. And that is the service provided by Netflix, Amazon Prime, correct? But they have given the definition and told what is OIDAR service, and they have included some service also. Are we clear? They are telling these services will be termed as OIDR service. Services. What do you mean by OIDR? Definition. Services whose delivery is mediated by information technology over the internet. Tell me one thing. Can you get Netflix service without internet? It is given. Can one person come and give you Netflix services? No. It is given over the internet through an electronic network or through an electronic network, plus the services of which, the nature of which renders it essentially automated. People, tell me one thing. If you want to see a movie at night, do you call Netflix or it is automated? You can open Netflix, automatically you can see the movie. You want to download some game from the internet, automatically you can go online to the website of the where the game is there and you can download. Then it is known as what? OIDAR service. It involves minimum human intervention. Do you ever call Netflix saying, I want this, I want that? Unless there is a problem, you don't call them. So there is minimum human intervention, and it is impossible to ensure in the absence of information technology. Baba, tell me one thing. Can you have Netflix without IT network? It is not possible at all. Can I go ahead, everyone? And plus, they have now told, see, number one, they gave the definition of, they told what? Number one, services. What is OIDAR service? Service which the delivery is mediated through information technology or an electronic network. The nature of the service is essentially automated and minimum human intervention is there. And sir, it is impossible without IT. That is an OIDAR service. Four things. Plus they told, please include in your OIDAR service. What are the things? Included. They are telling even if you don't fall in the definition, which I told you, four things, correct? If you're not following definition also, still these things will be OIDR. What? electronic service such as advertisement over internet. Google gave you Google ka AdWords. Google gives you advertisement service. You took it for your business. It's an OIDR service because it is included in the definition. Next, cloud service, iCloud, Google Drive services. What is all this? OIDR service, because in OIDR ka definition mein they included this. Can I go ahead, everyone? Then providing ebook. I give you ebook. What am I giving? I give you ebooks to read, right? What am I giving? I am an OIDR supplier, but we are not talking about domestic OIDR. As of now, we are trying. See, as of now, we are understanding OIDR. Whether domestic or international, we are understanding OIDR. But when we read section number 14 of the IGST Act, we talk about which OIDR? Outside wala OIDR. Can I go ahead? Baba, an Indian OIDR is a normal supplier. I'm a normal supplier. I'm not an OIDR supplier. I'll be called as a normal supplier. Normal provision will be applicable on me. Only an OIDR supplier from outside India. Section number 14 says that when you are supplying services to an NTOR, you have to collect under forward charge and pay it to the government. Can I go ahead, everyone? Next. Everyone, then, whenever you are giving music, people, whenever electronic services online, you are supplying music, Apple Music is there. They are an OIDR. Then software, if somebody is supplying software online, then other intangibles through telecommunication network or internet. Baba, might be somebody is going ahead and supplying an online game. You downloaded it. He is providing you what? OIDR service. Providing data or information online. Then retrieval or otherwise services, online supply of digital content, storage, gaming, all these are what, everyone? OIDR service. Can I go ahead, everyone? Now, people, this you already know. Supposingly, there is a Netflix. I'm given Netflix example. Now we are understanding section number 14 of your IGST Act. Supplier is non-taxable territory. Recipient is in the taxable territory. If the recipient is other than NTOR, might be a business entity which is doing business and registered, then they will pay the GST under RCM. Recipient will be liable to pay GST under RCM. But sir, tell me one thing. If I am an NTOR, non-taxable online recipient, who is an NTOR, everyone? I've already told you, right? In chapter number 2. Government, local authority, governmental authority. If you are an individual, you are unregistered person, and you guys are receiving what? OIDR services for any purpose other than business, then you will be known as what? NTOR. Means supposingly you have gone ahead and taken some services from outside India, not for your business purpose, for your personal purpose, then in that scenario, OIDR will collect the GST and give it to the government. Can I go ahead? In that scenario, forward charge mechanism will be applicable. And whenever forward charge mechanism is applicable, OIDR is required to take compulsory registration in India. Registration ka application is REG 10 and he will be given a certificate in REG 06. I'm telling you everything. He will have to pay tax using his e-cash ledger, no ITC, and furnish the GSTR 5A monthly return by 20th of the next month. Annual return is GSTR 9A and reconciliation statement, they are not applicable on an OIDR. And you know what? When I taught you section number 13 of your IGST Act, I told OIDR services ka place of supply is location of. It means if OIDR services provided from outside India into India, what is the place of supply? India. Supplier is outside India, recipient is in India, place of supply is in India. It's an import of service. You are a business entity, you pay the GST under RCM. If you are not a business entity, they will collect from you. If you have taken for non-business purpose, they will collect from you and pay it to the government. You know how they go ahead and understand whether you are business entity or not. Practically how it is followed. They don't go ahead and see anything. If you put your GSTN number, when you take OIDR service, they will not charge you GST because you are required to pay GST under RCM. They understand that you are a registered business entity. If you don't put your GSTN number, they will charge you GST. In that scenario, you don't pay the GST under RCM. Did you guys understand, everyone? Whenever you go online, Google Drive services, put your GSTN number, they will not ask you GST. I will have to pay GST under RCM because I am a registered person. If you don't put your GST number, they will collect, they will show taxes. They will collect and they will pay it to the government. Did you guys understand this point? Next. Now, in OIDR service, I want to tell you one additional point. Tell me one thing, everyone. Where does an OIDR take registration? From outside India, he is going to provide service in India. He will have to take registration in India. All the states. No, Baba, no. OIDR के लिए बैंगलोर में there is a basically Bangalore mein there is a jurisdiction which is there. I've told it in your textbook. Okay, everyone, when you read the textbook, you'll see Bangalore may they have to take registration and they will take a single registration and they will charge IGST. They will not take in every state registration. They will take a single, Baba, simplified process for them. Single registration they will take in India, collect IGST and pay to the. My point clear to all. Can I go ahead, everyone? Next. Everyone over here. Now tell me one thing. Listen, this is Akshat over here. Akshat developed one software. Okay, not Akshat. This is Peter. Peter in US. Peter developed one software and he put it in Google Play Store. Google Play Store is the broker. This is Akshat in India. Akshat downloaded a game from Google Play Store. Tell me one thing. Who is the OIDR? Who is required to comply with OIDR ka rules? Will Google Play Store comply or the supplier comply? Here they are telling Google Play Store is deemed as the supplier because he's an intermediary, he's a broker who is located in the non-taxable territory. See, he is a supplier in the non-taxable territory. Google Play Store is also in the non-taxable territory. But here, you, recipient, is in the taxable territory. If you are a registered person, pay the GST under RCM. For an example, you downloaded one game. You are not a registered person. Who will collect the GST? They will collect the GST, Google Play Store, and they will pay to the government. So here, Google Play Store will be liable. They will take registration, collect GST, and pay. Forward charge mechanism. Can I go ahead, everyone? But sir, can it be deemed that this person is the OIDR? For an example, when you download the game, Google Play Store does not give you invoice. Actual supplier gives you invoice. When you download the game, actual authorization is given by the supplier. When you download the game, actual payment goes to the supplier. Then who is the OIDR? Google Play Store or the actual supplier? They went ahead and told Ramesh, you have to see 4 conditions. PAIT. Do you remember PAIT? PAIT condition. Number 1, you have to see if the payment process is intermediary does not involve in the payment process, neither collects nor processes or is responsible for payment. Google Play Store is not collecting. Who is collecting? He is collecting the payment. Number 2, A, authorization. Intermediary does not authorize the delivery. Delivery is authorized by the actual developer. He authorizes the delivery. When you want no, he will authorize the delivery of the item. Then I, invoice, bill, receipt clearly identifies service and its supplier. Basically, his name is there in the service provider. Number 4, terms and conditions not determined by Google Play Store but by the actual developer or supplier of service. Tell me one thing. Number 1, payment. Number 2, authorizing of delivery. Number 3, invoice. Number 4, terms and conditions. If they are in his name, then who is the supplier? Actual supplier. He will be the OIDR providing services in India. He will be liable to take registration, collect the GST and pay to the government. Actually, you know what? OIDR case mein, there are 2 thoughts which are there in the market. There are 2 thoughts. Number 1, you know what? What I'll tell you little, okay, everyone? You see, here they're telling if recipient is NTOR, then what will happen? OIDR will be liable. But if NTOR is not there, other than NTOR, it means who is other than NTOR? A business entity has to pay GST under RCM. But you know what? Practically what is happening? Only business entities which are registered pay GST under RCM. Unregistered ka case mein always OIDR collects and pay. So there is a slight gap between actual law and practical following. Actual law says what? If you are a business entity, you have to pay GST under RCM. Registered, then RCM. Unregistered, take registration and pay. But practically what happens? If I am a business entity which is unregistered, if I don't put my GSTN number, OIDR collects and pays. So my liability is done. This flaw is there. It is not yet been rectified. Did you understand my thought, what I am telling? But ignore it. For you, what is there? OIDR providing services to a business entity, RCM. OIDR providing services to other than business entity, NTOR, forward charge. Can I go ahead? You know practically what happens if you put your GSTN number, You have to pay GST under RCM. If you don't put your GST number, no, go to an OIDR website today. GoDaddy, buy one website, put your GST number over there. Take your client ka GST number, don't buy. Okay? When you put the GST number, no, you will see no taxes. It means they are telling you have to pay GST under RCM. But if you remove the GST number, no, then they will charge you taxes. It means they will collect and they will pay. Is my point clear to all? Can I go ahead, everyone? Everyone, we are done with your imports under GST ka chapter. Congratulations, people.
Now, then, what are the amendments in the chapter of imports under GST? Listen to me very carefully. Imports under GST, first change is they have done some small changes in the definition of OIDR service, where they have gone ahead and told this essentially automated, involving minimum human intervention. But these were vague words which were there, so they went ahead and removed it. They also went ahead and told that OIDR services means a person who is supplying online gaming, but they have gone ahead and told excluding online money gaming. If online money gaming is being provided, for that basically section number 14A, one special section has been introduced, and hence they have told it online money gaming will not be included in OIDR service because we have made a special provision altogether for that. Okay. Next, so first point, OIDR services definition amended. Okay, doesn't matter, not very important. Secondly, NTOR ka definition has been amended, and they have gone ahead and told NTOR means unregistered person. Simple. This total bakwas definition which was there, government, local authority, individual, unregistered person receiving for that, bekar. They have told NTOR means any person who is unregistered and receiving OIDR services from outside India is an NTOR. So, if I am going ahead and receiving OIDR services from outside India and I am not a registered person, I am an NTOR. Okay. But remember one thing. They have told if there is a TDS deductor who has registered, government department registered as TDS deductor, please government department ke upar don't apply RCM. Government department doesn't want to pay, and hence they told this NTOR will include a person registered as TDS deductor. Hence, those government department which are registered as TDS deductor will be considered as unregistered person. They will be considered as NTOR, and in that scenario, the OIDR supplying services from outside India to NTOR. First of all, I hope you guys remember, OIDR should take compulsory registration section number 24. Now OIDR will go ahead and charge you IGST, that will be under forward charge mechanism. Simplified registration is there for all the OIDRs. Done. If OIDR is applying to all other person other than unregistered, other than this NTOR means unregistered person and TDS deductors. Other than these people, then sir, reverse charge mechanism will be applicable. Our recipient will be liable to pay. I hope this point is clear. NTOR ka definition has been amended, which is NTOR means only unregistered person receiving OIDR service, and it includes a person who is registered as TDS deductor. Okay? Person registered as TDS deductor will be considered as an NTOR. Done. Then one more point which they have introduced, section number 14A. If I'm not wrong, yes, section number 14A has now been introduced. Supplier of online mobile gaming ke liye special provision has been drafted. Nothing. They are liable to pay IGST. For compliance, they will take compulsory registration. Whatever compliances they have to do in India, pay the taxes, etc. They have to take compulsory registration. Section number 24 mein I told you, registration. Simplified registration, single registration, they will take a simplified registration in India, pay the IGST. In case of non-compliance, remember, beta, you are a OIDR supplying, you are liable to pay IGST. And for compliance, please take compulsory registration, which is a simplified registration. And in case of non-compliance, any information generated, transmitted, received or hosted in any computer resource used for supplying of online mobile gaming, that will be liable to be blocked. Non-compliance, did not take registration, not collecting GST and paying. All the information which you are basically supplying, information generated, transmitted, etc., will be liable to be blocked for access by the public. That's all. That's all they have gone ahead and told. And that's it with respect to the amendment for your online money gaming wala person. Listen, for specified all the actionable claim, I have given one actionable claim ka chart at the last. That actionable claim ka chart also at the last, I will go ahead and release one video. Don't worry about it, where we'll talk about complete actionable claims. Done, Baba, done. Imports under GST ka amendments are done. Let's go ahead and now revise the next chapter. The next chapter is exports under GST. Everyone over here. Exports may you can have export of goods also, you can have export of services also. Sir, what do you mean by export of goods? Export of goods means taking from India to a place outside India. That is known as export. So when you take the goods from India outside India, that is export of goods, sir. But export of services means what, everyone? Sir, it means a supply of service where the location of supply is in India, location of recipient is outside India, place of supply is outside India. What you're receiving is foreign convertible currency. In case of Nepal and Bhutan, basically whenever permitted by the RBI, INR is also okay. And you both are not mere establishment of distinct person. You are actual different person. Only then it will be considered as export of service, right, everyone? Sir, if it is export of goods, interstate supply, IGST will come, but you can go ahead and claim the benefit of zero rated supply. Sir, export of goods or export of service, both are interstate supply, IGST will come, but a person can go ahead and claim as per section number 16. He can go ahead and claim zero rated supply ka benefit. So, sir, zero rated supply ka benefit, basically you have two options. One, you can go ahead and give supply under an annuity or bond, or you can go ahead and supply on the payment of IGST. Sir, you can supply under annuity or bond and you can claim ITC ka refund, or you can go ahead and supply under IGST payment. ITC you will utilize and you will claim a refund of the IGST paid. Sir, whenever it is export of goods under LUT or bond, remember one thing, you can claim a refund of the unutilized ITC, and the refund of the unutilized ITC is as per section number 54.3, read with rule number 89.4, basically based on the formula which is given. Refund application will be given in GST RFD 01, and along with that, Baba, you will get the refund based on the formula which is there, which is given in 89.4, and it will be processed by the GST department. Sir, if refund you are asking of the IGST paid on export, you have did not give an LUT or bond, IGST paid, ITC is already utilized, remaining amount is paid in cash. So, sir, whatever is the IGST refund you are asking, they are going ahead and telling in this scenario, you can claim a refund of the IGST paid under section number 54.1, read with rule number 96. Basically, the shipping bill or bill of export will be your refund application, and refund will be processed by the proper officer of custom who is at the custom port. Basically, custom officer will go ahead and custom ka proper officer will go ahead and give you your refund of the IGST paid on export of goods. In case of export of service under LUT or bond without payment of IGST, you can take ITC ka refund. Baba, refund will be same as per section number 54.3, read with rule number 89.4, and refund will be based on a formula. Refund application will go in GST RFD 01, refund based on formula and processed by the GST department. In export of service also on IGST payment, because service may customs are not involved, in that scenario also refund of the IGST paid on services. Section number 54.1, read with rule number 89, means basically you have to give your GST RFD 01 and the refund will be processed by the GST department only. Now, sir, whenever you are going ahead and refund exporting, and export is done under LUT or bond, rule number 96A is applicable. Rule number 96A goes ahead and says prior to your export, remember one thing, prior to your export, you should go ahead and furnish a bond, Baba, letter of undertaking, which is in GST RFD 11, or you have to go ahead and give a bond to your jurisdictional officer. Sir, you have to bind yourself that, sir, if export ka case mein from the date of invoice, I don't export within 3 months, in the next 15 days, I'll pay your tax along with interest. If I don't pay, then they will start recovery. Sir, in case of export of service, I have to go ahead and tell them within 1 year service ka payment will be released. If I don't get the payment within 1 year, then within the next 15 days, I have to make the payment to the government. Otherwise, they will start recovery. So it says you have to bind yourself to pay the tax along with interest. If export of goods are not exported, then within the next 15 days, after 3 months or further extended period, from the date of invoice, you will pay the payment of the GST along with interest. Because you gave an LUT, you do not pay the GST. Now pay the GST along with interest at the rate of 18%. Sir, a payment for service is not received within 1 year or extended period from the date of invoice for export, then Baba, within the next 15 days, you should pay the GST along with interest. If you don't pay, then they will go ahead and recover. So remember this thing, everyone. Sir,
details of the export invoice which you give in your GSTR1, that is always being transmitted to the custom automated system, whether you have actually gone ahead and exported the goods or not, to cross verify. When goods are not exported within time and the registered person fails to pay the amount, sir, if you don't go ahead and make the payment of the amount, they will go ahead and cross verify GSTR1 ka details with the export ka IS Gate ka portal. Interaction will happen and they'll find out if you have exported the goods. If you don't export, then LUT facility will be withdrawn and immediately recovery proceedings will start. But sir, facility will be restored when you make the amount ka payment, whatever is the due amount, you made the payment. LUT is not allowed, Baba, basically for those people who are being prosecuted for an offense where the tax evaded was greater than 250 lakhs, which is 2.5 crore. Then remember, you will not get LUT facility. You have to give a bond, and bond is on a stamp paper. That's all. Can I go ahead, everyone? And it says provision of sub rule 1, the sub rule 1 which is there, basically giving a LUT bond, etc., is also applicable mutatis mutandis in case you are supplying services to goods or services to zero rated supply to SEZ unit, UD unit, or developer. Now the right side over here is rule number 96. Rule number 96 goes ahead and says, sir, you entered and exported goods. You entered and exported goods. You did not give value to your bond. You paid the IGST and you exported. Now you will have to go ahead and take a refund of that IGST which you have paid on the export. For that, you have to follow rule number 96. Refund of IGST paid on goods, services, or both exported out of India. Sir, it says over here that whenever, I'll go ahead and draw and explain over here. Sir, how will you understand this? Everyone over here, see. I'll tell you quickly and then I'll read from the chart. Sir, supposingly over here, I will go to the website which is IS Gate ka portal. IS Gate ka portal mein, I will go ahead and file my shipping bill or bill of export. So they are going ahead and telling whatever shipping bill you file or bill of export you go ahead and file, that is deemed as your refund ka application. But this refund application will be deemed to be filed only when, sir, the person who is taking your goods and going, the person in charge, when he files the departure manifest or the export manifest or the export report, in that he has mentioned the details of your bill of export or shipping bill. Are we clear, everyone? So they are going ahead and telling over here, shipping bill is the deemed refund application, and application will be deemed to be filed when person in charge files the departure manifest, export manifest, or report covering the name and number of the shipping bill or bill of export. And it says application, first of all, you have to file your shipping bill, and that is only the refund application. RFD 01 not required to be filed in case of export of goods on payment of IGST. Then, Baba, when you file your shipping bill over here on the IS Gate ka portal, then secondly, first of all, your shipping bill has to be filed or bill of export has to be filed. Baba, once you file your shipping bill or bill of export, that is your refund application. But the refund application will be deemed to be filed only when the person who is taking the goods and going, the person in charge, he files the departure manifest, and in the departure manifest, export manifest, or export report, he mentioned your shipping bill ka detail. Then they are going ahead and telling, plus you should also go ahead and file your GSTR 3B, because if you don't file your GSTR 3B, tax paid ka refund is given. So you should file your GSTR 3B, they are telling, and proviso any mismatch between the detail furnished by the exporter in shipping bill with that of the GSTR 1. People, you will also file your GSTR 1. Or with your export invoices ka detail, they will match with your shipping bill, and any mismatch you have to go ahead and correct. You have to correct, and such application for refund shall be deemed to be filed only when such mismatch with respect to the shipping bill is rectified. Only when you correct that mismatch, only then that shipping it will be deemed that you have gone ahead and filed your refund application. And they are telling applicants also should have undergone Aadhaar authentication, only then refund application will be deemed to be filed. Sir, can you tell me what are the things you went ahead and told? Number 1, file your shipping bill. Number 2, departure manifest he will go ahead and mention your shipping bill ka detail. Number 3, you should go ahead and file your GSTR 3B, and also your GSTR 1 ka detail will be matched with the shipping bill ka detail, and Aadhaar authentication must be done. Then the refund application is filed. Now, custom department ka officer who is there, he will go ahead and process the refund. He will go ahead and process the refund. But sir, so they are telling GSTR 1 ka detail will be transmitted to the custom automated system. Your GSTR 1 ka detail will be matched with the custom automated system, and they will see if shipping bill ka detail and your GSTR 1 ka details are matching. When you mismatch, you have to rectify. Only then your refund application will be deemed to be filed. Then it says, upon receipt of information regarding GSTR 3B, once you go ahead and file the GSTR 3B, they are going ahead and telling IS Gate or proper officer of customs shall process the refund. This proper officer will go ahead and process your refund, and you will get your refund over here. Are we clear, everyone? But they are telling over here, withholding of refund can be done. There are 3 scenarios when withholding of refund can be done. 1, your jurisdictional commissioner who is there, he can go ahead and tell him that please withhold the refund. Might be he only found out that you have done the export in contravention of the provision of actor rules, or the commissioner who is posted at the CBIC, the commissioner can go ahead and tell him please withhold the refund. These are the three scenarios when he can withhold the refund. Can you tell me what are the three scenarios you will withhold your refund, everyone? Number one, your jurisdictional officer can go ahead and tell him to withhold. Might be the commissioner who is posted at the CBIC can go ahead and tell him to withhold, or he himself found out that you have gone ahead and exported in violation, then withholding will be done upon request. Withholding will be done upon request by the jurisdictional commissioner of central tax, state tax, or union territory tax, or proper officer, the custom officer himself determines that goods are exported in violation. The commissioner or the commissioner in board or the officer authorized by the board, basically the CBIC officer who is authorized, on the basis of data analysis and risk parameter, is of the opinion that verification of credential of the exporter, including the availment of ITC by the exporter, is considered essential before granting the refund in order to safeguard the interest. So if he believes that, sir, there is some risk, then he can go ahead and say this custom officer that please withhold the refund, don't go ahead and give the refund to the person. Are we clear? Then they are going ahead and telling, once he goes ahead and withholds the refund, whenever refund is being withheld under 4A or C, and this is whenever refund is being withheld under 4B. 4B is when the custom officer himself withholds. 4A and C is when the jurisdictional commissioner or the CBIC commissioner instructs him to withhold. Remember one thing, such claim shall be transmitted whenever he has withheld the refund. Such claim shall be transmitted that, sir, he has gone ahead and withheld. That claim will be transmitted to the proper officer of GST, as the case may be, electronically through the common portal. So whenever he goes ahead and withholds, no, that I will not go ahead and process the refund, that claim will be transmitted to the GST officer. My jurisdictional officer, basically my officer ke paas the claim will go, and when it will be transmitted, automatically one system generated RFD01 will get generated. Are we clear, everyone? And also, it says over here in GST RFD01 will be generated, and the intimation shall also be transmitted to whom the exporter electronically, and the said system generated form shall be deemed as the refund application, and it shall be deemed on the date of such transmission. So basically, what will happen if he has withheld the refund? In that scenario, the details will be transmitted to the GST officer, and automatically one RFD01 will be generated. The day RFD01 is generated, basically the date details are being transmitted, that day is deemed as the date of submission of refund application. Now the GST officer who is there, not the jurisdictional commissioner, my GST officer who is there, he will process the refund within the next 60 days. It says over here, where refund is withheld in accordance with because of 4B, because he has withheld, he has known that you have gone ahead and exported in violation, then they are going ahead and telling the proper officer of customs shall pass an order. First he will pass an order that the goods have been exported in violation of the custom provision, and then he will also, first he will go ahead and pass an order, and then he will go ahead and transmit the detail to the proper officer of GST, and a system generated RFD01 will get generated, and same thing, such claim shall be transmitted to the proper officer of GST over here, as the case may be, central tax, state tax officer, union territory tax officer, and electronically on the common portal, what will get generated, everyone? He will, when he's informing, how will he inform everyone? By going ahead and electronically online generating one GST RFD01. And it says the intimation of such transmission shall also be sent to the exporter, and the said system generated form, basically when you are intimating, you will generate one GST RFD01, and that is the intimation that, sir, I am not going ahead and processing the refund. You only go ahead and process the refund, and that system generated RFD01 when it is generated, that shall be deemed as and deemed to be filed, that RFD01 will be deemed to be filed when they have gone ahead and transmitted the details. Are we clear, everyone? So basically, when you transmit the detail, automatically one system generated RFD01 will get generated, and that is only the refund application deemed to be filed when? On the date of transmission. Basically, when he goes and informs the proper officer that I have withheld the refund, that day it will be deemed that you have filed the refund application. Now the processing of the refund application will be done within the next 60 days. Basically, they are going ahead and telling, sir, as per the GST department, how they will do the processing. For notified goods, the GST, central government may refund the GST to the government of Bhutan and not to the exporter. And remember, for refund of IGST paid on services, normally you have to go ahead and file your RFD01, and it should be dealt with rule number
89 in accordance with rule number 89. Sir, remember one thing, rule number 96B comes where they go ahead and say recovery of refund of unutilized ITC or IGST paid on export of goods where export proceeds are not realized. Remember one thing, in export of services though, you get refund only when you receive the foreign convertible currency. But in case of export of goods taking from India outside India, even if you don't realize foreign currency, you get export ka case mein refund. You took ITC ka refund or you paid GST paid, you took GST paid ka refund. Remember one thing, both the scenario may, if you don't get the foreign currency within the time limit as per FEMA, whatever ITC refund or IGST refund was given to you, it will be taken back from you. Recovery will be done along with interest. So later if I realize, later when you realize the recovery which was done, that amount will be given back to you. It says the person to whom refund is made shall deposit the amount refunded to the extent of non-realized. If I have not realized half, then half amount of refund I should give back along with interest within 30 days from the time limit which was allowed by FEMA. If you don't get it within that time limit, that within the next 30 days, you should go ahead and deposit the tax along with interest. Baba, basically whatever ITC you are taken or the IGST refund which you are taken, that refund you should give it back along with interest. Sir, failure to deposit amount will be recovered in accordance with 73 and 74 as is applicable to erroneous refund along with interest. They will go ahead and deem that they had given you an erroneous refund and they will now go ahead and give you a demand order and then they will recover as per section number 73 and 74 demand order, recovery as per section number 79. No recovery if RBI writes off the requirement of realization of forex on merit, and sir, if realize the foreign currency later, then Baba, you can give the evidence within 3 months from the date of realization and recovered amount shall be refunded to the applicant. Here there is a small circular which I will go ahead and tell you quickly. Everyone listen to me very carefully. What is the circular going ahead and telling? Sir, supposingly I am in India over here. From the US, one person is there. He wanted some service. Okay, everyone. He wanted some service, and for that service, I have gone ahead and raised a $5 lakh rupees ka bill. Okay, everyone. That service, I have gone ahead and provided him 60% service. And you know what? I got the service outsourced to a Mexican guy over here. This guy who was there, he went ahead and Mexican guy was there. I went ahead and told him 40% service you provide, but just give the bill to me. He gave the bill to me. I went ahead and actually gave the service. But see what happened over here. I gave only 60% service. 40% services were given by him. And now he made the payment. Supposedly $3 lakh ka payment he made to me. $2 lakh ka payment he made to the Mexican guy over here. Now in this scenario, people went ahead and asked the government, sir, I have gone ahead and given him a bill of 5 lakh rupees. Invoice of 5 lakh rupees relating to the export is given. However, foreign currency is realized only 3 lakh rupees over here, and 2 lakh rupees directly went to the Mexico, the person who is outside India, because I got the services rendered through him. In this scenario, government is going ahead and telling you can go ahead and consider your entire amount of 5 lakh as export of service. But remember one thing, in this scenario, first of all, RBI has to go ahead and give the approval. Yes or no, everyone? And secondly, you should also go ahead, whatever the bill he has gone ahead and given you, because he has provided the service on your instruction, he will go ahead and give you a bill. That bill pay, you have to pay the GST as importation of service. You have to pay the GST under RCM, and the entire amount of 5 lakh will be treated as what, everyone? Export of service, and you will get the benefit relating to $5 lakh as export of service. Done, everyone. I'll go ahead and close my complete revision on the exports under GST. Sir, C graded chapter. But C graded chapter ka A graded point is this. C graded chapter ka B graded point can be this. Are we clear? All the other things are C graded chapter ka C graded point. Right, everyone? I'll close my discussion on the 1 minute. I'll close my discussion on the chapter of exports under GST. Done, everyone?
Now the next amendment is not amendment, actually it's a small circular which has come under the exports under GST. Exports under GST, there are two circulars which have come. Both the circulars I have explained along with the statutory update. However, one circular is important, so I am talking over here. The other circular is okay, you can read it once. What is the exports under GST ka circular which has come? So what they are going ahead and telling, if supposingly I have gone ahead and exported some service outside India, now exports ka definition says suppliers in India, recipient is outside India, place of supply is outside India, and I should be receiving foreign convertible currency. Now nowadays what has happened is government have gone ahead and opened special Vastro accounts. Now special Vastro accounts ke through INR mein payments are being made to these exporters of services. And whenever special Vastro account के through INR में payment will be made to me. Sir, what is this special Vastro account? Baba, special Vastro account के लिए I've already discussed in the statutory update. Please see that detailed video over there. I've spoken about what is special Vastro account. So what happens special Vastro account के through? If INR में any payment is being done to me, ठीक है? So for an example, Russia का one bank has opened one account in India, which is a Vastro account with a bank in India. Now what is happening over here? Whenever any person from Russia has to make payment to me, he will no more use dollars. What he will do, to his bank he will make the payment. His bank will direct that bank which is in India, which is maintaining the special Vastro account, to make the payment to me in INR. Now I received INR. I did not receive foreign convertible currency. Even if I don't receive foreign convertible currency, government is telling if you have received the amount through special Vastro account, it will be deemed that you have made the compliance of receiving the foreign convertible currency, and hence your service will become an export of service. That's all is the circular. Not a very important circular, but both. There are two circulars which have come. I've explained in the statutory update detailed video which is there. If you want, you can quickly cover there also. I've told you what was the important circular over here. Chalo. We are done with the amendment relating to exports under GST. Done.
Alright students, let's go ahead and now start revising the chapter of refunds. My fund is there with the government. I want it back, and hence the chapter of refund. Refund, when we are going ahead and learning, we will be learning section number 54, read with the various rules which are there. Rule number 89, 90, 91, 92, 92, 1A, etc. All these rules will be going ahead and discussing together. Chalo, let's go ahead and start understanding the chapter of refund. Now, first of all, Baba, always remember one thing. Giving the money is very easy, but taking it back is difficult, and hence the same situation we'll be going ahead and seeing in the chapter of refund. It is not that the chapter is difficult, but what is difficult is the process of getting the money back. Now let's go ahead and start understanding the chapter of refunds. Everyone over here, first of all, for refund, for taking your refund, there always has to be an applicant who wants to take the money back. So sir, an applicant can be any person. It can be a supplier, it can be a recipient, it can be a registered person, it can be an unregistered person. Whoever wants the money back from the government has to go ahead and apply, and that person is known as an applicant. Sir, an applicant always has to go ahead and file a refund application within how much time? 2 years. Now, whenever you are going ahead and applying for refund, first of all, you have to remember always, Baba, whenever you are applying for refund, your Aadhaar authentication must be done. Okay? And now, whenever you are going ahead and filing your application always goes with GST RFD 01. So first of all, you always have to have your application. Along with the application, you have to give documentary evidence to go ahead and documentary evidence or undertaking or statements to prove that, sir, refund is due. Number one, application. Number two, documentary evidence to prove refund is due, and also one more documentary evidence that refund is due to me only. I have not passed on the burden to any other person. So whenever a person is going ahead and applying, always remember a person has to go ahead and give an application in GST RFD 01. UN holders ke liye, they have gone ahead and told RFD 10. So normally for every situation, whenever you are going ahead and applying for refund ka application goes in RFD 01, and Baba UN holder ke liye it is RFD 10. Now whenever you give an application, along with the application, you have to go ahead and give documentary evidence or undertaking or statement to prove that the refund is due, and the refund is due to me only. Are we clear, everyone? And why that documentary evidence? To prove that there is no unjust enrichment, that, sir, the refund belongs to me, don't put it in the consumer welfare fund. Now, whenever you are going in and applying for refund has to apply it within 2 years from relevant date. Now, let's go ahead and see the various situation when you go ahead and get refund. In the various situation, when will you start that 2 years from? Means when is the relevant date from which you have to see 2 years, and you have to go ahead and apply for refund. And sir, what are the various documentary evidence which you have to give to prove that the refund is due? Now that the refund is due to me only, for that the documentary evidence which is there is, Baba, a CS certificate or a self-declaration. Okay, everyone. Now let's go ahead and see the various situation whenever you go ahead and get the refund. Sir, whenever the refund is due on account of export of goods, if you have gone ahead and exported the goods, on export of goods, whatever the GST you have gone ahead and paid, you can go ahead and claim a refund. Now, sir, what is the relevant date? In case of export of goods, the date, now if the export is by sea or air, the date on which the ship or aircraft leaves India. Sir, if the export is by land, the day such goods pass the custom frontiers. Sir, if the export is by post, then you have to go ahead and see the day the goods are dispatched by the post office. Sir, now whenever I am going ahead and applying for refund, in this three scenario, what is the documentary evidence I have to go ahead and give to establish that the refund is due? Sir, refund is due, and hence those documents are just attach one statement containing the number and date of shipping bill or bill of export. In case of export through land, Baba, export via land, you have to go ahead and give your bill of export. First of all, statement containing the number and date of shipping bill or bill of export, plus you have to go ahead and give number and date of relevant. So again, you have to go ahead and prepare one statement which has the number and date of relevant export invoices. Now the same documentary evidence ditto in case of other situations also. Means other situation means when you are going and exporting by land or you are exporting by post. Now if it's an export of service, when will you see that 2 years from? When will the 2 years start from? They are going ahead and telling it is always the later of date of invoice or the date of payment. Date of invoice or the date of payment, whichever is later. Because for export of services, you always have to realize foreign currency, only then it is export of service. Goods का केस में तो take goods from India, outside India, it is export of goods. But service का केस में location of supply is in India, location of recipient is outside India, place of supply is outside India, what you are receiving is foreign convertible currency, and you both are not mere establishment of distinct person, then it is export of service. So sir, over here, you have to go ahead and see that the payment is realized, invoice is raised, and the payment is realized. Only then, Baba, it's a whichever is later, you have to go ahead and apply for your refund within 2 years. And you have to give a statement, and the statement should contain the number and date of invoices plus bank realization certificate or foreign inward remittance certificate. The next one over here is whenever you are going ahead and supplying goods to an SEZ unit or developer, remember one thing, if it's a supply to SEZ unit or developer and you want to go ahead and claim a refund of whatever the GST has been paid by you, then the due date of return under section number 39 will be the relevant date. The due date of return under section number 39. Remember, due date, due date, due date. In case of SEZ supply, it is the due date of return with respect to such supply. Plus, you have to give a documentary evidence, which is what everyone? A statement. Sir, what is this ditto? Ditto is nothing other than containing number and date of invoice plus an endorsement. This endorsement is given by the specified officer of the SEZ that they have gone ahead and received the goods and service in the SEZ. So that endorsement which has been given by him also has to be attached. Along with that, a payment detail in case of services that the payment has been received when you have supplied the services to SEZ. The next one over here is deemed export. Remember one thing, what do you mean by deemed export, everyone? Deemed export are those supplies in which goods don't leave India. But still, government goes ahead and says that these supplies will go ahead and deem it to be deemed export. Sir, what are deemed export supply? Deemed export ka supplies are AA, EE, boys, PG. Sir, AA means if you are supplying to a person who is holding an advance authorization, then Baba, whenever you supply to him, even though he is in India only, but your supply will be deemed as deemed export. The next one is if you are supplying to an EPCG authorization holder, if you are supplying to an export oriented unit, or bank or PSU is supplying gold to a person who is holding an advance authorization, then Baba, your supply is one known as deemed export supply. And with respect to the deemed export supply, when I am going ahead and supplying to an advance authorization holder, I will pay the GST on that, and the GST which is there, I will go ahead and claim a refund. Remember one thing, Baba, but in case of deemed export supply, whenever you are supplied of deemed export, you generally don't go ahead and charge any GST to the customer, but you pay the GST and you claim a refund. However, there is no bar on the recipient. If he has gone ahead and borne the burden of the GST, he can take the ITC also and he can claim a refund also. But in that scenario, supplier will not be able to claim a refund. Everyone over here. So sir, if I am making deemed export supply, always remember, if you are a supplier of deemed export, the day you actually file the return with respect to the deemed supply, the day you actually file a return, actual date of filing the return with respect to the deemed export supply, from that day you have to run, Baba, run. Within 2 years, you have to go ahead and file your application, and along with that you should attach a statement containing the number and date of invoices, basically those invoices which are relating to the deemed export, plus you also have to give other documents which are being notified, and government have gone ahead and notified over here. The other document is, sir, the advance authorization holder, EPC authorization holder ka jurisdictional tax officer say you should take an acknowledgement that sir, they have received the supplies, or sir, tax invoice signed by the EOU that, sir, we have received the supplies, then in that scenario, first of all, that acknowledgement has to be there with you, which is given by the advance authorization holder, or EPCG authorization holder ka jurisdictional tax officer, or if you are supplied to EOU, the tax invoice signed by the EOU has to be attached, saying that, sir, EOU has received the goods. Then, sir, other than that, you also have to take an undertaking from the recipient that he has not availed the ITC and he shall not file a refund application also. But sir, is there any bar on recipient going ahead and taking the ITC? Recipient of deemed export supply, if he has borne the burden, he can go ahead and take the ITC also, and he can go ahead and apply for a refund also. But sir, when the recipient of deemed export supplies, if he wants to apply for refund, he also has to see 2 years. For recipient also, the 2 years will be applicable from the actual date of filing of return relating to the deemed export by the supplier only. If supplier is applying for refund, then also when he files the return, from that day, he has to file within 2 years. If recipient is filing, for them also, circular had clarified that, sir, for recipient also the time limit is 2 years. From the date, the supplier of the deemed export supply goes ahead and files the return with respect to the deemed export. The next one over here is, if refund is because of a judgment, degree, order, etc., court ka degree order has come, then Baba, the date of communication of the judgment, degree or order, from that day you have to go ahead and apply within 2 years. And Baba, what will you attach along with your application copy? Just go ahead and attach a reference number of the order and the copy of the order passed. Along with that, because you are going ahead and claiming a refund of your deposit which you had gone ahead and done, so generally the reference or number of the payment of the pre-deposit. So if you are applied to the appellate authority, you won the case over here. The day they communicated, the appellate authority went ahead and told that, okay, you are now going to get the refund. The date of communication of the order, from that day you should apply within 2 years. Are we clear? And along with that, you should give a reference number and copy of the order plus the date of, plus a reference of the reference number of the payment of the pre-deposit for which you are claiming a refund. If refund is on account of unutilized ITC, remember, unutilized ITC ka refund is only in 2 scenarios: zero-rated supply, zero-rated supply and inverted duty structure, and zero-rated supply in which you have given LUT or bond. So, sir, refund of unutilized ITC, always remember due date of return under section number 39. From the due date of return, you have to apply within 2 years. So, they are going ahead and telling you should also give a statement containing number and date of invoices received and issued. And then it says provisionally paid tax. Baba, if you remember, we had gone ahead and learned about provisional assessment. In case of provisional assessment, you will go ahead and pay your taxes provisionally. Now, if you have gone ahead and paid your taxes provisionally under provisional assessment, later finalization happened. Now, department will go ahead and adjust the final assessed amount against the provisionally paid amount, and once they have done the adjustment, they will tell you how much is the refund due. Now, from the date of adjustment of tax, you have to go ahead and apply within 2 years. And also, you have to give a number, reference number and copy of the final assessment order when you are going ahead and applying for refund of the provisionally paid amount. The next one over here is person other than the supplier. Baba, if a recipient is going ahead and applying, the day he had gone ahead and received the goods, services or both, from that day he has to go ahead and apply. The next one over here is wrong classification or excess payment. Sir, if it's a wrong classification case or excess payment ka case, sir, I had gone ahead and paid CGST, SGST. Now I have to pay IGST. The day I'll take a CGST, SGST ka refund, wrong classification, section number 77. Or might be if you have paid excess payment, always remember one thing, the day of payment of the correct tax. Sir, what do you mean by date of payment of correct tax? For an example, I had paid CGST and SGST by mistake. Now I have to go ahead and claim a refund of the CGST, SGST and pay IGST. Now when I go ahead and pay the correct IGST, that day say I can go ahead and apply. Now section number 77 says the day you pay the correct tax, you don't have to pay any interest. Now, when you go ahead and apply, when you go ahead and pay your correct tax, from that day, you have to go ahead and apply within 2 years. And also, you have to give a statement showing that transaction details. The search first I had paid CGST, SGST. Now I am paying IGST. This CGST, SGST should be refunded, or vice versa. If you are a UN holder, remember one thing, whatever supplies you have received during a quarter, the last day of the quarter, say you have to go ahead and apply within 2 years. UN holder ke liye earlier the time limit was 18 months. Now the time limit is what, everyone? 2 years only. Very long back, they had changed this amendment wherein they went ahead and told for everyone applying for refund, now the time limit is 2 years. And you have to give a statement that whatever inward supplies you have received, sir, UN holder has to give a statement in GSTR 11. So what did you go ahead and learn over here? We learned about the various situation. Along with the various situation, we learned the various relevant date, and we learned the various documentary evidence which you have to give to support your claim of refund. Now, sir, when I go ahead and apply, I have to always go ahead and apply within 2 years. UN holders should apply also within 2 years. Now, whenever you are giving an application, always remember your Aadhaar authentication should be done. Normally, the application goes in GST RFD 01 for everyone, but for UN holder, Baba, the application goes in RFD 10. And sir, you have to give a documentary evidence, which we have already gone ahead and understood. Plus, you also have to give a documentary evidence to prove that there was no unjust enrichment. I did not go ahead and pass on the burden. Sir, the refund is due and the refund is due to me only. For that, they are telling if the refund amount is less than 2 lakh, you have to give a self-declaration. And if the refund is greater than 2 lakh, you have to give a CA certificate. Are we clear till here, everyone? Now, sir, some cases may they have gone ahead and told proof of unjust enrichment is not applicable. It means you don't have to give a self-declaration or a CA certificate. When is the proof of unjust enrichment not applicable? See, it says 54.8a, B, C, D and F. Remember one thing, it is 54.8 A, B, C, D, E. E point which is there, for that E point ke liye you have to give a proof. Only then the money will not be credited to consumer welfare fund. But otherwise, for these 5 points, you don't have to give any proof of unjust enrichment. Number one, if you are going ahead and making export of goods, in case of export of goods, services or both, Baba, where you have paid the IGST or might be if it is the ITC ka refund, remember one thing, proof of unjust enrichment is not required in case of export of goods or service. Whether IGST ka refund or ITC ka refund, proof of unjust enrichment is not required. Sir, if it is unutilized ITC under section number 54(3), unutilized ITC in case of section number 54(3), then they are going ahead and telling for that also proof of unjust enrichment is not required. The next one over here is, sir, tax paid on advances and no invoice was received, issued or refund voucher was issued. Sir, tax paid on advances, tax paid on advances. Sir, I have gone ahead and received the advance, I went ahead and paid the tax. Now, sir, I did not issue any invoice and I have issued a refund voucher. Government will refund the tax to me. I hope you guys remember. Sir, if you have gone ahead and received an advance and you have paid the GST to the government, now if you go ahead and refund the advance, you will issue a refund voucher. You have to file a refund application and government will go ahead and give you the refund. In that scenario, you don't have to give any proof of unjust enrichment. The next one over here is tax paid in pursuance. Tax paid in pursuance of section number 77, that is wrong determination of place of supply. Sir, I had paid CGST and SGST by mistake. Now I'm paying the correct IGST. In that scenario, you don't have to give any proof of unjust enrichment. And E point actually goes ahead and says that, sir, if you have gone ahead and borne the burden of the tax, then Baba, you have to go ahead and give your proof. Only then the refund will be given to you. In that scenario also, unjust enrichment will not be applicable. But sir, for E point, you have to give a proof. And last one over here, for this, you don't have to give a proof. Tax and interest borne by notified class of applicant, anyone who is being notified by the government. Baba, if you are being notified, then for you also proof of unjust enrichment will not be applicable. Always remember one thing, sir, whenever you are going in and applying for refund, people, whenever you are going for and applying for refund, you have to apply within 2 years. Sir, UN holder also 2 years. Whenever you are giving an application in GST RFD 01, documentary evidence to prove refund is due and also documentary evidence to prove that there is no unjust enrichment, refund is due to me only. Otherwise, always the money goes to consumer welfare fund. And in this 5 scenario, they have gone ahead and told any proof of unjust enrichment is not required. What are the 5 scenario? Number 1. Whenever you are going in and exporting, either export ka case mein IGST ka refund or ITC ka refund mein, you don't have to give a proof. Secondly, unutilized ITC ka refund when you are going in and claiming. Unutilized ITC ka refund when you are going in and claiming, in that scenario also proof of unjust enrichment is not required. Are we clear? The next one over here is third one. Sir, whenever you are gone ahead and paid tax on advances and now you are refunded the advance, in that scenario not required. Fourth one, everyone. Sir, wrong classification ka case mein. Fifth one, notified class of people ka case mein. Now over here, remember, once you go ahead and file an application, application reference number will be generated. Once the application reference number is generated, amount will be debited to your e-cash or e-credit ledger as the case may be. If you have gone ahead and applied a refund of your e-cash ledger, then Baba, then also, if you have applied a refund from your e-cash ledger, then also it is ARN number will be generated and the amount will be debited in your e-cash ledger. And sir, if you have claimed a refund from your e-credit ledger, then also the amount will be debited in the e-credit ledger. Sir, whenever you file an application, the amount is debited. Okay, everyone. Now, sir, what will happen after I have gone ahead and filed an application? After you have gone ahead and filed an application, within the next 15 days, the officer will go ahead and I give you an acknowledgement. If the application is complete, he will go ahead and give you an acknowledgement in GST RFD 02. So you went ahead and filed your application. Now he'll take some time to go ahead and do the verification whether the application is complete, documents are completely provided or not provided, and after that he will go ahead and give you an acknowledgement. An acknowledgement will be given in GST RFD 02 indicating the date of filing the application. Why are they indicating the date of filing the application? From the date of filing the application, the money will come in your bank account within 60 days, and hence they always mention in the acknowledgement the date of filing the application. Sir, supposingly if the application is incomplete, then what will happen? Baba, if the application is incomplete, he will issue you a deficiency memo in GST RFD 03 and the amount will be recredited to your e-cash ledger or e-credit ledger, whichever was debited, that amount will be recredited. Sir, now I have to go ahead and file a fresh application. Always remember one thing, limitation period of 2 years for filing an application to exclude the time period from filing GST RFD 01 to the date of communication of GST RFD 03. For an example, everyone, I went ahead and filed a refund application over here. Now, sir, okay, this is the relevant date. From the relevant date, I had to file within 2 years. Supposingly, I went ahead and filed over here. When I filed, after that, they went ahead and issued me a 2 years got over and they issued me a deficiency memo. Now, sir, they took 10 days to go ahead and give me a deficiency memo, but my 2 years are already over. From the relevant date, 2 years are already over. So they are going in and telling when 2 years got over here, because you had filed your application over here and the deficiency memo was given after 10 days, you will be given additional 10 days to file a fresh application. And sir, now you have to file a fresh application, and from the date of fresh application, the 60 days ka time period will be seen. Now, okay, supposingly your application was accepted. Okay, everyone, you went ahead and filed your application. Now PO went ahead and verified and your application was accepted. Remember one thing, if you are a person, who is making what, everyone? Zero rated supply. Zero rated supply ka case mein they have gone ahead and told from the date the acknowledgement is being generated, zero rated supplier, because they are always in need of fund, government went ahead and told within 7 days on the basis of prima facie examination, they will be given refund of 90% of the refund claim. Provisional refund order will be passed in GST RFD 04 and then payment order will be issued in GST RFD 05. Sir, supposingly on the basis of preliminary examination only, proper officer is satisfied that the complete refund should be given to them, then in that scenario, if proper officer is satisfied that no further scrutiny is being required, then he can go ahead and issue a final sanction order, which is GST RFD 06, and along with that payment order will be issued, which is in GST RFD 05. Sir, based on the payment orders, what will happen? Based on the payment order, always one consolidated payment advice will be created, and consolidated payment advice ka basis mein the PFMS ka website will go ahead and share the money. Basically, they will put the money in your bank account. Sir, but supposingly I am not a zero rated supplier, then in that scenario, what will happen is after they have gone, okay, one more thing over here, that provisional refund is not given. If you are a person who has been prosecuted for an offense where the tax evasion was more than 2.5 lakh, not 2.5 lakh, 2.5 crores. Sir, no provisional refund if the person has been prosecuted for any offense during any immediately preceding 5 years and the tax evaded was exceeding rupees 250 lakh, which is 2.5 crore. And they have gone ahead and told over here. So now what did we learn till here, everyone? We went ahead and learned, first of all, from the relevant date, within 2 years, you have to go ahead and file an application. Sir, when you go ahead and file an application, along with the application, you have to give a documentary evidence that, sir, refund is due, and refund is due to me also. You have to give another documentary evidence. After that, what will happen, everyone? Sir, whenever I say CA certificate, remember CA is chartered accountant or cost accountant. Okay, everyone? Okay. Now, within 15 days, they will go ahead and give you the acknowledgement and then the processing will start. Proper officers are being advised that within 45 days, see Baba, refund order pass karne ka time limit is 60 days actually. But within 60 days, the money should come in your bank account. So, if proper officer passes the order only within 60 days, then when will the money come in your bank account? PFMS website is also going to take time, and hence proper officers are advised that within 15 days acknowledgement plus maximum more 30 days you take, and within 45 days please go ahead and pass your refund ka sanction order. So sir, whenever they are processing the refund, they will, rule number 92 says, if the refund is inadmissible, first they will give you a show cause notice in GST RFD 08. You have to go ahead and reply within how many days, everyone? 15 days in GST RFD 09, and then they will go ahead and issue a refund. If refund is admissible, then they will go ahead. If proper officer is satisfied that refund is admissible, then they will go ahead and give you a refund sanction order. If proper officer is not satisfied that the refund is due, then he will go ahead and give you a rejection order. And refund sanction or rejection order, both are same. It is GST RFD 06. Now, once the proper officer has gone ahead, okay, if rejection, then rejection. But if a proper officer feels that the refund is due and the money should be given to you, then they will go ahead. If refund is admissible, refund sanction order will be given. Now, in the sanction order, he will go ahead and tell what is the final amount which is to be refunded. For an example, he told over here 1 lakh rupees. Out of that, first he will go ahead and deduct whatever the provisional refund was given. For an example, zero-rated supplier ka case mein 90% was given. That he will go ahead and deduct. Or if you have any outstanding demand, etc., which is there, I hope you guys remember section number 79 in your demand and recovery chapter went ahead and told modes of recovery may whatever refund is due to you, from that they can go ahead and recover. So they will go ahead and recover. Supposingly 20,000 was due and they went ahead and recovered from them, then from you, or might be any provisional amount of refund was given, that they will go ahead and recover from this amount. And now the remaining amount ke liye they will go ahead and give payment order. Remember one thing, payment order should always be issued, because on the basis of payment order, the consolidated payment advice is being created by the portal, and then the consolidated payment advice is shared with the PFMS website. PFMS website gives the money in your bank account. So between the issue of the refund order and coming of money in your bank account, there is definitely a time period. Are we clear? And the money should come in your bank account within 60 days from the date of application. Sir, if the money does not come in my bank account within 60 days, supposing the money came over here, then always remember, for the extra period, also the officer will go ahead and issue a GST PMT 05, GST RFD 05 may payment order, that we are going ahead and giving you interest at the rate of 6% under section number 56. Remember one thing, day wise calculation, post 60 days, whatever the number of days of delay, they will go ahead and give you a interest. Done, sir? Point is clear. Sir, what if the amount of refund which was given was erroneous refund? Remember, I'm linking the demand and recovery chapter over here. If the refund is erroneous, you have taken the refund by giving documentary evidences, false documentary evidences, then Baba, it will be recovered from you within 3 years or 5 years as the case may be. Sir, what if I'm asking for a refund and the refund is less than 1000 rupees? They are telling no refund below rupees 1000. If it is CGST also, Baba, below rupees 1000, no refund. Sir, SGST also below rupees 1000 also, no refund. And IGST also, it is not 2000, it is 1000 only. Sir, below 1000 rupees, there will be no refund which will be given. And this thing is not applicable in case of e-cash ledger, because e-cash ledger is your cash only. They will always, whatever amount of refund you are asking, you can go ahead and ask. But otherwise, at least rupees 1000 is the minimum amount for which you can go ahead and ask for a refund. Under GST, the amount is 1000. Under customs, the GST, the minimum refund amount is 100. And duty drawback under custom, it is only 50 rupees. Baba, customs mein refund amount is 100. Duty drawback amount minimum is 50. And GST mein, it is 1000. Can I go ahead, everyone? Chalo, let's go ahead. Everyone over here now. Sir, officer went ahead and sanctioned a refund of 1 lakh rupees, but officer has gone ahead and seen that I have not filed my tax return, I have not paid my taxes, etc. So, sir, withholding by your proper officer can also be done. If refund is due and registered person has defaulted in the return or liable to pay the tax, interest and penalty, proper officer can go ahead and deduct, withhold the refund and deduct whatever tax, interest, penalty, late fee, etc. or any other amount which is being unpaid by you, that amount can be deducted, and remaining amount ke liye he will go ahead and give a payment order. Based on the payment order, GST portal creates a consolidated payment advice, and based on the consolidated payment advice, PFMS ka website will give the money in your bank account. Okay, sir, point is clear. So basically, if the officer passes this refund sanction order within 45 days, PFMS website ke paas everything, details will be collated, it will go to the PFMS website, it is going to take another 10-15 days, and the money will come in your bank account within 60 days. Now, sir, does the commissioner also has the power to go ahead and withhold your refund? Yes, Baba, yes. If the commissioner is of the with if commissioner is contemplating that we'll go ahead and file a departmental appeal, then in that scenario withholding by the commissioner. If refund is subject matter of an appeal, they are thinking that we'll go ahead and file a appeal, then sir, in that scenario or further proceeding which are going to likely adverse the revenue, means they are telling sir, we are going to go for an appeal, we will not process the refund. If you process the refund now, then might be you will go ahead and run away, and hence the commissioner also can go ahead and withhold the refund. It says whenever he is withholding the refund, he will go ahead and give you the details. In GST RFD 07 part A may, he will inform you that we are withholding, order for withholding, we are informing the reasons. And sir, if the proper officer is satisfied that a refund is no longer liable to be withheld, then release order will be given in GST RFD 07 part B. Sir, if refund is withheld, if withheld amount is refunded, if refund was withheld, now the amount is being given to you. If it is after 60 days, then they will go and give you an interest at the rate of 6%. Also, besides this, there is one rule number 921A. Sir, what is rule number 921A going ahead and telling? Always remember, refund will be given as per the original mode of payment. If you had originally gone ahead and used your e-credit ledger, the refund also will be put in the e-credit ledger. If you had originally used your cash, then Baba, the money will be given in your bank account. Always remember, refund in cash or credit based on the original mode of payment. Proper officer, when he is going ahead and issuing a refund order, first of all, refund order will be issued in GST RFD 06. Now, final sanction order amount which is to be given, out of that, whatever is the outstanding amount they will deduct, and remaining amount ke liye they will go ahead and give you a payment order. Remember one thing, payment order always will be given only for that amount which has to be sanctioned in your bank account. But sir, if the amount has to be recredited in the e-credit ledger, for that the officer does not give a payment order. For that the officer goes in and gives GST PMT 03 for recrediting the amount as input tax credit in the e-credit ledger. Remember, 921A is not applicable in case of zero rated supply, and also when you are going ahead and making deemed export supply. Just imagine you are making zero rated supply and you are telling ITC ka refund, they are giving you the refund back in your e-credit ledger only. So hence they went ahead and told, in that scenario we will give the money in your bank account. In that scenario will not recredit in the e-credit ledger. Now besides this, there are small point over here. If applicant before issuance of the RFD 04 provisional refund order, RFD 06 refund sanction order or refund rejection order, RFD 05 payment order, RFD 07 withholding ka order, sir, RFD 08 which is the show cause notice that why we should not go ahead and reject your application. Before issuance of all these things with respect to a refund application, if you want, you can withdraw your refund application. Withdrawal of refund application can be done by going ahead and filing GST RFD 01 W. And now sir, I have gone ahead, when I applied for refund, you went ahead and debited my e-cash or e-credit ledger. I am withdrawing my application, they will recredit the amount in the e-cash or e-credit ledger as the case may be. On submission of the RFD 01W, GST RFD 01W, any amount which was debited in the e-cash ledger or e-credit ledger shall be recredited. Refund is unavailable to you. Always remember one thing, refund is available, not unavailable. Refund is available to UN holder. So whenever UN holder is filing the refund, he will always go ahead and give GST ka RFD 10 along with that statement of inward supply. But supposing he has gone ahead and received some supplies on which he had not, on which his GST number is not written, then for those invoices they are going ahead and telling goods services received from a registered person against a tax invoice. Always remember, refund is available only if they have gone ahead and received the goods services or both from registered person against tax invoice with your UIN number written. But if UIN is not mentioned in the tax invoice also, then refund will be available if invoice copy duly attested is being submitted. Are we clear, everyone? The next one over here is very important. No refund of unutilized ITC. Your unutilized ITC ka refund is always given in two scenario only: zero rated supply under LUT or bond, or inverted duty structure. Remember, in both the scenario, your refund of unutilized ITC will not be given if goods exported, supposingly, whenever you are exporting the goods, those exported goods are subject to export duty. They are telling if goods are subject to export duty, unutilized ITC ka refund will not be given. If supplier avails duty drawback with respect to central tax, or you claim refund of IGST, in that scenario also unutilized ITC ka refund will not be given. Besides this, one more point which I just now remembered, that casual taxable person or NRTP, whenever they are going ahead and applying for refund, CTP or NRTP whenever they are applying for refund, always. So for an example, a casual taxable person has taken a registration for 2 months. First, he has to go ahead and file all his return, and after that only he can go ahead and apply for a refund of the amount which is lying in their e-cash ledger. Okay, now over here, sir, rule number 82, 89.2 has been given over here. Basically, they have gone ahead and told the documentary evidence if you are going ahead and exporting electricity. Refund is on account of electricity. Remember one thing, export of goods may other than any other goods के लिए export of goods you have to go ahead and see over here only documentary evidence has been told. But if it is export of electricity, export of goods other than electricity के लिए you have to go ahead and apply this. But for electricity, remember one thing, they have gone ahead and told whenever you are an exporter of electricity, what is the documentary evidence that you have to go ahead and give to claim a refund? They have told over here a statement containing the number and date of export invoices. Sir, details of the energy exported, tariff per unit for the exported electricity as per the agreement, along with the statement, along with a copy of the statement of the scheduled energy for exported electricity by the electricity generation plant, issued by the regional power committee secretariat, and also you have to give the copy of the agreement detailing the tariff per unit. Baba, whenever it is a refund on account of electricity, all these details has to be given. Now here we have one point over here which is relating to refund in respect of unregistered person. Now sir, I will go ahead and talk about this unregistered person wala refund at the end. Okay everyone, this is an amendment part, I'll talk at the end. Chalo. Now sir, if the refund is, whenever a refund is given, I have already connected to this. Remember one thing, interest at the rate 6% will be given whenever a refund is not given to you within how many days? 60 days. If refund is not given within 60 days, interest on delayed refund will be given at the rate of 6% per annum. Remember, everywhere it is interest at the rate of 6% per annum. After 60 days, whenever you are given a refund of an amount under section and interest is told under section number 56, remember it is always 6% and it is after 60 days till the date of refund. The next over here is consumer welfare fund. Remember one thing, whenever refund has to be given and you could not prove that it's not unjust enrichment, in that scenario always the amount goes to the consumer welfare fund. Sir, the government will constitute one fund which is known as the consumer welfare fund, and credited to the fund will be what everyone, whatever the amount is not given to you and the amount is put when the amount is not, refund is not given to the applicant, it is always put in the consumer welfare fund. Sir, the fund ka money will be invested. Any income from the amount invested will also be credited to the fund. Sir, such other money received by it in such manner as may prescribed, and prescribed is in rule number 97. Beside this, we have section number 58 which goes ahead and talks about utilization of the fund. Sir, all the sum credited to the fund shall be utilized for the welfare of the consumer. They will show consumers को advertisement about GST. ठीक है, and the government or the authority specified by it shall maintain proper and separate accounts and such other relevant records in respect of the fund and prepare an annual statement of accounts in such form and manner in consultation with the C&AG, and everything whatever such manner etc they are talking about is told in rule number 98. Rule number 98 goes ahead and talks about the consumer welfare fund. Sir, they are telling in the consumer welfare fund all the amount of GST will be created and investment income also will be transferred to the consumer welfare fund. Besides this, they have gone ahead and told that, sir, okay, accounts of the fund will be maintained by the central government, audited by the C&AG. Sir, government will go ahead and constitute a standing committee. Standing committee will go ahead and meet how many times? 4 times in a year. Right, everyone? They have told about the powers of the standing committee also. Sir, also they have gone ahead and told the committee will make available the fund of the consumer welfare fund. So, sir, basically, committee will make the fund available to whom? The board. 50% of the fund will be made available to the board for what, everyone? For going ahead and doing publicity, consumer awareness, etc. And minimum amount which they will go ahead and give will be what, everyone? It should not be less than 25 crore per annum, and Baba, that will be subject to availability of funds. This I am not going ahead and specifically talking, but if you want, you can just read it once. Now the next one over here is, sir, rule number 89.4. Please come to the next chart, everyone. Rule number 89.4. Now 89.4 goes ahead and talks about refund claim in respect of zero rated supply. Baba, zero rated supply. I hope you guys remember. Now, always remember one thing. First of all, sir, unutilized ITC ka refund we are going to talk about. Remember one thing. Whenever you are going ahead and claiming a refund of unutilized ITC ka refund is given in. Unutilized ITC ka refund is always given in two scenario. Number one is zero rated supply which you make under LUT or bond, and second one is what everyone? Sir, inverted duty structure ka case mein. Correct everyone? Whenever you are going in and claiming the refund of zero rated supply under LUT or bond, it's a formula based refund which is as per 89(4), and sir, inverted duty structure ka case mein 89(5). Remember one thing, 89(4) ka formula. Sir, 89(4) ka formula goes ahead and talks about net ITC. You always have to take what everyone? Net ITC multiplied by turnover of zero rated supply of goods which you have gone ahead and done under LUT plus turnover of zero rated supply of services which you have gone ahead and done under LUT, and the divided by turnover little adjusted, right everyone? Sir, how do we go ahead and calculate net ITC? Sir, net ITC ka calculation is very simple over here. Net ITC ke liye first you have to take the gross ITC. Gross ITC has to be taken. From gross ITC, whatever input tax credit for which you are getting refund under 89(4)(a) and Baba 89(4)(b) mein, whatever refund you are getting, that refund amount has to be deducted over here, because 89(4)(a) and 4(b) mein always you go ahead and get full amount of refund. That amount has to be deducted, and what you get is your net ITC. Done everyone? Remember, in your gross ITC, you never take input tax credit of the domestic supplies which are exempt supplies. But if those domestic supplies are exempt supplies, but if you have exported it, then Baba, that ITC will be allowed. Remember, gross ITC may never take ITC relating to exempt supplies, domestic supplies which are exempt supplies, never take the ITC. ठीक है everyone? तो gross ITC minus ITC relating to which refund is claimed under 89(4)(a) and refund is claimed under 89(4)(b, that has to be deducted, and the remaining amount is known as net ITC. ठीक है sir? Point is clear? Now you have to go ahead and calculate. People, this is very important. Now the next one over here is turnover of zero rated supply of goods. Remember over here, please go ahead and take the zero rated supply, total zero rated supply which you have gone ahead and done. What will you do everyone? Zero rated supplies which you have gone ahead and done under LUT. Supposingly, I have gone ahead and done the supplies. Of those supplies, I also have to go ahead and see what. So this is the export ka invoices ke hisab se you will go ahead and take. Please compare this with the shipping bill mein whatever FOB value you have gone ahead and shown in the shipping bill. Correct everyone? Whichever lower will come. Now always remember one thing, those supplies which you have gone ahead and exported outside India, of that supplies ka India ka domestic market price ka 1.5 time has to be seen. So sir, that supplies which I have gone ahead and done, 1.5 time of the domestic supplies ka price, means how much, at what price I am supplying in the domestic market, that price ka 1.5 time. If I am not supplying, any other supplier who is supplying, of that price ka 1.5 time. Do you guys remember this? Sir, that has to be taken. You have to compare, and whichever is lower has to be taken, and from that you have to remove that zero rated supply which you have gone ahead and done under LUT, for which the refund is claimed under 89(4)(a) and 4(b. That amounts have to be deducted, and then you will get zero rated supply under LUT, or for which you can, which amount has to be taken over here in the numerator. I'll tell you once again everyone, net ITC is clear. Gross ITC minus ITC under 4A and 4B you have to deduct, and you will get the net ITC. The next one is, sir, zero rated supply. When I am going ahead and calculating zero rated supply under LUT, remember one thing, first of all you have to take the export invoices ka value, which are export invoices relating to a zero rated supplies which you have gone ahead and done under LUT. Export invoices ka value compared to the shipping bill, FOB which is given in your shipping bill. Basically, when you compare plus take the lower amount, when the lower amount has come, now these goods when they were domestically supplied, of that ka 1.5 time is the maximum. Correct everyone? Then again you will go ahead and take whichever is lower, and from that those supplies, zero rated supply on which you have gone ahead and claimed the refund under 89(4)(a) and 4B, those zero rated supplies also to be removed, for which zero rated supply which you have done under LUT, which were 4A and 4B wala supplies, Baba, those supplies also to be removed, and then you will get your zero rated supply under LUT, or with respect to the goods which you have to take in the calculation, and then it will come zero rated supply. So for people, first one is done over here, second one is done. The next one over here is zero rated supply of services under LUT or bond. Remember one thing, for services, whatever the payment you have received. For an example, you are claiming a refund for this period. Remember, refund is always for a period. In the calculation, never take any opening balances of ITC. So supposingly, okay, now we are talking about zero rated supply in case of services which are done under LUT or bond. How do you go ahead and take? Sir, first go ahead and see whatever the services ka payment has been received. For an example, you have received 50 lakh ka payment in which there is an advance which is for which service is to be provided in the next period. Then Baba, if there is any advance for which service is to be provided in the next period, for an example 10 lakh rupees, please deduct it. Because 10 lakh rupees ka service you will provide later. Might be you received an advance in the previous period, 20 lakh rupees for which services will be provided now, then you have to go ahead and add it, and hence your 50 plus 20, 70 minus 10, 60 lakh rupees will become your zero rated supply of services. The next one is turnover little adjusted. Remember one thing, turnover can be with respect to goods also, turnover can be with respect to services also. Turnover with respect to goods can be domestic supplies ka turnover, which is taxable supply. Turnover can be domestic supply, exempt supply. Sir, turnover can be zero rated supply on IGST payment. Turnover can be zero rated supply under LUT. Turnover can be zero rated supply or under LUT for 4A. And sir, zero rated supply under LUT for 4B wala turnover also can be there. Sir, services ka turnover can be domestic supply, taxable supply, domestic supply, exempt supply, zero rated supply on IGST payment, and sir, zero rated supply under LUT. 4A and 4B is not there over here. Sir, what will go in adjusted turnover? Remember, adjusted turnover. Turnover has to be adjusted. You will go ahead and take this domestic supply. Yes, sir. Sir, exempt supply? No, sir. IGST wala supplies? Yes, adjusted turnover mein, total turnover mein it will come. Then sir, LUT wala turnover minus this, do one thing. This total you take it from the numerator. Are we clear everyone? And this amount will come over here. Sir, this domestic supplies, yes sir, I will take. Exempt supplies, no, I will not take. Specifically, they have gone ahead and told in the adjusted turnover, you should not go ahead and take this. And the last one, this should be taken from the numerator. For the services, whatever the zero rated supply is done under LUT, please take in the adjusted turnover. So in the adjusted turnover, first of all, domestic supplies which are exempt supplies is not to be taken. Secondly, zero rated supply, this has to be taken from the numerator. This also has to be taken from the numerator, whatever you have calculated in the numerator. And Baba, this also is specifically being exempted. This specifically is being excluded, not to be taken in your adjusted turnover. So sir, whenever we are going in and claiming a refund under 89.4A, remember one thing, you always have to take your net ITC multiplied by turnover of zero rated supply of goods, turnover of zero rated supply of services. Sir, net ITC is gross ITC minus 4A and 4B related ITC. Net ITC will come. Sir, the turnover of zero rated supply of goods, I have already gone ahead and told you. Services, I have told you whatever payments you have received for the services, advance for next period deducted, previous period may received advance added, and then turnover little adjusted. And sir, whenever you are taking turnover of zero rated supply of goods, remember the value of the goods made during the value of zero rated supply of goods made during the relevant period without payment of tax under bond has to be taken. And sir, see, this you have to go ahead and do. First, you have to go ahead and do this comparison. For the purpose of this sub rule, the value of the goods exported out of India shall be taken as the FOB value declared in the shipping bill or bill of export, and the value declared in the invoice or the bill of supply, whichever is less. So shipping bill ka amount or the export invoice ka amount, whichever is less. Now this has to be compared. So this will become your value of supply under LUT. This has to be compared with 1.5 times of the like goods domestically supplied by the same or similarly placed supplier as declared by the supplier, whichever is less, other than the turnover of supplies for which refund has been claimed under 89.4A or 4B. ठीक है everyone, 89.4A, 4B or both लिखा हुआ है यहाँ पे. This is not a problem. So always remember one thing. This is very very important. First take export invoice का value, shipping bill का amount, whichever is lower, compare that with 1.5 time value, whichever is lower will come. 4A and 4B का turnover you deduct it, and you will get turnover of zero rated supply under LUT for goods. Is my point 100% clear to all? Then we have 89.5 ka formula over here. 89.5 ka formula says what everyone? 89.5 ka formula says, please, okay, remember one thing, whenever you are taking net ITC over here, take only input and input services, don't take capital goods ka ITC. Okay? Now, when you go ahead and talk over here in 89.5 says net ITC has to be taken. Net ITC mein only input will be taken, multiplied by turnover. Now, sir, what will you do over here? Multiplied by turnover of inverted duty structure goods divided by adjusted turnover. How we calculated in 89.4? The same way adjusted turnover has to be calculated. This say you will deduct whatever is the tax payable with respect to the inverted duty structure. Correct everyone? Whatever is the tax payable for that inverted duty structure, and this tax payable will be in the proportion to the net ITC divided by the total input tax credit on input and input services. See, net ITC multiplied by inverted duty structure divided by adjusted turnover will give you how much proportion is relating to the inverted duty structure. From that, whatever the tax payable, whatever the proportion of the input tax credit with respect to inverted duty structure you will get, from that you have to deduct the tax payable with respect to inverted duty structure, and that has to be deducted in the proportion to net ITC by the total tax on input or input services. Remember, here net ITCs are always input related ITC. Everyone over here. So it says over here, you always have to take net ITC divided by adjusted turnover multiplied by what? Turnover of inverted duty structure minus, always has to be done, tax payable on inverted duty structure, and that has to be paid in the proportion to net ITC divided by ITC on input and input services. And sir, here net ITC is only with respect to input, and adjusted turnover the same way how we have calculated above. Now over here we have some circular over here. This circular is basically going ahead and telling, I'll tell you the crux of the circular. This is an amendment which has come. What are they trying to tell? You know what happened in the last time? They had gone ahead and amended the formula to include this point over here. Are you guys able to understand? And because of the inclusion of this amendment part in the formula of 89.5, the amendment, the refund was becoming more. People are getting more refund now, and it is good. Now this formula which was amended was effective from 18th or 5th of July approximately, 5th of July. Now people are going ahead and telling, sir, will this amended formula, can we apply for the refund application which was filed before 5th of July? So government went ahead and clarified that the amendment is prospective in nature, and all the amendments which were filed before 5th of July, the old formula only will apply and the new formula will not apply. So it says over here, clarification, whether, first of all, whether the amended formula will apply only for refund filed on or after 5th of July, or whether the same will apply in respect of refund application filed before 5th of July and pending with the proper officer as on 5th of July. So they went ahead and clarified the amendment is not clarificatory in nature and is applicable prospectively with 1st of July 2022. It is not applicable retrospectively. Accordingly, it is clarified that the said amended formula of 89.5 would be applicable in respect of refund application filed on or after 5th of July. The refund application filed before 5th of July will be dealt as per the formula as it existed before the amendment. Total bakwas point, but still it's an amendment. Can I go ahead, everyone? The next one. Sir, on refund of unutilized ITC of goods exported which are having nil rated. Sir, over here, everyone. Now, people went in and asked, what did people have asked over here? People went in and told, sir, unutilized ITC ka refund you will not give if the goods which I am exporting are subject to export duty. Now, sir, for an example, the goods which I am exporting has nil rate, or the goods which I am exporting are exempted by notification, or the goods which I am exporting are not mentioned in the second schedule of the Custom Tariff Act. It means export duty is either nil or exempted, or export duty is not there only for my goods. In that scenario, will I get a refund of the unutilized ITC? They clarified, yes, Baba, yes. Only if your goods which are exported has some export duty, then unutilized ITC ka refund is not given. Otherwise, if it is exempted, nil rated, or sir, might be in second schedule of the Custom Tariff Act, your goods pay export duty is not there only, then Baba, in that scenario, you will get unutilized ITC ka refund. Clarification given that, sir, whether the second proviso of 54.3 prohibiting refund of unutilized ITC is applicable where the goods are having nil rate of export duty. So they told no, goods which are not subject to any export duty and in respect of which nil rate has been specified, or which are fully exempted from the payment of export duty by virtue of custom notification and which are not covered in the second schedule of the Custom Tariff Act will not be covered by the restriction imposed. The next clarification over here, ITC of GST paid on inputs including inward supplies of stores, spares and packing material. Now officers went ahead and told, I'll tell you directly the clarification. What officers were doing is, they were going ahead and telling the stores, these packing materials which are there For this, we will not go ahead and give any refund of unutilized ITC because packing material, all these stores, spares which you are going ahead and putting in your P&L account, Baba, all these are not directly in relation to the manufacturing of the goods. Might be if you are making the goods ke liye input raw material. For raw material, etc., we'll give the refund, but we will not give the refund with respect to inputs, which are those what everyone stores, spares, packing material, etc. Now here clarification came, officer. This packing material, these stores, raw materials, all these are inputs only. Please take in your net ITC ka calculation, you have to take all the inputs, whether it is with respect to printing and stationery, whether it is packing material, whether it is stores and spares which are put in P&L account, all are inputs because inputs are defined as goods other than capital goods which are used in the business or furtherance of business, and hence all the inputs have to be taken, whether it is printing and stationery ka input, whether it is packing material, whether it is stores and spares which are charged in the P&L account, those are also inputs, and those should be considered in net ITC ka calculation. People, will you read it at home now? Yes, sir. The next one over here is circular refund of unutilized ITC on account of reduction in rates. This circular and the next circular, I will go ahead and tell you what they mean to say. Supposingly, sir, I went ahead and bought over here one bottle. Supposingly, I bought this bottle, and when I bought this bottle, the rate of GST was 18%. I bought this bottle in the month of January. Now, when I am going ahead and selling this bottle, the rate of GST came down 12%. Okay, everyone. And now this is the month of December. Will this be considered as inverted duty structure, and will you get the refund? They went ahead and told we will give inverted duty structure refund provided the time period it was at the same point of time. Even though the input and output is same, we will still go ahead and give the refund if it is the same point of time. So for an example, if I went ahead and bought bottle and I paid on the bottles the rate of GST, I paid 18%, and now because of a concessional notification, I am supplying in the month of January I bought, and in the month of January only I am going ahead and supplying to the government department, and they have told when you are supplying to the government department, for an example, the concessional rate of duty of 5% will be applied. Yes, sir, even though input and output is same, because it is the same point of time, whatever the differential duty will be there, you will be getting a refund. Are we all clear with this point? Did you guys get it? Just a second, everyone. Is this point clear to all? They are going ahead and telling because it is the same point of time, and here you had gone ahead and paid 18, and now on the same goods when you are selling, you are charging only 5% because of a concessional notification. You will get inverted duty structure ka case. You will fall in inverted duty structure, and refund will be given as per 89.5. But sir, supposingly I bought the goods 18%, and might be after 1 year government went ahead and reduced the rate to 12%. Now in this scenario, because the rates are different at different point of time, you will not be given inverted duty structure ka any refund. But if it is the same point of time and you are charging less rate, then it will come under inverted duty structure and you will be given refund under 89.5. The same thing has been told in these two circulars which are there. The next one over here is, sir, supposingly, the next clarification I am going ahead and talking about is branching of refund. Sir, supposingly, I want to go ahead and apply for refund of 2020 and 21 and 22 over here, January, February and March over here, April, May and June over here. This 6 months ke liye I want to go ahead and apply for refund. Sir, can I go ahead and combine these two periods? Yes, sir. Can I go ahead and combine can I combine tax periods together? Yes, Baba, all tax periods also can be combined together, and even if they are falling in two different financial years also, you can file one refund application. That is also permitted. Refund claim for two periods can be filed together, even if those two periods are falling in two different financial years. The next one over here is, sir, whenever you are going in and applying for refund, for an example, as per the formula under 89.4 and 89.5, your refund amount came only 1 lakh rupees. But sir, the balance in the e-credit ledger after the end of the tax period for which refund claim is filed, might be you are filing a refund claim for January, February and March. After you have gone ahead and filed the GSTR 3B, the e-credit ledger may only the amount which was lying was supposedly 1.5 lakh. Sir, 1.5 lakh is lying in the e-credit ledger. I am asking as per the formula only 1 lakh rupees. But then the balance in the e-credit ledger at the time of filing application means what happened for this period, you filed your application over here, and today the e-credit ledger balance supposedly over here, okay, I'll do one thing. I'll make this as 80,000. Okay, everyone. And today, when you are filing the refund application, and here the balance in the e-credit ledger was only 90,000 rupees. So, will you get 90, 80, or 1 lakh rupees? Sir, whichever is lower, you will be given the refund. Remember one thing as per the formula. Number two, the period for which you are claiming the refund. Once you have gone ahead and filed for that period GSTR 3B, what was your balance in the e-credit ledger? And at the time of filing the application, what was the balance in your e-credit ledger? Now, sir, my balance over here was 90, 80 was when I went ahead and filed my GSTR 3B for this period. That time the balance was 80. At the time of filing the application, it was 90. As per the formula, it is 1 lakh. I will get a refund of only 80,000 rupees. Now this 80,000 will be given out of CGST, SGST or IGST. So when they are giving the refund, they will always give 80,000 rupees out of first IGST balance. They are going ahead and telling after calculation of the amount, the IGST shall be used fully and they will go ahead and give out of the IGST account, they will give the refund. Then they will use CGST and SGST equally. And if any other amount is still payable, whichever head has a balance, from that head, they will go ahead and pay the amount. So they are telling IGST shall be used fully, CGST and SGST equally to the extent of the balance available, and then after that whatever amount is payable, they are telling in the event of shortfall in the balance available in a particular e-credit ledger, whatever is the balance available in a particular ledger, the differential amount will be debited to the other e-credit ledger. Now the next one over here is, sir, okay, they have gone ahead and told, sir, whenever you are going in and applying for refund, you will be getting refund of the net ITCs. Now, when you are taking the net ITC, in that ITC ka calculation, please only take those amount for which the supplier has filed GSTR 1 and those amounts which are appearing in your GSTR 2A. So, if the amount is appearing in your GSTR 2A or 2B. Now, if the amount is appearing in your GSTR 2A, it means that amount ke liye supplier has filed GSTR 1 and it's a confirmed credit which is appearing in your GSTR 2A only. Those amounts ke liye refund application will be processed. So they are going ahead and telling in the wake of 36.4, various references have been received regarding admissibility of refund of unutilized ITC on account of invoices which are not reflecting in GSTR 2A. So the clarification was given that refund will be given of accumulated ITC restricted to the ITC of those invoices, the details of which have been uploaded by the supplier in GSTR 1 and are reflected in GSTR 2A of the applicant. Restriction but is not applicable in respect of IGST which you have paid on importation. Might be you have gone ahead and paid ISD ka invoice related credit, because ISD goes ahead and file what, everyone? GSTR 6. So in that scenario also this restriction is not applicable, and RCM ka supplies mein, because you pay the tax under RCM and then take the credit, this restriction is not applicable. The next one over here is clarification. Sir, whether there is any restriction of recipient of deemed export in availing the ITC and where on supplies when he files for refund claim. So I am the recipient of deemed export. I am the recipient of deemed export. I paid the tax to the supplier. Now when I will file the refund application, the amount will be debited in my e-credit ledger. E-credit ledger mein that amount will be debited. So sir, can I take the credit? First, can I take the input tax credit? There is no problem, absolutely. If you have gone ahead and paid to the supplier the GST, please take the input tax credit, because when you are filing the refund application, the amount will be debited. And hence they went ahead and clarified that deemed export ka recipient, if he has paid the tax, then he can go ahead and very well take the input tax credit also, because when he is going, okay, now if you have gone ahead and paid the tax, you will definitely be taking the input tax credit. You take the input tax credit and then you can go ahead and apply for the refund. When you apply for the refund, the amount will be debited in the e-credit ledger. The next one over here is clarification. Sir, number one clarification is whether there is any time limit for applying for refund from your e-cash ledger, and e-cash is your your cash only. There is no time limit which is applicable. The next one over here is whether self-declaration or CS certificate is required. They are telling e-cash ledger ka refund, your cash, there is no unjust enrichment etc. applicable. CS certificate or self-declaration is not required. CS certificate means chartered accountant or cost accountant. Now they are telling whether refund of TDS and TCS deposited in the e-cash ledger can be refunded as excess balance of e-cash ledger. Yes, Baba, TDS and TCS is nothing other than your cash only, because people when they deduct TDS and TCS and they pay to the government, it comes in your e-cash ledger only. So it's a refund of the e-cash ledger balance only, for which there is no time limit which is applicable. Now whether relevant date
for the refund of tax paid on supplies regarded as deemed export by the recipient is to be determined. Okay, now I'll tell you with this. Supposingly one supplier has gone ahead and charged you the tax on deemed export. Now he has gone ahead and charged you the tax. You are the recipient of deemed export. You would have gone ahead and paid the tax. Now you have to apply for refund within 2 years. This 2 years has to be seen from which date? In case of deemed export supply, always remember that 2 years has to be seen from the due date of return. Sir, deemed export का केस में you always have to apply within 2 years. You are the recipient. 2 years from which date? 2 years from the actual date of filing the refund return relating to the deemed export. Return will file by whom? Supplier. From that day, you have to go ahead and see that 2 years. The next one over here is clarification. Listen to me very carefully. I'll quickly tell you. I received an advance. I did not issue an invoice. I issued a receipt voucher, paid the GST to the government. Service का case में advance received. I went ahead and did not issue the invoice. I gave a. Okay, I'll go ahead and tell ulta first. Okay, I received an advance. I issued the tax invoice. I received an advance with respect to service. I issued the tax invoice, paid the GST to the government. Now the service contract got cancelled. Invoice already issued. What should I issue against it? Credit note. Credit note I should show in my return and my liability will be adjusted. But supposingly in the next month when I am issuing the credit note, my liability could not be adjusted because there is no output tax liability only. In that scenario, you can apply for refund. Done. Second case. I went ahead and supplied some goods, gave you the tax invoice. You returned the goods. For tax invoice, what will I give you? Credit note. My liability will be adjusted in the next month. If next month my liability adjustment के लिए I don't have output tax liability only, then I can apply for refund application. Done. Third scenario. You gave me an advance for service. I paid the GST to the government. I did not issue a tax invoice, but I have given you a receipt voucher. Now I am refunding the amount and I give you a refund voucher. When I give you a refund voucher, I will not adjust the liability. In that scenario, I have to apply in GST RFD 01 and government will also refund the amount. Those three scenario 1, 2, 3 has been covered over here. The next one over here is, sir, clarification in respect of certain challenges faced by registered person in implementation of the GST law. Whether ITC availed by recipient of deemed export supply for claiming refund of tax paid on deemed export would be subject to provision of section number 17. They are going in and telling, sir, I am the recipient of deemed export. Whenever I am going in and taking the input tax credit with respect to those supplies which are considered as what everyone? Deemed export, whether provision of section number 17 relating to apportionment, block credit, etc. will be applicable on this scenario. They are going in and telling deemed export ka case mein, whatever supplies you have gone ahead and received, the provision of section number 17 with respect to the input tax rate, provision of section number 17 will not be applicable. So they are telling ITC so availed by the recipient of deemed export would not be subject to provision of section number 17. Now the next one is whether the ITC availed by the recipient of deemed export supply for claiming the refund of tax paid on deemed export is to be included. What they are telling everyone, whether the ITC availed by the recipient of deemed export, people, I am the recipient of deemed export, they are going in and telling in the net ITC, whatever the ITC with relating to deemed export is there, Baba, deemed export ka case mein, if person has gone ahead and done a deemed export supply to me and I am going ahead, I am advance authorization holder. Whatever input tax credit I have gone ahead and taken, that input tax credit ka refund is claimed under 89(4)(a). Correct everyone? And for that, you don't go ahead and include it in your net ITC. So the clarification was ITC availed by the recipient of deemed export for claiming refund of tax paid on supplies regarded as deemed export is not to be included in net ITC for the computation of refund of unutilized ITC under 89(4) and 89(5). Remember one thing, deemed export ka recipients, whatever ITCs are there, they go in and claim refund under 89(4)(a) and hence that amount is never included in your net ITC ka calculation, whether it is 89(4) or whether it is 89(5). Now, let's go ahead and quickly cover the amendment which is relating to the chapter of refund. Everyone over here, listen. Sir, now what was happening was in the GST portal, there was no functionality that an unregistered person can go ahead. I'm telling you about the amendment quickly, everyone. Okay? Now, in the GST portal, there was no functionality that, sir, an unregistered person can go ahead and apply for refund. For an example, you want to apply for refund. Earlier, only registered person could apply for refund. But in the law, so they always told any person, any person, any person. It means, sir, if you are an unregistered person, can you also go ahead and apply for refund? Now, they meant that unregistered person also can apply, but in the GST portal, this functionality was never built. But now in the GST portal, they have built the functionality wherein you can go ahead, log in, not log in, but when you go to the GST portal, you can generate one user ID. Basically, you can go ahead and register yourself and as an unregistered person just to apply for refund, and you can go ahead and claim a refund. Now, sir, if I am an unregistered person, if I am going ahead and applying for refund, first amendment which I have done over here, chartered accountant or CA certificate, chartered accountant or cost accountant ka certificate, CA square certificate is not required for refund claim which is done by whom? Unregistered person. Government is telling if an unregistered person is applying for refund, he does not have to go ahead and submit a chartered accountant or a cost accountant ka certificate. Secondly, whenever he is going in and applying for refund, where the refund is being applied, claimed by an unregistered person, where the agreement for or the contract for supply of service has been cancelled or terminated. For an example, I had gone ahead and done an agreement with a person to go ahead and supply, give me a flat. For the flat, I had gone ahead and given an advance. Now, after 2 or 3 years, the advance he returned it to me because the contract got cancelled. He was not giving the flat within time. Or might be I had taken an insurance ka agreement with one company. After 2-3 years, now the insurance ka agreement which is there has been terminated. Might be there was some breach of trust, etc. and insurance ka agreement has been terminated. Now I had gone ahead and paid an advance amount along with the GST I had paid. He returned me the amount which was paid, but they did not go ahead and return me the GST. Why they did not return? If the time limit for credit note was there, he could have issued a credit note. He could have gone ahead and done his GST ka adjustment. But sir, he told that time limit for credit note is gone, and hence they refunded me only the principal amount. They did not refund me the GST amount. Now, an unregistered person in these scenarios can go ahead and apply for refund on the GST portal. He can go to the GST portal, generate an user ID and register himself temporarily, and then he can go ahead and file a refund application. When he is filing a refund application, GST RFD01, who? Unregistered person, what are the documentary evidences which are required? They have gone ahead and told a statement containing the details of the invoices, number, date, value, tax paid, and the details of the payment with respect to the for which refund is being claimed, along with a copy of such invoice, proof of making the payment to the supplier. Number one, that's sir, a statement containing what is the details of the invoice, number, date, etc. Number two, they are going ahead and telling the details of payment, that you have made the payment to the supplier along with the GST. Number three, a copy of the agreement or registered agreement or contract as applicable entered with the supplier of the service. Sir, what was the agreement entered? That agreement ka copy, a letter issued by the supplier for the cancellation or termination of the agreement for supply of service, details of payment received from the supplier against the cancellation or termination of the agreement along with proof thereof. This also has to be given, and also you have to give a certificate from the supplier to the effect that he has paid the tax in respect of the invoice and on which refund is being claimed by the applicant, and that he will, means supplier will not go ahead and adjust the amount of tax in these invoices against his tax liability by issuing a credit note. And also he has to give the certificate, he has to say that he has not claimed and will not claim a refund of the amount of tax paid in respect of these invoices. Only then an unregistered person can go ahead and apply for a refund. So whenever an unregistered person is applying for refund, all this documentary evidence has to be given by him, and only then the refund will be given to him. Now, with respect to this unregistered person, one small clarification has been issued by the ICA, not the ICI, the CBIC. Now, this clarification which has been issued, let's go ahead and cover this clarification quickly. Now, sir, instances have been brought to their notice. I will tell you about the instances quickly. Now, what are the instances being brought to their notice? Supposingly, I went ahead and booked an apartment. Now, the apartment ka contract which was there, they went ahead and told they will hand over the apartment next year. I booked an apartment paying 10 lakh rupees plus GST. Because under construction apartment is there, not completed yet, I paid 10 lakh rupees plus GST. Later what happened? The contract got cancelled. Why the contract got cancelled? Because 2 years he told he will give the possession. He was not giving the possession. I told I don't want the apartment. He told take your 10 lakh rupees, take your GST. Baba, if he can issue a credit note, then if the time limit for issuance of credit note, which is 30th November or annual return ka actual date is not gone, then he will issue me a credit note. He will give the GST also back. But sir, supposing the time limit for issuance of credit note is gone, in that scenario, me being the unregistered person, he will just give me 10 lakh rupees. He will not return the GST. I can go ahead and file a refund application
as an unregistered person by generating a temporary registration on the GST portal and going in and applying for a refund. Second scenario is, first scenario is this one. Second scenario over here is, sir, supposingly one life insurance has been taken by you. I took a life insurance. Now after 2-3, I paid the premium amount which was there. And now what happened? I paid the GST also. After 2-3 years, they cancelled the contract, saying that, sir, there was a breach of trust. You had lied, and we are cancelling the contract. We are returning your money. If the time limit for issuance of credit note was not gone, they will issue a credit note. They will give the GST also back. But if the time limit for issuance of credit note is gone, then they will not return the GST. In that scenario, me being the unregistered person, I will go ahead and apply for refund of the GST amount which was there. Are we clear, everyone? And hence they have gone in and told about the presentation, etc. And they have gone in and told over here that, sir, how will you go ahead and file a refund application? They have told, sir, first of all, you can go ahead and take a temporary registration on the GST portal. When you are going ahead, see over here, the unregistered person who wants to file an application for refund, in case where the contract or the agreement is cancelled for flat or building has been cancelled, or long-term policy agreement has been cancelled, shall obtain a temporary registration on the portal using his PAN number. While doing so, the unregistered person shall select the state or union territory where his supplier or her supplier is registered, in respect of which invoice is being claimed. In respect of the invoices for which refund is being claimed, sir, wherever your supplier is registered, in that state you have to take registration and you have to apply for a refund. And that registration is just a temporary registration for the purpose of claiming refund. Then, sir, after that you have to do your Aadhaar authentication, because unless you go ahead and do your Aadhaar authentication, refund is not given. Sir, further, the unregistered person should also, when he is going ahead and taking a temporary registration number, he has to give his bank account number, because in the bank account they will go ahead and give the refund amount. The applicant shall also go ahead and provide the bank account which is in his name and has been obtained under his PAN. Baba, your bank account only you should give, and the applicant will now go ahead and file a refund application under what, everyone? Refund for unregistered person, and he will go ahead and upload a statement 8, which is basically along with the requisite document which I went ahead and just now told to you. And the refund claim shall not exceed the total amount of tax declared on the invoices in respect of which refund is being claimed. Sir, invoicement is showing 2 lakh rupees. You are claiming a refund of 2,50,000. Not possible, not allowed. And then they are going in and telling further the details. The document which I went ahead and just now told you, those documents should be provided. Which documents, sir? These details. These details should be provided. And they are telling the applicant shall also upload other document to support the claim that he has paid and borne the incidence of tax, and the amount will be refunded to him. The same thing has been told by a story over here. Are we clear, everyone? Remember one thing. Now, an unregistered person, what is the amendment? Unregistered person can go ahead and claim a refund. Sir, supplier के साथ agreement got cancelled for might be flat hire book or long-term insurance policy का agreement has been cancelled. Then remember one thing, you can go online, take a temporary registration, and you can give your bank account detail also. Along with that, you have to go ahead and give your you have to file your refund application and give all the statements which I have gone ahead and told you, and your refund will be processed and the money will be given. But remember one thing, if the time limit for credit note is not gone, then your supplier should issue you a credit note and give you the GST. But if supplier did not issue you a credit note and did not give you the GST back, then in that scenario, you can go ahead and apply for a refund of the GST paid. Done, sir. Point is clear over here. In this chapter is an A-graded chapter from exam point of view. Sir, what are the various things I should remember? First of all, the amendment which I told you is very, very important. You should remember the amendment. Other than this first chart which is there, no, it's your flow chart which is there. So you have to, many minute point can come. You can't go ahead and do anything over here. Secondly, this unregistered person point which I told you, please be very careful. This 89.4 and 89.5 ka formula, please be very careful in your exam. Other than that, these circulars which I have told you, no, A graded chapter ka B graded circulars, these are any point from any circular can be asked. There is nothing that can be done. Right, everyone? I'll go ahead and close my revision on the chapter of refunds. My fund is there with the government. I want it back. And sir, you always file a refund application with the documentary evidence to prove refund is due, and the refund is due to me only. Done, everyone. Done.
Now, what are the different amendments which are there in the chapter of refunds? Refund ka chapter mein, the first point which I want to go ahead and talk about it. Listen. Now, Sir, from the date of application, once you submit the application, your refund should be processed within 60 days. If the refund is not processed within 60 days, after 60 days, whatever the delay is there, you will be getting interest for that. I hope you guys remember, you will be given interest for any period of delay beyond 60 days. Now, what used to happen is this 60 days within the 60 days, they also used to issue you a notice in GST RFD 08 saying, sir, there is some deficiency or there is some clarification which is required. Now, what you did to reply to the notice, you are given 15 days, and this 15 days is included in the 60 days. But what if, supposingly, you went ahead and took 30 days to reply, you took 15 days extra, and you took this 15 days extra, and because of that, what happened? They went ahead and gave you the refund within 75 days. Now, who had taken extra 15 days? You had taken extra 15 days. You took 30 days. 30 days means 15 days was already allowed and 15 days you took extra. It means according to them, they have processed the refund within 60 days only. The extra time which you took will not be considered while calculating the 60 days. Means basically the delay, number of days of delay, when they see how many days of delay has been done and for that interest will be paid to you, this extra 15 days which you took will not be considered. That is what they are trying to tell over here. Let's see what is the amendment which has been brought. They are telling the period of delay beyond 60 days for which interest is payable. Sir, the period of delay beyond 60 days, whatever is the period of delay, for that you are paid interest, right? So they are telling for which interest is payable will not include any period beyond 15 days on receipt of GST RFD 08 which the applicant takes to reply in RFD 09 or submit the document. Now they are going ahead and telling, supposingly your refund was processed in 90 days. So it means 60 days mein to processing should be done. So the delay is 30 days. So you should get interest for 30 days. But actually what happened, you know, they had given RFD 08 and to reply to the RFD 08, you took 20 days. 15 days is allowed. How much days you took extra? 5 days. So that 5 days will be deleted and you will be given interest only for 25 days is what they are trying to tell over here. For my mistake, why will the department give interest is what they are trying to tell. Or they are telling this period of delay will not include any time taken by the applicant for furnishing correct bank account detail. Might be they had to give the money within 60 days. I've given wrong bank account detail. Now to give correct bank account detail, I took time. I took 10 days ka time. So for that 10 days, they will not give you any interest. So they are telling to furnish correct bank account detail or validating the bank account where refund sanction could not be credited. Your refund sanctioned, but the refund could not be credited. Might be your bank account details were not correct or there was some issue for which you had to do the validation. If you take any time, might be, now I'll tell you like this. For an example, period of delay. Actually, to give the refund, they went ahead and took, supposingly, to give the refund, they took 90 days. Out of this 90 days, 60 days to anyways is allowed from the date of submission. It means 30 days extra. Out of this, they will go ahead and say, sir, you had a mistake in your bank account. You took 10 days to correct the bank account. So the period of delay will be only 20 days from their end and they will give you interest only for this 20 days at the rate of 6%. For this 20 days, interest will be given. That's all they are trying to tell over here. I hope this point is clear. So whenever you delay more than 15 days for replying to your GSTR 8, that period of delay for replying to GSTR 8 plus if your bank account details are not correctly furnished, to furnish the correct bank account or to validate your bank account details, if you take time, that time which you take will not be considered in the period of delay for which you are given interest at the rate of 6% under section number 56. I hope this point is clear to all of you. Yes, sir, this point is clear. The second amendment which is there, basically here earlier excess payment of tax was written. Now they have gone ahead and made a small change and they have gone ahead and told if excess payment you have done of tax or interest or you have gone ahead and made any excess payment of any other amount from the date of payment, basically they are telling you will be given the refund. You have to make an application within 2 years showing a statement of the transaction detail, whatever. So they are telling excess payment of tax or interest or any other amount, you will be given a refund. Earlier it used to say only excess payment of tax you will be given a refund. So sir, excess payment of tax or interest or any other amount, you have to make an application on RFD 01 along with the details and you will be given the refund. CTP and NRTP, they used to say earlier that they have to go, if they want to claim a refund, they have to claim it in the last return which they are filing. Means when they are filing their last GSTR 3B, in that they have to say that they want a refund of the e-cash ledger whichever is remaining. But Baba, this provision was never effective practically, because in the GSTR 3B you don't have any provision to go ahead and claim any amount which is lying in your e-cash ledger, and hence now this provision has been amended and they have gone ahead and told, after you have filed your last return, whatever is the amount in the e-cash ledger, you can file your refund application and take a refund. They have now told refund by CTP and RTP shall be claimed not in the last return, only after the last return required to be furnished has been so furnished. So once you have filed your last return, which is there, file your last return and then they will go ahead and give you the refund. Not in the last return. You can't claim it in the last return. You can claim after the last return has been filed by you. Done, sir. Also, whenever you are going ahead and claiming a refund of your unutilized ITC, they have gone ahead and told over here, refund under 154.3, which is basically refund of your unutilized ITC. It was restricted to the extent of credit which was reflecting in GSTR 2A. So when you are claiming a refund of the unutilized ITC, only those credits which are reflecting in your GSTR 2A, for that credit, unutilized ITC, basically unutilized ITC, whatever refund you were claiming, that should be reflecting in your GSTR 2A. Now, because GSTR 2B has come, they have gone ahead and told over here, instead of GSTR 2A, it will be GSTR 2B. For this, basically, they have gone ahead and launched one circular also. I'll show you over here. Refund of accumulated ITC. Baba, this is my statutory update material, which is also available under free resources. Okay? Accumulated ITC under section number 54.3. For a tax period, whenever you are claiming accumulated ITC ka refund, it shall be restricted to those ITC only, those invoices, the details of which are appearing in GSTR 2B and not 2A. And hence I have cut over here and written 2B. So those invoices which are appearing in your GSTR 2B, only with respect to that unutilized ITC ka refund will be given. An unutilized ITC ka refund is given only in two scenarios. I hope you guys remember. Yes, sir. Zero rated supply and inverted duty structure. Done. Yes, sir. This point is clear. Here we are done with the refund. But refund ka chapter mein, one more small point is there which I want to tell you. This 89.4 mein, when you are going ahead and claiming a refund of your unutilized ITC by applying rule number 89.4, adjusted turnover mein, sir, they are telling when you are calculating adjusted turnover, what will be the value of the goods which are exported out of India? They are going ahead and telling the value of the goods which are exported out of India will be the same as provided in the explanation. And this explanation I had already explained you. Basically, whatever amount you show in the shipping bill or whatever is the invoice value, whichever is higher, that is taken as the value of your goods which are exported out of India, and that amount is taken in the adjusted turnover, is what they are trying to tell. Basically, this amendment is no amendment. Okay. Now, the next one. Yes, sir. Here we are done with the chapter of refunds. Alright, students, let's go ahead and now revise the last chapter which is there in your GST, the miscellaneous provision ka chapter. From exam point of view, although this chapter is a C graded chapter, however, sometime one small 2 to 3 marks ka point comes, and also this chapter is a small amendment this time. So let's go ahead and cover the chapter of miscellaneous provision. In miscellaneous provision, I have gone ahead and covered the chapter with the important sections which are there, and also told the what kind of question we can expect, and the answer also has been given. Everyone over here, the first section comes is section number 145. Admissibility of microfilm, facsimile copy, means a Xerox copy, photocopy which is there, a computer printout as document as an evidence. Sir, what are the document and evidence deemed to be document and evidence for the purpose of proceedings? For an example, any proceeding was going on against you and there was a computer printout which was there, and you told, no sir, this computer printout does not belong to me, this cannot be admitted as evidence. They are telling, sir, if the supposingly in your premises one search happened, they have found one computer printout, that can be taken as an evidence. Section number 145 says that, sir, a microfilm of a document or reproduction of an image, or might be a facsimile copy, means a photocopy, or might be a statement containing in a document and included in a
printed material produced by a computer, any printed material which is there, or any information stored in any device or media, might be in a hard disk, any information was stored, that including hard copy of such information shall be deemed, it will be deemed that these are document for the purpose of this act and the rules made thereunder, and they shall be admissible as a as evidence in a proceeding. You can't go ahead and say, this document does not belong to me. No, no, no. It can't be admitted. Baba, photocopy, Xerox copy, whatever. Xerox is nothing other than photocopy. Correct? Photocopies, etc., can be taken as an evidence against you in a proceeding. Section number 149 talks about GST compliance rating. Baba, how shall the GST compliance rating be determined? They are going in and telling, first of all, remember one thing, every registered person may be assigned a GST compliance rating score by the government based on his compliances. Sir, who will be assigned? Every registered person will be assigned by the government, may be assigned. As of now, it is not there, but it will be assigned by the government. And sir, the GST compliance rating shall be determined on a scale of 10 on the basis of prescribed parameter. Might be government will go ahead and prescribe. For an example, government will say whoever is filing their return on time, payment of taxes are being done correctly, they will get better score. So they are going in and telling the compliance rating score may be updated on a periodical interval and also intimated to the registered person, and it will be placed on the public domain so that I can say, oh, this guy, his rating is good, means he is a good guy, and I can make purchase from him. So they are telling they will make it available on the GST portal also. Then they are going in and telling over here, section number 150, obligation to furnish information return. Who are the person liable to furnish information return? A taxable person, a local authority, other public body, association, income tax authority, banking company, state electricity board, or an electricity distribution or transmission licensee, registrar, sub-registrar, registrar of company, recognized stock exchange, and goods and service tax network, GSTN. Sir, section number 151 gives the government the power to go ahead and collect statistics. Who shall have the power? Baba, who shall the power? Who shall have the power? Correct? And when can it be? Who has the power? Who shall have the power, or who has the power, and when it can be exercised to collect what, everyone? Statistics. Number one, it says who has the power, everyone? The commissioner or officer authorized by him has the power to go ahead and collect, and they can collect it by what, everyone? May by an order direct any person to furnish information relating to any matter dealt with in connection with the act. Whatever matter you are dealing in connection with the act, they can go ahead and tell you to give statistics within such time, form, and manner as may be specified in the order. So, commissioner or the person authorized can issue an order, and if he issues you an order, then whatever matter ke liye he is going in and asking you, whichever matter you are dealing with respect to the act, they will go ahead and tell you, please go ahead and provide me statistics, and you will be required to provide. 153, taking assistance of an expert. Who can take, Baba, when can he take, and at what stage can he take the assistance of expert? So, sir, any officer not below the rank of assistant commissioner may, having regards to the nature and complexity of the case and the interest of revenue, can go ahead and take the assistance of expert. Might be they want an IT expert, information technology expert, might be they want a chartered accountant ka help. They can go ahead and take at any stage of scrutiny, inquiry, investigation, or any other proceeding. But who can take, everyone? Assistant commissioner, officer not below the rank of assistant commissioner. The next one, disclosure of information by a public servant. Baba, your information, return related information, should never be disclosed. But can it be disclosed in some scenarios? Yes. So they are going in and telling what are the circumstances when information collected by the GST officer can be disclosed. Yes, the confidential information can be disclosed for specific purpose which are given below. Means for your prosecution, might be for prosecution, or for carrying out the object of the GST law act, for service of notice of recovery of demand, for furnishing information to court in a proceeding where government is a party, sir, for audit of the tax receipt or refund, sir, for inquiry into a conduct of a GST officer, that information can be disclosed, for enabling levy realization of any tax or duty, in lawful exercise of power also your information can be disclosed. And the last one over here, for inquiry into the conduct, for inquiry into a charge of misconduct by a professional, whatever information was collected by the GST officer, they can go ahead and disclose. Not always, but only in these scenarios. The next one over here is publication of information. Number one is disclosure. Number two is, sir,
publication. Can they make your information public? See, this information can be disclosed only in this scenario, your confidential information. Now, information with respect to any proceeding might be in a proceeding he went in and caught that Nitya madam over here. She is a person who is issuing bogus invoice. Now, that proceedings happened, that proceeding related detail, can he make it public? So they are going in and telling information in respect of a person in certain cases, publication can be done. So they are telling when shall the particulars relating to any proceeding or prosecution be published under the GST law, discuss the relevant provision. Means when your information with respect to a proceeding can be made public. So they are going in and telling when the commissioner or officer authorized by him is of the opinion that it is necessary or expedient in public interest to publish the name of a person and any other particulars relating to proceeding or prosecution under the GST Act in respect of a person, means when it is necessary in the interest of what, everyone? In public interest, to make it public. Whenever it is necessary in public interest, then to publish the name of any person, that this person was caught issuing bogus invoices, whoever has bought bogus invoices from him, kindly reverse the credit. So it is that information is necessary to make public, so they can go ahead, or any other particular relating to proceeding or prosecution in respect of such person can be made public. No publication under this section shall be made to any in relation to any penalty imposed until the time limit for appeal to the appellate authority is expired, without an appeal being presented, or where the appeal is presented has been disposed of. So, Baba, you have to give a chance to the person to go and appeal. If the time limit for appeal is gone, then after that you can make it public, or appeal was filed but appeal has already been disposed of and the person has lost in the appeal. In that scenario, whatever publication was done, whatever proceeding or detail you want to make it public, you can go ahead and make it public. But please wait for the person to file an appeal, or appeal filed, please wait for the appeal to be disposed of. The next one is very, very important, section number 161, which goes in and talks about rectification of error which are apparent on the face. Sir, explain the provision relating to rectification of error apparent on the face under section number 161. Sir, first of all, they are telling explain the provision. So, sir, any authority who has passed an order, decision, notice, certificate or any other document may rectify any error which is apparent on the face of record within how much time? Either on their own motion, they can do it, or where it has been brought to the notice of the officer, or by whom? Sir, when it has been brought to the notice by any GST officer has brought to the notice, or the affected person has brought it to his notice, or he himself came to know, then the rectification should be done within 3 months from the date of issue. But the maximum time limit over here is what, everyone? 6 months from the date of issue, and this time limit is not applicable in case of clerical or arithmetical error which are arising from accidental slip or omission. But remember one thing, whenever there is a rectification of error which is being done and it is adversely going to affect the person, when you rectify and it is going to have adverse effect on any person, then principle of natural justice, basically opportunity of being heard, has to be provided. So basically when they are going ahead and rectifying the order, might be if my ITC is coming down, my output liability is going up, my refund is coming down, then in that scenario they always have to give me opportunity of being heard. The next one is power to issue instructions or direction. Explain the scope of circular and instruction issued by the board. Remember one thing, the CBIC can go ahead and issue instructions and circulars to its GST officers, and all the officers who are there are binded by those circulars which are being issued by the CBIC. Sir, it is not the taxpayer or the SSCs who are binded, it is only the GST officers who have to go ahead and always follow the circulars. The next one over here, a circular is always binding on the officer but not on the SSC. The next one over here, section number 168A, power to the of government to extend the time limit in special circumstance. Now, the time limit which are provided in the law, because of COVID, those time limits were being extended. Now, to extend the time limit beyond the time limit which is provided for extension in the law, if you want to extend, might be there is a flood which has come. Baba, anything which happens, might be natural calamity has come, and you want to extend the time limit, can it be extended? Section number 168A says, the time limit provided under the GST Act cannot be extended. Do you agree with the statement? No, sir. The time limit, the government has the power to extend the time limit provided under the GST Act. However, such powers are not unbridled powers. Section number 168A
empowers the government to extend the time limit only when the action cannot be completed or complied with due to force majeure. What is force majeure, everyone? Force majeure means war, epidemic, flood, drought, etc., or any calamity caused by nature affecting the implementation of the GST provision. In that scenario, the time limit which has been provided in the Act, beyond that also extension can be provided if it's a case of force majeure. Next, the next one over here is section number 169. Very, very important again. Service of notice in certain circumstances. They are going ahead and telling if you have to go ahead and serve supposingly one person on show cause notice. How will you serve it? How will you serve the show cause notice? State the various modes of service of notice, decision, order, summon, or any other communication under the GST Act. Number one, they are telling. Please remember what are the modes of service of notice. Number one, giving or tendering directly, including by courier to addressee or authorized representative or to the adult member of the family residing with the taxable person. The second one is by registered post, speed post, or courier with acknowledgement due at the last known place of business or residence. Number three, by emailing to the email address provided at the time of registration or as amended from time to time. Number four, by making the same available on the portal. Number five, sir, by publication in the newspaper. Sir, supposedly all these methods are not possible, then just make it public in the newspaper which is circulated in the locality where the address is last known to have resided or he was carrying out business or personally worked for gain. Might be he was working somewhere, might be he was carrying out business somewhere, might be he was residing somewhere. That locality may, whichever newspaper is there, in that newspaper you circulate it. Or if none of the above modes are practicable, then by affixing at the last known place of business or his residence. And if such mode is also not practicable, when you go to his last known place of business, in that scenario you are saying there is no building, only nothing is there, empty ground, what to do? For any reason, then by affixing a copy thereof on the notice board of the office of the concerned authority or concerned officer, on his notice board he will put, and that will be deemed as service of notice. In this section, in this chart, actually, to be very frank, anything can come, but I feel very good sections are section number 161, 169, 161 and 169 are good section. Please come to the next chart over here. Now, over here, we also have, people, the Anti-Profiteering and Competition Commission of India. Baba, this chart has an amendment, so let's go ahead and understand. Please come to the chart. Now, in your miscellaneous topic, there is anti-profiteering point over there. In anti-profiteering, we have the National Anti-Profiteering Authority who is there. National Anti-Profiteering Authority used to go ahead and take care of the profiteering wala cases. Now, National Anti-Profiteering Authority ka cases, now National Anti-Profiteering Authority ka tenure is gone, and hence now they have gone ahead and made the Competition Commission of India as the authority who will go ahead and take care of those cases where the profiteering is being done. That's all. National Anti-Profiteering Authority ka work has been shifted to the Competition Commission of India. Otherwise, there is no amendment over here. Listen to me very carefully. Let's understand what is profiteering first of all. Sir, when the GST ka rate was 18%, a shopkeeper was selling supposedly one masala dosa with 20 rupees. He was charging GST on that 18% and he used to sell including GST 23.60. Now, when the GST ka rate will go up, immediately he will take more GST from my pocket. But sir, government went ahead and reduced the GST ka rate. So 20 rupees pay. Now 5% means 1 rupee GST. But he is still selling at the same price. It means he is going ahead and charging me. See, when GST goes up, he will go ahead and charge extra GST from you. When GST ka rate comes down, the benefit also should be given to the consumer. But he did not pass on the benefit. He was making a profit of 2 rupees earlier. Now he is making a profit of 4 rupees 60 paisa. Because he is going ahead and making this extra profit, which actually should have gone to the pocket of the consumer, he is doing profiteering. It is not profit. This extra profit is known as profiteering. Now, okay, one more example. GST was introduced in 2017, leading to free flow of credit, means reduction in the cost. When your credit is going up, it means your cost is coming down. It means your selling price also should come down. But because your credits went up, your cost came down, but you did not reduce the selling price. It means you are again making what, everyone? Extra profit, they are telling pre-GST the credit was 2 rupees, cost was 20 and selling price was 25, so you are making a profit of 5 rupees. Sir, after GST has come, the credits have increased. It means your cost has come down. Credit is no more part of the cost. When you are getting more credit and your cost has come down, your selling price also should come down, but you have not reduced your selling price. It means you are making extra profit. This extra profit is known as profiting. And always remember one thing, profiting means to make unfair profit illegally, and anti-profiting measures are introduced in GST to prevent the suppliers from doing profiting. Now this extra profit which is due to reduction in the rate or benefit of ITC which you have not passed on to the consumer, commensurate means equal benefit should be passed on to the consumer. Benefits shall be passed on. If you have not passed, it means you are doing what, everyone? Profiting. And earlier, National Anti-Profiting Authority used to go ahead and take pass order against you. Now, Competition Commission of India to deal with such suppliers. Are we clear, everyone? Now, sir, who are the people who can go ahead and complain? Who are the people who can go ahead and complain? Always remember, complainant can be a consumer, organization, supplier, trader, or any retailer. Sir, what will they do? They have to go ahead and first file an application along with the evidences. They have to file an application with the evidences. Sir, if your application is a application which is of local nature, which is not going to have an all India impact, then you have to go ahead and file your application first of all with the state level screening committee. But if your application is that which involves a case which is going to have all India impact, then you should always take your case with the standing committee which is there. But if your case by chance local nature ka case, you went ahead and filed with the standing committee will forward the local nature ka complaint first to the screening committee. Now the state level screening committee ka work is what, everyone? Always remember, they will go ahead and ensure that there has been contravention of 171, means there has been profiting. They will go ahead and preliminarily they will do one assessment and see, okay, with the application, everything, all the document, it looks like there is profiting that has happened. The next one over here is they will forward the case to the standing committee over here. Sir, so if local nature ka complaint goes over here, they will do the preliminary scanning, and after that, after scanning or screening the case, it is not called scanning, it is called screening. Screening the case, they will go ahead and send it to whom, everyone? They will send it to the standing committee, or might be all India impact cases directly will come to the standing committee. They will forward with the recommendation for further action within 2 months, plus 1 month ka action can be given by the Competition Commission of India. And sir, standing committee ke paas if a case has directly come, or if it has gone over to the screening committee and then it has come to the standing committee, now standing committee will also examine the accuracy and adequacy of the evidence provided in the application. Sir, I was earlier eating one dosa for 25, now GST rate come down, I am still eating for 25. That's evidences you would have provided, so they will go ahead and check those evidences to determine if there is a prima facie evidence to support the claim of profiting, and then they will go ahead and forward their report within 2 months plus 1 month ka extension can be given by the Competition Commission of India, and they can go ahead and forward their report, refer the matter to the Director General of Anti-Profiting. Now, Director General of Anti-Profiting, what will he do? Before initiation of proceeding, he will issue a notice to interested party. All the interested party, they will tell, hey, you come here, you also come here. He will issue a notice, investigate and collect the evidence of profiting, and upon completion of he will complete his investigation within 6 months plus 3 months ka extension can be given by the Competition Commission of India, and upon completion he will go ahead and give his report, furnish not to the NAA, it is not NAA now, it is Competition Commission of India, Competition Commission of India, a report, it is not NAA now, a report of its finding with the relevant record. Now, once the report comes to the Competition Commission of India, earlier they had told National Anti-Profiting Authority ka quorum will be only 3 members. All these are now gone because National Anti-Profiting Authority is only gone. Now, Competition Commission of India will grant the opportunity of being heard to the interested party, and it can seek clarification. It can also go ahead and seek clarification from the DGAP on the report which was submitted by, if Competition Commission of India determines that a registered person has done profiting, it will pass an order within how much time, everyone? 6 months. So complainant will file their application standing committee ke paas or local nature screening committee, and then standing committee will send it to DGAP will do the investigation and send the case to the Competition Commission of India. Now if Competition Commission of India after investigation has seen that you have done profiteering, then they will pass the order within 6 months. Now, in the order, very important for the exam, what are the different types of order that can be passed by the Competition Commission of India? Number one, they can order reduction of price. Hey, reduce your prices of the goods. Number two, return to the recipient. Hey, you have taken extra money from him, return it to him with interest amount equal to the benefit which you had not passed on. Interest will be from the date of collection of that extra amount till the date of return. And sir, I don't know, sir, who are the people came and ate masala dosa, 2 rupees I charged extra to everyone. Now, sir, how to return? So, in this scenario, they're telling no problem. You give it in the consumer welfare fund. So, if eligible person does not claim or not identifiable, then you can deposit 50% of the amount equal in the 50% of the amount each in central consumer welfare fund and state consumer welfare fund along with interest. They can also go ahead and impose penalty on you, which is 10% of the amount profited. Note, no penalty if the amount deposited within how many days? 30 days of the order. And they can also order a cancellation of registration cancellation ka section number 29(2) mein it is told over there that if you do profiteering, your registration can be cancelled. And sir, rule number 135 says non-compliance of the order will immediately attract what? Recovery proceedings. Section number 79 it is told how recovery will be done. They will hang you upside down and recover the amount. Besides this, I have written over here rule number 132 says Competition Commission of India and the Director General of Anti-Profiteering, they can go ahead and exercise the power to summon any. They can go ahead and call any person. Besides this, further investigation or inquiry in existing investigation, if on receipt of report of the DGAP, if the Competition Commission of India feels that the DGAP should do further investigation, or if we want that DGAP should go ahead and do investigation in any other goods which are being dealt by me, supposingly in masala dosa I was doing profiteering. So sir, if the Competition Commission of India thinks that any other goods which I am selling also I might be doing what? Profiteering, then they can go ahead and direct the case to whom? DGAP, and say these goods ke liye also you go ahead and do the investigations. So sir, if on receipt of report of the DGAP, Competition Commission of India is of the opinion that further inquiry investigation is required, it may record reason and refer the matter to Director General of Anti-Profiteering for further inquiry or investigation. New investigation or inquiry can also be ordered by the Competition Commission of India if on receipt of the report of the DGAP, Competition Commission of India has reason to believe that there has been contravention of 171, means profiteering has been done with respect to other goods, services or both also, then it may direct the Director General of Anti-Profiteering to investigate or inquire with respect to such other goods, services or both. Earlier, the tenure of the National Anti-Profiteering Authority was 5 years, but National Anti-Profiteering Authority ka tenure went off, and hence now they have not extended the time of the National Anti-Profiteering Authority ka tenure. They have just gone ahead and told now the National Anti-Profiteering Authority ka work will be done by whom? Competition Commission of India. Although a C-graded type of chapter, but I expect that this time they can go ahead and might be asked you a small question. But the most asked question which I feel can be, mostly this only can come, which I feel is Competition Commission of India, if they determine that there has been profiteering, what is the order they can go ahead and pass? They can tell you to reduce the prices, they can tell you to return the money or deposit in the consumer welfare fund, sir, imposition of penalty, and last one is cancellation of registration. Baba, I'll go ahead and close my revision on miscellaneous provision over here, plus the GST ka entire revision is also done.
Now, one small section has been introduced under your miscellaneous provision. Actually, one addition, one small section, section number 158A, read with rule number 163 has been introduced. Detailed discussion of this section I have already done in the statutory update. I'll tell you what is happening over here. Baba, you must see the statutory update in detail so that you can attempt in the exam. This is just a revision, so I'm just quickly going ahead and telling you. Now, under section number 158A, read with rule number 163, accounts aggregator system, which is basically an NBFC who goes ahead and takes all the details and provides it to financial users who are the financial details ka, whoever needs your financial detail. So basically, if I am a registered person, this is the GSTN and this is the accounts aggregator, account aggregator, account aggregator. One system has been introduced by the government. Basically, these are not system, these are NBFCs who collect the details and provide it to the various banks, etc. Now, for an example, bank needs my financial detail, what is my sale, what is my tax, which I am going ahead and paying, all these details. So what can happen is, I am a registered person. First of all, I will go ahead and give my consent to the aggregator that I allow you to take all the GST related detail, which is GSTR1 related detail, GST-REG01 related detail, and GSTR3B related detail. I allow you to take it from GSTN and provide it to those people who need it. ठीक है, might be bank wanted my sales का detail, so I told account aggregator system के through you can take it. Now here, first of all, I'll give my consent to the account aggregator system. Now account aggregator system will share this consent with the GSTN, and GSTN will share all this information with them, and the information will be shared with whoever is the financial details whoever needs this financial detail. These details will be shared with them. So that is what is an account aggregator system. Now accounts aggregator system has been brought under GST, and so it says account aggregator is notified as the system with, two time I've written, with which information in GST REG01, GSTR3B or GSTR1 may be shared by the common portal based on a consent from the registered person. So once the registered person gives a consent, the consent will be forwarded to GSTN. GSTN will share your information, whatever you have allowed, GSTR1, GSTR1, 3B or GST REG01 ka detail, and the account aggregator system will share this detail with whoever is the person who needs this detail. That's all has been told over here. That's section number 158A, rule number 1, read with rule number 163 has been introduced. That I have gone ahead and quickly told you. Here we are done with your amendment for the chapter of miscellaneous provision. All right, my dear students, let's go ahead and start our class today. Today we'll be going ahead and starting the discussion on, basically we'll be going ahead and doing the discussion on additional chapters which are required to be covered for your CA final May 24 exam. Now, if you are a student who has taken our classes for May 24, or you are a student who has gone ahead and taken our classes for November 23 or before that, you have to go and you are writing your exam in May 24, you have to go ahead and cover this. Now, for those students who have taken our classes for the May 24 and November 23 attempt, for them in the Google Drive or the mobile app, I'll go ahead and upload these notes, as well as I will go ahead and upload the video. You can see it from there. Also, additionally, this video will also be available on YouTube, so you can see it from there. Anywhere is fine. Let's go ahead and start our class. These notes which are there, you can find in CA Final, rameshsoni.com, under rameshsoni.com, CA Final free resources in the CA Final May 24 folder. You will find it over there. rameshsoni.com, free resources, CA Final May 24 folder. Additional chapters to be covered for May 24. I'll name the file as. You can download it from there and start your learning. Everyone over here now. Now, additionally, the ICA has gone ahead and told one chapter is e-commerce under GST, e-commerce transactions under GST, which actually you will see is already covered by us during class. Next is ethics under GST, a very small chapter of 4 to 5 pages. We'll go ahead and cover. Additionally, the ICA has given 4 case studies also, which a student has to go ahead and cover. Actually, the new book which has come for May 24 released by the ICI, it says offenses and penalties and case studies. Basically, whatever the ethics and case studies which are there are provided in that chapter. Offenses and penalties and ethics under GST plus the case studies has been provided in that chapter of offenses and penalties in the May 24 attempt. Now we'll be going ahead and covering all this. Please come to the e-commerce. The first chapter which we are going to cover is e-commerce transactions under GST. E-commerce transaction, actually, when you see this chapter has already been discussed by us, whether you have taken our classes for November 23, whether you have taken our classes for May 24 or any attempt before that. We have already gone ahead and learned this chapter. What they have gone ahead and done is, in your chapter of charge of GST 1, section number 9.5 is there, and section number 5.5 is there. 9.5 and section number 5.5, which talks about the e-commerce operator will be liable whenever supplies are done through them, transportation, housekeeping, accommodation and restaurant. That is basically being covered in this chapter of e-commerce. ठीक है, first thing which is covered, which we have already learned. ठीक है, second thing, in registration chapter we have gone ahead and seen that person who is supplying through e-commerce has to take compulsory registration. However, supplier of service is exempted up to 20 lakh, 10 lakh. Supplier of goods is also exempted up to 40, 20 or 10. If they have not crossed the registration limit, this is the new amendment. So all this registration related topic relating to e-commerce also has been provided in the chapter of e-commerce transaction. Additionally, the TCS ka chapter of section number 52 also they have gone ahead and put it in the e-commerce transaction. So basically, e-commerce transaction ka chapter is nothing. It covers these three things, has been attached together and have been put in that chapter. So you don't have to worry about it. November 23 or May 24 students who have taken our classes, these things were already covered in the class, so aram se relax. One small point which I found in the e-commerce wala chapter, one additional point which they have gone ahead and told is that there are various kinds of e-commerce models. Now I've gone ahead and written down over here so that by chance if they ask you for 3 mark what are the various kinds of e-commerce model, you can take care of it. Before understanding the taxability of e-commerce, we should be conversant with the various basic business model employed by e-commerce industry to facilitate transaction between supplier and recipient. So Baba, in e-commerce what happens? In e-commerce there will be one buyer, there will be one supplier, and there will be an e-commerce operator. So they have gone ahead and told what are the various types of e-commerce transactions, e-commerce models which are being followed. Let's talk about it. Number one, online marketplace model. Sir, what's an online marketplace model? Online marketplace model mein what happens? E-commerce does the listing of the products which a seller is selling. Person goes online, he sees all the product, and then he says, I like this. So he will go ahead, the buyer will go ahead and order for the product. The product ka details will come over here. He will go ahead and dispatch. He will make the payment. The e-commerce will deduct TCS, and remaining amount the e-commerce operator pays him. So this is basically an e-commerce ka model, which is an online marketplace model. It's a marketplace which is being created by an e-commerce operator where customers can come, see the product, the order goes to the seller, and seller dispatches. So they have told over here, in a online place model, an online centralized platform is provided connecting manufacturers or retailers with potential customer. So basically with the potential customer, these suppliers are being connected. Okay? The platform itself does not own or stock the product or has the expertise to provide service being sought by customer. Means online e-commerce operator is not providing any service or supplying goods. Instead, it merely facilitates the transaction and may offer additional services such as payment processing, customer support, and logistic. Might be, sir, to take the product from here to here, logistic is being provided by them. Baba, you imagine Flipkart. What do you do in Flipkart? Flipkart mein you go in the e-commerce ka Flipkart.com. Basically there you go ahead and see the product, you place the order of the product, order ka details goes to the seller, seller ke yahan se e-commerce ka basically e-cart which belongs to e-commerce operator, they go ahead and take the goods and deliver it to you. I hope everyone is clear. The next one, the actual supply of goods is done by the respective supplier. He is the actual supplier. The platform generates revenue by charging fees or commission for using the marketplace and accessing buyers. So what they do, they go ahead and raise their commission ka invoice saying, hey supplier, you supplied through us, you have to pay us a commission, or whatever is the fees for listing your product, you have to go ahead and pay us. It is sometimes 15%, sometimes 20, sometimes 25%. Then the commission is typically a percentage of the sale made by the supplier. So these are the various websites which are there. For services, the various websites are Uber, Ola, etc. They also provide a market base. This is the buyer. Ola, Uber does what? This is the recipient. This is the supplier. This is the marketplace. Here people go. These people give the service, give the order to the cab driver. Cab driver goes and gives the service. So basically that is also a online marketplace. Done, sir. This point is clear. Now direct sales model. What is a direct sale model? In a direct sale model, for example, Ramesh Soni classes, I have my own website. What do I do through my own website? I go ahead and if you come to my e-commerce platform, which is rameshsoni.com, you place the order, I go ahead and dispatch the goods to you. So that's a direct sale model. In direct sale model, business sell their product directly to the consumer through their own store or website. Customer browse the website and select the product and complete the purchase directly with the supplier. So supposingly, this is you who want to buy a book. You came to rameshsoni.com. Okay, rameshsoni.com, you saw a book. What will we do? You will go ahead, make the payment to us. We will go ahead and dispatch the product to you. So this is a direct sale model. RameshSoni.com is also an e-commerce operator. What we do, you place the order, we directly dispatch it to you. So here there is no intermediary e-commerce in between. We are direct sales. We are in direct sale model. Okay? The next is inventory model. In inventory model, inventory of goods and services is owned by the e-commerce operator that it supplies to the customer. The platform takes responsibility for warehousing, inventory management and fulfillment of order. This model is typically for retail seller who also have an online presence. Now what happens in this inventory model? So for an example, this is Flipkart. Now Flipkart ka case mein, Flipkart is also an e-commerce operator through which people buy. Plus e-commerce also has its own goods. People go place an order online and from their own warehouse they go ahead and dispatch it to the customer. So this is like a direct sale model only, wherein they are going ahead and telling. In inventory model, the Flipkart owns the inventory, keeps the inventory, maintains the inventory. People place an order, they have their own product with them, they sell it to the customer. So Flipkart, Amazon, all these people, what they do is, one, they go ahead and give a marketplace also to people. So when people place an order, it comes over here, here it goes. So this is known as online marketplace. Also, they also have products which they own themselves. For an example, Amazon ka basics which are there are managed by Amazon only. They keep their product with themselves. Whenever people place an order from their warehouse, they fulfill the order. This is known as inventory model, where an e-commerce operator maintains his own inventory. Okay, sir. So above e-commerce business models are not exhaustive. Many e-commerce model have been adopted. Many e-commerce businesses may adopt a combination of this to suit their specific need and industry dynamics. Might be an e-commerce platform can operate with all the three model. Whenever order comes, it can go ahead and give it to supplier. Supplier will dispatch. Whenever order comes, it keeps its own inventory. It dispatches from that. Many types of model can be followed. It is not exhaustive. Any other way of classifying e-commerce is on the basis of supplier recipient combination. For instance, as business to consumer. Flipkart does business to consumer. Now, business to business, Udaan does business to business. Consumer to consumer, OLX. One consumer is there, another consumer is there. He sells it to another consumer. Consumer to business model can be there. Consumer to government model can be there. Government to consumer model can be there. And business to government model, wherein business is supplying only to government. That kind of model also can be adopted in e-commerce. In your exam, if they go ahead and ask you, please remember the three types of e-commerce model. That's all I had to talk over here. In e-commerce chapter, section number 9.5 has been covered, which was with respect to e-commerce operator. THAR services we had already discussed. In e-commerce registration with respect to e-commerce is being discussed, that e-commerce ke through if person is supplying goods, he has to take compulsory registration. Supplier of service exempted, supplier of goods also exempted up to 40, 20 or 10. I hope you guys remember. Now this is a new amendment, and now last one over here is relating to TCS. That's all. So registration, e-commerce, when they have to deduct TCS, they have to take compulsory registration. All these points also has been covered in this chapter, which we have already discussed as a part in other chapters. So I'm not going ahead and repeating this again. Let's go ahead and now move to the next chapter. The next chapter is ethics. Please come to ethics now. Please come to ethics. Now, what do you mean by ethics? What do you mean by ethics? They have gone ahead and told over here, Baba, you would have heard, be ethical, be right, do things ethically, don't do unethical practices, be ethical. Now, why ethics ka part has been included under GST? Because in GST, you will go ahead and see many places CA, CMA, etc. are involved in going ahead and certifying lot of things. Correct? So why they have gone ahead and included ethics ka chapter over here is, in the recent world you will see many frauds being undertaken, and somewhere the fraud also gets connected to a CA who would have gone ahead and helped, who would have gone ahead and provided some kind of support in doing that unethical practice, and hence institute is basically trying to go ahead and tell its future CA that beta, you don't do unethical thing, do things ethically, do things morally right. And that is why this chapter has been included. Let's quickly go ahead and cover. The Oxford Dictionary defines ethics as the moral principle that governs a person's behavior, or your moral, or how an activity is being conducted. Means your moral principle. You should always be right. You should not be doing wrong thing. Then, ethics provide a framework to distinguish between right and wrong. What is right? What is wrong? What is ethical? What is unethical? Guiding decision making, whether this is ethical. If this is ethical, I should take this path. So that is being told by ethics. And determining what is considered morally accepted in a given context. Ethics are fundamentals to effective functioning of any tax system. Now, in a tax system, why ethics are important? Just imagine my CA who is there is very ethical. He says, Ramesh, even if government says that this much tax is to be paid, you please pay and you sleep peacefully. My CA is like that only. He says me, Ramesh, you have come to file your return. Please pay the taxes exactly correct. Whatever is there, no rupee one here and there. You will sleep peacefully. So my CA is very ethical. Now, sometime what happens might be there is some people who might have got a tax consultant who goes ahead and says, hey, why to pay taxes and all? No tension at all. We'll see what will happen. You don't pay taxes. Now, just imagine in the market, I am also doing business. In the market, one person is also doing business. Now, what is happening over here? This person who is there, he has hired a tax consultant, not a CA who is very unethical tax consultant. He is going ahead and telling, hey, don't pay taxes correctly. Don't pay this much. Why to pay? Aram se sleep. Nothing will happen. And my CA goes ahead and tells me, Ramesh, even if it is this much tax, you must pay aram se if you want to stay in the country. To be very frank, my CA says this. If you want to stay in the country, aram se relax, please go ahead and pay the tax. Please sleep peacefully. Now you tell me one thing, who is more ethical? My CA over here is ethical, and that is what? Now just imagine both of us doing same business. I am going ahead and supposingly declaring this much amount profit. He is going ahead and declaring this much amount of profit. Now you tell me one thing, when he is declaring less profit, he is paying less taxes. I will feel bad, no? So government is going ahead and telling Ramesh, who is unethical, you forget it. We are, what our institute is telling, Ramesh, you please follow what is ethical. And all the CAs also should go ahead and follow what is ethical. They are telling over here, ethics are fundamentals to effective functioning of tax system. In a tax system also, ethics are very important. And this also holds true for goods and service tax regime. Ethical conduct contributes to increase regulatory compliance, because a CA, if he is ethical, then compliances will be done properly. Tax evasion will not happen. Now, if tax evasion does not happen, I am paying more tax to the country will have more money. If the country has more money, the development in the country can happen, which in turn leads to increased government revenue. This tax can be used for public welfare and development project. Then it may also help in creating a fair, transparent, trustworthy tax environment and reduce uncertainty that supports economic growth and development. Economic growth will happen properly if I am going ahead and paying taxes. Everyone pays their taxes correctly, government will have revenue, and at the end of the day, it will lead to development of the country basically. Unethical practices like bogus invoice, without supply, wrongfully availing of ITC are not only undermining the tax revenue, means the tax revenue is also coming down because of all this bogus invoice, etc., but also creates a uneven play field for honest taxpayer. Now just imagine, are we playing on the same ground? He is doing unethical practice, I am doing ethical practice. It's not a level playing ground. His profit is declaring less, he is paying less taxes. So it provides an unethical, uneven playing field for honest taxpayers. Ethical behaviors may also reduce tax disputes and litigation. Baba, I'll sleep peacefully. Even if department calls me in future, I can aram se go and tell, sir, tell me what is the point? Nothing, because there'll be no dispute. I've already paid my taxes correctly. So I've just written a crux over here. Let's go ahead. So the next one over here. Now, what is the role of a chartered accountant? Now, if you become a chartered accountant tomorrow in future, what will be your role? Your role will be to do everything ethically. What is morally right, to lead to the development of the country, to not be involved in all this bogus invoice, etc. That is what is being told. Let's go ahead and cover. You guys already know, because all of you are very ethical. Yes, sir. I believe all my students are very ethical, will do things ethically. Let's understand this. Now, they can ask you a question in the exam, role of a chartered accountant in ensuring ethics under GST. So out of this, you can write some lines and come. The professional behavior of a chartered accountant is governed by a set of ethical guidelines known as the Code of Ethics, which is laid by the ICI. ICI has laid a code of ethics and you must all abide by it. Every chartered accountant has to abide by the Code of Ethics. It encourages chartered accountant to be honest, fair, and professional in their working, and advocates to follow the rules to ensure that they are doing the right thing for their client and the public at large. Ultimately, when you are doing the right thing for your public, for your client, that is leading to tax money coming to the government and leading to the development of public, and hence government is going ahead and telling a CA's role is very important, and he should abide by the code. He should not avoid, he should abide by the code of ethics, so that everything is done ethically by him. The fundamental principles are integrity. He should follow his integrity, objectivity, professional compete, and due care should be taken, confidentially, and professional behavior. If CA should be in, he should have integrity, he should not do anything wrong. Then he should take due care. He should maintain confidentiality of the client, and professional behavior should be followed. When a client comes and says, sir, I want to pay this much tax, you should say, no, sir, what is correct, I'll tell you, that much tax has to be paid. You should always have a professional behavior. The Chartered Accountants Act prescribes the disciplinary action if a chartered accountant is found guilty of any professional. You will see many chartered accountants, sir, thrown out from the list. Why? Because they would have done something wrong or other misconduct. So it says disciplinary action if chartered accountant is found guilty of professional or other misconduct. The same has been discussed in chapter number 19 of Professional Ethics and Liabilities of Auditor, in paper number 3, Advanced Auditing, Assurance and Professional Ethics. This has been also discussed. Professional Ethics and Liabilities has also been discussed in your auditing ka chapter, is what they are telling. A chartered accountant in practice would be deemed guilty of professional misconduct under Clause 7, Part 1 of Schedule 2 of Chartered Accountants Act if it does not exercise due diligence or is grossly negligent in conduct of his professional duties. When a chartered accountant supposingly is certifying something, he should not be negligent. He should take due diligence to check what he is certifying is correct. That is what they are telling. And if you are guilty, Baba, of misconduct, then they are going ahead and telling you will be basically whatever is told under the code of ethics, that will happen to you. Next, further, clause 8 of part 1 of second schedule of Chartered Accountants Act, a chartered accountant shall be deemed to be guilty. He'll be deemed to be guilty when of professional misconduct if he fails to obtain sufficient information which is necessary for expressing an opinion, or its exceptions are sufficiently material to neglect the expression of opinion. Means whenever a chartered accountant is certifying something, whenever a chartered accountant is going ahead and giving an opinion, he should make sure that before giving an opinion, he has gone ahead and taken all the evidences. Whatever information was required, sufficient information was being verified properly by him. Then otherwise, he'll be guilty of misconduct. Next. A chartered accountant needs to follow ethical conduct while discharging his professional duty under the GST, namely compliance function. A chartered accountant should properly, ethically do the compliances. Furnishing certification or report. Baba, in CA, in GST, you will see chartered accountant has to go ahead and give certificates at lot of time. Section number 18(1), A, B, C, D. Whenever you are getting credit, you remember special circumstances when you are given credit. If the amount is more than 2 lakh rupees, chartered accountant has to certify. So chartered accountant has to make sure that whenever he is giving advisory, whenever he is doing compliances, he is taking due care, and professionally he is going ahead and discharging his duty by adhering to set of principles and practices that promote integrity. Baba, his integrity he should maintain, transparency should be there, and compliances should be done in a proper manner. He should maintain professional knowledge and skill at level required to ensure that a client or employer receives competent services based on latest applicable position. Basically, a chartered accountant should also stay updated with the latest position so that he can go ahead and give professional service properly to the client. In case of any violation in performing compliance, certificates, etc., he is also liable to penalty and prosecution under the GST law. GST law mein section number 122 is there, which goes ahead and says if a chartered accountant goes ahead and does anything wrong, then Baba, he will also be penalized. That penalty provisions are there. Chartered accountants play a crucial role in ensuring compliance with their client organization. This involves assisting in the process of obtaining registration. A chartered accountant plays a crucial role. When a client has to obtain registration, chartered accountant should help him with the proper document which should be provided. Structuring the transaction and condition stipulated in the agreement for making supply. He should help them in making supply properly, structuring transaction properly. That sir, if you are selling to him, invoice should be issued, invoice may all details should be provided. He should help in optimizing tax position so that the client saves tax in the right manner, ensuring the necessary GST compliance, including e-way bill is done, payment of tax after set off, etc. is done properly, TDS, TCS ka compliances are done, compliance with anti-profiteering. He should not help the client in doing profiteering, etc. and timely filing of return. All this may a chartered accountant plays a very crucial role. Sir, our to returns are being filed by a person who is not a CEO only. Baba, you never know when you will have any problem, and then that tax consultant will tell you, oh no, I didn't know this tax ka position, now you see what is to be done. He will run away. Then what will you do? So beta, at least a chartered accountant who is there, okay, I'm not telling anything against a non-chartered accountant, but what I'm telling is chartered accountant must make sure that he's updated with the tax knowledge and provide professional services to the client so that the client is timely filing his return, e-way bill is raised properly, payment of tax is done, TDS, TCS is done, client is not doing profiteering. Now you guys have studied all these things. When you go and advise your client, will you not be in a better position to do it? Yes, sir. Then, generally, chartered accountants are responsible for ensuring the maintenance of accurate and detailed record of all GST transactions. Chartered accountants are responsible. Accounts and record chapter maybe you have learned that you should maintain your invoices, received, other relevant documents. Such meticulous recording keeping is a legal requirement and as well as an ethical duty of a chartered accountant to basically guide his client, saying, sir, for your opening balance, purchases, sales, all the details should be maintained properly. ITC taken, all the ITC related documents should be maintained properly. Then another major responsibility of a chartered accountant in the realm of GST is to act as a tax advisor. Sir, what position should be taken? What should you do? This entails a comprehensive understanding of client business and goal. What is the client's business? What is the goal of the client? You have to understand it properly and then accordingly advise your client. Baba, a chartered accountant gives advisory services also, so he should give it properly. Then chartered accountants must assess the impact of GST on various aspects of business, including supply chain, pricing strategies, and financial reporting. A chartered accountant who holds a certificate of practice and who has not been debarred from practice can also appear on behalf of the client before the GST officer. Chartered accountants can also be authorized representative. They can go on behalf of the client to the GST officer, GST appellate authority, appellate tribunal in connection with proceedings as an authorized representative of the client. This is also one more responsibility of a chartered accountant. This is also role of a chartered accountant. Then further, chartered accountants play a vital role in GST ecosystem by providing certification that affirm compliance with the GST laws. Then these certifications are mandatory in specific situation and are required to ensure compliance. Now whenever 18(1) A, B, C, D may you have to go ahead and take credit. Credit is more than 2 lakh rupees, then chartered accountant must certify. Refund claim more than 2 lakh rupees, chartered accountant must certify. All these certifications are given by whom? Chartered accountant. So when he is giving all this, he should ensure that he has done due diligence and has not done any negligence in providing the certificates properly. Then the primary aim at curbing the unethical practice and preventing leakage of revenue, because if leakage of revenue happens, then Baba, remember one thing, there will be first of all action on the chartered accountant also, gross negligence. Secondly, even if the chartered accountant is not caught, country is losing the revenue, and because the country is losing the revenue, the country will be in a back footstep wherein the country will not be able to develop properly. Thus, it is duty of chartered accountant to exercise utmost care, due diligence while granting this certification. They should take due diligence properly. While providing certification, the chartered accountant has to comply with ethical requirement under the Code of Ethics, the relevant applicable requirement, the standard of quality control for firms that perform audit, review of historical financial information and other assurance. All this basically all these compliances basically whenever a chartered accountant is going ahead and giving certification, etc., he has to go ahead and comply with all the ethical requirements of the Code of Ethics which has been issued by the
ICI. Okay, sir. Now, by chance, if they go ahead and ask you, write the role of a chartered accountant, they can go ahead and ask you for 3 marks. I've gone ahead and told you a lot of things over here. All this you can make up a good story and go ahead and tell. So you have to read it once again so that you remember some point out of it and you can write it in the exam and come. Done, sir. Point is clear. Let's go ahead and see what are the various certificates under the GST law which has been issued, which are being issued by a chartered accountant. I hope you guys remember. I'll show you from the chart book quickly so that you guys can recall these points. I'll show you over here. Number 1, if you guys remember in the ITC chapter, we had gone ahead and learned section number 18. Yes, sir, we had gone. If you don't have the chart book also, no problem. You guys would have learned from any other book. The same thing will be told over there. See, in section number 18.1, we had section number 18.1a, we had 18.1b, we had 18.1c and d. When they had gone ahead and told new registration you are taking, voluntary registration you are taking, or composition dealer becoming regular taxpayer, exempt supplier or registered person becoming taxable supply, then you are eligible to take the ITC of the stock, semi-finished goods, finished goods, which are inputs which are lying in your stock, semi-finished goods, finished goods. In these 2 cases, you are also eligible for capital goods ka credit. Now, here we had gone ahead and learned that if the amount is more than 2 lakh, the chartered accountant or cost accountant has to go ahead and give certificate. Now, what is the role of a chartered accountant? This ethics under GST basically is from the point of view of chartered accountant because ICA has gone ahead and released it. Okay? Now, what they have gone ahead and told over here, sir, whenever this GST ITC 01 declaration is done, if the amount is more than 2 lakh rupees, the chartered accountant should take care that, sir, he has done due diligence properly, that the amount of ITC the client is claiming on inputs in stock, semi-finished goods and finished goods, the client is claiming correctly. So who has to do the certification? Chartered accountant has to give the certificate after exercising due diligence. And that is what is being told over here. Certification of amount of ITC at the time of registration, voluntary registration, switching regular to regular taxpayer or coming to tax payment system. Section number 18.1 read with rule number 40. We have already learned this. You have already learned. There is nothing. What they are going ahead and telling over here. Section number 18.1a. Inputs ka credit. Sir, new registration. If you apply within 30 days and you got a certificate, then they are going ahead and telling the registration certificate will be effective from the date of becoming liable. 1 day prior, whatever inputs may stock is there, semi-finished inputs lying in stock, semi-finished goods, finished goods, you will be eligible to take the credit. If the amount is more than 2 lakhs, chartered accountant will have to certify. Sir, voluntary registration. The day I am granted registration, from that day, 1 day prior, whatever stock ka credit I have, I am eligible to take. Then composition person becoming regular taxpayer, the day he starts paying tax from under section number 9, regular taxpayer, 1 day prior, input in stock, semi-finished goods, finished goods, whatever input is there, he is eligible to take. Plus capital goods ka credit he is allowed. Sir, exempt supply of a taxable person becoming taxable supply, exempt supply of a registered person now becoming taxable supply. The day supplies become taxable, 1 day prior, whatever inputs are in stock, semi-finished goods, finished goods, plus capital goods ka credit, reduced amount of credit he can take. So in the above cases, the registered person has to make a declaration in ITC 01 on the common portal specifying the inputs held in stock, semi-finished goods, finished goods and capital goods. The declaration should be filed within 30 days. Extendable is also there from the date when the registered person becomes eligible. If the claim of ITC is more than 2 lakh rupees, the chartered accountant needs to give a chartered accountant or the cost accountant needs to give a declaration. He has to certify. Basically, he has to give a certificate. The chartered accountant, here this is the main important point which they are telling. The chartered accountant is required to examine the books of account and other relevant document records of the taxpayer and to provide reasonable assurance that the amount of declared in the form ITC 01, it has to be accurate. It has to be accurate. The client should not be going ahead and claiming more from the books of account and other relevant document records of the taxpayer and is claimed as ITC. So chartered accountant should go ahead and make sure that whatever ITC the client is claiming, if the amount is up to 2 lakh, then Baba self-certified. Their chartered accountant's role is not there, but the amount is more than 2 lakh rupees, chartered accountant has to certify that the amount is right. Next, accurate. Then certification on sale, merger, etc. I hope you guys remember over here, whenever there is a sale, merger, amalgamation, etc. Correct? In this scenario also, chartered accountant or cost accountant certificate, GST ITC 02 may, GST ITC 02 has to be filed so that the credit can be transferred. So here also chartered accountant certificate is mandatory and a chartered accountant should ensure that he has gone ahead and
done due diligence, properly checked whatever is the amount which has been transferred in the GST ITC 02C. In case of merger, demerger, amalgamation, transfer of ownership of business, the ITC remaining unutilized in the registered person, in the person's book, whatever is unutilized, he can transfer. Can be transferred to the newly entity provided there is a specific provision for transfer of liability. Means whenever assets are transferred, liabilities also should be transferred. So chart accountant has to make sure that all the assets and liabilities have been transferred. The registered person should furnish ITC 02 on the common portal. Further, he needs to submit a chart accountant certificate or cost accountant certificate specifying that there is a, I'm using more chart accountant word because the ethics under GST, this chapter has been issued by the ICI. Now, for CA or CMA students, CMA students also can learn anyways. There is nothing, no harm in learning this. And certify in constitution that the change in constitution has been done in accordance with the provision of transfer of liabilities. When assets were transferred, liabilities also were transferred. This chartered accountant has to certify. The chartered accountant is required to examine the books of account and other relevant record of the taxpayer and to provide reasonable assurance that the sale, merger, etc. has been done with specific provision for transfer of liabilities. Means when the assets were transferred, the liabilities were also transferred. Basically, a chartered accountant certificate, when it is given, GST ITC 02, when you are filing, this chartered accountant certificate has to be attached, wherein a chartered accountant should go ahead and certify saying that, sir, all the assets along with the liabilities, the provision for transfer of liabilities has also happened. Then only it's a transfer of business. Then the next one, Baba, whenever refund is more than 2 lakh rupees, GST RFD 01 you file and the refund is more than 2 lakh rupees, then a chartered accountant has to certify. See, a certificate in Annexure 2 of GST RFD 01. Certification in case of refund is more than 2 lakh rupees. So it says is to be issued by a chartered accountant or cost accountant to the effect that the incidence of tax, interest or any other amount claimed as refund has not been passed on to any other person. Means supposingly I am claiming a refund of more than 2 lakh rupees. I have not passed on the burden on my customer and the refund is due to me only. For that a chartered accountant certificate was required. Yes, sir. There is no unjust enrichment in case of the applicant, and when the refund is given to him, there is no unjust enrichment. He is not becoming rich at the cost of someone else. He has not passed on the benefit. In case where the refund amount exceeds 2 lakh, the certificate by the chartered accountant should be based on meticulous examination of books. He should have examined the books of account and other relevant records supporting the refund, providing a reasonable assurance that the incidence of tax, interest or any other amount which is being claimed as refund has not been passed on to any other person. He has not gone ahead and passed the burden of the refund which he is going ahead and claiming refund is due to me only. For that I have to give a chartered accountant's certificate. The next one over here, certification of amount of ITC reversal in case cancellation of registration or on switching or existing from taxpayer status. I hope you guys remember over here, sir, if I'm switching to composition or my supplies are becoming exempt supply, taxable supply became exempt supply, in that scenario also I have to do the reversal of the credit. When you are doing reversal of the credit, you have to go ahead and calculate whatever the inputs where credit was taken, that has to be reversed. Yes, sir. Capital goods which were held in stock. For the capital goods, ITC taken divided by 60 into balance life, that much amount has to be reversed. Now, amount of reversal has to be calculated separately, but here you have to go ahead and file GST ITC 03. Here, chartered accountant certificate was required. For an example, when you are calculating the reversal with respect to input, if you don't have the invoices for the input, then how will you do the reversal? How will you do the reversal if you don't have the inputs ka invoices? Might be the inputs are very old and you don't have the invoices. So if you don't have an invoice, now if you don't have the invoice for the inputs, how will you reverse the credit? Because on the inputs, whatever the ITC was there, which was taken on the inputs, you have to go ahead and reverse. Now how will you go ahead and reverse the input? So here chartered accountant comes into picture when there is no, supposingly, no tax invoices of inputs are available. Estimate based on market price of the event. On the day of the event, whatever the market price of the inputs were there, based on that you have to reverse the credit. You will take whatever market price you find it suitable. So here chartered accountant comes into picture that, sir, fair market value of goods is used. For inputs, you have used fair market value. It should be practiced by a chart accountant or cost accountant, and that is what they have gone ahead and told. Now, whenever you are closing your business, section number 29.5 may also you have to go ahead and pay the taxes on your inputs and capital goods. Correct. Similarly, in section number 18.4, when you are switching to composition or taxable supplies become exempt supply, then they are going ahead and telling the input tax credit on the input should be reversed proportionately based on the corresponding invoice on which ITC has been availed. If invoices are not available, the ITC should be reversed on the basis of market price on the date of switching over. Exemption means taxable supplies becoming exempt supply or cancellation of registration. The details so furnished on the basis of market price should be duly certified by chart accountant. Again, the same line over here, the chart accountant certification by the chart accountant should be based on meticulous examination of the books of account and other relevant record by the taxpayer, thereby providing a reasonable assurance. Government is provided with a reasonable assurance as the correctness of the quantum of amount of ITC to be reversed where the tax invoice relating to inputs are not available. So supposingly your registration, you are going for cancellation of registration section number 29.5, or you are switching from normal to composition scheme, or taxable supplies are becoming exempt supply, then in that scenario you have to go ahead and reverse the credit. Now supposingly invoices are not available, then on the date of the event, market price has to be taken on the date of the event, and accordingly you have to reverse the credit. Now when you are reversing the credit, chartered account, if you have taken the based on the market price of the date of the event, then that has to be certified by a chartered accountant. So that is what they are telling. The details so furnished on the basis of market value needed to be duly certified by a chart accountant, and chart accountant should meticulously examine, he should properly examine the records and the documents which are provided by the chartered accountant to provide reasonable assurance that whatever the amount of ITC that is being reversed is actually correct. Done, sir. Then Baba, I hope you guys remember fifth point over here is when you are going ahead and seeing over here in your audit wala chapter, you would have seen audit ka chapter may also one chartered accountant and cost accountant certificate was told. I'll show you section number 66. Whenever value declared is not correct or credit availed is not within normal limit, the commissioner ka permission will be taken by the assistant commissioner, and you will be told that you get your accounts and records examined by a chartered accountant or a cost accountant who is nominated by the commissioner. Now, when the chartered accountant is coming to a premises and doing the records ka examination, he will do the accounts and records ka examination, he will conclude and he will provide a report which is basically certified by him to the assistant commissioner. So here also the chartered accountant has to do his work meticulously. He should come to a premises, check all the documents properly, and then only give his certificate to the assistant commissioner. That is what is being told over here. Section number 66 provide that if at any stage, I hope you guys remember, if at any stage of scrutiny, inquiry, investigation or any other proceeding, any officer not below the rank of assistant commissioner having regards to the nature and complexity is of the opinion that value declared is not correct or the credit availed is not within normal limit, he can go ahead and take commissioner ka permission and issue and give a direction to the registered person that, sir, you please get your accounts audited by a chart accountant or cost accountant as may be nominated by the commissioner, whichever chart accountant or cost accountant. So basically assistant commissioner will go ahead and tell me, Ramesh, get your accounts and record audited by this chart accountant, cost accountant who is nominated by the commissioner. He will be paid by the department only. I hope you guys remember. The chart accountant shall submit the report signed and certified within 90 days. I hope you guys remember, within 90 days the chart accountant will give the report. If not done, again 90 days ka time is provided, and once the audit is done by the chart accountant, he will give his certificate duly signed and certified. So it says over here, the assistant commissioner may extend by 90 days when application is received from the registered person or chart accountant or for any material or sufficient reason. The expenses, including the remuneration of chart accountant, I have already told you the expenses will be borne by the department because the chart accountant or cost accountant is nominated by the commissioner. So what they are telling over here, Baba, in your exam, you can use the word mostly chart accountant because ethics from a view of chart accountant, I am telling you. For CMA student, if you are learning, you can also take it from CA cost accountant point of view. ठीक है sir. Shall be determined and paid by the commissioner, and such determination shall be final. On conclusion of special audit, the registered person shall be informed of the finding Upon the conclusion of special audit, the registered person is communicated the proposed tax, etc., along with the audit finding, and the registered person is called upon to discharge his liability. Once the audit is done, the person will be informed. He will be given an opportunity of being heard, and he has to go ahead and pay whatever the tax is there to discharge the liability. If it doesn't do it, then Baba 73 and 74 may demand and recovery will start. In case registered person discharges, no further action is taken. Otherwise, 73 and 74 ka proceeding will start. The chartered accountant must approach. Now, this is the role of the chartered accountant. Special audit on unbiased and immaterial mindset, free from any external influence or conflict of interest. You went to do the, now one chartered accountant, supposingly you went to do the, only for classroom purpose, okay, you went to do the special audit. You told when you are doing the special audit to the person, hey, give some money, I will not report this. Now you should not be doing this. This ensures that audit findings are based on factual evidences and professional judgment rather than personal biasness. You should not have any personal biasness over there. He should first go through the terms of the reference provided by GST authorities to understand the scope and objective of special audit. He should understand what is the scope, what am I going over there, why am I going over there. The document outlines the specific area and tax period. Now, why is the chartered accountant going to the client place and doing the audit, special audit? What is that he's trying to find out? The chartered accountant should carefully read that and go. He should conduct a comprehensive review of all the relevant document, including financial statement, invoices, transaction records, and any other document provided by the taxpayer. He should go ahead and comprehensively, properly review all the documents, financial statement, invoices, transaction records which are given by the taxpayer. This ensures that audit findings are based on accurate and reliable information. He should take steps to identify and mitigate any potential conflict of interest that may arise during the audit. This includes refraining from engaging in any activity or relationship that could compromise the objectivity. You should not get into any personal conversation with the client. You should not build any relation. You are my friend, now I'll not report this. You should not be doing this. You give me some money. No, don't do all this thing. If a conflict of interest does arise, it should be promptly disclosed. He should not have any conflict of interest. Might be accountant, chartered accountant went to do the audit of a place, and where his wife is working or his family member is working, he already has a relation with that place. He should always promptly disclose the related parties, relevant parties. Apart from the aforesaid specific provision, there may be specific scenario where the attested document. So they are telling, apart from the specified role in the GST law, there may be specific provision. This is another part which they are telling. Certificates issued by chartered accountants are relied upon in the proceedings in the GST law by the tax authorities and other judicial forum as a general practice, which while dealing under the GST law related disputes. Baba, above, other than this also, there can be places where the GST authorities rely on a chartered accountant certificate. So beta, you must be ethical and do everything ethically. That's all. Done, sir. Point is clear. Sir, what is the exam ka question expected? Now, out of this big paragraph, you can have a 3-mark question. Write a role of chartered accountant in ensuring ethics under GST. So you can write any point out of this. Then, what are the various certification and report which are to be provided by chartered accountant? I believe this can be the question this time. You have to remember ITC 01 ka case mein, you have to remember ITC 02 ka case mein, you have to remember when refund is given, refund ka case mein, you have to remember when market price has to be assumed, when you have to reverse the credit. That time also, market price of the inputs, chartered accountant has to play a significant role. Audit report when it is provided, also chartered accountant plays a significant role. I believe this point they can go ahead and ask, what are the certification report to be furnished by chartered accountant under the GST law? 5 mark they can go ahead and ask you, please remember them. Done, sir. This point is clear. Baba, that's all was with the chapter of ethics. We are done with the chapter of ethics. Congratulations, people. Done. Now, we have the case studies which are there. Actually, offenses and penalties chapter now has been named as offenses, penalties and ethical practice, plus the case studies has been also included in that chapter. So we are now going to understand basically for your May 24 attempt onwards, case studies are also applicable. ICA has gone ahead and given 4 case studies. Let's quickly go ahead and understand all of them. This is the story. Let's read the first case study which is there. Now, when we are learning the case study, before learning the case study, you should have remembered your offenses and penalties chapter, because a lot of linkage will come from offenses and penalties. Chalo, let's go ahead and start understanding one by one all the case studies which are there. The first case study, Messrs. L and Co. is a partnership firm with two partners, Mr. X and Y, is registered in the under GST in Kolkata, West Bengal, ML and Co. So, case study number 1, ML and Co. It is registered person in Kolkata. It has two partners, which is Mr. X and Y. It is engaged in supplying of material relating to construction activity. What is it supplying, everyone? Construction related material. First of all, understanding a case study is very important. So, you must read the case study properly. Construction related material. ठीक है sir. Then, Mr. X and Mr. Y are friends of each other and each of them have their own sole proprietorship firm engaged in supplying construction material. So, basically, they have their partnership firm also. This is a partnership firm which is of X and Y, and X and Y also are into supplying of construction material. They are also supplying construction material, plus they have also made a firm which is L and Co. Messrs. L and Co. which is also engaged into supplying construction material. Okay. Then these firms are registered under GST. These firms are also registered person. Okay. Mr. A, not a CA, is the tax consultant of L and Co. L and Co. ka Mr. A is the tax consultant. Don't call him chartered accountant because he will definitely do something wrong. So here they are telling Mr. A is not a chartered accountant, he is the tax consultant over here. ठीक. Mr. X gets an offer from a customer. Mr. X is getting an offer, ठीक है, from W Private Limited, WPL. We can go ahead and say WPL. So WPL is a company. WPL has gone ahead and given an offer to Mr. X. There is X over here. X has been given an offer by WPL. What? To issue some supply related bill. He is asking for bogus invoice. He is asking for what, everyone? Bogus invoice. Please issue me bogus invoice. ठीक है? He wants some bogus invoices. Who? WPL. To meet the budget allocated by WPL by their management in relation to civil work. So that WPL can meet the budget. So it needs some bogus invoices. ठीक है? X shall earn a commission of 20% of the value of supply charged in supply bill accepted by WPL. When the supply will be done, 20% commission. He is getting how much? Bogus invoice. You are getting 20% commission of the value of supply. They are telling of the value of supply. Whatever is the value of supply, of that 20% commission will be given to him. ठीक है sir, done. Mr. X agrees to a share of 50% of his earning with Mr. Y for undertaking the above project. Mr. X and Y के साथ he told, Y को he told, I will give you 50%. Hey Y, I will give you 50%. ML and Co. needs a bank loan for expansion of business operation and the supply bill issued by WPL will inflate the turnover of ML and Co. So basically what they are telling over here, in between we have ML, L and Co. Not ML. Messrs. L and Co. So they are telling X is the partner, Y is also a partner. So Y ko X told, hey Y, whatever commission I earn, I'll give you 50%. Let's do one thing. See over here, Mr. X and Y has sought the, so they are telling over here, L and Co. needs a bank loan for expansion of its business operation and the supply issued, bill issued to WPL will inflate the turnover of L and Co. So basically if a business invoice is issued by L and Co., then they are going ahead and telling their L and Co. ka turnover also will go up. So if the bogus invoice is issued by L and Co., then their turnover will go up and then loan will be easily given to L and Co. So L and Co. ka turnover will also go up and WPL will also get bogus invoice. ठीक है sir. Then Mr. X and Y sought the advice of Mr. A how to execute the above project for the supply to be issued to WPL. Now Mr. A, who was the tax consultant, he is the tax consultant. Tax consultant. So X and Y has gone to A and told, hey, what should we do? How should we do this transaction? Please tell us. Based on the guidance of by Mr. A, it is executed. So A, the tax consultant, is helping. ठीक है? He aids or abates. He is basically encouraging or helping in doing this transaction. Messrs. L and Co. shall issue supply related bill, only bill, of steel, jelly, etc. of 280 lakh to Mr. X. Okay, what is happening over here? Sir, how Mr. A, the tax consultant, guided what is to be done. Guided X and Y so that X and Y can make some money out of this fraud. Okay. What he went ahead and told, there is Messrs. L and Co. Messrs. L and Co. will issue an invoice to Mr. X because X is also into the supply of steel, jellies, etc., construction material. So he will issue an invoice to Mr. X, wherein the delivery side shall be WPL, bill to ship to model, and they are telling X will go ahead and issue an invoice to WPL. WPL needs bogus invoice. His turnover, L and Co. ka turnover will go up. They will get bank loan. He will give the invoice to him, Mr. X, and Mr. X will in turn give the invoice to WPL, and the goods will be, this is bill to ship to model. Goods will go from here directly. Actually, goods will not go, but bill to ship to model will be followed. Goods will not go, only invoice will go. Okay, bogus invoice. Mr. X shall avail and utilize the ITC on the bill of rupees 280 lakh. What they are telling? Mr. X shall avail and utilize the ITC on the bill of rupees 280 lakh. What is the bill, everyone? See, what they have told is it shall supply steel, jelly and stone and cement of 280 lakhs to Mr. X. Actually, here when you see, it is telling 280 lakhs ka supply. But when you see the next line, Mr. X shall avail and utilize the ITC on the bill of 280 lakh. Means what they are meaning over here, this is not the value of supply. Value of supply will be more. This is ITC amount. Okay, sir? Might be a little writing here and there. The ICI, when they have gone ahead and done, Baba, any person can do an error. Small errors can happen. Kindly let's ignore it. So what they are meaning over here, the person who has drafted this beautiful case study, I really appreciate people who do things, and definitely the person has put in a lot of effort. Small mistakes can happen. Now what has happened over here? Basically, for ITC of rupees, supply of cement, etc., for ITC, what is the ITC amount? 280 lakh. Okay. Now what they are telling, Mr. X shall avail the ITC of on the bill of 280 lakh. So what will happen? Bill will be given. Input tax credit involved is 280 lakhs. Okay, sir. And Mr. X will take the ITC availed 280 lakhs. So sir, here first of all he is issuing invoice without any supply, no supply, but invoice has been issued. He has gone ahead and availed the ITC also, and he will go ahead and again issue invoice without supply. Done. Then, and shall separately enter into a contract with WPL for supply of jelly stone to be used in construction material for rupees 280 lakh. That ITC of 280 lakh they are talking about. Let's be careful. Further, Mr. X in his individual capacity shall issue labor related bill. So what is happening over here? Here he has gone ahead and issued the invoice where the ITC was 280 lakhs. Okay? Plus, he will also issue a bill in individual capacity again, where 40 lakh rupees is the value of supply they are telling. For rupees 40 lakh for assembly and erection work to construct for a foundation of plant and machinery undertaken at that site. So they are telling they will issue labor related bill. They are giving only labor related bill. Here the intention to give a labor is not there without actually providing any service. So again, one more bogus invoice. Here we can also assume it because it has not been clearly told. If you clearly read, actually it is bill for rupees 40 lakh. Bill for rupees 40 lakh means, sir, the value of the supply is 40 lakh. In the above one also, the bill actually, it was bill for 40 lakh. But in my opinion, what they were trying to tell in the case study, Baba, was that the ITC involved was 280 lakh. In exam, such kind of ambiguity will not come. Don't worry about it. Okay, then. WPL will avail and utilize the ITC on the bill of rupees 280 lakh and 40 lakh used for underlying supply of goods. So basically we can take this also as the ITC only. You assume that what they are talking in the question, is ITC. In the exam, please be very careful. Are they talking about ITC or are they talking about value of supply? Okay. Here, why I am telling you, the WPL will avail and utilize the ITC on the bill of rupees. So ITC is 280 lakh and 40 lakh used for underlying supply. So they will go ahead. First of all, what happened? He went ahead and issued an invoice, ITC with invoice without supply. X Limited availed the ITC. Okay? And again, it went ahead and issued the invoice. So, sir, again, it issued a bogus invoice. WPL, what it did? WPL availed and utilized. So, again, it went ahead and availed also. First, the ITC which was there wrongly, 280 lakhs and 40 lakhs. 280 lakhs plus 40 lakhs plus for its supply, it went ahead and used it, utilized also. Okay, next. For underlying supply, means actual supply was there. Actual supply ke liye, actual supply which they had done, for that they went ahead and used it. Okay, sir. Then, all the inventories are updated by L & Co without actual movement, and some e-way bills are also generated on behalf of Mr. X for the work done. Mr. A, whoever is the chart accountant, assures that inventory registers are up to date, compliances with e-way bill will be taken care. Chartered accountant is aiding or abetting, he is encouraging such kind of events or he is helping. Money shall be duly realized as per the bill, and they will take the money also. All the ghapla has to be done, whatever wrong things has to be done, he will take care. Invoices are issued, compliances, e-way bill, etc. is bogus invoice is issued, bogus e-way bills are issued, inventory registers are being maintained properly, all will be taken by Mr. A, chartered accountant. Now, Mr. X approached his friend P, a practicing chartered accountant, means tax consultant, told, I will take care of everything. Here, Mr. A is guiding, so he will take care of everything. Then, now Mr. P went to his Mr. X went to his friend P, who is a chartered accountant, saying, sir, what to do? Mr. P makes X conversant with the following implication that can arise. I hope everyone is now let's understand what are the GST implications that can come. This will be your exam question. Now, if you guys remember, when we were learning offences and penalties chapter, in offences and penalties chapter, last time one circular had come. That circular pe this question is based. What they are telling, first of all, I hope you guys remember. In case where a registered person A issues a tax invoice to B without underlying supply, whether such transaction will be covered under supply. Section number 7, there is no supply only. Whether any demand and recovery can be made from A in respect of the transaction under the provision of 73 and 74, or and also whether any penal action will be taken. So, sir, when there is no supply, you are giving bogus invoice. Remember, 73 and 74 is not applicable. Only section number 122 में issuing bogus invoice के लिए whatever penalty is there, that is 10,000 or the ITC passed on, whichever is higher, that much penalty will come. So, sir, if you see over here, the first one, issue of invoice by L & Co to X. Sir, here, L & Co is issuing an invoice to X. Supply is not there. So, 73 and 74 does not come whenever supply is not there. But because you gave a bogus invoice, section number 122 mein penalty will come, which will be 10,000 rupees or the ITC, which we have wrongly passed on, whichever is higher. So, here 280 lakh rupees is the penalty amount. That much penalty will come on you. I hope this point is clear. Since there is no, since there has been only issuance of invoice by the registered person, Messrs. L & Co to a registered person X without supply, the activity does not go ahead and satisfy the criteria of supply under section number 7, as there is no supply by Mr. L & Co to Mr. X in respect of such tax invoice in terms of the provision of section number 7. No liability arises for the said transaction, and accordingly no demand and recovery can be made under section number 74, which is because they are trying to do a fraud. They have told 74. That will not come because there is no supply. 73 and 74 ka proceeding can't be done. But the registered person L & Co shall be liable for penal action under section number 122.1.2. Section number 122.1.2, I hope you guys remember section number 122. Section number 122.1.2 used to go ahead and say that whenever you are issuing an invoice without going ahead and supplying, then you are liable to a penalty of 10,000 or the tax involved, whichever is higher. So here, for issuing invoice without actual supply, the offense is punishable. So, sir, you will get a penalty, plus the offense is also punishable. If you remember section number 132, issuing invoice without supply. Issuing an invoice without, Baba, 132, I hope you guys have seen the amendment this time. There are small amendments, which is G, J, K, which has been deleted. Please take care of those amendments, okay? Please see the amendment in offenses and penalties chapter, which I have already uploaded on my YouTube channel. Very, very important. Okay, sir. Done. Sir, why don't you use the amended chart? Baba, I had chartbook version 10. I'm using that only. The amendment, I've specifically told you to go ahead and do the amendment. Now listen. Now what they are telling over here, whenever you are issuing the invoice, 132 ka penalty will, 132 ka punishment, jail also you will go. And sir, because the amount is more than 1 crore up to 2 crore, or more than 2 crore up to 5 crore, or more than 5 crore, in case of B, all the 3 points are applicable now. And hence remember, because the amount is 280 lakh, so 280 lakh means where will you come? You can go to jail up to 3 years plus fine, and minimum jail will be 6 months. So please remember 132.1.2 may also you will be sent to jail along with fine, which may extend up to 3 years. Done, sir. This point is clear. Then now what happened? Second one, this point is clear to all of you. Second one, he went ahead and issued the invoice further to WPL. Again, sir, there is no supply. So 73 and 74 ka proceeding can't happen, but it's an issue of invoice without supply. Plus he has gone ahead and ITC wrongly availed also. So what they are going ahead and telling over here, the registered X to WPL, the registered person X has availed and utilized fraudulent ITC on the basis of invoice in contravention of provision of section number 16 without receiving the supply. Further, there is no supply which has been done. Thus, in respect of the transaction, no tax has to be paid. In this specific area, no demand and recovery can be made. Now, what they are telling, they are talking about this circular again. See. A registered person has issued an invoice to B without supplying of the underlying. B avails the ITC on the basis of the, again on the basis of circular, this question is there. B further issues an invoice along with underlying supply to his buyer and utilizes the ITC availed on the above mentioned invoice for payment of his tax liability on the outward supply, whether B will be liable to demand and recovery and penal action. What is happening over here? A issues a fake invoice to B. B avails it to pay output tax liability on real supply. If you avail it to use for real supply, then Baba 73 and 74 proceeding will come. But if it is not a real supply, in the given situation, it's not a real supply. See, I'll give you the third issue. Situation, A issues fake invoice to B. B further issues fake invoice to C. Here, in this case, demand and recovery will not come. This is the situation which they have applied. Demand and recovery will not come. But remember, penalty will come for A because issued bogus invoice 10,000 or the ITC passed on. And penalty for whom? For B will be takes ITC and utilizes without actual receipt higher of 10,000 rupees or the ITC availed. See over here now. So what they are telling over here, there cannot be any demand and recovery of wrongly or fraudulently availed by Mr. X and sir, or tax liability in respect of transaction by Mr. X is required to be made under the provision of section number 74. Basically what they are going ahead and telling, I'll read once again. In respect of the transaction, no tax is required to be paid. In this specific case, no demand and recovery of ITC wrongly or fraudulently availed by Mr. X or tax liability in respect of outward supply by Mr. X to WL is required to be made accordance with 74. Means 74 ka proceeding will not come because there is no supply only. There is no outward supply. So what they are going ahead and telling, however, in such case, Mr. X will be liable for penal action in section number 122 because issue of bogus invoice 122.1.2 will come, and section number 127 for issuing invoice without actual receipt of goods services, and also for taking ITC without actual receipt of goods. Number one, they are going ahead and telling two penalty will come on X. Number one, issuing invoice without supply. Number two, ITC taken without actual receipt of goods. Two penalties will come on him. That they are going in and telling this offense is also punishable. So this first they have told you have taken ITC without actual receipt. That for that penalty will come 10,000 or amount of tax whichever is higher. Secondly, issuing invoice without supply, again 10,000 or the amount of tax whichever is higher, you have to pay a penalty. Plus, I hope you guys remember in section number 132 also, when you are issuing an invoice in violation, you are again liable for a imprisonment, and because the amount is 280 lakhs plus 40 lakh rupees. I hope you guys remember. He again went ahead and issued 140 lakh. 280 plus 40 is 320. 320 means you will come over here. 2 crore to 5 crore. Imprisonment can be up to 3 years with fine, and minimum is 6 months. Here over here, 132 which is minimum jail term is 6 months, which may extend up to 3 years with fine. I hope this point is clear. WPL. Now, listen to me very carefully. I hope this point is done. First one, what happened? He issued bogus invoice. For that, the penalty is 10,000 or the ITC wrongly availed. Second way, Mr. X went ahead and issued invoice. For that penalty, ITC wrongly taken. For that also penalty. Two penalties on Mr. X. Now, let's talk about WPL. WPL went ahead and ITC has wrongly been availed over here. And then it has gone ahead and used it for actual supply. So, what they have gone ahead and done is, they have gone ahead and applied the second case over here. Mr. A issues fake invoice to B. B avails the ITC and uses it to pay tax on real supply. WPL, for its real supply, it has gone ahead and used it. So it says B has contravened the provision of section number 16 to B. He shall be liable for demand and recovery of the ITC and the penal action under 74, section number 74, and no penalty or under any other section will be levied. So if you see over here, they would have gone ahead and told WPL will be liable for demand and recovery of the ITC availed and utilized, and all along with penal action under section number 74, because section number 74 you have actually ITC wrongly availed and utilized against ITC wrongly availed and utilized to make payment for a real supply. So sir, along with interest you will have to pay back for taking or utilizing ITC without actual receipt, without receiving the assembly and erection services. Basically, you have not received this services also, you have not received this also, and this ITC you have availed and utilized, and hence you will be liable for a penalty under section number 74. And that's what they are going ahead and telling. Use for underlying supply of goods. This offense is also punishable with imprisonment. They are going ahead and telling section number 132 may you will be liable for a imprisonment also. That they are going ahead and telling. See, which may extend up to 3 years. Why sir 3 years? Because it's 320 lakh over here. Availed and utilized is 280 lakh plus 40 lakh. So 3 crore 20 lakh. 320 lakhs ke liye you will come over here. Done sir. Then GST implication on A. Mr. A went ahead and helped, aids or abates the offense under section number 122(1). Then Baba, that person is also liable for a penalty which may extend up to 25,000. So remember, who has advised for designing the business practice shall also be liable for penalty in 122(3). Since in the given case he has aided or abated the offense is also punishable with imprisonment subject to specified condition. And here Mr. B appraised Mr. X that if any chartered accountant advises, then he will also be liable for a penalty under 122(3) for aiding or abating the offenses, and may also be punishable with imprisonment. Further, he may also be guilty of professional misconduct, which we have gone ahead and learned. So sir, can you tell us one more time this thing? So supposingly one company went ahead and issued me a bogus invoice. Bogus invoice means that company did not supply. When there is no supply, 73 and 74 can't come. He will be liable for a penalty. ठीक है. I went ahead and took ITC wrongly availed. ITC wrongly availed and I issued bogus invoice and I utilized it against the bogus invoice. So sir, first of all, my offense is ITC wrongly availed over here, and secondly, issuing of bogus invoice. So for both of them, tax amount or 10,000 whichever is higher, that penalty will come. Now the last person, supposingly he has actually done the supply. So when you have actually done the supply and against that supply you have used this, so ITC wrongly availed and utilized has been used for actual supply, you will be liable for penalty under section number 74, not section number 122, because actual supply was there. When there is no supply, then only penalty under 122 comes. I hope this point is clear to all of you. This question was based on this circular which we had gone ahead and learned. Please revise this circular again. Read the case study again, once again. Do it with your own hand. You will be more clear on this. Done, sir. Let's go ahead and move to the second case study now. Please come down. Case study number 2. Case study number 2 is going ahead and talking about Doodle LLC is an entity registered in Germany. Okay, Doodle LLC. Let's go ahead and draw. Doodle LLC is a company registered in Germany. ठीक है sir. Then is engaged in providing online services across multiple countries. ठीक है sir. Online services means basically they are talking about OIDR service. The service offerings include certain services which are covered within the purview of OIDR service and liable to GST. So basically they are providing OIDR service from outside India. They should take mandatory registration in India. Charge IGST and paid to the government under forward charge mechanism whenever they are supplying services to a NTOR. I hope you guys remember. ठीक है. Doodle LLC does not have any place of business in India. It appoints one of its employee, Mr. X, not a CA, as its authorized representative for the purpose in India, which includes undertaking GST compliances and any authorized signatory for any regulatory compliance in India. Mr. X. So Doodle INC has appointed whom? Doodle INC has appointed Mr. X as representative who will take registration and who will do compliances. ठीक है sir. Mr. X is also a partner, they are telling over here, in XYZ and Associate LLP. Post appointment, the following chain of, so he is also a partner. Where sir? In XYZ and Associate. XYZ and Associates. ठीक है sir. Then, Mr. X, being an authorized representative of Doodle LLC, made an application for registration of OIDR services and undertook compliances. ठीक है sir. Subsequently, X started filing the monthly GST returns and made payment of the applicable GST in India on behalf of Doodle INC. In lieu of the service, Mr. X was remunerated a fixed sum as professional fees. The appointment was X in personal capacity and not professional service contracted with his partnership firm XYZ and Associate. So basically, Mr. X is also a partner in XYZ Limited, XYZ and Associate LLP, but the contract by Doodle INC was with Mr. X in personal capacity and not in capacity with the, not with XYZ. So OIDR, Doodle INC had a contract with Mr. X. He was the representative and not the LLP. ठीक है. However, for recovery of amount of remuneration from Doodle LLC, the invoice for export of service were issued by Mr. X in the name of partnership firm. Means what he did, he went ahead. Actually, he is providing the service, but he did not go ahead and invoice given in his name. Invoice was given in the name of partnership firm. Invoice was given. And it was shown as export of service. Why sir, export of service? Supplies in India. Doodle INC is outside India. Place of supply, if it falls outside India and you go ahead and if you go ahead and get over here. So sir, in OIDR services, location of recipient of service. I hope you guys remember place of supply. In place of supply, we had gone ahead and learned location of recipient of service is the place of supply. Supply is in India, recipient is outside India, place of supply is outside India. If you receive foreign convertible currency, this will become export of service and they will be able to take ITC ka refund. That is why this whole कार्यक्रम, that is why this whole thing is done. ठीक है? The corresponding refund benefit was claimed by partnership firm for the input tax credit on export of service ka invoice. So they showed it as export of invoice. Whatever ITC refund, I hope you guys remember, if it is export of service, it's a zero rated supply, you will be able to take ITC refund. ठीक है? Doodle LLC appoints influencer to promote services in India. The tax invoice for such influencers were received by Mr. X in the name of LLP. Now what happened? Doodle INC, because it's an OIDR, Online Information Database Access and Retrieval Service Provider. Now what they did, they went ahead and appointed influencers in India. Nowadays you see Instagram influencers are there, lot of influencers are there. Now supposing this is an influencer over here. This influencer is going ahead and giving services to Doodle INC, but the invoice is given over here to the XYZ. So they are going ahead and telling Doodle INC appointed influencers to promote services. The tax invoice for such influencers was received by Mr. X in the name of XYZ LLP and ITC was availed by the partnership firm. Sir, ITC taken on the basis of this invoice, service given to the company, service given to Doodle INC, invoice taken by the LLP. Very bad. ITC not correctly availed, wrongly availed. Such ITC was utilized for further supply of service, and this ITC, this firm went ahead and utilized it also for supply. Against their supply, they used the ITC, wrongly availed and utilized also. Okay. However, the actual service was given to Doodle LLC. This service was given to Doodle LLC, but invoice taken in the name of the company. Very bad. Then, subsequently, Doodle LLC submits certain affidavits and accounting records before the office of the enforcement director. Being an authorized representative, signatory of Doodle LLC, Mr. X approached Mr. P. ठीक है, enforcement director, ED caught them. Doodle INC को ED caught. Doodle LLC was required to submit affidavits and accounting record before ED. Enforcement director, being an authorized representative, signatory of Doodle LLC, Mr. X approached. What to do? Mr. X now went to Mr. P, a chartered accountant, and told, sir, please show us the correct way. Practicing chartered accountant to prepare the affidavit and accounting record, which may include critical financial information and data of Doodle LLC. He elaborated the entire arrangement. This whole story, Mr. X told Mr. P. Now, Mr. P, Mr. X and XYZ to P, he further requested Mr. P to certify and attest the record, which would be prepared and complied in capacity of practicing chartered accountant for submission before the enforcement director. Now, here they have gone ahead and told, please, sir, please prepare all these documents, attest it and give it to us. We have to prepare and submit all the records before the chartered accountant. Mr. P appraises the Mr. X of the following implication. What are the problems that will come? Mr. P is going ahead and telling the Mr. X that, sir, bogus person, what have you gone ahead and done? Let me tell you the implications now. Incorrect issuance of invoice for export of service and claiming of refund on the basis of export of service related invoice. What you did? You went ahead and gave incorrect invoice, and on the basis of ITC has been wrongly taken as refund. Okay, this is the first mistake. Mr. X was appointed as representative of Doodle INC in personal capacity to undertake compliance. However, the consideration for such service at the behest of the invoice issued by the partnership firm. Further, such invoice issued as export of invoice and corresponding refund of ITC was claimed. The act of Mr. X will lead to the following. Number one, Mr. X supplied services to Doodle without any invoice. Now you tell me one thing. Have I issued invoice? I gave services without invoice. Supply of service without invoice. First of all, penalty. Supply without invoice. ठीक है sir. I hope you guys remember. In offenses and penalties chapter. Where is it? Supply without invoice. Mr. X पे this penalty will come. ठीक है. Further, he is also liable for demand and recovery of the tax along with penal action under section number 74. Under section number 74. Supply is done. Tax is not paid. See, if no supply, 73, 74 can't be done. But here supply is done. You did not issue invoice. Supply is done. So 74 will come. And then, when section number 74 will come, please, I'm sorry, section number 122 will not come. Please be careful about it. When section number 74 is coming, penalty coming under section number 74, any other section mein penalty can't be levied. Then, even if the contention is made that invoice was issued for such services by the firm to Mr. X, even if the contention is made that invoice was issued for such service by the firm of Mr. X, the same shall be treated as incorrect or false invoice. Both Mr. X and XYZ are separate person under the GST law. Both Mr. X and XYZ are different person. The invoices issued by the firm shall be construed as issuing of invoice without supply. Sir, here there is no supply, but invoice is given. Here invoice is not given, but actually supply was there. You tell me, everyone, which penalty will come? No invoice, but supply is there. 74 May demand and recovery will come, and 74 May penalty will be imposed. Here supply is not there, but invoice is given. Issuing of bogus invoice, penalty under 122. Offense under section number 122 will happen. Done, sir. I hope this point was clear. 74 here. No supply, but invoice given, only bogus invoice 122 to issue a bogus invoice, penalty will come. Then incorrect refund claim for ITC on the basis of incorrect invoice for export. This offense is also covered under 128, which says that, sir, if you go ahead and fraudulently obtain a refund, then also you will be liable for a penalty. So again, XYZ will be liable for a penalty of 10,000 or the amount of tax which they have taken refund, whichever is higher. All the above offences may be punishable with imprisonment and fine under 122 depending on the amount of default involved and subject to specific condition. Basically, when you know the amount over here, supplying without invoice, invoice without supply, sir, you XYZ gave invoice without supply, so for them also penalty, imprisonment can come. Secondly, supplying without invoice, here you gave services where you gave supply without invoice, so both these are also punishable under section number 132. Jail can happen. Next, availment of ITC without actual receipt of service. Now here the next offense we spoke about, this and this is fraudulent refund. 122 में again penalty. ठीक है, these three are done. Now what is again they are going ahead and telling over here, availment of ITC without actual receipt. You went ahead and took the ITC. Now we are coming to this point. You took the ITC, availed, and then you utilized also without going ahead and actually receiving the goods. They are going ahead and telling over here, XYZ receives invoices from influencers who are actually providing services to Doodle. Further, the ITC was availed in contravention of provision of section number 16. Accordingly, the ITC availed and utilized for further supply of service. Whenever supply of service was happening, you availed and utilized it. Baba, tell me under which section now? They are going ahead and telling they will be liable for demand and recovery of the said ITC along with penal action under section number 74. Now you tell me one thing, I am the partnership firm, I have actually gone ahead and wrongfully availed the ITC and utilized it towards my services, which were actual services. Utilized it for supply. Then Baba, ITC wrongly availed and utilized, section number 74 mein demand and recovery and penalty action will come under section number 74. Along with interest, you will have to go ahead and pay as the actual service was provided to Doodle INC and not XYZ. This offense may also be punishable with imprisonment under section number 122. Section number 122 may also they are going ahead and telling you may be penalized because availing ITC on the basis of an invoice or fraudulently availing ITC. They are going ahead and telling over here, here you availed an ITC on the basis of an invoice which was a bogus invoice where you have actually not received the supply. So they are going ahead and telling you can come under jail also. I hope this point is clear. Let's go ahead then. X. Who is X, sir? X is the chartered accountant. Sir, he has gone ahead. Now here if you go ahead and see, they are telling Mr. X was fully involved in the wrongdoing. Mr. X is the authorized representative, not the chartered accountant. X the representative. Mr. X is liable for a penalty under 121A, section number 121A 20 and told any person who retains the benefit of a transaction under clause 1, 2, 7 and 9 of subsection 1 and at whose instance the transaction is conducted, he will also be liable for a penalty of tax evaded, ITC availed or passed on, and also because he had aided or abated the offence, he will be penalized under 122(3) also, and since he is involved in aid and abetting the offence committed and at his instance and his also derived monetary benefit from such practice. Baba, if you go ahead and see, he has also gone ahead and derived monetary benefit out of it and he has also gone ahead and aid or abated the offence and hence this offence may also be punishable with imprisonment and fine under section number 132 depending on the amount of default which is involved. I hope this point is clear to all of you. 132 may on him the jail provision also can come. So here they have to tell if a chartered accountant takes up the assignment and also attests that test certificate, also attests or certifies the Doodle LLC related accounting and record that would have been prepared by him for submission before that, he may be guilty of professional misconduct and hence he should not go ahead and certify any accounting records which are false. So otherwise he will be guilty of professional misconduct. Please come to case study number 3. Let's go ahead and read case study number 3 now. Now the next case study which is there is case study number 3. ABC and Associate LLP, ABC and Associate LLP, a firm of chartered accountant, was empaneled by the commissioner as special auditor. So, Baba, what happened over here? Special audit ka case mein, here commissioner is there. Commissioner appointed ABC LLP, the chartered accountant firm, basically a firm, was appointed by the commissioner that you go ahead and do the special audit. ठीक है sir. Then XYZ, X Limited, a registered person, was selected by the commissioner for special audit under 66 for a financial year on irregularities notice. So basically, who is the firm of whose the special audit is going to happen is X Limited. So ABC will do the audit of special audit of X Limited based on the commissioner's recommendation. Basically, X Limited ka special audit will be done. I hope you remember section number 66 audit ka chapter mein we had learned. ABC was nominated by the commissioner for special audit. Assume that the following event unfolded in relation to appointment and audit procedure. Number one, the appointment of special auditor was based on the undertaking furnished by the firm that the partner of the firm or any relative are not directly or indirectly related to the auditee. Means the ABC and the firm, they should not be related, or any partner should not be related to the auditee. This is the auditee and this is the firm. So firm ka along with the auditee, there should not be any relation. That was an undertaking which had to be given. However, while submitting the declaration, ABC failed to disclose that the spouse of one of the partner of ABC was working as full-time employee as head of the tax department. Here, one of the partner ka, supposingly spouse, wife or husband. For wife, husband is the spouse. For husband, the wife is the spouse. Spouse was working as the head of department of the tax department. Oh, this disclosure was not done. False disclosure. Disclosure was not given. What will be the implication? It says false undertaking submitted. So what are the GST implication? Because you have given false undertaking. The essential term of the appointment included that the partner or any of the relative of the partners are not directly linked with the auditee. If the spouse of one of the partner was working as the tax head, non-disclosure of the said fact and the other engagement document and accepting such tantamounts to submission of false undertaking by the chartered accountant. So basically, this firm has gone ahead and given their undertaking that we are not related in any way. So this is false undertaking. False undertaking or false reporting, basically, which has been done by the chartered accountant to the government authorities. Further, a question may be raised on the independence. So it's a false undertaking which has been given. Secondly, a question will be raised on the independence of the audit team considering the fact that the spouse of one of the partner is holding a key position. So basically, whatever audit findings you will raise, they will say definitely you have, or might be they will not go ahead and raise any audit finding, they will hide something. So they have gone ahead and told it's a false undertaking given by you. Plus whatever questions, there can be questions also which will be raised on the independence, because whenever you go and do the audit of any auditee, independence is the key factor over here. So you will be again guilty of misconduct over here, wherein your independence which was there was compromised, but you never went ahead and reported such thing. The next one over here. Sir, material discrepancies in value of stock to the related party by the auditee were noticed by ABC. If material discrepancies in the valuation of stock, so auditee ka stock valuation was there was discrepancy, means there was some wrong things in the stock was not correctly being maintained. So they are going ahead and telling if ABC fails to disclose this material discrepancies in the audit submitted to the office, what will be the implication? So they are going ahead and telling non-reporting of material discrepancies noticed during the audit procedure and reliance upon incorrect certification. This reliance upon incorrect certification is based on the fourth one. The input tax credit of by XYZ, that is the auditee under GST ITC 01. Special circumstance mein they filed ITC 01 and they took input tax credit. Okay. Was certified by one of the associate firm of ABC in favor of X Limited. So they have gone ahead and told X Limited ka case mein this ITC 01 which was being certified was again being certified by a chartered accountant, might be who was a relative. Basically, they are going ahead and telling who was a associate firm. Such certificate was based on incorrect facts, eligible and against the eligible criteria for input tax credit means this ITC 01 which was being filed and ITC was being taken. Basically for this the CA certificate was given by an associate firm and hence this ITC certificate which was there was wrong. So they are going ahead and telling the eligible criteria. So incorrect facts were there in the certificate also. However, if ABC fails to exercise due diligence, the certificate if ABC fails to exercise the due diligence and certificate is taken on record as an audit procedure and is relied upon the time of finalization of audit report, what will be the implication? So what is happening over here? They are going ahead and relying upon incorrect certificates and information and going ahead and giving their certificate. So what they are going ahead and doing is, number one, ABC, first of all, stock discrepancy which was there, they are going ahead and telling the stock cut discrepancy which was being noticed. Sir, they are telling ABC fails to disclose the material discrepancy. So when they are going ahead and giving their report, stock discrepancy not reported. Okay. Secondly, they are going ahead and telling, sir, ABC fails to exercise due diligence and the certificate which was the wrong certificate issued by the chartered accountant was taken on record as an audit procedure and relied upon. Means they have gone ahead and relied upon a fake certificate. Due diligence was not being followed and is relied upon at the time of finalization of the audit report and submission of finding. What will be the implication? It means when they gave the audit report, that fake certificate was being taken into consideration. Fake means the wrong certificate which was there was being taken into consideration and report was being submitted. Audit report which they had to go ahead and give to the assistant commissioner, they gave the fake report. So they are going ahead and telling over here, ABC and team did not exercise due diligence to ascertain the ITC availed is not in compliance. Instead, ABC relied on a certificate by its own associate firm. So who is the associate firm? 1 minute. Okay. Sorry, this certificate which was issued to X Limited, this ITC 01 mein ITC which was taken was actually given by ABC ka associate firm only, and hence ABC went ahead and took into consideration that fake certificate only and went ahead and issued its report. It was not a related person of X Limited, it was an associate of ABC Limited only, ABC the LLP only. Okay, then which justifies the incorrect ITC claimed by X Limited. In such a scenario, both ABC and the associate firm, Baba, the associate firm and ABC, because associate firm which was a chartered accountant did not go ahead and follow due diligence, and ABC also relied upon that fake certificate or wrong certificate issued by the chartered accountant, which was issued to justify ITC claim, were aid and abetting X Limited in wrongful amendment of credit, which is an offence, penalty under 123. So basically on the associate also 122(3) ka penalty which comes, which is 25,000 for aid or abetting an offence because they gave a fake certificate for ITC 01 for wrongful availment of credit. ABC which went ahead and relied upon that certificate, again they will also be penalized under 122(3) which is 25,000 rupees. Remember this. Then this offence may also be punishable. This offence may also be punishable with imprisonment and fine under section number 132(1) depending on the amount of default and subject to the condition. So basically under section number 132 also, because this offence has been done, now you have to go ahead and see if this offence is falling under section number 132, then section number 132 may also the person will be sent to jail. Basically they are talking about this non-reporting of discrepancy, the ABC as well as the associate firm which is there, because they are going ahead and aid or abet the commissioning of an offence. Sir, remember always aid or abet the commitment of an offence if it is falling under section number 132(1)(L, which says aids or abates the commissioning of an offence, then you will have to go ahead and see the amount and you can also be imprisoned. Further, ABC as well as its associate firm may be guilty of professional misconduct. After that, the third one over here, receiving consideration for special audit from the auditee. The consideration, now what is happening over here? Sir, receiving consideration, you went ahead and took whose? From the person. Basically your money will be paid by the commissioner. Who will be paying you? You will be paid by the commissioner. ABC will be paid by commissioner, but he went ahead and took money from the auditee. Independence gone. Secondly, you are not supposed to do all those things. So they are going ahead and telling the consideration for special audit under section number 66 is payable by the commissioner and cannot be recovered from the auditee. In the present case, the receipt of 5 lakh rupees from X Limited, that is the auditee by ABC, is an offence under the GST provision. The same is liable for penalty under section number 125 apart from any other penalty. Baba, actually, when you go ahead and take some money, this penalty is not mentioned anywhere, and hence they have gone ahead and told section number 125 125 it is told when any penalty is not mentioned anywhere, you will be penalized with 25,000 rupees. For the GST law, further this will also have an impact on the independence, because ABC ka independence is impacted when you have taken some money from the auditee. That's all with case study number 3. Let's move to the next case study, which is case study number 4. Please come to case study number 4 now. Now, case study number 4. Fact of the cases. A Limited is engaged in the business of cotton yarn, ठीक है, wherein cotton is the principal raw material in manufacturing process, ठीक है. ABC is there, A Limited is there, ठीक है. A Limited is there, and they are into the business of wherein cotton, business of manufacturing cotton yarn. So they manufacture cotton yarn, ठीक है sir. Then the price of cotton varies upon the market condition is dependent upon various external factor. ठीक है. The Mr. X is the tax consultant. Mr. X advises A Limited on the GST compliances. Who is the tax consultant? X is the consultant. Consultant who advises Mr. A. ठीक है. Then, in order to meet the expansion requirement, Mr. A sought a working capital loan from the bank. As per the bank, the turnover were not meeting the benchmark. So basically, Mr. A wanted a loan and their turnover was less. Turnover is less. Okay? So bank did not give the loan for sanction of loan facility. Accordingly, following actions were taken by Mr. X being the tax consultant. So tax consultant told, don't worry, Mr. A, I will help you in increasing the turnover. Okay? A Limited, a separate entity, B Limited was incorporated and directors of A were appointed as director of B. So they went ahead and formed one company called B Limited. A Limited ka director only bogus company created. Okay? This ensured the control of of B Limited remains with A Limited. So A Limited is made one bogus company B Limited. Same directors continued there also. Further, B Limited obtained GST registration as a manufacturer of yarn, wherein Mr. X associated B in obtaining such GST registration. So basically, they went ahead and they told we are also manufacturers of cotton yarn, and BX helped them in taking registration. And this was a fake registration. Mr. X obtained registration on the basis of fake documents. So it was a fake registration which was being taken. So they have gone ahead and taken fake registration, and Mr. X has gone ahead and helped them. Okay? So what first thing will come? GST registration of B sought on the basis of fake documents. Section number 122(17), furnishing of false information. Baba, I hope you guys remember in offenses and penalties. 1 minute, I'll open the chart. If you guys remember, registration failed or furnishing false information, here also you come under penalty under section number 122(1). Okay? Sir, will we remember section number 122(17)(8), power not required, 122(1) is enough. Thus, B will be liable for a penalty. So, because over here, B, what happened? B went ahead and took fake registration. B will be liable for a penalty. Okay, sir, done. Then, here if you see, aids or abates offenses under section number 122, the tax consultant has gone ahead and helped also in B. So here 123 may also penalty will come on the tax consultant because he is helping them in taking fake registration. This point is an additional point which I am telling you. Okay. Next, what happened? Subsequently, A Limited issued invoices for supply of yarn because he has to increase his turnover. He issued bogus invoice. So I'll rub this. I'll do one thing. I will take this over here to the next page and we will understand this. Now A has to increase the turnover. So A went ahead and issued bogus invoice. Okay, sir. Then, however, there was no actual movement of goods by A to B. The tax invoices were issued and the same were reported in the return. B availed the ITC on the basis of such invoice and reported by A. So what happened? Issued bogus invoice. Invoice without supply. Section number 74 will not come. Section number 74 will not come over here. Section number 122 का penalty will come. Plus issuing of invoice without supply. Section number 132(1) में jail will also come. ठीक है? Done. Then the finished goods related to such tax invoice were sold in the local market by A in cash without charging any GST, without issuance of invoice. What A did, because bogus invoice was issued so that the turnover can be increased. Then the finished goods related to such tax invoices, which were bogus invoices, were sold by A in cash without charging GST, without issuance of invoice. What A did, he sold it in cash in the market. Whatever invoices he had done, whatever invoicing he has done, for that supply was not done. But sir, whatever cotton yarn was there, that has to be sold. No. So he went ahead and sold it in cash without invoice, without charging any GST. Then Mr. B issued tax invoice for certain provision of service to Mr. A in the form of testing of cotton, repair and maintenance apart from other services. However, no such services were actually provided by Mr. B to A. The input tax credit appearing. So what happened? B also went ahead and issued bogus invoice that we have gone ahead and provided some services to Mr. A. Tell me one thing. When one invoice was received over here, they will have input tax credit. What to do with this input tax credit? They should have some output tax. So they went ahead and told, we also gave some services, but actually some service was not there, and they are telling over here, no service was actually provided. The input tax credit appearing in B, which was availed on the basis of fake invoice, was utilized by B at the time of discharging the GST liability in relation to the alleged tax invoice issued in provision of service. So what happened? Input tax credit was there. They have to show output tax liability. So they went ahead and issued an invoice and showed a service provided to Mr. A, and there was output tax liability against which the input tax credit was utilized. Done, sir. Then, so here, and then what happened? Mr. B further issued tax invoice for sale of yarn to another group entities to ensure that the sale of yarn becomes zero in the books of account at the year end. The tax invoice were issued at lower rate, contending that the quantity was deteriorated. What they did, B further went ahead and issued bogus invoice to its own other entities which are there, saying, sir, there was no supply without invoice. Again, fake invoice ka case, wherein they told whatever yarn we had purchased had gone bad. So 90% had gone bad, and only 10% of the invoice, means here invoice was issued. Sorry. Here supply was not done. Because anyways he has stock. What to do with the stock now? See, what to do with the stock of yarn? Because he sold a sale to him. Now what to do with the stock of yarn? So they sold the stock of yarn which was actually not there. Bogus invoice was given. He had stock of yarn. That stock had to be cleared. So he told the stock was deteriorated, 90% value gone, and he issued a invoice. Okay? Only with respect to supposingly 1 crore ka invoice was issued, he issued an invoice of 10 lakh rupees. Okay? Then, so if you see over here, issuance of tax invoice without actual supply. Number 1, following instances happened. There is no actual supply. However, tax invoice was issued. Fake issuance of invoice for supply of yarn by A to B. Baba, A to B, invoice without supply. Sir, when invoice without supply is happening, section number 122 mein penalty will come and imprisonment will also come depending on the amount of offense. Okay? Fake invoice for supply of service. Again, here it was bogus invoice. So section number, service was not there, supply was not there. So 74 will not come. Section number 122 will come, and penalty will come 122 mein, and jail will come in 131 depending on the amount. Done. Fake invoice issued by B to group companies so that the sale can happen. Again, this invoice which was there was not correct because this was a fake invoice just to show the sale. There was no supply, but invoice was given. Bogus invoice it was there. No supply was done. Again, this was the third offense. So when there is no supply, 74 will not come. 122 read with section number 132, 1 will come. The aforesaid are liable to 122(1)(2) for issuance of invoice, and this offense will also be subject to imprisonment under 132 depending on the amount of default involved. So both all the three may, because there is no supply, 74 will not come. 74 will not come. 122 may penalty will come, and 132 1 may. Against section number 122 1 may the penalty will also come with 10,000 or the amount of tax whichever is higher. Same over here 121, same over here 121. Why I am writing only 121 and not detailed may? Because in the exam you will not remember 122, 1, 2 and all. So you can write 121 also simple. Next. Now, the next one over here, fraudulently ITC is availed. Now you tell me one thing. When he went ahead and gave bogus invoice, don't you think he took ITC also? And utilized ITC wrongly availed also, and then utilized it against fake supply. So they are telling over here, B availed the ITC which is not received, and the same was discharged for tax liability relating to invoice on the services which they have gone ahead and supplied. B has availed. So basically whatever ITC was there, might be 90% of it he went ahead and used over here, 10% of it used over here, and all the ITC was utilized. Okay? Mr. B has availed ITC fraudulently in contravention of section number 16 without receiving the supply. In this case, there is no supply in respect of the transaction, and also no tax was required to be paid in respect of the transaction. Therefore, in this specific case, no demand under section number 74 can be made. Basically, there is no section number 74. However, B is liable for penal action under section number 122(1)(2). Section number 122(1)(2) told what, sir? 1 minute. Issuing invoice without any supply, and they are telling you will also be liable for 122(1)(7). What is seventh one? Takes or utilize ITC without. So number one, you are issuing the invoice without actual supply. Secondly, you are taking the ITC. Both the penalty will come on B. Okay, sir. Then further, this offense will also be punishable under section number 132(1). Sir, why 132(1)? Baba, whenever you are going ahead and supplying, if you see over here, say chart mein, I'll show you. Issues invoice without actual supply, you are liable for a penalty under section number 132(1) also. Then incorrect information in GST and fake falsifying of books of account. They are telling the GST return filed by A and B are not backed by correct information. Knowing that there was no supply of goods and service and the ITC was not available, the returns were filed by both the companies. A also and B also filed their incorrect returns. The books of accounts and financial record were also falsified. The act is of furnishing incorrect GST return and falsifying record. 132 may also it is penalized. 122(10) may falsifying financial record and producing fake record or furnishing any false information in the return with an intention to evade, and the same is also an offense under section number 132. So you will come under penalty also, and 132 may, if the amount, you will have to go ahead and see, and basically based on the amount in default you will also be sent to jail. Then Mr. X Tera kya hoga, Mr. X? Mr. X was aware of the aforesaid A and B. Further, the GST return were filed by X of both the company. Are you aid or abetted? Mr. X, being the consultant, had the knowledge of wrongful or fraud or willful misstatement of the fact in terms of financial record and submitting of the information in the return. In fact, Mr. X filing the return and was aware of the fake and ineligible ITC, Mr. X shall be liable for a penalty in provision of 122(3), which is aid or abetting, plus beta, the offense is also punishable under section number 132. Section number 132 may, he will also be sent to jail based on the amount of default. If chartered accountant, so what they are going ahead and asking further, A Limited approached P or chartered accountant to issue relevant certificate to the bank as a genuine turnover to ensure that the loan requirement is sanctioned. Elaborate the entire arrangement made by it with regards to elaborate it means A Limited approached P, a chartered accountant. Baba, chartered accountant should not go ahead and give all this certificate. That is what is being told over here. Chartered accountant undertaking the assignment, issuing relevant certificate, thereby certifying the turnover, he may be guilty of professional misconduct. Further, he shall also be liable for a penalty under 122(3) for aid or abetting, and also depending on the amount of default, 132(1) may he can also be sent to jail. So he should be very careful over here. That's all they have gone ahead and told. This was all about the case studies which were there. Remember, I went ahead and covered over here e-commerce transaction. One question 100% will come. Section number 95. Remember it properly. Registration provision with amendment now has come. And sir, TCS wala provision, please be very careful. One small question 100%. Secondly, ethics say I've already told you what are the various places where chart accountant certified, so you should be careful. That place, and also the role of a chart accountant, big paragraph say, one small paragraph you can write and come. Also this case study say one question will come. So this becomes very, very important for you in this exam. Section number 122, section number 132. Please remember, section number 132 is now being amended. Please refer to the amendment video. I've explained it in detail. Please refer to 122 and 132 properly and go 100% one question will come. So if you have gone ahead and done this class now, I want you guys to again sit, again read everything, again solve all the case studies with your own hand. After reading section number 122 and 132, trust me, you will do amazing. Love you all. I hope you guys enjoyed this chapter which I have gone ahead and explained to you. Please hit the like button, leave me a comment, and also share it with your friends so that all your friends also complete this case studies as soon as possible. Here we are done with the new chapters and new additions which are applicable for your May 24 attempt. Love you all. Take care. Bye guys.